Chapter 1. The Initial Encounter with the Haunted Building. 3 days? Principal, are you really sending me to investigate the haunted building with only 3 days to spare? Su Yang rose abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Principal Zhang, who sat behind an antiquated desk. Adjusting his glasses, Principal Zhang spoke with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Indeed, Su Yang. The recent incidents surrounding the haunted building have stirred considerable unrest, severely tarnishing the school's reputation. It must be resolved expeditiously. Should you refuse to cooperate, we shall treat it as a breach of school regulations. Su Yang clenched his jaw, a nameless pressure suffocating him. The peculiar gazes of the surrounding teachers pierced him like 1,000 needles. How could he, a mere freshman, find himself embroiled in such a predicament? Yet, he could not defy the principal's command, and thus steeled himself to undertake this daunting task. As night descended, the eerie haunted building loomed ominously in the depths of the campus, resembling a slumbering beast. Su Yang inhaled deeply, suppressing his trepidation, and prepared to infiltrate stealthily. However, just as he approached the haunted building, a figure materialized before him, the diligent security guard Li. "Student, you cannot enter." Li's voice resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. Su Yang initially believed he could concoct a plausible excuse to evade scrutiny, but Li proved stubborn, refusing to budge no matter how he articulated his reasoning. As curious students began to gather, their murmurs reached Su Yang's ears, igniting a flush of embarrassment upon his cheeks. "It seems I must seek the principal for a letter of authorization." Su Yang sighed in resignation, turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the haunted building, a pair of mournful eyes was fixated on his every move. In the principal's office, Su Yang recounted his encounter with the obstinate security guard in meticulous detail. However, Principal Zhang did not readily acquiesce to his request for a letter instead. He scrutinized Su Yang with a gaze laced with suspicion, his tone carrying an interrogative weight. "Are you genuinely intent on investigating the haunted building? Or do you harbor ulterior motives?" A surge of indignation welled within Su Yang, yet he restrained himself and explained, "Principal, I have accepted this task, and I am determined to see it through. The haunted building's incidents affect the school's reputation, and I too wish to resolve it swiftly." After a vigorous exchange of reasoning, Principal Zhang begrudgingly consented, hastily scribbling a few words on a piece of paper before stamping it and handing it over to Su Yang. Accepting the document, Su Yang suppressed his dissatisfaction and exited the office. Standing once more before the haunted building, the dim glow of the streetlights elongated its shadow, transforming it into a fearsome, clawed creature. With a deep breath, Su Yang pushed open the heavy iron door. Ding detection of host entering the haunted building, scanning the rules of this realm. Ding scan complete. Rules of this realm matched. Ding binding the Celestial Master System. 1, 5, 10, 80, 100. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the Celestial Master System. Distribution of the departmental gift package is underway. System tasks have been issued. Please explore the usage rules of the system on your own. Little haunted building, host, do your best. You can handle it. I have no further business here. I shall go enjoy some music instead." Su Yang stood dazed, momentarily at a loss, as a series of mechanical, synthesized voices echoed in his ears. A sudden chill enveloped him, plunging the corridor into darkness, rendering it impossible to see even his own hand. Abruptly, it felt as if countless frigid hands reached out from the shadows, tugging at his clothing, hair, and skin. Startled, Su Yang instinctively activated the Celestial Master System. With a hum, a faint glow emanated from him, dispersing the surrounding darkness. The icy hands vanished as if they had never existed. Su Yang's heartbeat gradually steadied, yet an inexplicable unease lingered in his mind. "Is this the trap of the haunted building?" he murmured, clenching his fists as he ventured deeper into the encroaching darkness. In the dimly lit corridor, Su Yang advanced cautiously. Suddenly, a horde of grotesque little ghosts sprang forth from the shadows, clawing and gnashing towards him. Prepared, Su Yang activated the Celestial Master System's basic skill, Spirit Wind Step, his form becoming elusive as he deftly evaded the ghost assaults. He even found a moment to counterattack, retrieving the system item binding Spirit Rope to ensnare several of the little ghosts securely. As he observed the trapped little ghosts emitting shrill cries, Su Yang couldn't help but smirk, his confidence soaring. Delving further into the haunted building, his objective was to locate a mysterious artifact. As he explored, he live-streamed the interior scenes of the haunted building to his audience. However, upon reaching a vast hall, his streaming equipment suddenly experienced signal interference, the image blurring and distorted, accompanied by a cacophony of static. A wave of dread washed over Su Yang. He recognized this as the powerful spirit within the haunted building obstructing his broadcast. He attempted to rectify the equipment, but found himself utterly at a loss, a surge of frustration welling up within him. If he failed to complete the live streaming task, his Celestial Master rank would not ascend, leaving him in a state of desperate urgency. As time slipped away, Su Yang relentlessly searched the haunted building for the mysterious artifact and a solution to the signal disruption. At last, in a dim corner, he discerned a suspicious entrance. Concealed behind layers of dust and cobwebs, it would have been easily overlooked had one not observed meticulously. As Su Yang prepared to investigate further, a chilling laughter echoed from behind him, piercing his eardrums like an ice pick. He whirled around suddenly, yet saw nothing. The corridor lay vacant, the only sound his own breath reverberating in the silence. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yang's forehead as tension peaked. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and stepped into the entrance. Darkness consumed his form, leaving behind an endless suspense. Chapter 2. Unveiling the Secrets of the Haunted Building. Su Yang inhaled deeply, suppressing his unease as he stepped into the dubious entrance. What lay beyond was not the room he envisioned, but a narrow passageway, its walls uneven and contorted as if warped by some unseen force. Embedded within the walls were unfamiliar minerals, emitting a faint, flickering glow reminiscent of ghostly flames, casting eerie shadows that danced along the narrow corridor. A putrid stench assailed his nostrils, akin to the putrefaction of carcasses mingled with damp earth, threatening to induce nausea. Instinctively, he covered his mouth and nose, his stomach churning violently as he narrowly avoided expelling his last meal. The walls of the passage constricted, the sense of pressure intensifying, as though they aimed to compress him into a mere flat form. With every cautious step, Su Yang remained acutely aware of the encroaching darkness ahead, fearful of the sudden emergence of any ghastly entity. He felt the oppressive aura of energy thickening within the passage, as if countless icy tendrils caressed his skin, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Gripping his peachwood sword tightly, his palms began to sweat, the tension within him escalating. Just as he advanced with utmost care, the ground beneath him gave way unexpectedly, collapsing without warning. Su Yang felt his body plummet, losing balance as he descended into the abyss of darkness. Oh no! Alarmed, he swiftly reacted, grasping the edge of the passage with both hands, barely halting his descent. Peering down, he beheld an unfathomable black void, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour everything in its path. Cold sweat drenched Su Yang's back as his heart raced within his chest, threatening to leap from his throat. He clung desperately to the jagged edge, his fingertips turning pale from the exertion, veins bulging from the strain. The stench within the passage intensified, a malodorous presence that clung to him like a persistent curse, rendering him dizzy. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength, inching his way upward. The rough stone tore at his palms, the pain sharpening his focus. He understood this was a trap set by the female ghost, intent on consigning him to eternal darkness. With sheer determination, Su Yang finally managed to claw his way back up, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as if he had run a marathon. His clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to him like a second skin, cold and clammy. Fury toward the female ghost surged within him. This wretched spirit was cunning, persistently orchestrating his misfortune. Just as he contemplated rising to continue his exploration, an unsettling sound emanated from ahead, akin to hushed voices engaged in conversation. Struggling to lift himself, he barely steadied himself before hearing a rustling noise mixed with low murmurs. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. Had others also ventured into this haunted building? He approached cautiously, using the faint light within the passage to discern the figures ahead, and to his astonishment, it was Wang Dedan. Wang Dedan was gesturing animatedly at a hole in the wall, murmuring incantations and exclamations of awe, completely oblivious to Su Yang's presence. "What are you doing here?" Su Yang furrowed his brow, his tone laced with irritation. Wang Dedan was startled by the sudden voice, spinning around to find Su Yang, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his face. "Oh, if it isn't our illustrious celestial master, what brings you to this adventure? I thought you would have fled in terror." Su Yang was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Wang Dedan's words, having barely escaped from a trap. This fool dared to mock him. "This place is perilous, it is not for you to tread. Leave at once," he admonished in a hushed tone, his voice laced with a hint of warning. Wang Dabin, however, remained unfazed, his arrogance swelling. "What danger? You must be the one who's scared." "I, Wang Dabin, fear neither heaven nor earth. What specters have I not encountered? I truly do not believe this mere haunted house can do anything to me." Su Yang gazed at Wang Dabin's self-satisfied demeanor. Feeling a wave of exasperation, he was indeed a fool who knew neither his limits nor the gravity of the situation. He still had a mission to complete and did not wish to see it thwarted by this reckless individual. Just as he prepared to once again implore Wang Dabin to retreat, a chilling gust of wind suddenly swept from the depths of the corridor, enveloping the space in a shroud of icy dread. Moments later, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed nearer, resembling the wails of countless tormented souls, sending shivers down their spines. Wang Dabin's grin froze instantly. He pointed towards the corridor's depths, stammering, "Ghost." Su Yang swiftly gathered his wits, gripping the peachwood sword tightly. He silently recited an incantation, and a golden talisman materialized before him, radiating a blinding light that formed an impenetrable barrier. Countless phantoms surged forth from the darkness, their grotesque visages twisted with boundless malice. They hurled themselves against the talisman's barrier, emitting piercing shrieks, yet they could not breach its defenses. Wang Dabin, witnessing the scene unfold, was utterly stupefied. His eyes widened, mouth agape, resembling a statue frozen in place, entirely oblivious to his earlier bravado. With the peachwood sword held confidently in hand, Su Yang cast a cold glance at the specters before him, thinking, "It seems this female ghost can no longer contain herself." Wang Dabin pointed at Su Yang, attempting to articulate something. Suddenly, a spine-chilling laughter erupted from the corridor's end, sharp and grating, like nails scraping against glass, sending a wave of unease across them. The laughter reverberated through the narrow passage, lingering ominously. After the laughter subsided, a vague silhouette slowly emerged from the depths of the corridor. Her form was ethereal, shifting like a wisp of dark mist, her long hair swirling chaotically, obscuring much of her face, save for her two ghostly green eyes that glinted with a chilling light. This was indeed the female ghost of the haunted house. She had finally lost her restraint and made her appearance. With a piercing shriek that echoed like a banshee's wail, she spread her arms wide and lunged towards Su Yang with astonishing speed, akin to a whirlwind, arriving before him in an instant. Su Yang swung his peachwood sword, the blade slicing through a beam of golden light, clashing against the ghost. Yet, her form was insubstantial. The sword passed through her without inflicting any tangible harm. A jolt of realization struck Su Yang. He understood that ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against spirits and that he must resort to spells. He swiftly chanted his incantations, sending talismans flying from his hands like arrows aimed at the ghost. The ghost wailed in response, her form twisting to evade the talisman assaults. However, the talismans pursued relentlessly, detonating around her with thunderous booms. The ghost's attacks intensified. Her hair lashed out like venomous serpents, each strike imbued with a suffocating chill. Su Yang wielded his peachwood sword, fervently defending against the ghost's onslaught, but he gradually felt overwhelmed. Her speed was too great, and his body struggled to keep pace. "Su Yang, hang in there. You can do it." On the sidelines, Wang Dabin, having regained his composure, began to shout, his fists clenched tightly, his face etched with urgency, eager to assist yet unsure how. Wang Dabin's rallying cry distracted Suyang, providing the ghost an opening to strike. A tendril of dark energy sliced across Suyang's cheek like a dagger, leaving a crimson mark. He felt a searing pain on his face, which only heightened his agitation. He recognized his limitations, yet did not wish to appear weak before Wang Dabin. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to take a risk by employing a skill from the Celestial Master System that he had not fully mastered. Taking a deep breath, his hands trembled slightly as he recited the complex incantation in his mind. He could feel a formidable force surging within, powerful and wild, as if it sought to tear him apart. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation at the unknown outcome. Celestial Master's command, break. He shouted, thrusting his hands forward. A blinding light erupted from his palms, illuminating the entire corridor like a miniature sun. The intense light, imbued with searing heat, forced the ghost to retreat. She emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her form seeming to burn away, issuing plumes of black smoke. However, the backlash from the skill struck Suyang. Jolting him violently, he tasted blood as it surged from his throat. He knelt upon one knee, his pallor ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just as he attempted to catch his breath, a new aura of danger crept near, colder and more potent than the previous ghost. Struggling to steady himself, he lifted his gaze towards the depths of the corridor. This time, Wang Dabin's terrified stare fixated ahead, his sentence unfinished as a wave of frigid energy washed over him, causing him to shudder involuntarily and close his mouth. Chapter 3. The mysterious objects deep within the passage. The thick darkness surged like a colossal beast, slowly revealing its gaping M.A.W.S. Yang could sense the chilling aura drawing nearer, piercing through him like countless fine needles. He struggled to rise, but felt as though his body were laden with lead, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain in his chest. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the frigid ground and blooming into sinister red flowers. Wang Dabin cowered behind Suyang, his face pale, teeth chattering, producing a sound akin to a frightened rabbit. Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave. He scarcely dared to breathe, lest he disturb the terrifying presence lurking in the shadows. Suyang's vision began to blur, a buzzing sound filling his ears, as if he were sinking into a frigid ocean, powerless to struggle. The ghostly wail of a female spirit pierced the darkness, slicing through his eardrums like a razor, inducing a splitting headache. Just as he thought he would be consumed by the shadows, a figure surged forth from the depths of the passage like a bolt of lightning. Positioning itself before him, Suyang, are you all right? The familiar voice jolted Suyang back to clarity. It was Jia Hao, clutching a dagger that glimmered with a cold light. Jia Hao's gaze was sharp as he focused on the depths of the passage. Exuding an overwhelming aura, his clothing bore signs of a fierce battle, tattered and worn. To be careful. Suyang attempted to warn Jia Hao, but just then, a pair of crimson eyes slowly ignited from the darkness, followed by the ghostly figure of the female spirit gradually materializing. The resentment radiating from her was more potent than before, her long hair swirling like venomous serpents, hissing ominously. Jia Hao took a deep breath. Positioning the dagger across his chest, adopting a combat stance, he muttered incantations, an invisible force emanating from him, forming a protective barrier. The ghost emitted a shrill scream, lunging at Jia Hao with fervor. Jia Hao remained steadfast, wielding the dagger with precision, each arc of its blade clashing fiercely with the ghost as they engaged in a tumultuous battle. Watching the fierce confrontation unfold, Suyang felt a mix of elation and trepidation. He was aware of Jia Hao's formidable strength, yet the ghost's power was equally formidable. He strained to rise and assist, but found himself utterly immobilized. "Hurry and find Jia Hao," echoed in fragmented whispers. Mingling with the roars of battle, gritting his teeth, Suyang fought to shift his body, pressing his back against the cold wall. The clash between Jia Hao and the ghost reverberated throughout the passage, each collision causing the very walls to tremble. That he realized he could no longer be a burden to Jia Hao. He must swiftly locate the mysterious object. Focusing intently, he summoned the remnants of his spiritual energy. Attempting to awaken the Tianshi system, that a faint prompt echoed in his ears, akin to twinkling stars in the darkness. Guiding him forward, he moved with great difficulty, scanning the dimly lit passage. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, inducing a wave of nausea. At long last, in a concealed corner at the end of the passage, he spotted a faint glimmer. It flickered like a firefly, starkly contrasting with the surrounding gloom. Su Yang's heart raced. A powerful premonition surged within him, indicating that this was the location of the mysterious object. He stumbled towards the light like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. The temperature around him plummeted, the icy chill seeping through his clothes. Yet he paid it no heed. He extended his hand, cautiously touching the orb of light. In that instant of contact, a torrent of formidable energy surged into his body. He felt as if he had been ignited, a warm current rising from his dantian and coursing through every meridian. His injuries healed at an observable pace, the pain gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. He knew he had succeeded, the exhilaration within him indescribable. Simultaneously, the battle between Jia Hao and the ghost reached a fever pitch. Jia Hao moved like a wraith, evading the ghost's onslaught, his dagger glistening with a chilling luminescence. Each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. With a fierce roar, he leapt, the dagger thrusting with lethal intent towards the ghost's vital point. The ghost let out a heart-wrenching scream, her figure growing increasingly indistinct until she ultimately transformed into a wisp of black smoke. Dissipating into the air, Jia Hao landed, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Su Yang gradually rose, a surge of confident power swelling within him. He exchanged a knowing smile with Jia Hao. Unspoken camaraderie bound them in that moment. The bond of brotherhood had reached a new zenith. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the mysterious object in his hand, a quaint jade pendant radiating a gentle glow. Clenching it tightly, he sensed a powerful force coursing through it. As if it harbored boundless secrets. Jia Hao approached, curiosity etched on his face. He was about to inquire about the pendant when Su Yang suddenly turned, alertly gazing down the passage behind them. The depths of the passage were enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Yang clutched the pendant, feeling a soothing warmth flowing through him. The once oppressive chill in the air gradually dissipated, replaced by a delicate fragrance. The haunted building seemed to awaken in that moment, transforming from a place of dread into an ancient and enigmatic edifice. Su Yang glanced down at his phone. The live stream continued uninterrupted. The instant he touched the pendant, the viewer count skyrocketed. The comment section flooded with gifs and praises. He excitedly showcased the pendant before the camera, igniting a frenzy in the chat. What treasure is this? It has calmed the haunted building. The streamer is incredible. This maneuver is simply 666. Sent a wave of gifs. Congratulations to the streamer for completing the mission. Su Yang basked in the exhilaration of success. A radiant smile illuminating his face, he waved at the camera, expressing gratitude to his audience. Thank you all for your gifts and encouragement. I will continue to strive to bring you even more thrilling live streams. As the trio exited the haunted building, the blinding sunlight bathed them, dispelling the lingering chill. Wang Darren remained pale, closely trailing behind Su Yang and Jia Hao, as if fearing the malevolent entities might pursue them. Su Yang, I owe my life to you and Jia Hao this time. Otherwise, I would surely have perished inside, Wang Darren said, shaken. Not at all. There is no need for formality among brothers, Jia Hao replied, patting Su Yang's shoulder with a smile. Next time something like this happens, remember to call me. Su Yang returned to his dormitory, eagerly commencing his examination of the jade pendant in his possession. The pendant was entirely translucent, exuding a gentle radiance, and felt as warm and smooth as jade in his hand. As he meticulously scrutinized the intricate patterns adorning the pendant, he discerned that these were not mere decorative elements, but rather ancient and enigmatic runes. He endeavored to channel a thread of spiritual energy into the pendant, and in an instant, it radiated a brilliant glow, a surge of formidable power emanating from it. Causing his heart to race, that moment, his phone vibrated, and a message from an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. The object you have found is not as simple as you imagine. Su Yang gazed at the message, his brow furrowed in concern. He suddenly recalled the bizarre incidents that had transpired at school. The cursed students. Involuntarily, he tightened his grip on the pendant, a wave of inexplicable unease washing over him. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling crowd below, murmuring to himself, "What on earth is happening?" Chapter 4. The peril of the library. The night was as dark as ink. enveloping the entire campus in a profound and somber silence. That Su Yang's eyes remained fixated on the anonymous text message on his phone, the anxiety within him growing like creeping vines, ensnaring every nerve. His fingertips glided across the cold screen. The phrase "the object you have found is not as simple as you imagine" echoed in his mind, as if imbued with some arcane magic. He was suddenly reminded of the cursed students, who seemed to be throttled by an invisible hand, struggling helplessly on the brink of death, that a powerful sense of duty propelled him forward. He could not remain passive. He must take action. The old library, Su Yang muttered. This long-sealed place now resembled a black hole, emanating an eerie aura that beckoned him closer. That he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his unease, as the mission of the Celestial Master took precedence in that moment. He understood that this task would be fraught with challenges, yet he could not falter. Donning his coat, he stepped out of the dormitory. The night breeze was frigid, rustling the edges of his clothing like a silent warning. He traversed the empty playground, heading toward the old library with determined strides, though a subtle heaviness lingered in his steps. Upon pushing open the creaking wooden door of the old library, a chilling atmosphere enveloped him, as if an unseen hand had seized his throat, rendering him breathless. The stench of decay mingled with dust filled the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Darkness, thick as tar, consumed the entire library. Su Yang raised his arm and activated the Celestial Master System. A soft glow emanating from his palm, barely illuminating a small area around him that in the reach of the light. The bookshelves loomed like monstrous sentinels, coated in a thick layer of dust. The tomes piled high upon the shelves seemed to have slumbered for countless centuries. In the air, it felt as though myriad eyes were watching him from the shadows. An unsettling fear surged within him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Su Yang compelled himself to remain calm, cautiously surveying his surroundings, attempting to uncover any clues. Yet everything around him appeared so bizarre, so disconcerting. The ancient books on the shelves radiated a chilling aura, rendering him at a loss for action. A faint sound echoed in the silence of the library, making Su Yang's heart tighten suddenly. Following the sound, he glimpsed something moving slowly in the depths of the darkness. "Who?" he inquired softly, his voice reverberating hollowly in the vast library. However, there was no response from the shadows, only the suffocating pressure and whispers seemingly rising from the depths of hell, faintly swirling around his ears. That a chill ran down Su Yang's spine. Instinctively, he took a step back, his hand clenching tightly around the pendant, his fingertips turning pale. Just then, he felt something grasping at his ankle. Cold, damp, with an otherworldly touch. That as he bent down to look, a trembling, feeble voice whispered in his ear. "Help me." Su Yang abruptly glanced down, and in the dim light, he beheld a pale, terrified face. That a girl was huddled in the shadow of the bookshelf, trembling violently, her wide eyes filled with fear as if she had seen something dreadful. Her lips were devoid of color, her frail body resembling a withered leaf, as though she might be scattered by the wind at any moment. She clutched Su Yang's arm tightly, her fingers icy as if attempting to transmit all her terror to him. This girl was none other than the cursed student he had been searching for, Xiaohua. "Help me." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet carried an undeniable sense of despair. Her pitiful appearance stirred something within Su Yang, igniting a protective instinct. The dim light, the shadows cast by the ancient shelves, and the pervasive stench of decay seemed to create an intimate little world for them. Xiaohua's body trembled slightly, and Su Yang could feel her rapid heartbeat, drumming against his eardrums like a war drum. That he gently patted her shoulder, attempting to offer her some comfort. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps shattered the fragile tranquility. Jiahao appeared at the entrance of the library, wielding a peachwood sword, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Upon noticing Su Yang and Xiaohua tightly embracing one another, his brow involuntarily knitted in disapproval. "Su Yang, this is not the time for romantic entanglements." Jiahao's voice was tinged with irritation. "We should focus on finding the source of the curse instead of wasting time here." Su Yang, slightly miffed, released Xiaohua, feeling that Jiahao was somewhat lacking in understanding. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, a palpable scent of gunpowder filling the air. "I was merely comforting her," Su Yang retorted, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Did you not see how terrified she was?" "Comforting? I think you're..." Jiahao's words were abruptly cut off as a piercing scream emanated from the depths of the library, followed closely by a dark figure darting past the bookshelves with astonishing speed. What was that? Xiao Hua shrieked in terror, gripping Su Yang's arm tightly. Jiahao's expression shifted, his peachwood sword trembling slightly in his hand. This is bad. It's the Ghost Guardian. He swiftly turned to Su Yang. A look of warning in his eyes that be careful. The shadow darted forward, the Ghost Guardian resembling a streak of black lightning, accompanied by a shrill wail, lunging directly at Su Yang. Its form was hazy and indistinct. Yet it exuded a suffocating aura that Su Yang reacted swiftly, activating the Celestial Master System, a golden shield enveloping both him and Xiao Hua in an instant. With a sharp clang, the Ghost Guardian collided with the shield, emitting a mournful howl as it was repelled. Seeing this, Jiahao wasted no time joining the fray. His peachwood sword sliced through the air with fierce intent, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed directly at the Ghost Guardian. The Guardian seemed wary of the sword, darting away while issuing chilling shrieks. Su Yang and Jiahao coordinated seamlessly, one on offense and the other on defense, managing to temporarily fend off the Ghost Guardian's assaults. A confident smile crept onto Su Yang's lips. However, the intensity of the battle surpassed Su Yang's expectations. The Ghost Guardian's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and the golden light of the shield began to dim. Realizing he could not solely rely on the skills of the Celestial Master System, he knew he had to uncover a means to break the curse. The thought of the ancient text room flashed through his mind. He recalled that Teacher Liu had once mentioned that the ancient text room in the old library housed numerous tomes concerning ancient curses, that if he could locate the relevant materials, perhaps he could discover a way to dispel the curse. Yet, leaving the battlefield to search for ancient texts at such a critical moment was undeniably a perilous endeavor. Su Yang was torn, his hesitation causing a lapse in concentration, and the Ghost Guardian seized the opportunity. Unleashing a wave of dark energy straight at Su Yang's chest, Su Yang let out a muffled groan as the shield shattered, staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance in that critical moment. Jiahao positioned himself in front of Su Yang, deflecting the energy wave with his peachwood sword. However, the immense force still pushed Jiahao back several steps, his complexion paling. Su Yang, what are you doing? This is not the time for daydreaming, Jiahao bellowed. Just then, Su Yang's gaze fell upon a nondescript hidden door in a corner behind the bookshelf that appeared to lead to a secretive place. The ancient text room is there, Su Yang exclaimed, excitement lacing his voice as he pointed toward the hidden door. He grasped Xiao Hua's hand, intent on bringing her along. Wait, Jiahao seized Su Yang's arm. Are you certain that's the ancient text room? It looks more like a trap to me. Su Yang and Xiao Hua exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with resolve, while Jiahao's gaze was clouded with skepticism and concern. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, the Ghost Guardian emitted a piercing shriek and lunged towards them. There was no time for explanations. Su Yang forcefully pushed Jiahao aside, seizing Xiao Hua's hand as they dashed into the dark portal. Vanishing into the shadows, Jiahao hesitated for a moment, then cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and followed suit. The heavy door slammed shut behind him with a muffled thud, as if sealing them off from the outside world entirely. The echoes of Su Yang and Jiahao's voices reverberated in the darkness, tinged with a hint of unease. Chapter 5. The curse unveiled. The passage behind the dark door was narrow and frigid. The damp air thick with the scent of mold and dust. Su Yang, clutching Xiao Hua's hand, stumbled forward, with Jiahao hot on their heels. The Ghost Guardian's shrill cries echoed through the corridor, like a relentless hound on their trail, sending chills down their spines. Su Yang could feel Xiao Hua's hand grow icy, trembling as she clutched at his clothing, her breath quickening, teetering on the brink of tears. At the end of the passage stood a heavy wooden door, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang pushed the door open with all his might. Beyond it lay a spacious chamber, its walls lined with towering bookshelves, laden with thick tomes of antiquity. The air was saturated with the fragrance of ink and the musty scent of decaying paper, transporting one into the annals of history. This is the ancient library, Su Yang exclaimed inwardly, a flicker of joy igniting within him, but it quickly froze into a grimace as he reached for a tome. He found it barred by an invisible barrier, rendering it untouchable. that he attempted to harness the power of the Celestial Master System to break through, but to no avail. What is happening? Su Yang's brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, he scanned the room, discovering that all the ancient texts were similarly protected, as if sealed by some arcane force. Could this be the source of the curse? Su Yang mused. The shrieks of the ghost guardian grew ever nearer, and Su Yang knew they could not linger. He glanced at Jia Hao and Xiao Hua, muttering a curse under his breath, and struck the bookshelf in frustration. What are you doing? Jia Hao's voice pierced through the tension. Calm down. Jia Hao seized Su Yang's arm, his tone firm. This reckless behavior will only exacerbate the situation. Su Yang violently shook off Jia Hao's grip, glaring at him. What do you know? Xiao Hua's life is hanging by a thread. How can you expect me to remain calm? He pointed at the sealed tomes, his voice laced with urgency and despair. There must be a way to lift the curse within those books. Yet we can't even touch them. I understand your concern for Xiao Hua. Jia Hao's tone hardened. But your impulsive outbursts will merely waste precious time. His gaze swept the room, landing on an ancient writing desk in the corner, that we should carefully examine our surroundings. Perhaps we can uncover a clue. Su Yang scoffed. A clue? By the time we find one, Xiao Hua will be. He ceased speaking, but the desperation in his eyes deepened. Xiao Hua huddled in the corner, witnessing the argument unfold, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She clutched her arms tightly around herself, as if seeking solace in her own embrace. The dim light of the ancient library cast shadows across her face, rendering her even more haggard and helpless. The air was thick with a stifling oppression, and time seemed to stand still. That Su Yang, feeling despondent, sank to the ground, cradling his head in his hands and inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, that he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and guilt. His impulsive act of striking the bookshelf had served only to vent his emotions, heightening the tension rather than alleviating it. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ancient clock in the library chimed with a heavy thud, each sound resonating like a hammer upon Su Yang's heart. He raised his gaze, staring blankly at the ceiling. The air around him felt thick and viscous, making it difficult to breathe. He realized that his earlier impulsiveness may have wrought irreparable consequences. Jia Hao approached the desk, meticulously sifting through the books and scrolls, his brow knitted in concentration, fingers drumming rhythmically upon the surface. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on an inconspicuous wooden box in the corner of the desk. He reached out, gently lifting the box and opening it. What is this? Jia Hao's voice was low and hoarse, his eyes narrowing at the contents within the box, his expression turning grave. That Su Yang and Xiao Hua leaned closer. Curiosity piqued. Inside the box lay an ancient key and a yellowed note. Be careful, Jia Hao murmured, his gaze fixed upon the script on the note. It is watching us. The key was unadorned, its surface bearing the patina of age, emanating a dark bronze hue, with worn edges that hinted at its storied past. The yellowed note, though scrawled hastily, exuded an eerie power, each stroke resembling symbols of an ancient curse. Just as the three held their breath in anticipation, the door to the library was abruptly thrust open, revealing a familiar figure. Lu Laoshi, with his somewhat stern countenance, wore an expression of surprise as he adjusted his glasses, surveying the room's occupants. What are you doing here? His voice maintained its usual unhurried cadence, yet carried an undercurrent of tension. That Su Yang seized the opportunity, rushing forward to succinctly recount the situation in the ancient library to Lu Laoshi. Upon hearing the account, Lu Laoshi's brow furrowed in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the sealing of this ancient library is extraordinary. It requires a special ritual for its release. That he produced a thick notebook from his pocket, flipping through its pages before pointing to the text. This contains instructions for breaking the seal. You may find it useful. Su Yang accepted the notebook, poring over its contents. The instructions detailed how to utilize the Celestial Master's power, in conjunction with specific incantations and gestures, to lift the seal. Reciting the words under his breath, Su Yang swiftly performed intricate hand seals, causing the air around him to ripple as if responding to his movements. Seeing Su Yang's fervent dedication, Jia Hao's previous reproachful demeanor softened, but he positioned himself beside Su Yang, silently guarding him against the potential onslaught of the Ghost Guardian. However, just as the ritual reached a critical juncture, Su Yang realized that a portion of his celestial master powers would need to be sacrificed to complete the final step. His hand hovered in midair, a tempest of inner turmoil raging within him. He was uncertain whether such a sacrifice was worthwhile or what repercussions it might entail. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ancient clock continued its somber toll, each chime echoing as an interrogation of his resolve. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately decided to take the risk. Closing his eyes, gritting his teeth, he resolutely relinquished a fraction of his power. In that fleeting moment before the seal was lifted, a shadow suddenly burst through the doorway, interrupting Su Yang's ritual. "Ha! Truly splendid. I never anticipated you would find your way here." The newcomer was none other than Lu, a triumphant grin plastered across his face, a gleaming dagger glinting ominously in his hand. "You've gone to great lengths, only to weave a bridal gown for me?" Lu's tone was laced with mockery as he regarded Su Yang, akin to observing a pitiable failure. Su Yang, consumed by fury, glared at Lu, his inner wrath threatening to engulf him entirely. He turned towards Jia Hao, their gazes intersecting, a tacit understanding blossoming silently between them. Jia Hao clenched his fists, producing a series of crackling sounds, his voice low and grave. "It seems we must first deal with this fellow." Chapter 6. Breaking the curse. Lu's laughter reverberated through the ancient text room, reminiscent of a venomous serpent flicking its tongue, each syllable piercing Su Yang's heart like a dagger. He beheld Lu's contorted visage as his rage erupted like a volcano. The air was thick with a stifling tension, reminiscent of the eerie calm before a storm. Suffocating in its intensity, Jia Hao's knuckles cracked ominously, the veins in his fists bulging like powder kegs on the verge of explosion. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous anger within his chest, his voice gravelly. "It appears we must first eliminate this scoundrel." Little Flower cowered behind Su Yang, her body trembling uncontrollably, clutching the hem of his garment, as if it were the last lifeline of a drowning soul. She dared not gaze upon Lu, perceiving him as a terrifying demon, whose mere glance could lead to her annihilation. The dim lighting in the ancient text room elongated their shadows, twisting them into grotesque shapes upon the walls, heightening the sense of eeriness and oppression. Exchanging a knowing glance with Jia Hao, they needed no words. Simultaneously, they launched their assault on Liu. Su Yang struck first, channeling the spiritual energy within him, fingers forming intricate seals as a ray of golden light shot towards Lu, the air crackling with explosive resonance in its wake. Jia Hao, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed fiercely, propelling himself forward like a cannonball aimed at Lu, his fists slicing through the air with a terrifying ferocity. Seeing this, Lu's lips curled into a sinister grin. He deftly evaded Su Yang's strike, his dagger dancing in his hand, sending forth glimmers of cold light akin to venomous serpents lunging at Jia Hao. The three became enmeshed in a fray, the clash of weapons and the dull thuds of fists intertwining into a chaotic symphony. Lu's attacks were cunning, each maneuver targeting a critical point, the glint of his dagger instilling a chill of terror. Despite their considerable prowess, Su Yang and Jia Hao found themselves struggling against Lu's relentless onslaught. They stood back to back, coordinating their defenses against the tidal wave of Lu's aggression. Amidst the battle, Su Yang felt his spiritual energy depleting rapidly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Jia Hao, too, gasped for breath, every punch draining him of strength. Yet, they did not falter. In the corner, the spectral guardian silently observed the conflict, its hollow gaze flickering with a hint of confusion and an inexplicable reverence. Perhaps it was baffled by the extraordinary power these humans were capable of unleashing. That moment, Jia Hao suddenly roared, seizing an opportunity to deliver a powerful blow to Lu's chest. Lu, caught off guard, staggered back several paces. Seizing the moment, Su Yang quickly affixed a spiritual talisman to Lu. Lu's complexion darkened instantaneously, a furious roar escaping his lips as the black aura surrounding him intensified. Roaring like a black flame, he glared malevolently at Su Yang and Jia Hao. But before he could utter a word, both Su Yang and Jia Hao interrupted him, launching a renewed, fierce assault. Their onslaught fell like a torrential downpour. Fists and feet intermingled with the brilliance of spiritual energy, driving Lu back relentlessly in the dim light of the ancient text room. Lu's form appeared increasingly disheveled, his once mighty aura gradually subdued, the remnants of his arrogance dissipating into nothingness. Su Yang, quick-witted, unleashed another talisman, ensnaring Lu as if binding a demon with chains. Jia Hao seized the opportunity, delivering a devastating punch to Lu's midsection. Lu emitted a pained groan, his body soaring like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing into a bookshelf and stirring up a cloud of dust, struggling to rise, Lu coughed up traces of blood, glaring venomously at Su Yang and Jia Hao. Yet, at that moment, he resembled a cornered beast. Incapable of stirring up any further tempest, standing victorious, Su Yang and Jia Hao exchanged knowing smiles. Little Flower, still hidden behind Su Yang, gazed at the duo standing shoulder to shoulder, as Su Yang did not relent. He understood the urgency. He must break the curse swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his focus on the seal before him. His hands trembled as he retrieved a ritual tool from his bag. Its cold metallic sheen glinting ominously in the dim light, reminiscent of a summoning from the depths of the abyss. Cold sweat beaded upon his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks. Each breath felt laborious. He meticulously inscribed intricate runes upon the ground, striving for precision in every stroke, as if wrestling with fate itself. That an atmosphere of palpable tension enveloped the air, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The library's air seemed to solidify, leaving only Su Yang's trembling ritual tool, casting flickering shadows in the wavering candlelight. That as time slipped away, each tick of the clock resonated in Su Yang's heart. He sensed the swift depletion of his spiritual energy, dwindling like a trickling stream. That he knew that failure was not an option. Not only Little Flower, but all cursed students would remain forever lost. A scenario he could never permit. The weight of destiny bore down upon him, like the crushing burden of Mount Tai, rendering him nearly breathless. He slowly lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the ancient and enigmatic seal. Resembling a colossal web enveloping the library, exuding a disquieting aura. Suddenly, Su Yang halted his movements, raising his head slowly, as if he had heard a sound, a faint whisper echoing in the tranquil space, as if emanating from a distant realm or perhaps from the depths of his own heart. Holding his breath, he strained to discern the source of the sound. However, it played a game of hide and seek. Elusive and intangible to that moment. Jia Hao spoke up. Su Yang, look over there, his voice quivering, breaking the stifling silence. Jia Hao's utterance shattered the stillness of the ancient text room. Following his pointed finger, Su Yang observed that the previously dim corner now emanated a faint glow. The light flickered like fireflies, gently hovering in the air, illuminating the long-buried secrets of the ancient text room. That at the center of that radiance lay an ancient tome, quietly resting in the corner of the bookshelf. As if it had slumbered for millennia, awaiting its awakening. That a stirring sensation coursed through Su Yang, as he felt an inexplicable force beckoning him, imbued with mystery and the unknown, seemingly guiding him towards a path forward. Cautiously, he approached the book, extending his hand to caress its rough cover. An ancient and arcane aura transmitted from his fingertips, enveloping his entire being. He slowly opened the pages, revealing archaic script that twisted and contorted like tadpoles, rendering it nearly indecipherable. Just then, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from the pages, akin to a volcanic explosion, instantly saturating the entire ancient text room. Su Yang felt his own spiritual energy being swiftly drawn in, flowing into the pages like rivers converging into the sea. That a wave of dizziness washed over him, blurring his surroundings as if he had been transported into a chaotic realm. Yet, instead of fear, he experienced an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. He understood that this was the key to breaking the curse. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the flow of spiritual energy, as if engaging in a dialogue with ancient wisdom. Following the guidance inscribed on the pages, he began to channel the energy within him, harmonizing it with the seal. That as time progressed, the runes upon the seal gradually began to dissipate, and the ominous aura that had shrouded the library evaporated into thin air. The lights in the ancient text room flickered back to life, and the air grew fresh once more. That Su Yang opened his eyes to witness the world regaining its vibrancy, everything illuminated and clear. Little Flower's formerly pallid visage began to regain a rosy glow. She slowly lifted her head, stepping towards Su Yang and embracing him tightly, her face radiating with joy. "Thank you, big brother." Her voice, tender and imbued with gratitude, was as warm as a spring breeze, touching the heart. That Su Yang smiled faintly, gently stroking the hair of the little flower, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment, that he turned to look at Jia Hao. And the two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with an unspoken understanding and joy. The supernatural occurrences in the old library gradually faded away, restoring the tranquility of yesteryears. They had successfully navigated this arduous challenge. Su Yang realized it was time to commence the live broadcast. Taking a deep breath, he activated his phone and began narrating the events that had just transpired to the audience. That he addressed 3 professional queries regarding supernatural curses with clarity and insight. His responses were both accessible and profound, prompting the viewers in the live stream to shower him with likes and gifts, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch, immersed in the delight of success. Su Yang, after the broadcast concluded, received a brief yet enigmatic message from a mysterious elder, hinting at secrets pertaining to his lineage as a celestial master. His curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to uncover more about his heritage and mission. He resolved to seek out this enigmatic figure, thus opening a new chapter in the unfolding narrative. Casting a glance at Jia Hao, he revealed a cryptic smile and said, "Lao Jia, let us venture to another place." He refrained from disclosing the specific destination and merely turned to exit the library. Chapter 7. A return to the ancient text room. Su Yang pushed open the heavy wooden door of the ancient text room. A musty odor mingled with a chilling atmosphere, assailing his senses, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Despite it being afternoon, the sunlight seemed to have been devoured entirely, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. With only a few faint rays struggling to illuminate select areas through the high windows. Recalling his previous experience of dispelling the little flower-esque curse here, his heart raced uncontrollably. The mysterious elder-esque terse message merely alluded to a return to the ancient text room. Omitting the specific reason, which filled him with unease, that he inhaled deeply, striving to steady himself. The air in the ancient text room felt oppressive, as if something lurked in the shadows, observing his every move. He surveyed the surroundings. The books on the shelves were haphazardly arranged, a stark contrast to his last visit. Could someone have been here? He sought the ancient text that documented the method to lift the curse. But the books on the shelves appeared to be under some enchantment, constantly shifting positions, leaving him bewildered. Thick dust coated the spines, and a mere touch sent a cloud of it swirling, causing him to cough uncontrollably. As he waved his hand to disperse the dust, he discovered that the books had shifted positions once more. This bizarre phenomenon sent a chill down his spine. He felt as though he were partaking in a game of hide and seek, with an unknown entity concealed in the darkness. "Lao Jia, do you not sense something amiss here?" Su Yang whispered, lowering his voice. Jia Hao scanned the room, his brow furrowed. Indeed, the atmosphere here is even more sinister than during our last visit. He reached out to touch a nearby bookshelf, a cold sensation coursing through his fingertips, causing him to shudder. The shelf seemed colder than before. Su Yang's heart sank. He realized this exploration might be more perilous than he had anticipated. Clenching his fists, he cast a determined gaze around, silently vowing, "No matter what, I must uncover the truth." Suddenly, he heard a faint rustling sound, as if something were moving behind the shelves. That he whipped around towards the source. But all he beheld was darkness. "Who goes there?" Su Yang called out sharply. In response, an eerie silence enveloped him. Then he witnessed a book on the shelf slowly shift. After it moved, a translucent figure gradually emerged from behind the shelf. Enveloped in an ethereal blue glow, with hollow eye sockets flickering with a ghostly light, it was the spectral guardian that had previously obstructed them. Yet this time, its aura felt even colder, and its form appeared more solid. Su Yang fought to suppress his fear, maintaining an outward calm, but he swiftly activated the Celestial Master System, and the information about the ghostly guardian materialized before his eyes, a vengeful spirit born from an obsession to guard the ancient texts. Its weaknesses being bright light and pure yang energy. The ghostly guardian let out a piercing wail, lunging violently towards Su Yang. Prepared, Su Yang sidestepped, evading its attack while simultaneously guiding the guardian towards the shelves. The spirit, seemingly devoid of reason, fixated solely on chasing Su Yang, oblivious to its surroundings. With a resounding crash, the ghostly guardian collided with a bookshelf, causing books to topple and rain down upon it. The spirit emitted a pained moan, its form becoming slightly disheveled. Observing the guardian's disarray, Su Yang allowed a confident smile to grace his lips That moment, Jia Hao arrived, spotting Su Yang in confrontation with the ghostly guardian. He swiftly drew his dagger, ready to join the fray. Lao Su, I'm here to assist you. Don't be reckless. Su Yang quickly cautioned him. Brute force would not exploit its weaknesses. Then what should we do? Are we to simply watch it? Jia Hao retorted, impatience creeping into his tone. Ignoring Jia Hao's skepticism, Su Yang pointed to the scattered books on the floor. We must first find a method to break the seal on the ancient texts. What of the seal? We need to eliminate it first. Jia Hao insisted, as the two remained at an impasse. The ghostly guardian reformed, unleashing a deafening roar before charging at them once more. Su Yang's expression shifted, and he growled, "There is no time for explanations. We must collaborate to defeat it." Jia Hao recognized the gravity of the situation, tightening his grip on the dagger and fixing his determined gaze on Su Yang. Very well. What are your instructions? With their agreement, Su Yang and Jia Hao's coordination became more harmonious. Su Yang swiftly activated the Celestial Master System, conjuring a spectral light, as if myriad glowing particles danced through the air, disrupting the ghostly guardian's line of sight. Simultaneously, Jia Hao seized the opportunity to approach from the side, his dagger glinting ominously in the dim light. Now, Su Yang urged, the spectral light intensifying into a barrier that ensnared the ghostly guardian. The spirit let out a haunting wail, struggling to escape the luminous prison. Jia Hao wasted no time, swinging his dagger toward the ghostly guardian. Upon contact, it produced a sound akin to piercing the void of air. The guardian's anguished scream escalated, its form dissipating rapidly, until it ultimately vanished into thin air. With the ghostly guardian's disappearance, the atmosphere in the ancient text room seemed to lighten somewhat. Su Yang and Jia Hao exhaled deeply. Yet both understood this was merely a temporary victory. They needed to swiftly uncover the means to lift the curse. Su Yang advanced. Meticulously sifting through the books on the shelves, he discovered two similar ancient texts placed together, their covers inscribed with archaic runes, nearly indecipherable. His heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his hands trembling slightly as he held the pages. Which one held the answer? A wrong choice could yield dire consequences. Lao Jia, which of these two books do you believe is the one we seek? Su Yang inquired anxiously, his voice quavering. Jia Hao took the books, scrutinizing them closely, his brow furrowed. Both appear quite ancient. But the subtle differences are for you to discern. Your Celestial Master System should assist you. Su Yang inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to sense the authenticity of the text through the Celestial Master System. Moments later, he opened his eyes, selecting one of the volumes. Just as he was about to open the ancient text, a chilling laughter echoed from a corner of the room, causing him to freeze in shock. "Who goes there?" Su Yang demanded, scanning the darkness. Yet silence reigned. With no reply, he took a deep breath, feigning composure, and gradually opened the ancient text in his hands. Chapter 8. Ambiguity and Crisis. The pages of the ancient text were yellowed and fragile, as though they might shatter at any moment. Su Yang delicately turned to the first page. A chilling aura rushed forth, as if he had stepped into an ice cellar. The pages revealed not the expected text, but rather bizarre patterns. Twisted lines resembling writhing maggots, sending shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the book, hurtling directly towards Su Yang's face. Su Yang instinctively sought to evade, yet found his body weighed down as though infused with lead. Rendering him immobile, fear coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent, nearly suffocating him. The encroaching dark force drew ever closer, and he could even feel its icy touch, like the shadow of death looming over him. Just at that critical juncture, a soft form lunged forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace that a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing Su Yang's rigid body to relax slightly. Looking down, he saw it was Xiaohua. The girl's face was pale, her body trembling slightly, yet she clung to him fiercely as Su Yang gazed into Xiaohua's face. So near, with her long lashes and lips quivering from anxiety, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. In this life-and-death moment, this fragile girl was unhesitatingly protecting him. "Are you all right?" Xiaohua's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Before Su Yang could respond, the ancient tome in his hands suddenly vibrated violently. the patterns on its pages twisting and contorting as if coming to life, that a surge of even greater power erupted from the book, enveloping both Su Yang and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, a frantic voice echoed from a distance. Jia Hao charged in like a raging tiger, his furious roar causing the library to tremble slightly. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. A searing aura burst forth from him, akin to a raging fire that dispelled the dark forces surrounding Su Yang and Xiao Hua. The writhing patterns seemed to encounter a nemesis, disintegrating into lifeless lines upon the pages. As Su Yang felt the constricting force vanish abruptly, granting him freedom once more, he looked gratefully at Jia Hao, who flashed him a bright smile, revealing two pearly white teeth. That smile was as warm as sunlight, banishing the recent gloom. The unspoken understanding between brothers needed no words. A single glance sufficed. Xiao Hua regarded Jia Hao with admiration, cautiously stealing a glance at Su Yang, perhaps feeling a trace of shyness for her earlier actions. As Su Yang beheld the brightness in Xiao Hua's eyes, a sense of pride swelled within him. In times of peril, it was he who remained the most reliable. What a splendid display of brotherly affection. A sarcastic voice interrupted this tender atmosphere from the library entrance, that Delu leaned against the doorframe with arms crossed. A smirk of derision playing on his lips, he sauntered into the library, each step seemingly treading upon Su Yang's simmering ire. "What brings you here, Delu?" Jia Hao's brow furrowed, irritation lacing his tone. He had little fondness for this treacherous rival. "I merely came to see if you self-proclaimed masters of the heavens are as vulnerable as you appear," Delu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yang. "It's quite disappointing to see you so thoroughly bested by a mere book." Su Yang's anger ignited instantly, a fire raging within his chest as he clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you insufferable fool." "Umph. Is that so?" Delu sneered, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Come on then, I'm waiting." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Su Yang surged toward Delu like an arrow released from its bow. He felt the power within him boiling, eager to make this despicable adversary pay for his contempt. The air crackled with tension as the two faced off, a palpable sense of impending conflict enveloping them. At that moment, Xiao Hua gently tugged at Su Yang's sleeve, her body brushing against his arm. Her delicate hand pulled at his clothing, her fingertips accidentally grazing his arm, sending a shiver of sensation coursing through him. Her eyes sparkled, imbued with a hint of allure as she breathed softly. "Su Yang, don't act rashly." That Su Yang's heartstrings were plucked, an unfamiliar warmth washing over him, and the anger that had consumed him began to dissipate. His gaze lingering upon her involuntarily, that Delu's chilling smile widened. Seizing upon Su Yang's momentary distraction, that he darted forward like a specter, unleashing a swift strike that struck Su Yang squarely in the chest. Su Yang let out a pained grunt, sent sprawling backward to crash heavily onto the ground, blood surging forth from his mouth, a bitter metallic taste mingling with the dust. Crimson droplets blossomed upon the dusty floor, akin to mandalas blooming before the gates of hell. "Su Yang!" Xiao Hua screamed in terror, her voice sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the silent library. Jia Hao's eyes widened, fury erupting like a volcano as he roared. Akin to a ferocious beast charging toward Delu, his fists slicing through the air with a furious gale, that Delu merely snorted, unflinching, as he countered Jia Hao's onslaught, their fists colliding with a series of thunderous impacts that made the library shelves tremble as though they might collapse at any moment. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingled with the musty odor of ancient tomes, creating an oppressive atmosphere. As the battle raged, a sudden chill swept through the library, stirring the fallen leaves and dust into a bizarre vortex. The temperature plummeted, an eerie coldness flooding the space, sending shivers down the spine. The yellowed ancient tome trembled violently once more, its illustrations writhing as if animated, producing a disquieting rustle. The ghostly guardian had reemerged. It hovered in the air, more corporeal than before, its eyes gleaming with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of a hellish messenger. It extended its claws, accompanied by a piercing shriek, joining the fray. Delu and the ghostly guardian had formed an alliance. Jia Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. The ghostly guardian's power had multiplied several times, and Delu was no mere novice either. the two forces intertwined, creating an overwhelming oppressive force that left him struggling to withstand it. Su Yang fought to rise from the ground, chest aflame with pain, yet he could not afford to falter. He had to halt this impending catastrophe. He turned to Xiaohua, his eyes filled with determination. Xiaohua, flee, it's too dangerous here. But Xiaohua shook her head vigorously, gripping Su Yang's hand tightly, her gaze resolute. That I want to leave. I want to fight alongside you. Delu's voice dripped with malice, a whisper seemingly from the abyss. Thinking of escaping? Too late. He suddenly intensified his assault, forcing Jiahao back several paces before darting towards Su Yang and Xiaohua. You, Jiahao cried out in horror. Chapter 9. The Final Showdown. Lifting the curse, an oppressive aura thickened the air, the ghostly guardian's roar piercing through like a dagger to the eardrums. Jiahao stumbled, his back colliding with a bookshelf, producing a thunderous crash. Books scattering everywhere. Delu's chilling laughter slithered through the silent library like a serpent's hiss, his attacks relentless as they drove Jiahao into retreat. Su Yang gritted his teeth against the agony in his chest, feeling his ribs protest with each breath, each inhalation akin to being sliced by a blade. He struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze fierce as it swept over his adversaries. The ghostly guardian's eerie glow danced before his eyes, while Delu's malevolence sent a chill racing down his spine. That he knew this was no time for retreat. He had to stand firm, for himself and for Xiaohua. Jiahao, I'm coming to help, Su Yang shouted, flipping his palm to reveal a talisman that glimmered with a faint golden light. He hastily recited an incantation, and the talisman transformed into a beam of golden radiance, soaring toward the ghostly guardian. At the same time, Jiahao regained his composure, exhaling a breath of resolve, determination flickering in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, the power of ancient martial arts surging within him. The battle reignited with a cacophony of colliding fists, the explosion of the talisman, the ghostly guardian's shrieks, and the crashing of falling shelves weaving a chaotic symphony. Delu and the ghostly guardian's coordination had become more seamless. One attacked while the other provided support, their onslaught relentless. Su Yang and Jiahao stood back to back, covering one another, a perfect blend of offense and defense, skillfully countering their foes' assaults. Xiaohua watched anxiously from the side, her hands tightly clutching her clothing. Knuckles paled as she witnessed Su Yang fighting valiantly to protect her. She wished fervently to contribute rather than merely observe. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, Delu and the ghostly guardian strikes growing increasingly ferocious, their forms ghostly and elusive. Jiahao bore numerous wounds, sweat drenching his clothes. Su Yang felt his strength waning, the energy within him rapidly depleting, the talisman's glow dimming. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Su Yang noticed a slight hesitation in the ghostly guardian's movements. His eyes brightened as he seemed to catch a glimpse of something. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze intently at the ghostly guardian, incredulity lacing his voice. It's Su Yang's focus locked onto the ghostly guardian, where a dull gem flickered upon its chest, pulsating like a dying candle in the wind. Its weakness was that gem. Su Yang's voice quivered with excitement as he swiftly relayed his discovery to Jiahao. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intensity sparkled in Jiahao's eyes. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his inner energy, and clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura erupting from his being. Seizing the moment, he darted forward like lightning, delivering a powerful punch directly to the gem embedded in the chest of the Phantom Guardian. A chilling scream echoed throughout the library as the Phantom Guardian writhed in agony, the brilliance of the gem extinguishing instantaneously, causing its form to blur and ultimately dissolve in a twinkling starlight, vanishing into the air. Upon witnessing this, Lu's expression changed drastically. Realizing that the situation had turned against him, he attempted to flee. Yet, how could Su Yang allow him to escape so easily? With a cold chuckle, he chanted an incantation, activating the Tianxia system in an instant. That a golden light flashed, ensnaring Lu within a shimmering circle, rendering him immobile. What do you intend to do? Lu stammered, his voice trembling as he struggled, but found himself unable to budge the golden ring. Su Yang approached him slowly, looking down at his disheveled state with a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Now, it is time to settle our accounts. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Su Yang turned sharply to glance at the shelf where the ancient texts were kept. Xiaohua is still waiting for me, he exclaimed, abandoning the trapped Lu and dashing away. The ancient books exuded an aura of antiquity. Their pages yellowed and curled. Su Yang's fingers trembled as he flipped through them, time seeming to stand still, with only his hurried breaths and the rustle of pages breaking the silence of the library. Sweat trickled down his forehead, staining the ancient text with darkened spots, as his heart raced violently, as if it might burst from his chest. Found it, Su Yang shouted, his gaze locking onto a segment of obscure text within the tome. He held his breath, meticulously deciphering each character, fearful of missing any detail. Following the instructions from the ancient text, Su Yang placed the talisman upon Xiaohua's forehead, murmuring incantations under his breath. The talisman radiated a gentle golden light, enveloping Xiaohua within its glow. Her complexion gradually returned to normal as she blinked in confusion, gazing at Su Yang. What happened to me? Xiaohua's voice was weak and quivering. It's all right now. The curse has been lifted, Su Yang replied gently yet firmly, assisting her to sit up and resting her against his shoulder. The surrounding supernatural phenomena faded, restoring the library to its former tranquility. Su Yang initiated a live stream, addressing the camera with eloquence, elucidating the audience's myriad inquiries concerning supernatural curses. May I ask, Tianshi, how is such a curse formed? One viewer queried. The formation of a curse typically occurs due to, Su Yang explained with clarity, captivating the viewers in the live chat, who responded with an outpouring of likes and gifts. Then, how did the Tianshi break this curse? Another viewer inquired. Su Yang smiled slightly, showcasing the ancient text in his hand. The answer lies within. He succinctly summarized the content of the tome and shared insights gained during the curse-breaking process. The viewers were entranced, their admiration for Su Yang burgeoning, exchanging smiles with Jia Hao. The bond of brotherhood deepened at that moment. Xiaohua beamed beside them as they collectively savored this moment of triumph, reaching the climax of the current narrative. Suddenly, the lights in the library flickered, and Su Yang's heart sank. An inexplicable chill enveloped him. Wait, he said, staring at the comments section of the live stream, his expression shifting dramatically. What is that? Chapter 10. A new discovery in the ancient text. The library lights flickered again, the dim yellow glow swaying between the shelves, casting distorted shadows that Su Yang's heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, a suffocating sensation spreading through him. The comments section of the live stream erupted like a boiling pot. Viewers frantically typing messages. Tianshi, behind you! Su Yang whipped around, only to see empty shelves and fluttering pages, a wave of cold creeping up his spine. What's wrong? Jia Hao noticed Su Yang's distress and asked with concern. Su Yang pointed towards the comment section, his voice shaking. They say there's something behind us. Following Su Yang's gesture, Jia Hao's expression shifted as he scanned the comments, which were now inundated with terrified cries such as "Ghost! Help me!" Jia Hao's face paled, and he immediately activated his spiritual perception, feeling a powerful malevolence emanating from the depths of the library, a lurking beast that sent chills down his spine. Su Yang forced himself to remain calm, realizing that lifting the curse on Xiaohua was merely the beginning. This ancient library concealed deeper, more terrifying secrets. He reopened the ancient text, and in the dim light, the archaic characters appeared to come alive, twisting and writhing as if mocking his ignorance. Among the pages, some vague accounts captured his attention, a description of an ancient curse, more perilous and enigmatic than that which had afflicted Xiaohua. What is this? Su Yang murmured, beads of sweat forming on his brow, but he felt an inexplicable dread, as if something was watching him, a chilling presence whispering in his ear. Su Yang, what is happening? Jia Hao inquired. Sensing Su Yang's unease, Su Yang raised his head, slowly closing the tome. The pages emitted a jarring sound as they rubbed against one another, echoing sharply in the stillness of the library. He took a deep breath. Turning to Jia Hao, his lips moving as if to say something, but he hesitated. Once more, his gaze fell upon the ancient text, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Jia Hao, I've discovered something far more significant. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it had emerged from the depths of his throat, but he shared the accounts of the ancient curse with Jia Hao, his tone laced with both excitement and an indescribable fear. Upon hearing Su Yang's account, Jia Hao's expression grew grave, that he snatched the ancient text from Su Yang's grasp, scrutinizing the distorted characters with furrowed brows. Su Yang, we cannot continue any further. This is far too dangerous. Jia Hao's voice carried an undertone of warning, realizing that the secrets hidden within this library were far more complex and terrifying than they had imagined. However, Su Yang wished to say more, yet Jia Hao interrupted him. There is no however. We must leave at once and return only when we are fully prepared. Jia Hao's tone was unyielding as he grasped Su Yang's wrist, attempting to pull him away. Let go. I must uncover the truth. Su Yang retorted, shaking off Jia Hao's grip. Are you out of your mind? This is not a game. Jia Hao's voice escalated, the tension between them palpable in the hushed library. I am more clear-headed than ever. Su Yang shot back defiantly, their argument resonating through the stillness. That moment. The lights in the library flickered violently, more intensely than before, as books from the shelves tumbled down as if disturbed by an unseen force, creating a cacophony of noise that a chilling aura enveloped the entire library, instilling a sense of dread. The Phantom Guardian re-emerged, floating in the air, its form more solid than before, exuding an oppressive presence that was suffocating. It let out a piercing shriek, its voice sharp as a blade, striking at the very core of their being. Su Yang quickly regained his composure, recognizing that this was not the time for arguments. They must first confront the imminent danger, but he inhaled deeply, reciting an incantation, as the talisman in his hand ignited, transforming into a beam of golden light directed at the Phantom Guardian. Upon witnessing Su Yang's calm response, Jia Hao felt a renewed respect for his abilities, his initial worries somewhat alleviated that Su Yang, sensing Jia Hao's gaze upon him, felt his confidence swell. He adeptly evaded the Phantom Guardian's attacks while simultaneously searching for its weaknesses. It seems we must join forces, Su Yang declared amidst the chaos. Jia Hao nodded in agreement, understanding that together was the only way they could overcome this formidable adversary. The Phantom Guardian roared in fury, its power seemingly amplified, with its attacks growing more ferocious. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the ancient text, determination glimmering in his eyes. Jia Hao, cover me. The air within the library seemed to have solidified, and the sound of Su Yang's breathing was distinctly audible. He clenched his fists, cold sweat seeping from his palms. The chilling aura emanating from the ghostly guardian made him feel as if he were plunging into an ice cellar. Despite possessing the celestial master system, Su Yang felt an immense pressure at this moment, as if an invisible boulder were pressing against his chest, nearly suffocating him. That he gritted his teeth, his eyes shimmering with a resolute light, silently declaring that he would never succumb to fate. Seeing this, Jia Hao prepared to channel his inner energy to assist Su Yang. Just then, Su Yang performed a startling maneuver that he muttered incantations, and a beam of golden light burst forth from the celestial master system, transforming into a colossal golden talisman that ensnared the ghostly guardian within its confines. The once fearsome visage of the ghostly guardian transformed into one of sheer terror at the moment the golden talisman appeared. It struggled frantically, attempting to break free from the talisman's grasp, but all was in vain. The golden talisman exuded a formidable power, firmly suppressing it, rendering it immobile. Jia Hao stood by, dumbfounded, having never witnessed Su Yang employ such a technique before. Seizing the opportunity while the ghostly guardian was trapped, Su Yang immediately redirected his focus to the ancient tome that he quickly turned the pages, his fingers gliding over the archaic script, striving to uncover the key to unraveling the predicament. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the ancient text, enveloping Su Yang entirely. The radiance intensified, piercing Jia Hao's vision. When the white light dissipated, Su Yang's figure had vanished. The library lay desolate, with only the ghostly guardian ensnared in the golden talisman and a terrified Jia Hao remaining. Stunned, Jia Hao murmured, "Where have you gone, Su Yang?" Chapter 11. Encounter in the mysterious space. The dazzling white light consumed Su Yang, plunging the world into chaotic darkness that he felt as though he were adrift in the void, directionless and weightless. The surrounding silence was unnerving, as if even the sound of his heartbeat had vanished. Tentatively, Su Yang extended his hand, yet found nothing but endless emptiness. Fear coiled around his heart like a vine, and he began to regret his earlier recklessness. Time lost its meaning until a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance, like a solitary lantern in the dark, that a flicker of hope ignited within Su Yang as he endeavored to move toward the light. But the surrounding darkness seemed to possess a certain resistance, hindering his progress. In the shadows, it felt as if countless eyes were watching him, their cold gaze sending shivers down his spine. He sensed those stares slithering over him like venomous serpents, evoking a sense of dread. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept past him, accompanied by a low wail, reminiscent of a beast's lament. Su Yang whipped around, yet saw nothing. However, he could feel that something lingered, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The light drew nearer, and Su Yang gradually discerned his surroundings. He found himself in a bizarre space, the ground strewn with odd-shaped rocks, and the air thick with an eerie atmosphere. The edges of the space flickered with ghostly blue light, resembling an energy barrier that confined him to this place. A violent surge of energy rippled from afar, causing the ground to tremble, and rocks began to tumble. Su Yang hastily dodged, but a massive stone grazed his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain through him. He struggled to rise, realizing his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his body was utterly fatigued. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered he was on a vast circular platform, at the center of which stood an ancient altar, inscribed with enigmatic runes. Scattered around the altar were fragments of stone and weaponry, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place. It appears this place is far more complex than I had imagined, Su Yang murmured, his gaze fixated on the runes upon the altar, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. "Young man, welcome to the ethereal light's secret realm." The voice was aged and raspy, as if it emanated from the depths of the earth, yet it resonated directly in Su Yang's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Su Yang warily scanned the area but found no sign of life, only the ancient altar standing silently, exuding a faint glow. That he attempted to summon the celestial master system in his mind, only to discover that the familiar interface had become blurred, with many functions rendered inoperable. This realization weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a warrior stripped of his essential weapon, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He sensed the pressure around him intensifying, as if countless hands were squeezing him, making it hard to breathe, and his respiration grew rapid and labored. Sweat soaked through Su Yang's garments, and he felt as though he were trapped within a colossal furnace, the scorching air suffocating him. He staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, he caught a glimpse of a faint light from the corner of his eye. It was a crystal, translucent and resplendent, resting quietly in the corner of the altar, emanating a soft glow. It stood in stark contrast to the surrounding rough rocks, like a pearl amidst darkness, drawing Su Yang's gaze. A surge of inexplicable desire welled up within him, compelling him to approach the crystal as if it held the promise of hope. Yet, Su Yang dared not act recklessly. He cautiously observed his surroundings. He noticed the scattered fragments of stone and weaponry around the altar, forming natural cover, and he resolved to utilize this cover to cleverly approach the crystal. Holding his breath, he pressed his body against the ground, like a lurking leopard, gradually advancing toward the crystal. With each step, Su Yang's heartbeat quickened, and he felt his nerves taut, as if poised to snap at any moment. Finally, he arrived at the crystal's vicinity. He extended his hand, gently brushing against its surface. The moment his fingertip made contact with the crystal, a blinding radiance erupted from it, enveloping Su Yang entirely. That a powerful surge of energy coursed into his body, and he felt as though the celestial master system had been rejuvenated. The functions that had previously been marked as unavailable were miraculously restored. Elation surged within him as he realized that his connection to the celestial master system had become more profound, allowing him to distinctly sense the flow of power within him. This crystal enhances my strength, he thought, a newfound determination igniting within him. That Su Yang whispered, his heart brimming with hope. He clutched the crystal tightly, sensing the immense power it contained. Realizing that perhaps he could forcibly transcend the space with its aid, he cast a glance around, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes, then murmured to himself, "This may be an opportunity." With a firm grip on the crystal, the warmth of its energy flowed into him like a gentle stream, dispelling the weariness and fear that had previously engulfed him. He closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, revitalizing his spirit, as he could distinctly perceive the pulsation of the master talisman system. Each function felt like a ferocious beast awakened from slumber, poised and awaiting commands. His heartbeat resonated like a war drum, each thump echoing the call of destiny, that he understood that this might be his sole chance. Yet the lurking unknowns hung over him like a sword, preventing him from acting recklessly. Sweat trickled down his brow, splattering onto the cold stone floor with a faint sound. His hands trembled slightly, a manifestation of the intertwining hesitation and anxiety. Meanwhile, outside the library, the world remained tumultuous. Jiahao furrowed his brow, anxiously pacing around the library, and he repeatedly called out Su Yang's name. But no response came, as if Su Yang had vanished into thin air. His fists were clenched, joints turning pale from the strain. His eyes filled with urgency, that he refused to believe that Su Yang had simply disappeared. He was determined to find him. No matter the cost, he meticulously searched every corner nearby, leaving no potential clue overlooked. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scanning each nook for any sign of anomaly, resembling a fierce tiger guarding its cubs, unwavering in his resolve. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang felt the powerful energy within the crystal, and the uncertainty in his eyes gradually transformed into resolve that he knew that further hesitation would only lead to missed opportunities. He had to take the plunge. He raised the crystal, concentrating the energy into a forceful charge towards the edge of the space, that in an instant, a blinding light erupted from the crystal, akin to a volcanic eruption, illuminating the entire area. At the heart of the radiance, a massive portal materialized, serving as an entrance to another realm. That a tremendous force emanated from the portal, resembling an abyss, consuming everything around it. Before he could react, Su Yang's body was yanked by this power, irresistibly drawn towards the portal. Outside the library, Jiahao abruptly halted his steps, but he suddenly lifted his head, gazing deep into the library, sensing a strange aura permeating the air, as if something was undergoing a transformation. A knot tightened in his chest, an ominous premonition washing over him, that he muttered to himself. What is happening? Could it be? His eyes fixated on the direction of the mysterious space, realizing that he might have overlooked something crucial. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug painfully into his flesh, as if solidifying a resolve. Chapter 12. The truth of the curse. The dazzling white light engulfed Su Yang, and after a dizzying whirl, he crashed heavily onto the unforgiving stone floor. The pungent odor of mildew mingled with an unknown fragrance invaded his nostrils, prompting him to cough several times. Once he adjusted to the dim lighting, he discovered himself in a vast subterranean chamber. The walls were etched with intricate runes, pulsating with a ghostly blue glow, flickering like a breath. The air was thick with an ancient and mysterious essence. Piles of ancient tomes scattered around, some in a state of decay, while others emitted an uncanny luminescence. That Su Yang realized that this was likely the source of the curse. He tightened his grip on the crystal, his heart racing, a blend of excitement and anxiety coursing through him. The crystal radiated a warm glow, seemingly responding to his emotions. Suddenly, a shrill screech pierced the air, and several indistinct shadows materialized from the darkness, lunging rapidly towards Su Yang. These spirits varied in form, their visages twisted with malice, infused with heavy resentment, clawing at him in a frenzied attempt to rend him asunder. Su Yang swiftly raised the crystal, a beam of white light shooting forth, striking one of the spirits. The spirit emitted a wretched howl, its form becoming even more ethereal, yet it did not dissipate. Rather, it attacked with renewed ferocity. Their assault was erratic and unpredictable, sometimes akin to icy blades slicing through skin, bringing a bone-chilling cold. At other times, it felt like flames searing his body, inflicting an unbearable heat that Su Yang struggled to evade, continuously countering with the crystal. The light emanating from the crystal seemed to exert a significant restraining force on them. Yet their numbers were overwhelming, and their reckless ferocity left him increasingly beleaguered. At that moment, he noticed that whenever the crystal's light struck a spirit, the runes and ancient tomes on the walls trembled slightly, emitting a low hum, as if responding to some underlying power. That a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that, wait, Su Yang murmured, this crystal, and those runes? His gaze swept over the flickering runes. A bold idea began to crystallize in his mind. During the battle, He discerned that the spirits' vulnerability lay not within themselves, but in their connection to the surrounding runes. Each time the crystal's light struck a spirit, the runes would emit a deep resonance, indicating that they were the source of the spirit's power. With this realization, he resolved to exploit this connection, cleverly manipulating his environment to eliminate the spirits one by one. That he moved swiftly, a gust of wind trailing behind him, his body brushing against the ground with a subtle friction. Each step was meticulously calculated to evade the spirit's attacks. The crystal in his hand shimmered with an even more brilliant light. Each swing struck true against the spirits. With every beam of white light unleashed, the runes on the walls quivered more violently, as if cheering him on. The spirits' assaults gradually weakened, their reluctant wails echoing in the air, but their onslaught was no longer as fierce. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang systematically dismantled them until the last spirit disintegrated into nothingness, the lingering resentment in the air dissipating alongside it. Feeling a surge in his abilities, he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He realized that this was not only personal growth, but also a natural outcome guided by the Master Talisman system. However, a sense of pride did not linger on his face, for time was of the essence, and new dangers might still lurk outside. That Su Yang quickly surveyed the surroundings. His gaze landing on a pile of ancient tomes, he recognized that within these texts might lie the truth behind the curse. He hastened towards the stack of books, swiftly leafing through each page. The pages rustled softly, occasionally mingling with the musty scent of mold and dust. His fingers flew across the pages, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As if destiny was urging him on, the pressure reaching its zenith. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a passage in one of the ancient tomes caught his attention. He halted, reading intently, his brow gradually unfurling. At that moment, he heard a faint whisper from behind, imbued with mystery and forewarning. Su Yang, you have uncovered the truth. But this is only the beginning. Su Yang held his breath, meticulously reading the esoteric script inscribed within the tome. It detailed an ancient curse, originating from a long resentful sorcerer. Fueled by love turned to hatred, he bound his soul to this land and cast a vile curse, ensuring that all who entered would find no peace. The key to breaking the curse lay in shattering the sorcerer's soul core. Following the tome's guidance, Su Yang discovered a black crystal orb hidden in the depths of the space. The orb radiated a chilling, suffocating aura, as if the very air around it had solidified. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang aimed the crystal in his hand at the black orb. The two forces collided, emitting a piercing friction, causing the space to tremble violently. Debris cascading from above, Su Yang felt as though his body was being torn apart, the agony rendering him nearly breathless. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring. Finally, with a sharp crack, the black orb shattered into fine dust. Simultaneously, Su Yang felt an immense power surge into him, his mastery of the Master Talisman escalating like a volcanic eruption. He erupted into jubilant laughter, his voice echoing throughout the vast chamber, resonating endlessly. That he initiated a live stream, eager to share the triumphant news. Hello everyone, I am Su Yang. I have succeeded. The chat flooded with comments and gifs in an instant. That he articulated responses to the audience's inquiries regarding the supernatural curse, detailing its origins and methods of dissolution. Narrating with clarity, that he showcased the ancient tomes he had acquired within the mysterious space, the atmosphere in the stream reaching a crescendo. Jia Hao and Xiaohua cheered for him from the sidelines, their faces alight with joyous smiles. After the live stream concluded, Su Yang's phone vibrated, revealing an anonymous message. The ancient tomb behind the school is fraught with peril, yet treasures await you. Gripping his phone tightly, he rose and addressed Jia Hao and Xiaohua. Let us head to the back mountain. Chapter 13. Initial exploration of the ancient tomb on the back mountain. Standing before the entrance of the ancient tomb on the school's back mountain, Su Yang was confronted by a scene both eerie and oppressive. The massive stone door stood ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, lying in wait for its unsuspecting prey. The air was thick with a pungent scent of decay, mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, provoking an unsettling discomfort within him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the excitement and anxiety bubbling within, and boldly stepped into the tomb. Instantly, darkness engulfed them. The interior of the tomb was far more profound than he had anticipated. The flickering torchlight illuminated only a small patch of the surroundings, while beyond lay an abyss of endless shadow, seemingly concealing countless unknown perils. The humid air clung to their bodies like icy tendrils, sending shivers down their spines. The walls were cloaked in moss and enigmatic vegetation, casting distorted phantoms in the wavering glow of the flames. Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed closely behind, their vigilance palpable as they scanned the surroundings. Jia Hao gripped his sword tightly, muscles taut, prepared for any sudden threat. Lin Yu, on the other hand, cautiously examined the walls and floor, seeking any useful clues. Just as they ventured deeper into the tomb, a subtle tremor rippled beneath their feet. Suddenly, numerous holes appeared in the walls, resembling the malevolent eyes of a demon. Whoosh! A flurry of arrows shot forth from the openings like torrential raindrops. Accompanied by a piercing whistle as they hurtled towards them, Su Yang's pupils constricted. He swiftly activated the Tianxia system, a surge of power coursing through him, forming an invisible barrier that barely managed to shield him from the onslaught of arrows. As the arrows struck the barrier, a crisp sound echoed, sparks flying in the air. The projectiles flew with astonishing speed and force, compelling Jia Hao and Lin Yu to take refuge behind Su Yang, who could feel the intense pressure of the arrows slicing through the air, sending waves of anxiety crashing over him. Beads of sweat formed on Su Yang's forehead, acutely aware of the energy he was expending. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Deeper within the tomb, more treacherous traps likely lay in wait. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Yu's voice pierced through the tension. Be careful. The ground, following her gaze, Su Yang noticed the ground beneath them sinking at an alarming rate. He quickly grasped Jia Hao's arm, fixating his gaze on the shifting earth, uttering two urgent words, move fast. They hastily retreated, but it was too late. That very moment, a chilling laughter echoed from behind them, as if summoned from the depths of hell. Su Yang's footing slipped, but he managed to regain his balance, narrowly avoiding the collapsing ground. Dust rose in clouds, choking the trio and causing them to cough uncontrollably. That instant, the sinister laughter reverberated once more, haunting the tomb's chamber, sending shivers down their spines. Steeling himself, Su Yang scanned the walls, noting that while the arrow holes remained, the projectiles had ceased their assault. He suddenly recalled the antique shop owner's words, that the traps within this tomb were often intricately linked. Triggering one could provoke a chain reaction. Could it be? He dashed to another wall, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a small protrusion. Cautiously, he pressed it, and with a soft click, the arrows retracted into the wall. Jia Hao and Lin Yu exhaled in relief, their gazes filled with admiration for Su Yang. That a sense of pride welled within Su Yang, his confidence bolstered as they ventured further into the tomb. The air grew increasingly damp and frigid. Faint depictions began to emerge on the walls, obscured yet intriguing. Bizarre patterns and symbols twisted and writhed under the flickering torchlight, evoking a sense of unease. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from ahead, as if something were dragging across the ground. What was that? Lin Yu clutched Jia Hao's arm tightly, her voice trembling. Could it be a malevolent spirit from the tomb? Su Yang shook his head, believing the sound to be more akin to human activity. I suspect it might be grave robbers. Jia Hao nodded in agreement. I think so too. The entrance to this tomb is so concealed that it would be nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to stumble upon it. However, Lin Yu disagreed with their assessment, her voice tinged with fear and reproach. You two are being reckless. What if it truly is a spirit? Her gaze toward Su Yang was filled with skepticism. Growing impatient, Su Yang retorted, we came here to investigate supernatural occurrences. If we let fear dictate our actions, how can we proceed with our investigation? His tone was assertive, starkly contrasting Lin Yu's cautious demeanor. Before Lin Yu could respond, Su Yang's sudden movement interrupted her. His eyes were fixated on a section of the wall in the tomb corridor, which seemed to possess an unusual quality. That he approached it with haste. Reaching out to touch the wall's texture, his fingertips brushed against a slightly recessed area, igniting a spark of realization within him as he pressed down firmly. What are you doing? Lin Yu exclaimed in alarm, attempting to halt him, but it was already too late. With a resounding rumble, the wall on one side of the corridor slowly opened, revealing a dark, narrow passage that a gust of cold, damp air surged forth, extinguishing their torches and plunging them into utter darkness. The darkness enveloped them like a tide, instantaneously consuming them, in the pitch-black corridor. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the subtle rustle of clothing could be heard. The darkness clinging to their bodies like a viscous liquid, inducing a stifling sense of oppression. Su Yang fumbled for his lighter, igniting it to cast a feeble glow that barely illuminated a small area around them. "You are truly insane." Lin Yu's voice quivered as she clutched Jia Hao's garment, as if grasping the last lifeline. Ignoring her, Su Yang raised the lighter, meticulously observing the conditions within the passage. It was a narrow corridor, with rough, cold stone walls, and the air was thick with a musty scent of mildew, intermingled with the earthy aroma that sparked discomfort. With the dim light, Su Yang discerned several scratch marks on the walls, alongside scattered remnants of torn paper and packaging. Although subtle, these traces were sufficient to indicate that someone had previously traversed this space. A smile crept onto his lips, excitement swelling within him. "It appears we are drawing closer to the truth," he whispered, his tone laced with barely concealed exhilaration. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Before they could react, a shadowy figure burst forth from the darkness, brandishing a gleaming short knife. Its visage twisted in fury. It was none other than Old Wang, the very figure they had heard about from the antique shop owner. With a fierce roar, Old Wang lunged at Su Yang, swinging the knife with deadly intent, the blade slicing through the air with an icy chill. Su Yang's pupils dilated, instinctively retreating, while Jia Hao swiftly stepped in front of him, brandishing his sword in defense. The two weapons clashed, producing a sharp metallic ring, sparks flying as they met. Old Wang's attack was ferocious and relentless, yet Jia Hao, grounded in his ancient martial arts training, managed to parry his assault. Su Yang, refusing to underestimate the threat, activated the Tianshi system again, channeling his inner strength to form an unseen barrier, shielding Lin Yu behind him. Simultaneously, he retrieved several talismans from his backpack, murmuring incantations under his breath. The talismans ignited in flames, transforming into fiery projectiles that hurtled towards Old Wang. Taken by surprise, Old Wang was forced back several steps by the onslaught of flames. Lin Yu watched in astonishment, never having anticipated that the seemingly carefree Su Yang possessed such formidable power. She covered her mouth tightly, fearful of disrupting their battle with even a whisper, with their cooperation reaching a seamless rhythm. Jia Hao and Su Yang gradually gained the upper hand. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Old Wang hastily retreated, vanishing into the recesses of the corridor. After him, Su Yang shouted, leading the charge. With Jia Hao close behind, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before following suit. They pursued fervently, soon arriving at the end of the passage, where a colossal stone door loomed before them, adorned with strange runes that exuded an aura of ancient mystery. Instinctively, Su Yang halted, his gaze fixated on the symbols. A sense of familiarity washing over him, he stepped forward, extending his hand to lightly graze the cold surface of the stone door. Chapter 14. Escalating perils of the ancient tomb. Su Yang's fingertips glided across the frigid stone door, the ancient runes pulsating as if alive before his eyes, that he could sense a certain power embedded within the symbols, an essence both familiar and foreign. His gaze pierced through the engraved surface, delving into the intricate patterns beneath. Time seemed to stand still. The only sound resonating in the chamber was the rhythm of his focused breathing. Meanwhile, Jia Hao paced anxiously beside him, the clinking of his armor echoing softly. Casting a glance at the grave expression on Su Yang's face and the ominous stone door, he inquired with concern, "Old Su, have you discerned anything? This door looks formidable." Lin Yu crossed her arms and leaned against the stone chamber's wall, her gaze flitting between Su Yang and the stone door, imbued with a mixture of curiosity and a barely perceptible wariness. The air within the chamber was thick and stifling, as though myriad unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. Su Yang, wholly absorbed in his own world, kept his eyes tightly shut, striving to recall the memories buried deep within his mind concerning the arcane symbols. The lines, reminiscent of ghostly scribbles, seemed to beckon him. He felt as if his consciousness were adrift in an abyss, attempting to seize a fleeting spark of inspiration. His brow furrowed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, enveloped by an invisible pressure. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes flew open, a resolute glimmer flashing within that he halted his movements, turned to face Jia Hao and Lin Yu, and spoke with a steady yet slightly frenzied tone. I believe I have uncovered some clues, but it may entail a degree of risk. Both Jia Hao and Lin Yu were taken aback, their faces etched with confusion as they struggled to grasp the meaning behind Su Yang's words. Jia Hao stepped forward, urgency lacing his voice. Risk? What do you mean? Lao Su, don't act recklessly. Lin Yu furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Su Yang, filled with skepticism, her tone icy. What exactly do you intend to do? Stop being so cryptic. Disregarding their cautions, Su Yang inhaled deeply, his expression resolute, as if bidding a final farewell. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing the stone door, that a peculiar force surged within him, and his fingertips began to emit a soft golden glow. Ignoring Jia Hao's shouts and Lin Yu's doubts, a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, rich with meaning. What follows is the true spectacle, he murmured, his voice fading into the increasingly chill air. The golden light intensified, illuminating the entire stone chamber, and the symbols appeared to respond to some unseen call, flickering with an eerie radiance that a deep rumble echoed from within the stone door, which began to open slowly inward. A frigid breeze rushing forth, mingled with the scent of dust and decay. Beyond the door lay a tomb chamber even more expansive than the previous stone room. The ceiling soared high, deep as the night sky, and the walls were adorned with intricate murals depicting bizarre scenes. With strange creatures and symbols faintly discernible, that in the center of the chamber stood a colossal stone coffin, surrounded by shattered terracotta figurines and weapons. An oppressive atmosphere suffocating the AI. Su Yang took a deep breath, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he stepped into the tomb chamber, as if entering another realm. Jia Hao followed closely, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, while Lin Yu hesitated momentarily before ultimately stepping inside. Something feels off. Lin Yu's voice trembled, tightly clutching her arms as if seeking a modicum of security. Unperturbed by Lin Yu's apprehensions, Su Yang strode directly towards the coffin, his gaze greedily fixated on the carvings adorning its surface that don't touch anything. Lin Yu suddenly cried out, rushing to Su Yang's side, seizing his arm. Look at this, she pointed at a shattered piece of pottery beside the coffin, which bore a strange symbol identical to the one discovered on the corpse of the tomb raider, Lao Wang. What does this mean? Jia Hao approached, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the fragment in Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu's gaze bore into Su Yang, her voice frigid. This indicates that you are in cahoots with those tomb raiders. Su Yang was taken aback, unprepared for Lin Yu's sudden accusation that he yearned to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yu, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding. Jia Hao attempted to mediate. Misunderstanding? Look at how he acted just now. He clearly knows everything about this place. Lin Yu's agitation heightened, her voice rising that he is no master. He's merely a fraud. Su Yang's expression darkened, fury igniting within him as he forcefully shook off Lin Yu's grip. Then on what grounds do you say that? I have been striving to assist you, yet you slander me like this. Enough. Jia Hao's voice thundered, halting their escalating quarrel. This is not the time for infighting. We must first ascertain the situation here. However, Jia Hao's words fell on deaf ears. As Lin Yu continued to glare at Su Yang, who clenched his fists, anger burning in his heart, that moment, a faint sound echoed from the depths of the tomb chamber, as if something were approaching. Do you hear that? Jia Hao's voice trembled with tension, gripping his weapon tightly as he scanned the area. Su Yang and Lin Yu ceased their argument, holding their breaths as they listened intently to the surrounding sounds. The noise grew closer, clearer, as if it were right beside them, that its footsteps. Lin Yu's voice quavered, her complexion paling. Su Yang's expression turned grave as he realized they might be confronting genuine peril. Suddenly, Su Yang seized Lin Yu's wrist, pulling her behind him, and whispered urgently, "Be cautious." Before Lin Yu could react, a chilling presence surged from behind. Who? Su Yang whirled around, his voice sharp with authority. In that instant, a shadowy figure surged forth from the darkness, unleashing a bone-chilling roar. The sound resonated like a dirge from the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. The outline of the malevolent spirit became clearer, towering and grotesque, surrounded by a ghostly green glow. Its eyes burning with a murderous intensity, that opened its gaping maw, emitting another terrifying roar that seemed to rend the air, causing the temperature in the stone chamber to plummet. cold sweat soaking their garments. Su Yang swiftly shook off his shock. Realizing that now was not the moment for further disputes with Lin Yu, he swung his hand, conjuring a blade of golden light that shot toward the malevolent spirit. The spirit let out a howl of agony, retreating a few steps, yet it did not falter. Instead, it grew even more ferocious. "Jia Hao, prepare for battle," Su Yang shouted, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Jia Hao gripped his weapon tightly, entering a combat stance alongside Su Yang. They coordinated seamlessly, one attacking while the other defended, forming a perfect synergy that Su Yang harnessed the skills of the Master System, swiftly forming hand seals as golden symbols erupted from his hands, coalescing into powerful magical assaults against the malevolent spirit. The spirit screeched in pain once more, but quickly regained its composure, its attacks becoming more cunning, targeting Su Yang's vulnerabilities that a chill ran down Su Yang's spine as he felt an overwhelming pressure. He swiftly regulated his breathing, recalling the strategies from the Master System. Exchanging a glance with Jia Hao, they readjusted their combat positions that Su Yang conjured a barrier from the symbols, temporarily fending off the spirit's assault, while Jia Hao seized the opportunity to flank the spirit and launch a surprise attack. Finding itself unable to secure victory, the malevolent spirit suddenly transformed into a wisp of ghostly green light, vanishing into thin air that Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu exhaled in relief, yet they understood this tranquility was fleeting. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the tomb chamber, as if something far more dreadful was about to emerge. The ground trembled, dust and debris cascading from the stone chamber as the oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith. That Su Yang clenched his fists, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the surroundings, addressing Jia Hao and Lin Yu. "Prepare yourselves. The true battle has only just begun." Lin Yu bit her lip tightly, following closely behind Su Yang and Jia Hao as they braced themselves for the impending challenge. Chapter 15. The Final Battle in the Ancient Tomb. The cacophony of roaring echoed deafeningly, causing the entire tomb chamber to tremble, as if some monstrous entity from the depths of the earth was about to break free from its shackles. Dust cascaded down, and the air was thick with an oppressive sense of suffocation. Suddenly, a ghostly green light shot up into the sky, revealing a vague and distorted figure within its glow. It was a towering silhouette, its limbs robust and uneven, resembling eroded rock. Its head was a ghastly sight, devoid of skin, leaving only a stark white skull, with two flickering orbs of ghostly green flame in the eye sockets, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The emergence of the malevolent spirit rendered the already frigid tomb chamber even colder, as if the very air had solidified into ice. Su Yang felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, his body involuntarily trembling, that he gripped the peachwood sword tightly, his fingertips paling from the exertion. Yet his gaze remained as resolute as the cold stars, that he understood that the true battle had commenced. The malevolent spirit let out a bone-rattling roar, its voice sharp and piercing, as if it sought to rend the very membranes of the ears. Following this, it swung its enormous arms, unleashing waves of green energy that surged towards Su Yang and his companions like a colossal tide. Wherever the energy waves passed, the ground cracked and stone pillars collapsed, instilling a sense of dread that Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu dared not be complacent. They braced themselves to counter the onslaught, but Su Yang swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a golden runic barrier in front of him in an attempt to fend off the spirit's assault. Jia Hao, with a swift motion, darted toward the spirit like an arrow released from a bow, his fists imbued with formidable internal power, aiming to confront this force head-on. Lin Yu quickly retreated, holding a compass that glimmered faintly, providing them with support. However, the spirit's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful. The golden barrier was shredded like paper, and Jia Hao's fist struck as if against unyielding steel, sending shockwaves through his arm. The trio was hurled back by the energy waves, landing in disarray upon the ground, but Su Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression growing increasingly grave, that he realized that this could not continue. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the full extent of the Tianshi system's power, his spiritual energy surging wildly within him. The yellow Taoist robe he wore radiating a brilliant glow. He rapidly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations, as golden runes erupted from his body, coalescing in the air into a massive golden longsword. Jia Hao rose to his feet, his muscles bulging like iron, emanating an aura of overwhelming strength. He no longer held back, unleashing ancient martial arts techniques, darting around the spirit like a flash of lightning, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Lin Yu steadied herself, her compass glowing brighter, casting gentle beams of light around Su Yang and Jia Hao, bolstering their defenses and enhancing their strength. The trio's coordination became increasingly harmonious, surprising the malevolent spirit. It roared in anger, intensifying its attacks, causing the stone pillars within the tomb to collapse, debris flying as if the end of days had arrived. At that moment, Su Yang's gaze sharpened. He seemed to have discerned something amidst the chaos. He pressed his lips tightly together and spoke rapidly. The spirit's head. There lies its fatal weakness upon hearing this. Jia Hao and Lin Yu sprang into action. Su Yang swiftly formed hand seals once more, golden runes coalescing in the air into a gigantic golden longsword, aimed directly at the spirit's head. Jia Hao, moving like lightning, launched an attack from the side, trying to divert the spirit's attention. Lin Yu used the compass to guide the gentle light, providing defense and strength to Su Yang and Jia Hao. The malevolent spirit sensed a lethal threat to its head and roared in fury, unleashing another colossal wave of green energy. Yet Su Yang stood undaunted, channeling the spiritual energy within him, the golden longsword shooting forth like a meteor, piercing toward the spirit's head. Jia Hao's fist, also charged with powerful internal energy, struck in conjunction with Su Yang's assault from different angles. The spirit's head was struck, emitting a deafening wail as its power began to wane. Su Yang and Jia Hao pressed their advantage, their strikes growing increasingly ferocious, causing the spirit's form to blur, as if on the verge of disintegration. However, just as victory seemed within reach, Su Yang suddenly felt a tremendous force draining from his body. The Tianxia system malfunctioned, causing a significant drop in his spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit launched a fierce counterattack, engulfing Su Yang in a massive wave of green energy that he felt excruciating pain coursing through him, nearly suffocating. Jia Hao and Lin Yu were frantic, yet powerless, watching helplessly as Su Yang was consumed by the spirit's assault. Just when it seemed that all hope was lost, Su Yang suddenly struggled to rise from the ground. His gaze unwavering, he grasped the peachwood sword tightly, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, as if to convey to the spirit, "It is in the face of despair that the true battlefield emerges." Su Yang refused to yield. He gritted his teeth, summoning the scant remnants of his spiritual energy that he felt as if he was submerged in chaos. Countless runes flashing through his mind, the essence of the Tianxia system's operation. With all his might, he rearranged and recombined these runes, akin to a master craftsman repairing a broken mechanism. Time seemed to slow, each moment stretching into an eternity of agony. Finally, a faint golden light ignited within him, and the Tianxia system began to function anew. He suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance more resolute than ever. He rejoined the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jia Hao and Lin Yu. Jia Hao's fist fell upon the malevolent spirit like a tempest, while Lin Yu's compass radiated gentle light, providing them with defense and strength. The spirit was taken aback by their tenacity, its attacks becoming erratic, losing the former strength and order. Su Yang glimpsed the dawn of victory. He wielded his peachwood sword, unleashing waves of golden light directed at the spirit's vital points. The trio's synergy grew increasingly seamless, their strikes ever sharper. The spirit's wails grew fainter, until at last it let out a despairing shriek, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke that vanished into the air. The malevolent aura within the ancient tomb receded like a tide, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Su Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, his body trembling slightly, yet a victorious smile graced his face as he surveyed his surroundings, noticing a faint glow emanating from a corner of the tomb. Approaching, he cleared away the rubble to reveal an ancient wooden box. Upon opening the box, he discovered a jade pendant radiating a golden glow, intricately engraved with runes strikingly similar to those of the Tianxia system. Overcome with excitement, Su Yang grasped the pendant, a surge of powerful energy flooding into him, reinvigorating the Tianxia system. Eagerly, he initiated a live broadcast, directing the camera to capture every corner of the ancient tomb, including the remnants of the battle against the malevolent spirit and the treasure in his possession. The viewer count skyrocketed, and comments flooded in like a tidal wave. The audience was left in awe by the spectacle before them, showering the stream with likes and gifs. Within mere minutes, the like count soared past 100,000 as Su Yang achieved his streaming goal, his image soaring in stature among the viewers. After the battle, Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang, who, sensing her gaze, felt a ripple in his heart, recalling the moments they shared in adventure, stirring his emotions that a subtle bond formed between them. Yet Jia Hao's presence cast a complex shadow over this burgeoning sentiment. Su Yang, are you all right? Jia Hao approached Su Yang, gently patting his shoulder, a concerned smile gracing his face. Su Yang met Jia Hao's gaze and nodded, signaling that he was all right, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. An eerie chill slithered in from behind, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He spun around abruptly, only to behold a vague silhouette emerging from the previously empty corridor. A chilling voice whispered in his ear, "The game has merely begun." Chapter 16. Aftermath of the Ancient Tomb. In Su Yang's live stream, the barrage of comments surged like a tidal wave, the cheers nearly engulfing the entire screen. Yet he found no solace in the triumph of victory. Instead, he acutely sensed an atmosphere that was starkly different from before, cold and clammy, akin to a lurking beast lying in wait. His brow furrowed as his previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. The lingering tension gripped his heart like an invisible hand. Jia Hao, too, sensed the anomaly. His smile faded, muscles taut, as he scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. Lin Yu mirrored his unease, her bright eyes now clouded with doubt and apprehension. Within the ancient tomb, the torches on the stone walls continued to flicker, yet their wavering flame seemed incapable of dispelling the chill emanating from the depths of darkness. The air was tinged with a peculiar scent, reminiscent of decaying wood and dust-laden tomes, amalgamated into an unsettling emlang. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang approached a stone wall, his fingertips gliding over its rough surface. As a bearer of the Heavenly Master's legacy, his intuition was remarkably sharp. He sensed that something lay concealed behind this wall, that he pushed against it with all his might, but it remained unyielding. After a thorough exploration, he soon discovered a barely perceptible mechanism nestled within the crevice of the wall. With a soft click, the stone wall began to part, revealing a hidden compartment before them. The compartment was modest in size, containing an array of ancient artifacts, talisman papers, an inkstone, and several tomes that appeared to be of considerable age, inscribed with obscure runes. These runes emanated a familiar aura, indeed. They were the symbols of the Heavenly Masters. Su Yang recognized that these items were crucial for his advancement in heavenly mastery and his aspirations toward the realm of the white-robed masters. Jia Hao, glancing at the contents of the compartment, beamed with delight. He stepped beside Su Yang, giving his shoulder a hearty pat as he exclaimed, "Well done, my boy. You are truly becoming more formidable." Su Yang smiled in return. Yet his heart remained vigilant. He picked up one of the tomes, gently brushing away the dust that had settled upon it that moment. Lin Yu let out a startled cry, her finger trembling as she pointed towards a dark corner ahead, her voice quivering with trepidation. "Look over there." Lin Yu's hand quivered as it indicated a disarray of shattered stones in the corner of the tomb. What should have been a solid wall now bore a suspicious gap, its edges rough and jagged, as if forcibly breached by some sharp implement. That a few stones were still smeared with fresh earth, glinting ominously in the flickering torchlight. "What is this?" Lin Yu's voice quaked slightly as she suppressed her fear, cautiously approaching the gap to scrutinize the surrounding environment. "It seems someone left this way not long ago," Su Yang remarked in a low voice, his gaze sweeping the perimeter of the breach in search of further clues. "Old Wang?" Jia Hao blurted out, his expression growing grave. Could it be he survived? Lin Yu whirled around, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized Su Yang and Jia Hao. "Are you hiding something from me?" A surge of unease washed over Su Yang, igniting a flame of indignation within him. "What do you mean? From the very beginning, you both have acted strangely. You seem to know this tomb all too well. And your calm demeanor regarding old Wang's death is quite unsettling." Lin Yu pressed, her tone laden with suspicion. Seeing the escalating tension, Jia Hao quickly intervened. "Lin Yu, please don't misunderstand us, Enough," Su Yang interrupted, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if no matter how he explained, Lin Yu would remain unconvinced. If you don't trust us, then seek your own answers. With that, he turned away towards the hidden compartment. Disregarding Lin Yu entirely, that he picked up an ancient tome, flipping to the first page, where archaic text met his gaze. Simultaneously, the heavenly master system in his hand vibrated subtly, an unusual energy surging into his being. He felt an unprecedented power coursing through him, as if it yearned to break free. Instinctively, he extended his hand, a radiant light erupting from his palm, instantly illuminating the entire tomb. Both Jia, Hao, and Lin Yu stood awestruck by the sudden brilliance. Their eyes wide as they stared at Su Yang. He looked at his luminous hands, a smile creeping onto his lips. This. The new power. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the exhilarating strength within him. A swell of ambition igniting in his heart. This is incredible, Jia Hao murmured, his voice tinged with reverence. Lin Yu, regaining her composure, regarded Su Yang with a complex expression, surprise, curiosity, and perhaps a hint of fear. Su Yang dimmed the light, turning to face Jia Hao and Lin Yu, and spoke slowly. Some matters are not yet ripe for discussion. He paced the tomb, brow furrowed. The ancient tome in his grasp exuded a faint sandalwood aroma that mingled disturbingly with the damp, musty scent of the tomb, creating an unsettling atmosphere. But he grappled with the decision of whether to disclose his newfound abilities to Jia Hao and Lin Yu. The exhilaration of power clashed with the dread of the unknown, leaving him in a quandary. But he sensed that this power exceeded his previous understanding. Should it be revealed, it would undeniably attract considerable attention. Observing Su Yang's restless demeanor, Jia Hao felt a twinge of concern. Su Yang, what troubles you? Is something weighing on your mind? He asked, stepping closer with genuine concern. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yang opted to confide in Jia Hao, sharing the details of his heavenly master inheritance and newfound abilities. Along with his apprehensions that I fear this power may bring me trouble. Jia Hao fell into contemplation, acknowledging the validity of Su Yang's concerns. This power was formidable. If exposed, it could draw the scrutiny of various factions and potentially lead to peril. You're right, we must tread carefully. This power could be our greatest asset, yet it may also pose the greatest threat. Lin Yu, observing the radiant light emanating from Su Yang's palm, felt her previous doubts dissipate. Replaced by a sense of inexplicable admiration and curiosity, she approached Su Yang, pointing at the runes on the stone wall, inquiring, "Do you recognize these symbols?" Su Yang nodded. "These are the symbols of the heavenly masters, imbued with formidable power." After a pause, he continued, "Perhaps we can unearth more secrets about this ancient tomb through these runes." Excitement flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. "Then let us study them together." The atmosphere among the trio shifted, with Jia Hao watching Su Yang and Lin Yu, feeling a mix of helplessness and joy for his friends. Just as they prepared to exit the ancient tomb, a piercing scream echoed from outside the chamber, a sound that suggested someone was enduring immense agony, akin to the roar of a feral beast. The chilling noise reverberated through the silent tomb, striking an unsettling chord. Su Yang and his companions instantly became alert, gripping their weapons tightly as they cautiously advanced towards the tomb's exit. In the passageway, the flickering torchlight danced erratically, casting elongated shadows that resembled souls emerging from the depths of hell. "Wait!" Su Yang suddenly halted, sensing a bone-chilling presence emanating from the depths of the tomb, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. "What's wrong?" Jia Hao and Lin Yu halted as well, their voices filled with concern. Su Yang remained silent, slowly raising the ancient tome in his hand, the runes glowing with an eerie luminescence. That he inhaled deeply, his voice steady as he declared, "It seems we are being watched by something." Chapter 17. Terror in the Mountains. Su Yang was the first to step out of the ancient tomb, his feet meeting the soft, damp earth beneath him. Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed closely behind, the trio cautiously entering the forest. The bizarre cries continued to echo amidst the trees, at times sharp and piercing, at others low and mournful, resembling wails from the depths of hell that sent chills down their spines. The dense foliage obscured the sun, filtering its rays through the layers of branches, leaving only dappled patches of light that heightened the eerie atmosphere. Su Yang discreetly activated the reconnaissance feature of the Heavenly Master System, and the scene before him shifted dramatically. The trees appeared twisted, resembling ghostly figures, their outlines rendered in an ethereal green under the system scan. His brow furrowed deeper, alarm bells ringing in his mind as a faint, putrid scent pervaded the air, inducing nausea. Be careful, Su Yang whispered a caution, his hands clasping an ancient tome that emitted a faint luminescence, illuminating the path ahead. Jia Hao and Lin Yu appeared tense, closely trailing behind Su Yang, their eyes darting around in fear of an unexpected emergence. The forest was eerily silent, save for the subtle crunch of leaves beneath their feet and the haunting echoes of distant cries. With each step, their unease intensified, as if traversing an unknown road. The fog, thickening unbeknownst to them, enveloped everything in a milky haze, drastically reducing visibility. Su Yang felt an unsettling sensation, as if something unseen was observing him. A chill creeping down his spine, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, but the oppressive whiteness obscured all clarity. Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged glances, a hint of panic in their expressions, as they leaned against each other, gripping their weapons tightly. The unknown peril was the most terrifying of all, leaving them at a loss. "Stay calm," Su Yang urged himself, suppressing the rising tide of fear that he understood that maintaining composure was vital to guide them out of danger. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he surveyed the area in search of any clues. Lin Yu's voice trembled as she began to speak, but Jia Hao interrupted her with a hushed command. "Shu." He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, his gaze fixed intently ahead, with a strained throat. He managed to utter, "Do you sense something drawing near?" Su Yang recited an incantation, invoking the fog-clearing spell from the Tianshi system, that a pale, golden light emanated from him, rippling outward and dispersing a portion of the thick fog. Visibility improved slightly, revealing peculiar footprints embedded in the soil, larger than those of any usual beast and bearing an odd shape, as if left by some colossal creature. That he followed the trail, with Jia Hao and Lin Yu close behind. The stench of decay intensified, nearly inducing nausea. The crunch of leaves beneath their feet resonated sharply in the stillness of the woods, each sound echoing like a heartbeat. Suddenly, Su Yang came to a halt, his gaze fixated on what appeared to be a flat pile of leaves. Yet his acute perception, honed by the Tianshi system, detected an anomaly. That he picked up a twig and cautiously brushed aside the leaves, revealing a bottomless pit filled with sharp bamboo stakes, sending chills down his spine. That it's old Wang's trap. Su Yang recognized the sinister design instantly, cursing old Wang's treachery in his mind. That he felt a wave of relief for having discovered it in time, for the consequences could have been dire. Just then, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the forest, and a massive beast, resembling a tiger, but larger and more formidable, surged from the underbrush, its body cloaked in black scales and its eyes glinting with ferocity as it lunged towards Su Yang and the others. Jia Hao reacted swiftly, drawing his short blade to confront the beast. The clash of steel rang out as the blade met the creature's lethal claws. Meanwhile, Su Yang chanted incantations, beams of golden light shooting from the ancient tome to strike the beast, emitting crackling sounds. Lin Yu remained composed, observing intently to discern the creature's vulnerabilities. The beast's assaults were ferocious, imbued with incredible strength, each lunge accompanied by a menacing rush of wind that instilled dread. Jia Hao, agile and nimble, evaded the beast's strikes while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Although Su Yang's spells were effective, they failed to inflict any mortal wounds upon the creature. Lin Yu's focus remained unwavering as her breaths quickened. Suddenly, she grasped Su Yang's arm, her voice quivering, her words hung in the air, taut with urgency. That Su Yang followed her gaze, noticing the beast's eyes glowing with a strange crimson light, as though something writhed within. "Its eyes," he murmured, immediately grasping Lin Yu's insight, the creature's sole weakness. He relayed this crucial information to Jia Hao. Upon hearing this, Jia Hao hesitated briefly. Then, with renewed determination, he adjusted his stance and charged once more at the beast. This time his movements were swifter, his aim precise, the blade aimed directly at the creature's eye. The beast, sensing imminent danger, thrashed its head violently, attempting to evade the attack. Yet, Jia Hao's speed was unparalleled, and his blade sliced through the air, striking true into the creature's right eye. A piercing scream erupted through the forest, as black blood gushed from the beast's wound, staining the ground crimson. The creature roared in agony, its massive form swaying precariously before crashing to the earth. Seizing the moment, Su Yang chanted fervently, golden light pouring from the tome, morphing into countless runes that ensnared the beast like a vast net. The creature thrashed in desperation, but the rune's power proved insurmountable, ultimately ceasing its struggle with a final, resentful wail. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jia Hao leaned on his blade, exhaustion etched on his face as a weary smile broke forth that Su Yang withdrew the ancient tome, his demeanor relaxing into one of confidence. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, her previously tense frame finally easing, though a slight tremor still coursed through her body. Sensing her unease, Su Yang gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Feeling the residual shivers, Lin Yu looked up at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude and an inexplicable sense of reliance that Su Yang's heart raced unexpectedly, captivated by the proximity of her face, a subtle emotion blossoming between them. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, their breaths the only sounds piercing the stillness. Ahem. Jia Hao deliberately cleared his throat, breaking the tension that had enveloped them. With a teasing grin, he remarked, "Hey, you two seem rather engrossed. Remember, we're out in the wild. Mind your appearances." Lin Yu's cheeks flushed as she took a step back, bashfully saying, "Thank you." Su Yang awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. Following this sudden skirmish, the trio's synergy appeared to deepen. Their trust in one another solidified. After a brief respite, they pressed onward. Soon, they stumbled upon a concealed path winding deeper into the forest that Su Yang vaguely recalled that this path might lead to the antique shop in the town. He recalled the shopkeeper's cunning face and the veiled hints he had dropped, a sense of foreboding settling within him. "Let us investigate the antique shop. We might uncover some clues," Su Yang proposed. To which Jia Hao and Lin Yu nodded in agreement. As they approached the shop, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped them, as if an invisible hand were constricting their throats. The air was thick with a faint scent of sandalwood, mingled with an unsettling odor of decay, inducing discomfort. With trepidation, they pushed open the creaking wooden door of the antique shop. Chapter 18. The mystery of the antique shop. With apprehensive hearts, Su Yang and his companion slowly opened the creaking door of the antique shop. The sound of the hinges scraping through the still air was jarringly acute. Inside, the light was dim, heavy curtains blocking most of the sunlight, allowing only a few weak beams to filter through, casting shadows on the weathered floorboards. The air was steeped in an antiquated aroma, laced with traces of sandalwood and decay, overwhelming their senses. Su Yang remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, each antique seeming to harbor untold secrets. The ancient frames adorning the walls appeared to gaze upon them, while delicate porcelain and intricately carved wooden chests lay dormant in the corners, silently recounting their pasts. Jia Hao and Lin Yu cautiously followed Su Yang, their footsteps light, fearful of disturbing the stillness. Lin Yu tugged at Su Yang's sleeve uneasily, whispering, "Something feels off here." "Indeed," Su Yang replied softly, "I sense it too that we must proceed with caution." His tone conveyed resolve, though tinged with a hint of anxiety. They advanced with heightened wariness, each step deliberate. Initially expecting the shopkeeper to be present, they were met with an unsettling emptiness. The absence of any soul only deepened Su Yang's unease. He scanned the dimly lit space, yet found no sign of life. Just as they contemplated departing, Su Yang's gaze fell upon an aged screen. He paused momentarily, then swiftly approached it. Behind the screen lay what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf. Yet Su Yang discerned that a row of books was affixed in place, resembling a hidden door. "There's a secret door here," Su Yang whispered softly, his voice imbued with a hint of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the concealed door, revealing a narrow passageway. The light within the passage grew dimmer, barely allowing a glimpse of a faint glow ahead. Although Jia Hao and Lin Yu were taken aback, they quickly followed Su Yang's lead. Jia Hao spoke in hushed tones. "Su Yang, are you certain we should enter?" Su Yang turned to glance at them, his gaze resolute. "This place conceals too many secrets. We must uncover the truth." He stepped into the narrow corridor, and after exchanging a look, Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed suit. The door to the passage closed slowly, isolating them entirely from the outside world. Su Yang's footsteps echoed within the confined space, each step resonating with an unusual weight. He halted, turning to Jia Hao and Lin Yu, and cautioned, "We must proceed with utmost care. There may be things here beyond our imagination." Before he could finish his sentence, the three arrived at the passage's end. There stood a heavy iron door, rusted and seemingly standing sentinel for a millennium. The door was adorned with grotesque carvings of demonic faces, appearing even more sinister under the feeble light. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang pushed the iron door open slowly, and a chill emanated from within, laden with the musty scent of mildew and damp earth. Contrary to their expectations of a secret chamber, they found themselves in a spacious room that in the center lay a massive stone table, cluttered with ancient scrolls, fragmented stone tablets, and oddly shaped artifacts. The walls were embellished with murals depicting scenes from ancient tombs, the figures within appearing indistinct yet exuding an eerie aura that a putrid odor hung in the air, enveloping them in a sense of unease. Su Yang's gaze swept across the stone table, recognizing familiar symbols and inscriptions he had encountered in the ancient tomb. His heart raced. He understood that this place harbored crucial information regarding the tomb incident. With excitement, he picked up a scroll and began to read intently. The scroll detailed the origins of the ancient tomb and contained evidence of collusion between the antique shop owner and the tomb raider. Lao Wang to his astonishment, Su Yang discovered that the antique shop owner was not merely an ordinary merchant, but the mastermind behind the tomb raiding operation, with Lao Wang serving as the executor. Su Yang's eyes lingered on the last scroll, which outlined the conspiracy to revive the malevolent spirits of the tomb, an elaborate scheme far more intricate than he had imagined. These fiends dare to exploit the school's negative energy to resurrect malevolent spirits. Such audacity, Su Yang seethed, his voice reverberating in the vast room, filled with palpable anger. Jia Hao and Lin Yu stared in shock at the materials before them, unable to fathom the brutal truth of the situation. Just as they were grappling with their astonishment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance that Su Yang's head snapped up to see the tomb raider, Lao Wang, standing at the doorway, a sinister grin etched upon his face. Clutched in his hand was a gleaming dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. I never expected you to find this place." Lao Wang's voice dripped with malice, as though he were a demon from the depths of hell. His eyes gleamed with greed and murderous intent. "Since you have seen what you should not have, do not expect to leave here alive." And no sooner had Lao Wang's words left his lips than he lunged at Su Yang. The dagger aimed directly at his chest. Anticipating the attack, Su Yang deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike, but he immediately activated the Heavenly Master System, a burst of golden light erupting from him, forming a solid barrier that thwarted Lao Wang's subsequent assault. Mere parlor tricks," Lao Wang bellowed, his fury intensifying as his attacks grew more frenzied. The dagger danced through the air like a venomous serpent, relentlessly targeting Su Yang's vital points. Jia Hao joined the fray, utilizing his exceptional martial prowess to engage in a fierce close-quarters battle with Lao Wang, while Lin Yu stood by, searching for opportunities to provide support. Lao Wang's onslaught varied in rhythm, sometimes crashing down like a tempest, other times striking with cunning stealth. Su Yang and Jia Hao found themselves increasingly challenged, barely managing to withstand Lao Wang's fierce attacks through their years of practice synergy. "You think this will allow you to triumph over me?" Lao Wang's face contorted into a maniacal grin as he accelerated his dagger strikes, moving with a ghostly speed that made him difficult to anticipate. Su Yang focused intently on Lao Wang's assault, noticing a subtle flaw in the rhythm of his frenzied attacks. Just as he prepared to seize the opportunity to counter, Su Yang's eyes gleamed with determination, capturing the fleeting opening amidst Lao Wang's relentless barrage. In a flash of insight, Su Yang recited an incantation, and the Heavenly Master System activated instantaneously. The golden light surged, transforming into a roaring golden dragon that crashed into Lao Wang, sending him sprawling across the floor. With a cry of anguish, Lao Wang hit the ground hard, the dagger slipping from his grasp and sliding into the shadows. He struggled to rise, but his body felt paralyzed, heavy with fatigue. Lao Wang lay there in a pitiful state, his face a mask of terror and disbelief. The elaborate scheme he had meticulously orchestrated had been utterly dismantled by Su Yang. Coldly, Su Yang regarded Lao Wang, devoid of any compassion. Lin Yu rushed forward, embracing Su Yang tightly, her voice trembling with relief. "Su Yang, I'm so glad you're safe." Su Yang's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed as he gently patted Lin Yu's back. Their eyes met, and an indescribable emotion began to weave itself through the air between them. Standing aside, Jia Hao observed the two in their embrace, a twinge of bittersweetness surging within him, yet he quickly masked his feelings. Donning a smile of encouragement, Su Yang initiated a live stream, sharing the thrilling adventure of their exploration of the antique shop with viewers, from uncovering the antique shop owner's secrets to the life-and-death struggle with Tomb Raider Lao Wan. Every detail captivated the audience's attention. The barrage of comments flooded in, the number of likes soaring past the 100,000 mark, reflecting their triumph and excitement. Bathed in the euphoria of success, Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu stood united. Suddenly, a bone-chilling sensation crept up Su Yang's spine, prompting him to whip around, only to find nothing amiss. Did you hear anything? Chapter 19. Remnants of evil spirits. The air still carried the lightness of survival, with joy enveloping Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu like the warm sun on a summer afternoon. The lights of the antique shop appeared particularly soft, as if celebrating their victory. The comments streamed in like a tidal wave, the number of likes continuing to rise, illuminating Su Yang's face with satisfaction and delight at having completed their mission. Yet amidst this jubilant scene, Su Yang's senses suddenly sharpened, that an icy chill, without warning, slithered from the nape of his neck down his spine like a venomous snake, instantly extinguishing the surrounding warmth. That he spun around, his eyes sharp as blades, scanning the empty space behind him. Did you hear anything? His voice was low, laced with an imperceptible tremor. The smiles on Jia Hao and Lin Yu's faces froze, replaced by confusion and concern. They strained their ears to listen, but apart from the gasps and likes from the live stream audience and the occasional honk from outside the antique shop, there were no unusual sounds. What sound? I didn't hear anything. Lin Yu furrowed her brow in puzzlement, instinctively gripping Su Yang's arm, perhaps due to an innate fear that I didn't hear anything either. Maybe you're just being overly sensitive? Jia Hao scratched his head, a hint of worry in his gaze. Su Yang remained silent, his attention fixed on the air, as if searching for some invisible enemy, but he pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowing deeper, his expression growing increasingly grave. An unusual sense of oppression permeated the atmosphere, shattering the previously relaxed ambience like a stone plummeting into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of unease through the air. He sensed that the chill was not a mere figment of his imagination, but rather the aura of some sinister entity. Although faint, it clung to him like a serpent's tongue, locking onto his position and leaving him feeling exposed. He understood that the matter was far from resolved. The incident involving the malevolent spirits of the tomb was likely not yet at an end. As he recalled the eerie symbols, the foreboding passageways, and the grotesque visages of the spirits he had encountered in the ancient tomb, a chilling thought struck him. Were these merely the tip of the iceberg? The remnants of the evil spirits were evidently potent enough to permeate into the realm of reality. With this realization, an ominous cloud settled over Su Yang's heart, engulfing him in a profound sense of impending danger. Fate felt akin to a colossal whirlpool, drawing him once more into an unknown crisis. He knew that the challenges awaiting him would be even more formidable than before. Slowly, Su Yang reached into his backpack, his fingers brushing against the peculiar fragment of the ancient rune he had acquired in the tomb. The icy sensation confirmed his suspicions that he abruptly turned to face a nondescript shadow in the corner of the antique shop and whispered, "Come forth. I can feel your presence." Su Yang's tone was resolute and frigid, akin to a drawn sword, aimed directly at that shadow. The illumination within the antique shop seemed to dim by a few degrees, and the oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air like a heavy curtain, making it difficult to breathe. The shadow offered no response, remaining as silent as death. Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged glances, and the barrage of comments in the live stream abruptly ceased. The audience appeared to sense the unusual ambience, halting their jesting. Slowly, Su Yang extracted the fragmented rune from his backpack, its touch icy. Imbued with an ancient and enigmatic power, he closed his eyes, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy into the rune. The patterns etched upon it seemed to come alive, emitting a faint glow that flickered in the darkness. He could feel the rune guiding him, an invisible force weaving through the air like a fine thread, tugging at his senses. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze sharp and focused on a direction, the dim alleyway beyond the back door of the antique shop. Follow me, Su Yang commanded in a low voice. Dashing out of the store, Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged a knowing look before hastening after him. Within the alley, chilling winds howled, and the damp air was thick with a decaying scent. The rune in Su Yang's hand glowed more intensely, urging them onward. They navigated through a series of narrow passageways, ultimately arriving before an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse's entrance was rusted and precarious, as if it might collapse at any moment. The surroundings were eerily deserted, a silence that felt unsettling. That moment, a cold aura surged from the depths of the warehouse, causing the temperature to plummet suddenly, that a shadow materialized from within, gradually solidifying into a swirling mass of distorted mist, emanating a chilling malevolence. Though not as powerful as the malevolent spirit encountered in the ancient tomb, the sinister aura it exuded was far more palpable, instilling a sense of dread. Remnants of the evil spirit. Su Yang murmured gravely. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, forming a spell with his hands in preparation for the impending confrontation. Be careful, Jia Hao roared, unleashing a formidable aura. His body enveloped in a faint glow of true energy as he positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yang and Lin Yu. He clenched his fist and struck towards the remnants of the evil spirit. The entity let out a piercing shriek, darting through the air like a wraith. Evading Jia Hao's assault, it swiftly retaliated, the black mist clawing towards them like talons that Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu quickly formed a defensive formation. Their backs pressed together, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The attacks from the remnants of the evil spirit grew increasingly intense, and they struggled to fend them off, wounds appearing on their bodies. Regaining his composure, Su Yang inhaled deeply, swiftly assessing the situation. With a flick of his wrist, he produced several talismans, commanding, Jia Hao, engage in a frontal assault. Lin Yu, watch the flanks and provide cover with talismans. Under Su Yang's guidance, the trio coordinated seamlessly, momentarily forcing the remnants of the evil spirit to retreat, its terrified wails echoing as the black mist writhed, seemingly unsettled by their counterattack. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly cried out. The remnants of the evil spirit are back, a crisis approaches. Her shriek reverberated through the abandoned warehouse, sharp and jarring. She watched in horror as a wisp of black mist lunged toward her. Her body frozen in fear, unable to move. Seeing this, Jia Hao bellowed in fury, his right fist crashing toward the remnants of the evil spirit like thunder, but the black mist adeptly dodged the strike, instead lunging at Lin Yu with greater speed. Watch out, Su Yang shouted, igniting the talisman in his hand, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning at the remnants of the evil spirit. The talisman's radiance carved a brilliant arc through the darkness, striking the remnants and forcing it back. Lin Yu, regaining her senses, quickly retreated, narrowly evading a deadly blow. Jia Hao's face turned ashen, his voice laced with reproach. Lin Yu, what happened just now? You almost got caught. A mix of guilt and grievance welled up within Lin Yu, tears welling in her eyes. I was too scared. I couldn't control myself. That Su Yang furrowed his brow, continuing to suppress the remnants of the evil spirit with talismans while soothing her. Now is not the time for blame. We must unite our efforts to face this. Under Su Yang's direction, the trio adjusted their formation. He discerned a weakness in the remnants of the evil spirit. Whenever a talisman struck it, the black mist would momentarily thin. That he made a decisive call. Jia Hao, continue the frontal assault. Lin Yu, assist with talismans to suppress it. Once more, they worked in harmony, Su Yang concentrating the power of his celestial master system into the talismans, which blazed with an even more brilliant light, striking down like bolts of heavenly thunder upon the remnants of the evil spirit. Jia Hao's attacks intensified, each strike accompanied by a piercing whistle, cornering the remnants with nowhere to flee. Lin Yu remained focused, employing talismans to assist in their suppression. Under the combined onslaught, the remnants of the evil spirit gradually weakened, its black mist dissipating until it ultimately transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the air. Su Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged glances. However, just as they prepared to leave the warehouse, Su Yang's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He quickly retrieved his phone, the screen displaying an anonymous message. Behind the ancient tomb incident lies an even greater conspiracy. That Su Yang's gaze fell into contemplation. gripping the phone tightly as he looked resolutely at Jia Hao and Lin Yu. It seems our mission is far from over. Chapter 20. The conspiracy unveiled. Su Yang stared at the anonymous message on his phone, his brow furrowed that a complex light flickered in his eyes, as if weighing a burden that was difficult to articulate. Jia Hao and Lin Yu, sensing his gravity, instinctively gathered closer, concern etched on their faces. This message states that there is a larger conspiracy behind the ancient tomb incident. Su Yang spoke solemnly, his tone heavy. Did we not just deal with the remnants of the evil spirit? Lin Yu questioned, a hint of unease in her gaze. That Su Yang shook his head, tucking his phone away as he turned to gaze into the night beyond the warehouse. In the darkness, the distant buildings loomed ominously in the night breeze. He inhaled deeply, declaring, "This is merely the beginning. We must continue our investigation to uncover the truth behind it." Jia Hao nodded affirmatively, stating with determination, "Su Yang, whatever dangers lie ahead, I will face them alongside you." Lin Yu followed suit, nodding in support. The trio readied themselves, embarking on a quest along the potential leads that as night deepened. The surroundings took on an air of mystery and uncertainty. They traversed a desolate construction site, the scent of damp earth permeating the air, with the sound of crunching gravel underfoot, as if each step treaded on the edge of fate. Suddenly, a faint alert emanated from Su Yang's celestial master system. Sharpening his gaze, he halted, scrutinizing his surroundings. Lin Yu and Jia Hao became alert, positioning themselves back to back, cautiously observing the environment around them. Did I ask something amiss? Jia Hao whispered lowly. Not certain, but the celestial master system's alerts are never in error. Su Yang replied solemnly, his eyes scanning the night for any signs of irregularity. Abruptly, a gust of cold wind swept through, bringing an eerie chill. Lin Yu shivered, clutching the talisman tightly in her hand. Su Yang's gaze fixed upon a stone tablet not far away, etched with intricate runes that seemed to correlate with the symbols from his celestial master heritage. These runes, Su Yang murmured, stepping forward to gently trace the ancient symbols with his fingers. Instantly, a wave of mysterious energy surged from the runes, beckoning him into an uncharted realm. His expression grew increasingly complex, a blend of hesitation and resolve that he understood that the presence of these runes signified he could not retreat. Yet, delving deeper might lead him into even more perilous territory. That Su Yang. What's wrong? Jia Hao asked anxiously, noticing his change in demeanor. These runes are connected to my celestial master heritage, Su Yang replied, his voice low and serious. Jia Hao clenched his fists, resolutely stating, "Brother, with me here. You shall not fight alone." Su Yang raised his head, his gaze unwavering as it met Jia Hao and Lin Yu's. In that moment, the trust and determination among the three coalesced into an unassailable force. "Then let us unveil the veil of this conspiracy together," Su Yang proclaimed, and the trio set forth on a new journey. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the unease within him, finding warmth in Jia Hao's steadfast support. Lin Yu stood silently beside him, their bond of friendship proving to be a greater strength than any force they could wield. He solemnly nodded, affirming, "All right, together we shall uncover the truth that lies behind this." Guided by the whispers of an anonymous tip, they navigated through a labyrinth of uncertainty and ultimately discovered a mysterious informant. Cloaked in black, shrouded in the dim recesses of an alley, his visage obscured from view, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the distant, sporadic barking of dogs, which heightened the eerie atmosphere. "I am aware of what you seek," the informant rasped, his voice low and guttural, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. "I can unveil the truth to you, but it comes at a cost." A warning bell rang in Su Yang's mind. His instincts screamed that this informant was far from benevolent. "What cost?" he inquired, his tone laced with caution. "That a relic that satisfies my desires." The informant extended a withered hand, gesturing towards the Qian Kuan pouch at Su Yang's waist. That a cold smirk crept across Su Yang's face. It was evident that this was nothing short of opportunistic extortion. "That on what grounds should we trust you? Whether you do or not is inconsequential," the informant replied icily. "Without me, the truth will forever elude you." Fury ignited within Jia Hao as he stepped forward, but was swiftly restrained by Su Yang. "Stay calm, Jia Hao," Su Yang whispered. Knowing that impulsiveness would not resolve their predicament, he scrutinized the informant, seeking any sign of vulnerability. The air thickened with tension, akin to a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The informant let out a chilling, sinister laugh that grated on the nerves. That it appears you are unwilling to cooperate. He raised his hand slowly, and the surrounding air turned frigid, a malevolent aura permeating the atmosphere. Wait, Su Yang interjected suddenly. The informant's expression twisted into a malevolent grin as he swept his hand, and from the depths of the alley surged swirling black mist, flickering with crimson light, accompanied by hair-raising howls. The dark fog coalesced into grotesque, fearsome spirits, clawing and lunging towards Su Yang and his companions, the stench of decay assaulting their senses. Reacting swiftly, Su Yang drew the peachwood sword from his waist, chanting incantations as a golden light flashed, igniting the sword in fierce flames. Jia Hao, undeterred, summoned a powerful surge of energy that enveloped him, charging into the horde of spirits like a tiger descending from the mountains. His fists striking with lethal precision, Lin Yu brandished talismans, chanting spells as beams of golden light shot toward the spirits, forcing them back. The spirits' assault was relentless, their numbers overwhelming, and Su Yang and his companions began to feel the strain. The celestial master system within Su Yang whirred into action, analyzing the spirits' weaknesses. Suddenly, he discerned that while the spirits attacked ferociously, they lacked agility and were fearful of flames. Jia Hao, use fire, Su Yang shouted. Understanding the command, Jia Hao transformed his energy into flames, his fists ablaze like two fireballs crashing into the spirits. The scorching heat elicited anguished cries from the spirits, causing them to retreat in terror. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang wielded his burning peachwood sword, dispatching the encroaching spirits one by one. That Lin Yu's talismans proved invaluable, ensnaring the spirits in shimmering golden light, rendering them immobile. The three coordinated their efforts. The spirits dwindled in number, ultimately vanquished. The informant's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Su Yang and his companions to be so formidable. Very well, I shall divulge some information, he conceded, his tone tinged with reluctance. From the informant, Su Yang learned of a vast organization lurking behind the ancient tomb incident. Their intentions not merely to plunder, but to resurrect an ancient malevolent deity. This revelation deepened Su Yang's awareness of the gravity of the situation, simultaneously fueling his excitement at being closer to the truth. Following the informant's clues, they ventured to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. Under the cloak of night, the factory loomed ominously. Suffused with a disquieting aura, did this the place? Jia Hao asked, his voice quavering. Su Yang nodded, scanning the vicinity with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and the earth surrounding the factory fissured, countless spirits erupting from the depths. Encircling them, it seems we have fallen into an ambush. Su Yang gripped his peachwood sword tightly, his gaze icy as he regarded the encroaching spirits. Chapter 21. The evil organization. The night wind carried the stench of decay. The abandoned factory resembling a beast with bared fangs, lying in wait for its prey. Su Yang's eyes swept the surroundings. The spirits surging from the ground were akin to an endless tide, encasing them in a menacing embrace. Their shrieks were sharp and piercing, threatening to shatter eardrums. Su Yang inhaled deeply, the air thick with the foul odor of earth and decay, provoking nausea. He tightened his grip on the cold steel of his sword, which offered a modicum of calm. Be careful. Jia Hao growled, darting forth like a leopard, his fist imbued with force, sending a lunging spirit flying. Lin Yu swiftly retreated behind her companions, her talismans fluttering in her grasp. Golden light dancing at her fingertips like fireflies, attempting to stave off the spirit's advance. They formed a triangular defensive formation, backs pressed together as the spirits unleashed wave after wave of assault, relentless as the tides crashing against their defenses. Su Yang's sword carved arcs of silver light, each swing accompanied by the anguished cries of the spirits. The blade's contact with their decayed forms elicited a nauseating, viscous sensation, mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Jia Hao's fists struck like hammers, each blow resonating with the sound of shattering bones. The sweat-soaked and dirted, his eyes remained resolute, unwavering. Lin Yu's talismans proved crucial, their golden radiance briefly immobilizing the spirits, granting them precious moments to breathe. The battle raged fiercely, and all three sustained varying degrees of injury. Su Yang's arm bore a gash from a spirit's claw, blood trickling down as a searing pain coursed through him. Jia Hao's chest was marred by claw marks, his clothes torn, revealing wounds that bled profusely. Lin Yu's face was smeared with grime, her breath rapid, yet her eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. The intense skirmish drew the attention of onlookers, who stood at a distance, pointing and murmuring. Some gasped in horror, while others took out their phones to capture the spectacle. From the crowd, gasps erupted, as if they were witnessing a horror film unfold before them. Suddenly, a spirit breached Su Yang's defenses. Lunging towards Lin Yu, its sharp claws gleaming ominously, poised to seize her throat, Su Yang's pupils dilated, ready to rush to her aid, but time was against him. In that critical moment, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. A faint smile graced her lips as she raised a talisman that erupted in blinding light, sending the spirit crashing into a wall with a thunderous roar. "You are all rather disappointing," Lin Yu remarked, a peculiar smile playing upon her lips. Her gaze turned icy, her voice low and raspy, as if she were a different person altogether. She slowly lifted her hand, revealing a dagger that shimmered with an eerie glow. Su Yang's heart raced. He recognized the spirit's common weakness. Their heads concealed their cores, and a decisive blow would cause them to dissipate. He swiftly conveyed this revelation to Jia Hao and Lin Yu. Their weakness lies in the head. Concentrate your attacks there. Upon hearing this, Jia Hao and Lin Yu adjusted their tactics. Jia Hao's strikes became more ferocious, each aimed squarely at the spirits' heads. Lin Yu's talismans flew with precision, their golden light piercing through the spirit's cores like arrows. Su Yang's peachwood sword traced silver arcs through the air, each swing severing the heads of the spirits with unerring accuracy. The wails of the spirits rose in a cacophony as their bodies spun through the air, ultimately dissolving into puffs of black smoke. As the spirits dwindled in number, the oppressive atmosphere lightened. The onlookers gradually emerged from their initial terror, applauding Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu for their bravery. Cheers and applause echoing in the night. Yet, Su Yang had no time to bask in glory. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, as if fate urged him forward. Time slipped away, and he needed to uncover the heart of the conspiracy swiftly, lest greater calamity ensue. With urgency in his stride, he pressed on, Jia Hao and Lin Yu trailing closely behind. Navigating through the remnants of the abandoned factory, they arrived at a sealed underground chamber. Eerie black smoke seeped through the cracks in the door, as if whispering unspeakable secrets. With a deep breath, Su Yang pushed against the heavy iron door, which creaked ominously, shattering the momentary stillness. "We must hurry. Otherwise, it will all be too late." Su Yang's voice was resolute and urgent, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. He led the way into the basement, where the sight before him caused him to draw a sharp breath. The air in the basement was stagnant, thick with an acrid, metallic scent. On the ground, a colossal formation emanated a ghostly green light, at the center of which stood a figure clad in a long black robe, muttering incantations in a hoarse, guttural voice, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. Surrounding him were various grotesque offerings, and the air was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood. "You have finally arrived." The robed figure slowly turned, revealing a pale, contorted visage, his eyes glimmering with a mad fervor. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Su Yang demanded sharply, his peachwood sword trembling slightly in his grasp. "Who am I? I am the future sovereign of this world." The figure cackled maniacally. "I shall harness the power within this ancient tomb to dominate the entire globe." Realization dawned upon Su Yang and his companions. This was the nefarious plot of an evil organization, intent on exploiting the ancient tomb's power to fulfill their ambitions. An inevitable battle ensued. The black-robed figure wielded formidable strength, and Su Yang and his allies found themselves in a desperate struggle. Yet they refused to yield, coordinating their efforts with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, they triumphed over the dark figure, thwarting the malicious organization's scheme. Su Yang immediately initiated a live broadcast, revealing the truth of the entire incident and their adventurous journey to the viewers. In the streaming room, the audience was left awestruck by their heroic deeds, and the number of likes swiftly surged past 1 million. Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu stood together, basking in the joy of their success. Their stature loomed large in the hearts of the viewers, and Su Yang had taken a significant step toward the realm of the white-robed celestial master during this event. Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang, her eyes filled with admiration, while Jia Hao felt a swell of pride for Su Yang, their friendship and feelings reaching new heights in that moment. Just as they celebrated their victory, Su Yang's phone vibrated suddenly, a message flashing before his eyes. Ghostly players sighted in the school gymnasium. Su Yang's expression instantly turned grave as he grasped his peachwood sword, turning to Jia Hao and Lin Yu. Let us proceed to the gymnasium. Chapter 22. The initial encounter at the gymnasium. The dim streetlights elongated the shadows of the three as they walked towards the gymnasium, the path eerily silent. Su Yang held his peachwood sword in one hand and his phone in the other, the live stream shaking slightly with each step. The gymnasium doors were tightly shut, the rusted iron gates resembling the jaws of a colossal beast. Quietly awaiting its prey, Su Yang sensed a chilling presence in the air, as if countless cold eyes were watching them from the shadows. That he furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. The tension stemmed from the unknown danger, while the thrill was ignited by the impending challenge. With a grating creak, the gymnasium doors slowly swung open, a gust of cold air rushing forth, causing Su Yang to shiver involuntarily. Inside, the gymnasium was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering emergency lights that cast distorted shadows of the basketball hoops, resembling monstrous claws poised to strike. The air was thick with dampness and mildew, tinged with a barely perceptible metallic scent. "This feels off." Jia Hao's voice quivered slightly. Lin Yu clutched Su Yang's hand tightly, her palm wide at that moment. A tall figure emerged from the darkness. A Chong, the captain of the sports team, approached Su Yang with a disdainful expression. "Sizing them up? What do you want?" A Chong's voice was coarse and arrogant, laced with a hint of warning that he presumed Su Yang and his companions were there to cause trouble. "We are here to investigate the ghostly player incident," Su Yang replied calmly. "Ghostly players? Utter nonsense," a Chong scoffed. "You charlatans, get out of here." His haughty demeanor thickened the tension in the AI. Su Yang felt a surge of irritation but strove to maintain his composure. Suddenly, the lights in the gymnasium flickered several times before plunging into complete darkness, enveloping the entire space in an impenetrable blackness. Lin Yu gasped, clinging to Su Yang tightly. "What is happening?" Jia Hao's voice revealed a hint of panic. In the darkness, a low, sinister laugh echoed, sending chills down their spines. "Welcome to my domain." A chilling voice resonated through the void. Su Yang tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, a wave of cold dread washing over him. "It seems we have quite the entertainment tonight," he muttered softly. The darkness surged like a tide, swiftly consuming the entire gymnasium. Ignoring a Chong's protests, Su Yang quickened his pace, striding deeper into the venue. He closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his newly acquired celestial abilities coursed through him. The air around him felt suffocatingly dense, weighed down by an oppressive aura. His senses unfurled like delicate tendrils, cautiously probing the surroundings. There, Su Yang opened his eyes, his gaze resolutely fixed on the far side of the gymnasium. Where the malevolent energy was most potent, he could feel a powerful resentment swirling in the shadows, momentarily alleviating his unease and replacing it with an exhilarating eagerness that he knew those so-called ghostly players were lurking right there. Seeing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Jia Hao and Lin Yu gradually regained their composure amidst the earlier chaos. Jia Hao clenched his fists tightly, feeling an inexplicable strength radiating from Su Yang, filling him with confidence for the impending challenge. Lin Yu remained steadfastly by Su Yang's side that moment. The gymnasium doors swung open once more, and hurried footsteps echoed closer. Coach Zhao, panting heavily, rushed in, his face a mask of panic and anger. "What are you still doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Coach Zhao's voice pierced the eerie silence of the gymnasium. He glared at Su Yang and his companions. "Coach Zhao, we merely wish to ascertain the situation here," Su Yang replied in a steady tone, attempting to explain. "Ascertain? Ascertain what? You meddlesome youngsters love to stick your noses where they don't belong." Coach Zhao's tone was harsh, denying Su Yang any chance of explanation, more concerned with the school's reputation than the so-called ghostly events. "Leave at once, and stop causing trouble here." Coach Zhao's demeanor was exceedingly stern, and his words made Su Yang acutely aware that the situation was far more intricate than he had previously imagined. The school seemed to be deliberately concealing something. Lost in contemplation, Su Yang pondered the possibility that a far greater secret lay hidden beneath the surface. Suddenly, he felt an unusual gaze upon him, one that did not emanate from Coach Zhao or a Chong, but rather carried a sense of curiosity and concern that he slightly turned his head and discerned Lin Yu in the darkness. Lin Yu quietly grasped the hem of Su Yang's clothing, her eyes radiating encouragement interlaced with a subtle hint of worry. Gently, she took hold of Su Yang's hand. Her fingertips were icy, yet they transmitted a comforting warmth. When Su Yang turned back, he saw the encouraging light flickering in her eyes, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. That a warmth blossomed within him, and the tension that had gripped him began to ease. Jia Hao, witnessing this scene, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, reminiscent of a ray of sunshine breaking through the winter chill, dispelling some of the oppressive atmosphere. Just as this tender moment unfolded, a piercing roar erupted from the darkness that a tall, indistinct figure manifested before the crowd like a specter. Clad in tattered sports attire, its features were grotesque, and its hollow eyes emanated a palpable aura of resentment. It was none other than the ghostly player they had seen in the video. The phantom player unleashed a deafening shriek and charged towards Su Yang with a speed that rivaled a released arrow. Su Yang, refusing to be complacent, swiftly drew forth a peachwood sword. Murmuring an incantation as a beam of golden light radiated from the blade, he wielded the sword as a shield, successfully blocking the ghostly player's assault. The clash of sword against specter produced a jarring screech that reverberated throughout the expansive gymnasium, sending shivers down the spine. The ghostly player's onslaught bore down upon him like a tempest, each punch laden with a chilling malice that seemed to rend the very air. As Su Yang exerted all his strength to withstand the barrage, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow, as he sensed the formidable power of the specter. Yet he quickly devised a counter-strategy. Utilizing his celestial master skills, he adeptly evaded the frontal attacks during the ghost's offensive intervals, consciously wearing down its strength. Jia Hao and Lin Yu stood anxiously to the side, their eyes fixed on the fierce battle between Su Yang and the specter, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. They felt a blend of concern for Su Yang's safety and awe at his displayed abilities. After a fierce exchange, Su Yang seized the opportunity to thrust the peachwood sword decisively toward the ghostly player. The blade emitted a brilliant glow as it struck the specter's chest. The ghostly player emitted a mournful wail, its form wavering as its assault began to wane. Capitalizing on this moment, Su Yang released a soothing spiritual energy, enveloping the specter in a gentle luminescence. The ghostly player's roars gradually diminished, its resentment dissipating, and the emptiness in its eyes seemed to fade slightly. This scene astounded all those present, including the previously dismissive A Chong, whose face was etched with disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, struggling to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. But he could not fathom how Su Yang had managed to pacify the fearsome specter. With a confident smile, Su Yang squinted slightly, gazing into the depths of the gymnasium. Where a denser atmosphere of malice lingered, he inhaled deeply, then turned and strode purposefully towards the player's locker room. Chapter 23. In-depth investigation. Su Yang's steps did not falter as he made his way straight toward the player's locker room deep within the gymnasium. The damp air was laden with the scent of decay, reminiscent of forgotten relics tucked away in a corner, as if heralding some ominous portent, but he sensed that the malevolent energy there was even more pronounced, hinting at deeper secrets concealed within. That a Chong momentarily froze, then swiftly reacted, sprinting a few steps to block the entrance to the locker room, his muscles taut like an enraged bull. That he glared at Su Yang, eyes brimming with hostility and skepticism. "What are you up to? Don't think you can pull a fast one with a bit of misdirection. I warn you, this is not a place for you to run wild." Su Yang shook his head in exasperation, fully aware that a Chong had been blinded by prejudice. That he attempted to clarify, "I merely wish to see if there are any clues here. Perhaps I can find a solution to the problem." "Find a solution? It seems to me you're just trying to gain fame. Playing the part of a savior, are we?" A Chong's voice rose, dripping with scorn. He waved his arms as if to shoo Su Yang away. "Don't you think I'm oblivious to your tricks? You must be desperate for attention." Furrowing his brow, Su Yang struggled to maintain his composure as he continued. "You misunderstand." "I do not." "You misunderstand? I see you're just feeling guilty." A Chong did not allow him a moment to explain, his voice escalating in volume and sharpness. The two exchanged heated words, their argument echoing through the vast emptiness of the locker room. Akin to two trumpets blaring discordantly, inducing a headache. The air thickened, becoming stifling. Lin Yu and Jia Hao stood helplessly to the side, attempting to mediate but finding themselves at a loss. Their gazes flitted between Su Yang and Achong. Anxiety etched across their faces. The quarrel intensified, the atmosphere in the locker room growing increasingly charged. The mottled stains on the walls resembled clawing specters, while the dim lighting flickered ominously, as if poised to extinguish at any moment. In that instant, a faint, unsettling sound emanated from the depths of the locker room, akin to the scraping of bones or the quiet, labored breaths of some unseen creature. Su Yang abruptly halted the argument. His gaze sharpening, Achong continued his tirade, seemingly oblivious to the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Su Yang's eyes narrowed as he focused intently on the far recesses of the locker room. He tilted his ears slightly, straining to capture more of the elusive sound, but it vanished without a trace, leaving only Achong's clamorous voice ringing in his ears. Enough! Su Yang suddenly interrupted Achong, his tone grave as if issuing a warning. His hand slowly reached for the locker room door handle, twisting it open in the face of Achong's bewildered expression. A damp, putrid odor enveloped the air inside the locker room, inducing a wave of nausea. Ignoring Achong's furious protests behind him, Su Yang pushed open the creaking wooden door, its hinges protesting with an excruciating squeal, jarring in the otherwise hushed atmosphere. The interior of the locker room was even dimmer. Several old storage cabinets leaning haphazardly against the walls, resembling abandoned relics. The floor was littered with soiled clothing and rusted metal hooks, glinting ominously under the murky light. The air was thick with the stench of sweat and an indescribable mildew, mingling to create a discomforting ambience. Disregarding the discomfort, Su Yang's gaze swept across every corner of the room, meticulously searching for clues. Approaching a partially open storage cabinet, he gently brushed aside the dust that had settled atop it. Inside lay several crumpled sports uniforms, their outdated designs hinting at a once illustrious past. His fingers lingered on the fabric, sensing its lingering dampness, as though it had just been retrieved from water. "What are you looking at?" "There is nothing here," Achong's voice interrupted from behind, laced with mockery, shattering the eerie calm. Su Yang paid him no heed. His attention was fixed on the farthest corner of the storage cabinet, where something appeared to have been carelessly stowed away. He bent down, reaching in, his fingertips brushing against a cold, hard object. He extracted it, and in the dim light, discerned its true form, a rusted silver whistle, adorned with faint, indistinct symbols that exuded an eerie aura. Su Yang's eyes brightened. He sensed that this whistle was extraordinary, as if he had touched the very pulse of the event, gripping it tightly. A chill coursed through him, sending an inexplicable shiver down his spine. Beside him, Jia Hao and Lin Yu noticed the change in Su Yang's expression, sensing he had made a significant discovery, their faces lighting up with relief. At that moment, a series of faint groans echoed from nearby, the sounds intermittent and filled with anguish. The three exchanged uneasy glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They knew that the players affected by the specter were in dire straits. In the school's infirmary, Nurse Xiao Mei was overwhelmed yet powerless, helplessly watching the tormented players as she wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Su Yang clutched the whistle tightly, his gaze resolute. He said nothing further, merely casting a deep look into the dark recesses of the locker room, as if it concealed even deeper secrets. "Let us go," Su Yang finally declared, turning to Jia Hao and Lin Yu. Lin Yu produced a lavender-scented handkerchief, gently wiping the sweat from Su Yang's brow. Her touch was tender and delicate, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his cheek, leaving a lingering warmth. Su Yang gazed at Lin Yu, his heart swelling with gratitude. This gentle gesture felt particularly precious amidst the eerie surroundings of the locker room. Jia Hao, observing from the side, smirked teasingly. "Ah, our Su de Tianshi seems to be quite fortunate. Even in such dire times, he has a beauty by his side." This jest served to alleviate the tense atmosphere, as Su Yang gripped the whistle tightly in his hand, the icy touch sharpening his senses. Through the analysis of the residual aura on the whistle via the Celestial Master System, he uncovered that the vengeful spirits of the ghostly players were intertwined with an unjust match from 2 decades past. In that fateful game, the school's team suffered defeat due to the referee's bias, and the captain, gravely injured, bid farewell to the field forever. This accumulated resentment festered over the years, ultimately manifesting as the present ghostly players. Su Yang realized he must address this issue promptly, lest the situation escalate further. However, time was of the essence, and the sports team's growing misunderstanding of him weighed heavily, intensifying his pressure, gritting his teeth. His gaze resolute, he understood he must shoulder this responsibility. Through the Celestial Master System, Su Yang connected with ancient souls, gleaning more information about that match. It turned out that the referee had accepted bribes, deliberately issuing unfair judgments, and the injured captain was now the leader of the ghostly players, yearning for a rematch and a fair outcome. Armed with crucial clues, Su Yang devised a new approach to confront the ghostly players. He stepped out of the locker room with confidence, while Chang stood at the door, glaring at him with malice. Ignoring Chang's hostility, Su Yang glanced up at the overcast sky, inhaled deeply, and addressed Jia Hao and Lin Yu. "Let us proceed to the playground." His tone was firm, as if victory was assured. Jia Hao and Lin Yu nodded and closely followed Su Yang. Chang watched Su Yang's retreating figure. His fists clenched tighter, muttering under his breath, "Playing tricks. Let us see what you can conjure." Chapter 24. The truth unveiled. The heavy canopy of the sky pressed down like an immense black curtain, enveloping the entire playground. A chilly breeze, laced with dampness, rustled the edges of their garments. Su Yang stood at the center of the playground, his gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of the gathered crowd. The athletes huddled in small groups, whispering among themselves, their faces marked by confusion and unease. Coach Zhao stood a short distance away, arms crossed, brow furrowed, appearing somewhat perturbed. Su Yang cleared his throat. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly to all present. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to clarify some matters." He paused, his gaze shifting towards Chang, who stood with arms crossed, disdain etched on his face. Unfazed, Su Yang continued, "Regarding the recent incidents involving the ghostly players, I believe many of you are already aware of them. In truth, this is not mere ghostly mischief, but rather a tale of a concealed past." The crowd exchanged glances, murmurs growing louder. Lin Yu stood calmly behind Su Yang, observing the scene with a steady gaze, while Jia Hao silently scrutinized each person's reaction. Su Yang took a deep breath, slowly directing his gaze towards the basketball court shrouded in shadows. This school had once been the stage of an unjust match. Su Yang's voice bore a weighty gravity, as if recounting a long-buried story. That match, which should have been filled with passion and fairness, was instead engulfed by darkness. The referee, swayed by trivial gain, accepted bribes and rendered biased decisions, resulting in the captain sustaining severe injuries and losing the chance to compete again. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crowd erupted in uproar. Some gasped, others questioned, while many expressed disbelief. The athletes exchanged wary glances, their eyes brimming with suspicion and distrust. Chang's expression finally shifted. His previous scorn was replaced by shock and bewilderment as he appeared to recall something, his gaze becoming evasive. "Impossible! This cannot be! How could such a thing happen at our school?" a player shouted, panic seeping into his voice. "You simply do not know the truth," Su Yang replied, his eyes sharp as if piercing through their FAAs. He continued, "The truth of that match was obscured, yet the resentment lingered. Those souls yearning for competition cannot find peace. They remain here, longing for a just resolution." Chang's complexion paled, instinctively clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, reminded of his prior mockery and skepticism towards Su Yang. He felt a wave of shame wash over him. Coach Zhao's countenance darkened as well. He wiped the sweat from his brow repeatedly, his eyes reflecting deep concern. He seemed apprehensive about the repercussions should this matter be exposed, fearing the impact on the school's reputation. "Enough!" Chang suddenly shouted, his voice trembling yet tinged with fear and anger. "This is none of your business. What are you trying to accomplish?" Su Yang remained unfazed by Chang's outburst, calmly gazing at him, a subtle, knowing smile gracing his lips. He slowly raised his head, looking into the distance, and softly declared, "Now, the match has only just begun." Surveying the crowd, Su Yang spoke with conviction. "Only a true match can dispel their resentment." He paused, his gaze intense. "I will face them in a contest, a fair contest, to honor their indomitable spirits." His words rang with authority, echoing across the silent playground. After a moment of silence, the crowd began to stir. Some hesitated, others were anxious. Yet many harbored hope. They yearned for resolution, desiring the campus to return to its former tranquility. Jiahao patted Su Yang's shoulder vigorously, his eyes sparkling with trust. "I believe in you." Lin Yu stepped forward, gently adjusting his collar, whispering, "Be careful." Su Yang felt the warmth of their support surge within him, a comforting tide that brought a smile to his face as he playfully pinched Lin Yu's nose. This affectionate gesture, in the eyes of the onlookers, was akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through the winter gloom, dispelling the pervasive shadows in the air. Observing this, Jiahao began to make exaggerated gestures. Inciting a playful outburst from Lin Yue as night descended. The dim glow of the streetlights cast an eerie halo over the playground. An inexplicable sense of oppression hung in the air, as if something momentous were about to emerge from the depths. Standing at the center of the court, Su Yang inhaled deeply, savoring the coolness of the night breeze. The basketball in his hands felt chillingly cold against his fingertips, prompting an involuntary shiver in the distance. The shadow of the basketball hoop appeared grotesquely distorted under the lights, resembling a ferocious beast lying in wait within the darkness. The stands were filled with students and teachers who had come to witness the match. Their faces bore a mix of excitement and curiosity, tinged with an undercurrent of unease. Whispers flitted through the crowd, discussing the peculiar contest that was about to commence. Suddenly, a gust of ominous wind swept through, causing the lights on the playground to flicker ominously, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. Su Yang's heart sank as he sensed a formidable force drawing nearer. Slowly, he raised his gaze towards the far end of the court, where a tall figure emerged from the shadows. The silhouette became clearer. Su Yang discerned the figure's features. A robust man clad in vintage basketball attire, his face adorned with a disconcerting grin. His hollow eyes exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "You have arrived," the captain of the ghostly players rasped, his voice deep and resonant, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell. Su Yang fixed his gaze upon him, his grip on the basketball tightening, producing an ominous creaking sound. "Let the game begin." As the night deepened, the atmosphere on the court grew stifling, as if thick ink had been splashed across the air, rendering it nearly suffocating. With the piercing sound of a whistle, the match officially commenced. To everyone's astonishment, two teams emerged simultaneously on the court. One comprised of Chong and his teammates in their school uniforms, while the other consisted of the pallid, hollow-eyed, ghostly players. Their movements were stiff yet imbued with an unsettling strength. The basketball zipped between the two teams, its friction against the ground creating a jarring screech that intertwined with the frigid night air, forming a surreal tableau. The members of the sports team were evidently startled by the scene unfolding before them. Their movements faltered, and they found themselves helpless against the onslaught of the ghostly players. The speed and power exhibited by the ghostly players far surpassed that of ordinary humans, each pass and shot laden with a suffocating pressure. The basketball flitted through the air like a dark specter, carving bizarre arcs that seemed to strike at the hearts of the spectators with each bounce. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, who were riveted by the unfolding drama, standing at the sidelines. Su Yang's gaze was intense. His fingertips twitched slightly, and a faint golden glow enveloped the bodies of the sports team members. They felt a warm current surge through them. The terror etched on their faces began to fade, replaced by an unprecedented vitality and fighting spirit. They synchronized their movements, launching into a fierce contest against the ghostly players, tightening their defense. The basketball flew swiftly between both sides, each collision resonating with a dull thud, as if recounting a battle that transcended the realms of life and death. The match proceeded with remarkable intensity, the score oscillating back and forth, each team evenly matched, causing the audience's anticipation to heighten. Sweat trickled down the players' faces, splattering onto the court with a pronounced sound that echoed in the stillness of the night. But Su Yang observed his teammates' relentless efforts, a slight smile gracing his lips. He understood that it was only through a genuine contest that the ghostly players' grievances could be truly resolved. Ultimately, with Su Yang's assistance, the sports team managed to turn the tide, clinching victory in the match. As the final whistle blew, the figures of the ghostly players began to blur, dissolving into wisps of azure smoke that evaporated into the air. They wore serene smiles, as if finally releasing their long-held obsessions and attaining genuine peace. The real players regained their health, erupting in jubilant celebration over their hard-won triumph. The live stream chat exploded with fervent commentary, the audience rendered speechless by the heart-pounding contest. Viewership soared to unprecedented heights. As Su Yang gazed at the scrolling comments on the screen, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. He recognized that he was steadily evolving into a true celestial master. Just as everyone reveled in the joy of victory, Su Yang's phone abruptly rang, a strange number glaring on the display. That he pressed the answer button, and a low voice emanated from the other end, reminiscent of a whisper from the abyss. Did you think this was the end? No, the true horror has only just begun. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only a busy signal echoing in his ears. That Su Yang's expression instantly turned grave. Chapter 25. An unexpected obstacle. The clamor within the gymnasium gradually subsided. The air still tinged with the faint scent of sweat and an inexplicable chill. Su Yang took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumult of emotions within him as he approached the sidelines, preparing to initiate the live stream and share this extraordinary match with the audience. However, upon pressing the power button on the streaming device, the screen remained pitch black, unresponsive. Confused, he checked the power cord, confirming it was securely connected. Yet his subsequent attempts to restart the device were futile. That a frown creased his brow as his unease intensified. What could be wrong? Jia Hao approached, glancing at the non-responsive equipment in Su Yang's hands. Su Yang shook his head, signaling for Jia Hao to remain calm. That he crouched down, meticulously inspecting each connection and port. That he even attempted to reboot the device and replace the batteries. Yet all efforts felt like pebbles cast into the ocean. Yielding no results, the onlookers began to notice Su Yang's distress. Lin Yu hurried over, her brow furrowed with concern. That is there a problem with the equipment? Coach Zhao and Achong also approached, their faces reflecting unease, tinged with skepticism. While Coach Zhao was typically reserved, he held hopes for this live broadcast, and Achong scoffed, seemingly mocking Su Yang's predicament. Ignoring their reactions, Su Yang remained fixated on the device in his hands, his fingertips gliding over the cold metallic surface. He sensed that this was no mere malfunction. A deeper force was at play. Raising his head, he surveyed the surroundings. The dim lights cast elongated shadows throughout the gym, and the once cheering seats now seemed to gape with dark, cavernous mouths, evoking an inexplicable sense of oppression. That a chill crept up from the floor, sending shivers cascading down his spine. That he realized that this might be yet another manifestation of the ghostly players' lingering resentments. They were unwilling to relent, still seeking to impede his efforts. This was not merely a game. It felt like an intangible struggle, as if he were ensnared in a colossal vortex, unable to extricate himself. Su Yang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. That he understood that in moments of crisis, clarity of mind was paramount. That he needed to find a solution swiftly. Otherwise, the live stream would falter, and the ghostly players' grievances would only intensify. Xiaomei, where is the nearest repair point? Su Yang inquired of the nurse beside him. Xiaomei, evidently unsettled by the eerie atmosphere, shook her head in a panic, her face ashen. That a slight smile crept across Su Yang's lips as he disregarded Xiaomei's response. Striding purposefully toward the depths of the gymnasium, the dim light outlined his slender figure, adding an air of mystery to his presence. Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss regarding Su Yang's intentions. The echoes of his footsteps reverberated through the empty corridor, creating an unsettling rhythm that seemed to resonate with their hearts. Where is he going? Shouldn't he be looking for someone to fix the equipment? What about the live stream? Lin Yu whispered to Jia Hao, her voice laced with confusion. Jia Hao shook his head, equally perplexed by Su Yang's motives. Perhaps he has another plan, he replied uncertainly, his gaze trailing after Su Yang's retreating form. Su Yang halted before an abandoned storage room, the air thick with a damp, moldy odor mingled with a faint metallic scent that was nauseating. He pushed open the ajar door, a gust of cold wind rushing forth, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Inside the storage room, old equipment lay piled high, coated in dust, as though it had not been disturbed for ages. That Su Yang scanned the area, retrieving a bundle of incense and a compass from his backpack. He lit the incense, inserting it into a crevice in the ground, the curling blue smoke appearing particularly uncanny in the dim light. Then, holding the compass in his hands, he began to chant softly, the ancient incantation reverberating through the air, as if awakening some dormant power. What is he doing? Lin Yu covered her nose, observing Su Yang's actions with a heart full of perplexity. Jia Hao furrowed his brow. Sensing an unusual energy fluctuation permeating the air, yet unable to comprehend the source of this power. That moment. Xiao Mei from the infirmary stumbled over, her face pale and breathless at Su Yang. Something terrible has happened. The members of the sports team, she stammered, her voice laced with terror. Su Yang abruptly halted his movements, an ominous premonition welling up within him. What has happened to them? He inquired in a low voice. Tinged with tension. Their condition has worsened. Xiao Mei trembled, her eyes filled with dread. They have started to speak incoherently, and Su Yang's heart sank. He understood that time was of the essence that he glanced at the compass in his hand, its needle spinning wildly, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. Taking a deep breath, he declared with an undeniable firmness, I must activate the formation. Su Yang bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the compass. Ancient runes seemed to awaken, emitting a faint red glow that he formed hand seals, reciting incantations, as a powerful surge of spiritual energy radiated outward from him. The air in the storage room felt thick and suffocating. Dust swirled in the vibrant energy, resembling countless tiny specters, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot forth from the compass, piercing the ceiling of the gymnasium. Instantly, the lights within the gym flickered a few times before miraculously returning to normal. The screen of the live streaming device in Su Yang's hand also lit up, indicating a connection. All right. Su Yang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Those around him breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu and Jia Hao, even a Chong, who had always harbored prejudice against Su Yang, looked at him with newfound respect, as Su Yang silently rejoiced that the formation had been activated in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, just as everyone believed that everything would proceed smoothly, a Chong suddenly spoke up. Wait! He strode to the center of the arena, his tone resolute that I believe the previous competition rules are unfair to us. We need to redefine them. His words sparked discontent among the crowd. Lin Yu was the first to rise in protest. The competition rules were established beforehand. Changing them now is unacceptable. Exactly, you're deliberately causing trouble. Jia Hao chimed in. Su Yang regarded a Chong, preparing to retort when a powerful wave of resentment enveloped the entire gymnasium that a towering figure gradually materialized in the center of the arena. It was the captain of the ghostly players. He emanated a chilling aura, his hollow eyes fixed intently on Su Yang, as if intending to consume him. The surrounding air froze instantaneously, the temperature plummeting, invoking a sense of dread. It seems someone does not wish for us to compete fairly. The ghostly captain's voice resonated, low and hoarse, echoing like whispers from the abyss within the expansive gymnasium. He extended a gnarled finger towards Su Yang, asking, Are you prepared to accept my challenge? A gust of cold wind swept through, extinguishing the incense in Su Yang's hand, causing the red glow on the compass to fade. The gymnasium plunged into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the ghostly captain's sinister laughter reverberating in the air. Su Yang clenched the talisman tightly. Chapter 26. Resolving the crisis, Su Yang tightened his grip on the talisman, his fingertips trembling. Not from fear, but from anger. This chilling resentment was all too familiar. A long-standing grievance and bitterness that he steadied himself, gazing at the ghostly captain, attempting to communicate. What do you intend to do? Su Yang's voice echoed throughout the vast gymnasium, betraying a barely perceptible tremor. The ghostly captain offered no reply, merely regarding him coldly, as the surrounding air thickened further, the temperature dropping sharply, sending chills racing from his feet to his head. The lights in the gym flickered erratically, emitting a crackling sound, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The competition rules cannot be altered. A Chong's voice shattered the silence, pointing at Su Yang with a fierce tone. You are deliberately provoking us. The members of the sports team echoed his sentiments, accusing Su Yang vociferously. Lin Yu and Jia Hao stood beside Su Yang, feeling a sense of injustice on his behalf. They were the ones who broke the rules first. Why blame Su Yang? Lin Yu countered. Jia Hao clenched his fists, ready to take action. Su Yang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Chong, I understand your desire to win, but this competition is not merely about victory or defeat. His tone was calm, yet resolute. Have you forgotten the unfair match from years ago? Chang's expression shifted, his gaze flickering, seemingly stirred by Su Yang's words. The teammates beside him fell silent, the gym once again enveloped in stillness. Save for the ghostly captain's chilling laughter that echoed like a death knell, Su Yang slowly retrieved a yellow document from his backpack, stating, "I believe it's time to clarify certain matters." The crinkled pages rustled in Su Yang's grip, casting a ghostly aura under the dim light, the printed words seemingly imbued with a haunting essence from the past. This document detailed the controversial basketball match from years ago, meticulously recording the illegal tactics employed by Chang's team. Along with testimonies from eyewitnesses at the time, Chang's face turned ashen as he beheld the document, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His lips trembled, attempting to argue, yet found himself utterly speechless. The air in the gym felt as though it had solidified, the sound of the pages turning resonating in each person's heart. His teammates stood mute, heads bowed, avoiding eye contact with Su Yang. "So," Su Yang's voice was low and powerful. "What right do you have to accuse me?" Lin Yu quietly approached Su Yang, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Su Yang, you are truly impressive." Her admiring gaze and tender voice stirred a warm current within Su Yang. Jia Hao, standing nearby, also wore a look of approval, giving Su Yang's shoulder a reassuring pat, their unspoken bond evident. Just then, the gym lights abruptly extinguished, leaving only the ghostly captain's sinister laughter reverberating in the darkness. How amusing, truly amusing, that a bone-chilling cold swept through the entire gym, instilling a sense of dread in the darkness. Something seemed to approach, to be careful. Jia Hao seized Su Yang's arm, pulling him behind him, but Su Yang sensed a powerful negative energy closing in on them. Gripping the talisman tightly as he whispered, in the shadows, the ghostly captain let out a shrill wail, reminiscent of a ghostly lament, sending chills down their spines. The subsequent sounds of a basketball striking the floor. Hurried footsteps and terrified screams from the crowd melded together, echoing throughout the gym. Akin to a hellish nightmare, a chilling wind surged forth, enveloping them with an icy grip, as if they were trapped in an ice cellar. Su Yang felt a tremendous force push him away, causing him to stumble a few steps before regaining his balance. In the darkness, he caught glimpses of the ghostly players swirling like a black vortex, their forms flickering in and out, making them difficult to pinpoint. The real players fled in panic, their cries resonating feebly in the vast gym. Nurse Xiao Mei huddled in a corner, hands clasped over her ears, trembling violently, her face a stark white, etched with terror. "Stay calm. Everyone, stay calm." Su Yang's voice cut through the turmoil with clarity as he struggled to control his emotions, channeling his spiritual energy into the talisman. Golden runes radiated a brilliant light, illuminating a small area around him, dispelling some of the darkness. The ghostly captain halted, his hollow gaze fixated on the talisman in Su Yang's hand, emitting a low growl like an injured beast. "I understand the resentment within you." Su Yang's voice was calm, yet resolute. "I will grant you a fair competition." His tone bore a barely perceptible tremor, yet he endeavored to remain composed. The ghostly captain fell silent for a moment. The malice enveloping him gradually dissipated, and a glimmer of light seemed to emerge in his hollow gaze. "A fair competition." He echoed Su Yang's words, his voice raspy and low. "I promise," Su Yang asserted, the talisman in his hand emanating an even more brilliant glow. "I will unveil the truth for all to see." The ghostly captain nodded, the dark energy surrounding him gradually fading, his form becoming clearer. He pointed toward the basketball in the center of the arena. "Now, let the competition begin." Su Yang inhaled deeply, tucking the talisman into his pocket. He felt an inexplicable pressure and turned to glance at Jia Hao and Lin Yu, whose faces reflected concern, yet their eyes brimmed with determination. "All right," Su Yang nodded affirmatively. "Let's commence." His voice resonated, deep and powerful, as if imbued with the gravitas of a celestial master. Suddenly, the lights within the gymnasium flared to life, illuminating the entire arena and casting a glow upon Su Yang's resolute visage. He clenched his fists, his gaze suffused with unwavering confidence. Jia Hao stepped forward, cautiously offering Su Yang a basketball. Accepting the ball, Su Yang strode toward the center of the court, where the captain of the ghostly players awaited him, his eyes betraying a subtle anticipation and an unsettling excitement. But Su Yang dribbled the basketball in his hands, a slight smile curving his lips as he asked, "Are you ready?" The captain of the ghostly players offered no reply, merely regarding him with a cold stare before vanishing from sight. Chapter 27. The decisive match. The gymnasium's lights pierced the darkness like a blade, revealing every detail of the court. The basketball screeched against the polished floor, echoing through the vast arena, reminiscent of death's whispered warnings. The match commenced, yet the eerie atmosphere only thickened, intensifying rather than dissipating. The silhouettes of the ghostly players flickered in the light, their movements swift and ethereal, each leap executed with an almost weightless grace, every shot thrown with a chilling precision. Their breaths seemed to exhale a frigid aura, rendering the air around them stagnant. The real players pursued with all their might, their jerseys soaked in sweat, gasping for air as their heavy breaths mingled with the sound of the bouncing ball. Creating an atmosphere of palpable tension, Su Yang stood at the sidelines, his gaze locked onto every nuance of the game. He could sense the chilling presence emanating from the ghostly players, wrapping around the real players like a parasite, steadily draining their stamina. His palms moistened with sweat, yet his resolve only strengthened as he subtly adjusted the real players' conditions using the celestial energy at his disposal. He scrutinized the ghostly players' trajectories, seeking to uncover their vulnerabilities. The match escalated, the score oscillating, and the cheers from the audience crescendoed. However, Su Yang's brow furrowed deeper. The ghostly players seemed to grow ever stronger, their speed and power markedly enhanced. The captain of the ghostly players moved like a specter, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the real players, each dribble accompanied by an unsettling chill. The basketball in his grasp transformed into a vortex, threatening to consume all. Chang and his teammates were drenched in sweat, their faces drained of color. Their movements began to feel burdensome, each sprint akin to a struggle through quicksand. The cheers from the audience grew faint, replaced by a suffocating sense of tension. The situation on the court became increasingly dire as the captain of the ghostly players flickered once more, darting toward the hoop like a bolt of black lightning. Bang! The sound of the basketball striking the backboard resonated like a hammer against the hearts of all present, the atmosphere in the gymnasium seemingly frozen in time. At that moment, Coach Zhao, who had been standing at the sidelines, turned pale, trembling as he pointed toward the court, muttering, "No, it can't be." A mysterious smile suddenly graced Su Yang's lips as he slowly raised his right hand, his index finger directed at a Chang on the court. "Now, it's my turn," he murmured. The atmosphere in the gym shifted dramatically, as if the calm before a storm had been violently torn apart. Su Yang's fingertips surged with energy, weaving invisible threads that coursed through the weary bodies of the real players. In an instant, they appeared rejuvenated, their previously heavy footfalls transformed into buoyant strides, their once dull eyes regaining their spark. Bang, swish! The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the net shattered the prior silence. Chang surged forward like a cheetah, deftly maneuvering past the ghostly players' attempts to intercept, confidently sinking the ball into the hoop. The audience erupted in a deafening cheer, akin to a volcanic eruption. Jiahao pumped his fist in excitement, while Lin Yu leaped up, her eyes sparkling with joy, a shared victory for Su Yang and the players on the court. The Real players found their synergy, moving as a single entity, weaving fluidly through the court. Each pass was precise, each offensive maneuver sharp and decisive. They seemed reborn, completely shedding their earlier despair. The score began to close rapidly, and the dynamics of the game shifted in an instant. The ghostly players appeared stunned by this sudden turn of events, their movements lagging, their expressions betraying fear. Lin Yu excitedly embraced Su Yang, her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with admiration, and wide at Su Yang. "You are incredible." Her voice trembled, melodious as a songbird. Su Yang beamed, sunlight illuminating his face, reflecting his confident smile. This sweet moment was captured vividly by the live broadcast, and the audience flooded the screen with comments, proclaiming, "Perfect match! Together!" The tension of the game was alleviated slightly, as the competition reached a fever pitch. The scores remained closely contested. Every offensive move and defensive stand held the audience's breath in suspense, their eyes fixated on every detail of the unfolding drama. The roars of the ghostly players intertwined with the real players' labored breaths and the thudding of the basketball against the floor, composing a symphony of tension and exhilaration. Beep! The whistle sounded, signaling a timeout. Players returned to the sidelines to catch their breath, sweat cascading from them like rain. At this moment, the scores had equalized, and all eyes turned to Su Yang, who once again became the center of attention. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang surveyed the court, his gaze piercing through the layers of uncertainty, as if glimpsing the secrets hidden in the shadows. A slight smile graced his lips, a mysterious expression as he whispered, "The real show has only just begun." The whistle signaling the end of the timeout shattered the stagnant air, and Su Yang stepped back onto the court. This time with a talisman in hand, he chanted softly, the talisman igniting without flame, transforming into a beam of golden light that surged toward the captain of the ghostly players, enveloped in the golden radiance. The captain of the ghostly players let out a pained howl as the chilling aura surrounding him began to dissipate, his form growing increasingly transparent. The other ghostly players, witnessing this, halted their assault. Fear and confusion etched in their eyes, but Su Yang did not relent. He continued to chant, talismans igniting one after another, bathing the entire court in a golden glow. The ghostly players writhed in agony within the light, their forms fading into mere pinpricks of starlight, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the disappearance of the ghostly players, the chilling presence in the gymnasium evaporated, leaving the air fresh and invigorating. The real players felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a colossal burden had been lifted, and smiles of relief spread across their faces. The match resumed, unimpeded by the ghostly players' interference, allowing the real players to display their true prowess, swiftly taking the lead. As the final whistle blew, the real players triumphed in victory. Cheers erupted throughout the gymnasium, as the audience celebrated this hard-won achievement. Embracing one another in joyous camaraderie, Chang dashed towards Su Yang, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Su Yang, thank you. He choked out. Su Yang smiled, patting Chang's shoulder. No need for thanks. It's what I was meant to do. His gaze swept across the arena, catching Lin Yu's eyes shimmering with admiration and affection. Jia Hao's enthusiastic fist pumps, and the audience's beaming smiles. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment and pride. The broadcast viewership peaked as comments flooded in like snowflakes, the screen filled with praise and well wishes. Su Yang's name spread across the internet, elevating him to the status of a hero in the eyes of many. Standing in the center of the playground, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, he reveled in the cheers and applause of the crowd. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of energy within him. However, at that moment, Su Yang's celestial system suddenly blared an alarming warning, the screen flashing with red alerts. Warning: the library has detected a powerful supernatural force awakening. The smile on Su Yang's face froze instantly as he jerked his head up, gazing toward the ominous library in the distance. The library, he murmured, turning and sprinting toward its direction. Wait for me. Jia Hao's voice echoed behind him. Chapter 28. The supernatural awakening in the library. Su Yang dashed forward, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, resembling a dark fissure that devoured the light. The library loomed ever closer, its ominous aura intensifying, as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. He abruptly halted before the library's entrance, his heavy breaths resonating sharply in the still air. The heavy doors stood firmly shut, their weatherwood adorned with a brass knocker that glimmered with an eerie green light. Pulsating like will-o'-the-wisps, taking a deep breath, Su Yang was assaulted by the nauseating scent of decay mixed with dust, sending a wave of revulsion through him. He could sense that a formidable supernatural force lurked just beyond the door. Akin to a dormant beast awaiting its prey, he reached out to touch the cold brass knocker, a jolt of icy dread coursing through his fingertips, causing him to retract his hand instinctively. Su Yang, wait for me. Jia Hao gasped as he caught up, his complexion slightly pale. This place feels off. Su Yang remained silent, resolutely pushing open the library's grand doors. The creaking sound pierced the silence, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, sending chills down one's spine. Inside, the library was shrouded in darkness, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the high windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The air was thick with the scent of dust, nearly suffocating. The shelves were laden with tomes, resembling ancient tombs quietly standing in the obscurity. As Su Yang stepped into the library, he felt an intangible force attempting to expel him. He clenched his teeth, resisting with all his might, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Yet the pressure grew stronger, as if an unseen hand was pushing him outward, that a dull ache surged in his chest. And his breaths quickened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The atmosphere felt oppressively heavy, making it difficult to inhale, but he sensed an unprecedented weight upon him, as if fate itself sought to thwart his quest for the truth. Jiahao lingered at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. That Su Yang, perhaps we should head back. This place feels rather sinister. Ignoring Jiahao's words, Su Yang fixed his gaze upon the encroaching darkness, his eyes glimmering with unwavering determination. He felt that the truth lay within, and he had to enter. Su Yang. Jiahao's words trailed off as he saw Su Yang suddenly pivot, his gaze piercing as he declared, "You stay here. Do not venture anywhere." That Su Yang did not recklessly charge ahead. He inhaled deeply and closed his eyes that a peculiar surge of energy emanated from him, a visible golden aura enveloping him like a delicate veil. Jiahao and the arriving Lin Yu were taken aback, having never witnessed Su Yang in such a state. "What is happening?" Lin Yu whispered, while Jiahao shook his head, unable to comprehend Su Yang's actions, yet instinctively sensing an impending danger. Suddenly, Su Yang's tightly shut eyes flew open, their depths ablaze with golden light. Akin to two burning stars, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers poised together, pointing toward the depths of the library, murmuring incantations under his breath. The air within the library seemed to freeze, a stifling pressure enveloping the space. Without warning, the bookshelves began to tremble violently, and books cascaded down like startled birds, piling high upon the floor. Dust swirled around, shrouding the atmosphere, as chaos engulfed the entire library. "That Su Yang," Lin Yu exclaimed, attempting to rush in, only to be yanked back by Jiahao. "Don't be rash. It's too dangerous to go in now." Jiahao grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly, his tone resolute. Inside the library, Su Yang battled against the overwhelming supernatural pressure, struggling to advance. The deafening sound of collapsing shelves reverberated through the air, as flying books sliced across his cheek like blades, leaving fine trails of blood. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, his gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, as if drawn by some unseen force that he could feel the supernatural energy intensifying, wild and frenzied, akin to an enraged beast poised to tear him apart. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from the depths of the library, a chilling sound reminiscent of wailing spirits that in an instant, a powerful force exploded, hurling Su Yang to the ground. He landed heavily, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Dust and debris settled upon him, rendering him a disheveled mess. Struggling to rise, he brushed the dirt from his face, declaring, "I shall uncover what you truly are." He clenched his teeth, stepping resolutely toward the library's depths. His voice low and unwavering. "Come forth." In the shadowy recesses of the library, a vague dark figure writhed, emitting a nauseating, guttural growl. Shelves toppled, books scattered chaotically as if ravaged by a tempest, amidst the swirling dust. Su Yang's golden aura shone ever more brilliantly, his eyes closed as he sensed the flow of supernatural energy around him. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, the golden light erupting forth, directed at what appeared to be an ordinary bookshelf deep within the library. There, the fluctuations of supernatural energy were weakest, akin to a minute crack in a spider's web. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang shifted his stance, moving with ghostly swiftness toward that spot. Jiahao and Lin Yu, standing at the entrance, could only catch a fleeting glimpse of golden light before Su Yang vanished into the labyrinth of shelves. Their hearts swelled with both concern and admiration. Su Yang's decisiveness and courage left them awestruck. The dark figure seemed to sense the threat, its howls becoming increasingly shrill as a chill swept through the library, the temperature plummeting, a bone-chilling cold enveloping the space. Just as Su Yang was about to reach that vulnerable point, a figure suddenly burst forth from the side, blocking his path. "That Su Yang. What are you doing?" It was a Chong, his face contorted with anger, muscles tensed as if ready to strike, that he believed Su Yang was deliberately causing chaos and instilling fear. "Step aside." Su Yang's tone was icy, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Who do you think you are to dictate my actions?" A Chong refused to yield, standing defiantly in front of Su Yang. Tension mounting between them, as they remained at an impasse. The dark figure suddenly swelled, transforming into a massive black balloon that enveloped the entire library in a chilling darkness. The shrill howls grew louder. as if demons from the depths of hell were bellowing. Shelves, tables, books. Everything trembled and twisted beneath the weight of this formidable force. On the brink of collapse, that Su Yang's heart sank as he abruptly looked up at Achong. A determined glint in his eyes that if you do not move aside, we will all perish here. Chapter 29. The Clash of Powers. The oppressive darkness surged like a tide, instantaneously engulfing the library. The air thickened, making each breath a struggle, as if trapped in a vast, inky quagmire. The shelves teetered precariously, books scattered like startled prey, the rustling of pages punctuating the silence with an alarming intensity. Can you not sense it? This is no ordinary phenomenon. Su Yang's voice was laced with urgency as he channeled the meager energy within him, striving to fend off the encroaching chill while explaining to Achong. His gaze was intense, fixated on the dark figure, as though attempting to penetrate its essence. This entity is consuming the energy here. If we do not intervene, the entire library will be obliterated. Achong observed the increasingly distorted surroundings, his resolve wavering, that he felt the suffocating pressure in the air, something far beyond human capability. His pride and arrogance began to crumble, replaced by an unsettling apprehension. Achong, trust him this once. Jia Hao's voice resonated from nearby, imbued with an unusual gravity. His bronze skin appeared even darker in the shadows, fists clenched, signaling his readiness for battle. This is no prank. We must unite. Lin Yu joined Achong's side, her demeanor calm, undeterred by the chaos. Now is not the time for rash decisions. That Su Yang has no reason to deceive us. Her words served as an anchor, gradually calming Achong's frayed nerves, surveying the chaos around him, shelves twisting, the ground shaking, and phantom wails echoing above. Achong inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Eventually, he relaxed his taut muscles, creating a path. What now? He asked, his voice low, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of panic. This entity is formidable. I require a moment to locate its core, Su Yang responded, maintaining his focus on the dark figure, his eyes shimmering with intellect. I will protect you, Jia Hao declared without hesitation, positioning himself in front of Su Yang, arms outstretched like a solid wall. The library's energy is being absorbed. We must thwart its growth. Lin Yu calmly analyzed the situation, the temperature around them plummeting, as if they were ensconced within an icy cavern, the chill penetrating to their very bones. The piercing howls emitted by the dark shadow grew increasingly grating, sending shivers down their spines. That Su Yang took a deep breath, the light in his eyes solidifying with determination as he stepped forward, his lips moving subtly as if silently reciting an incantation. We advance, Jia Hao shouted towards Achong, readying himself for battle. While Su Yang's figure surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the ominous shadowed, Su Yang moved like a flash of lightning, leading the charge against the writhing darkness. His hands swiftly formed intricate seals as he chanted an esoteric incantation, a soft golden glow emanating from him, coalescing into a translucent shield that enveloped him completely. This was the ethereal shield, a newly mastered skill of the celestial master. The shadow lunged with clawed limbs, accompanied by a chilling shriek, crashing violently against the shield. Instantly, golden ripples cascaded outward, reminiscent of a tranquil lake disturbed by a boulder, resonating with a deep, resonant hum. Simultaneously, Jia Hao and Achong sprang into action. Jia Hao, agile as a cheetah, leapt from the left, his fist propelled by a fierce gale, striking at the shadow's flank that Achong encircled from the right. Unleashing a roar, his muscles taut like a moving iron tower, charging at the shadow with astonishing force. The trio's coordinated assault ensnared the shadow, trapping it within their grasp. Lin Yu retreated to the rear, her gaze sharp and unwavering, meticulously surveying the battlefield like a precise radar, poised to relay information to her comrades at any moment. Inside the library, the shelves trembled violently under the onslaught of battle. Books cascading down like raindrops, dust swirling in the air, saturated with a musty scent of decaying paper. As Su Yang defended against the Shadow's onslaught, he keenly observed that the dark entity seemed wary of the aura emanating from an ancient tome on the shelf. Its cover was yellowed, its pages tattered and worn. With a flicker of inspiration, he swiftly pinpointed the book's location, relying on his remarkable memory. Under the protection of Jia Hao and Achong, Su Yang darted towards the bookshelf like a wraith. Seizing the ancient tome, an ancient and mysterious energy surged into him instantly. He merged the tome's power with his own spiritual energy, a formidable force coalescing between his hands that he thrust his palms forward. A brilliant radiance shooting forth like a sword, aimed directly at the shadow. With a resounding boom, the light collided fiercely with the shadow, producing a deafening crack. The shadow was momentarily pushed back, its previously contorted form exhibiting signs of wavering. A glimmer of hope ignited within the hearts of the onlookers, as the brief skirmish revealed a glimmer of victory on the horizon. Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang's valiant figure, her eyes brimming with admiration as she rushed towards him. Her gaze fervently followed him, sparkling with reverence. She reached his side, gently wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, her tender gesture standing out amidst the tense atmosphere of battle. Jia Hao and Achong exchanged a knowing smile, the tension in their nerves easing slightly. However, this fleeting warmth was soon shattered. The shadow contorted grotesquely, emitting a chilling shriek as the surrounding air turned frigid. As if even their blood threatened to congeal, it rapidly split into several phantoms, drifting throughout the library, whispering eerie, bone-chilling utterances that be careful, it's an illusion, Su Yang warned, gripping the ancient tome tightly, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. The phantoms darted about with blinding speed, flitting between the shelves like specters, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Jia Hao and Achong swung their fists with all their might, yet their strikes met only emptiness. Becoming increasingly disoriented by the phantom's interference, the library's shelves began to tremble violently, books cascading like snowflakes, as the entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. But Su Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The depletion of his spiritual energy immense, causing the shield's glow to dim. His breath quickened, sweat trickling down his forehead, soaking his clothes. This won't do. Achong gritted his teeth, fatigue evident on his face. Jia Hao's expression grew grave, blood seeping from his fists, yet he remained unable to strike the ephemeral phantoms. Just as they found themselves ensnared in despair, a flash of inspiration ignited in Su Yang's mind. He recalled an ancient formation documented within the Celestial Master System, the 9 Palaces and 8 Trigrams formation. This formation required a specific layout and incantations, capable of ensnaring and purifying spiritual entities. Perhaps there is still a chance, he thought, taking a deep breath, the pressure around him intensifying, the phantom's attacks growing more ferocious. Yet he felt detached, his mind solely focused on the intricate diagram of the formation. Su Yang, what are you doing? Lin Yu inquired anxiously, her voice tinged with tremors. Su Yang remained silent, his gaze fixated on the ancient tome as he began to chant the ancient incantation. His voice resonated deeply, powerful and reverberating through the stillness of the library. Imbued with a mysterious force, he suddenly lifted his head, eyes ablaze with resolve, proclaiming, I need some time. Chapter 30. The Truth of the Library. Su Yang swiftly arranged the ancient formation within the library. His movements deft and rapid, fingers dancing in the air, as if guiding an invisible force. Jia Hao, Achong, and Lin Yu assisted him, their trust in Su Yang unwavering despite their lack of understanding of the formation's principles. Achong gritted his teeth, valiantly withstanding the ghostly assaults, while Jia Hao relentlessly swung his fists, striving to dismantle the elusive phantoms. Under Su Yang's guidance, Lin Yu diligently affixed ancient talismans in every corner of the library. The surrounding supernatural forces seemed to sense the impending threat, launching a frenzied assault. Massive phantoms soared through the air, emitting piercing shrieks, while invisible blades of wind struck from all directions, hindering Su Yang and his companions' movements. Sweat dripped continuously from Su Yang's brow, yet his gaze remained unwavering. He chanted the ancient incantation in a low, resonant tone, the sound echoing through the silent library, imbued with an aura of mystery. Su Yang, you must hurry. Lin Yu's voice trembled, tightly gripping the talisman in her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Did I understand? Su Yang nodded, his hands never ceasing their movements. The radiance of the formation began to intensify, coalescing into a solid shield that enveloped them. The supernatural forces morphed and shifted, attempting to breach the formation. 8 times, they transformed into colossal phantoms, casting terrifying shadows upon the library walls. while at others, they manifested as invisible blades of wind, tearing through the air around them. But Su Yang continuously adjusted the formation's strength, his hands tracing complex symbols in the air, streams of spiritual energy converging at his fingertips. Forming a formidable force, tension pervaded the library, as both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate. Cold sweat trickled down Chang's cheeks, his hands trembling slightly from prolonged defense, while Jia Hao's fists had been scraped raw. Yet he steadfastly remained by Su Yang's side at that moment. Su Yang abruptly halted his movements, his eyes fixated on a particular corner of the library, a glint of clarity flashing within them. "I've found it." Su Yang's voice resonated with certainty, his finger pointing towards the corner. In the corner Su Yang indicated, there was nothing but emptiness. The others looked at him in confusion, only to see a confident smile curve upon his lips. He inhaled deeply, pressing his palms together, channeling the surging power of the Celestial Master into the formation. The ancient symbols erupted in a dazzling brilliance, causing the entire library to tremble. An invisible wave of energy radiated from Su Yang, swiftly expanding outward. The previously empty corner began to warp and twist, gradually revealing a hazy figure. As the figure became clearer, it transformed into the ghostly captain of the spectral team, clad in tattered jersey. His visage grotesque, Su Yang's expression sharpened, and he quickened the formation's gestures, the light intensifying even further. He concentrated all his might into a single point and launched a tremendous strike towards the ghostly captain. "Break," he uttered, the word resonating like thunder. The golden light instantly enveloped the library, blindingly bright, forcing everyone to shut their eyes. When the light dissipated and they reopened their eyes, the ghostly captain had vanished, leaving only scattered spiritual luminescence in the air. The library returned to its former tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. It over. Chang gazed at the scene before him in disbelief, his body still tense, as if ready to confront a new assault at any moment. Jia Hao approached Su Yang, clapping him on the shoulder, genuinely awed. "Su Yang, you are truly remarkable." Lin Yu, filled with excitement, leapt into Su Yang's embrace. Holding him tightly, her voice choked with emotion, "Su Yang, thank you. You've saved us once again." Su Yang smiled, embracing Lin Yu and feeling the warmth of her presence, a wave of warmth swelling within his heart. Suddenly, the library lights flickered several times before plunging into darkness. "What is happening?" Lin Yu's voice was tinged with a hint of panic, causing Su Yang to furrow his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He grasped Lin Yu's hand tightly and murmured, "Do not fear. I am here." Jia Hao and Chang warily scanned their surroundings, the library enveloped in darkness, so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. In the stillness, a deep voice echoed near them. "The game has only just begun." The library returned to its eerie silence, the air infused with a faint scent of sandalwood, emanating from the talisman papers Su Yang had used to set up his array. The tomes, distorted by supernatural forces, seemed to awaken from a prolonged nightmare, returning to their original states, neatly arranged upon the shelves. The once trembling chandelier ceased its swaying, a gentle light once again illuminating the space. Chang rubbed his aching shoulders, relief washing over him as he exclaimed, "Is this it? It feels like we've just emerged from a nightmare." Jia Hao, brimming with excitement, slapped Su Yang on the back, his voice booming, "Su Yang, you truly are remarkable, absolutely divine." Lin Yu lifted her head from Su Yang's embrace, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude as she said, "You are truly incredible." Su Yang smiled faintly, a barely noticeable weariness flickering in his gaze. While this incident had been resolved, he sensed that the power of the Celestial Master within him had solidified, hinting at a potential breakthrough. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged like a tide, countless viewers marveling at Su Yang's abilities, the number of viewers once again shattering records, just as everyone basked in the euphoria of victory. Coach Zhao, the physical education instructor, approached tremulously, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, as if the trembling figure cowering in the corner moments ago was not him. However, Su Yang did not allow himself to become complacent. He sensed that the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him were still somewhat abnormal, as if something was concealed beneath the surface. He moved to the window of the library. gazing out at the distant campus. Suddenly, fragmented whispers reached his ears, and as he discerned them, he realized they were discussing the ancient legend surrounding the campus pond. Some claimed that a water ghost lurked within the pond, dragging individuals to their watery graves on nights of the full moon. Su Yang's expression grew serious as he recalled the rumors about the water ghost, a sense of dread swelling within him. Beneath the calm facade of the campus, a greater crisis seemed to be lurking, but he refrained from voicing his concerns to the others, instead turning to Lin Yu and Jia Hao, offering them a faint smile. "Let us return and rest. We are all weary from today." The group nodded in agreement and began to depart the library in succession, leaving Su Yang standing alone at the window, gazing at the shimmering campus pond under the moonlight. A chill wind swept in from outside, carrying a touch of dampness that unsettled him. Su Yang tightened his coat and slowly made his way outside, not glancing back, but moving resolutely toward the pond. His silhouette faded into the night, leaving only the library's lights swaying gently in the cold breeze. That he arrived at the pond's edge, staring intently at the tranquil water's surface. Chapter 31. The pond's secrets. The night was as dark as ink as Su Yang stood by the pond. The water eerily calm, resembling a vast black mirror reflecting the crescent moon above. He knew that beneath this seemingly placid surface lay a malevolent spirit, a water ghost that devoured the unwary. Closing his eyes, he attempted to employ the celestial master system to sense the ghost's location. An invisible force surged from within him, radiating outward like a fine net, seeking to capture any anomalous ripples in the water. Yet all he perceived was a void. No traces of spiritual energy, no hint of malevolence. It was as if this were merely an ordinary pond. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, the silence so profound it was unnerving. Even the chirping of insects seemingly avoiding this place. Only the moonlight fell gently, like a silent mockery, deriding his impotence. That he inhaled deeply, the damp air filling his lungs with a faint metallic scent, heightening the eerie atmosphere. He realized that this water ghost incident was far more complex than he had anticipated. Without locating the ghost, he could not rectify the pond's abnormal water quality, nor could he prevent the next victim from emerging. Su Yang furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming weight of pressure. The trees by the pond rustled softly in the breeze, as if a multitude of whispers swirled around him, urging him on while mocking his helplessness. He lifted his gaze to the sky. Tonight's moon shone particularly bright, casting an unsettling glow. The surface of the pond appeared even more profound under its illumination, resembling a gaping maw awaiting its prey. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. "Do you think the water is somewhat off?" A deep voice suddenly broke the eerie stillness. That Su Yang turned to see Jia Hao standing behind him. His complexion pale, eyes fixed intently on the water, brow furrowed. Su Yang did not respond, instead moving silently to the pond's edge, leaning down to touch the surface. Refusing to give up, he resolved to venture into the water. The surface lay still like a layer of black gauze, seemingly beckoning him, tempting him to unveil its mysterious veil. Drawing a deep breath, he silently recited the incantation of the celestial master system, casting a minor spell to allow him to breathe freely underwater. This ability bolstered his confidence, and without hesitation, he plunged into the depths. Jia Hao stood at the shore, eyes glued to the water's surface. Anxiety and unease swirling within him. As splashes erupted, tranquility returned as if nothing had transpired. The pond's water grew murky, and Jia Hao's heart sank in tandem. That he glanced around nervously, dreading the unforeseen. Meanwhile, Su Yang sank slowly beneath the surface. The underwater world was engulfed in darkness, the only light filtering through the water's surface, casting mottled shadows. That he opened his eyes. All was silent, save for the gentle lap of water against his body. He swam deeper. With each stroke, his perceptive abilities intensified as he sought to catch a glimpse of the water ghost trail. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling presence nearby, as though something was lurking in the darkness. Watching him, his heart raced, and he swiftly turned, attempting to locate the source of that sensation. That moment, a shadowy figure darted swiftly through the darkness. He instinctively reached out to seize it, but grasped only emptiness. Su Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if an unseen force was pulling him downward. He struggled to regain his balance, but the currents grew fierce, dragging him deeper into the abyss. Despite his desperate attempts to fight against it, the force seemed inexhaustible, pulling him further away. Just as he felt his strength waning, a cacophony erupted above the water's surface, Jia Hao's voice calling his name. Reverberating through the night sky, Su Yang's heart jolted. Simultaneously, Lin Yu pushed through the crowd, hastening to the pond's edge. Witnessing Su Yang's singular focus on the water ghost incident stirred discomfort within her. She approached Jia Hao, her voice laced with anger. "Is this how you regard me? You're consumed by this water ghost chase, neglecting what's between us." Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. The tension between them thickening, while curious classmates murmured, none daring to intervene. Just as Su Yang struggled to surface, he abruptly sensed an even more powerful undercurrent, as if countless invisible hands were dragging him into deeper darkness. He recognized the true danger he faced, yet he was powerless to reverse his fate. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, as if he had plunged into a bottomless abyss. The frigid water ensnared Su Yang, pulling him into a swirling current. In the chaotic whirl, he lost his sense of direction, his body spinning uncontrollably, as if tossed by an unseen giant hand. In his panic, he instinctively flailed his arms, but only grasped the icy water. Sharp rocks at the pond's bottom collided with his body, sending waves of pain coursing through him, making it almost impossible to breathe. The icy water seeped into every pore of his skin, a despairing chill spreading from his core. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, the cold, mechanical voice of the Celestial Master System echoed in his mind. Anomalous water flow detected. It is advised that the user seek the tranquil point where the currents converged. A flicker of hope ignited within Su Yang, compelling him to forcefully steady his breath as he meticulously attuned himself to the shifting currents around him. At last, amidst the chaos of swirling eddies, he stumbled upon a relatively tranquil expanse. With all his might, he swam toward it, grasping it like a lifeline. Upon entering this serene zone, Su Yang's breathing gradually steadied. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the bottom of this area was strewn with peculiar fragments of runes, glimmering with a faint phosphorescence. These fragments seemed to harbor a mysterious power. Causing his heart to race, cautiously, he began to collect the shards, an instinctual premonition whispering to him that they were likely connected to the aquatic specter incident. Driven by excitement and curiosity, he yearned to return to the shore and piece together these fragments. Surfacing, Su Yang inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Upon witnessing his safe return, Jia Hao's anxious heart finally found solace. "Are you all right? You scared me to death." Jia Hao inquired with concern. Su Yang shook his head, poised to relay his underwater discoveries to Jia Hao when, suddenly, an eerie gurgling sound emanated from the pond, shattering the tranquility of the night. Both Su Yang and Jia Hao froze, their gazes fixated once more on the placid water's surface. An inexplicable dread surging within them. "What is that sound?" Jia Hao's voice trembled, but Su Yang remained silent, his eyes firmly locked on the water's surface, his expression grave, but he sensed that something was lurking beneath the water, watching them intently. Chapter 32. The underwater cave exploration. The pond's bizarre gurgling echoed again, reminiscent of some creature swallowing in the depths, or perhaps the undercurrents swirling ominously below. Su Yang's heart plummeted. "I must dive down and investigate," he declared resolutely, leaving no room for dissent. "Are you insane? It's too dangerous." Jia Hao grasped Su Yang's arm tightly, recalling how narrowly he had escaped moments ago. Su Yang pried Jia Hao's hand away, his eyes radiating determination. "I need to uncover the truth." With a deep breath, he plunged back into the water. Ripples cascaded outward, akin to a portal to an unknown realm being opened. Jia Hao stood anxiously on the shore, desperate yet powerless, his eyes glued to the surface, praying for Su Yang's safe return. Lin Yu, witnessing the scene from a distance, felt an invisible hand constricting her heart, rendering her breathless. Su Yang had once again disregarded her feelings. Leaping into that ominous pond, he had promised her he would not place himself in peril again. Why did he go back? Lin Yu's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Jia Hao sighed, moving beside Lin Yu, gently patting her shoulder. "He will be fine. Trust in him." "Trust him? He doesn't care about my feelings at all." Lin Yu pushed Jia Hao away, tears spilling from her eyes. "He always acts on his own whim, never considering how I feel." The air around them seemed to freeze. Jia Hao wished to speak, but found words futile, that he could only stand silently by, allowing Lin Yu's emotions to erupt. Underwater, Su Yang followed the eerie sound. Delving deeper, the icy pond water felt as if it sought to consume him, that he sensed a powerful force beckoning him, guiding him toward an unknown domain. Suddenly, a dark opening materialized before him, a chilling aura wafting from its depths. Could this be it? Su Yang murmured, a vague premonition washing over him. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to swim toward the entrance. That is Su Yang. Jia Hao shouted desperately from ashore, his voice echoing into the night sky. The frigid water enveloped Su Yang, who fought against the inky darkness as he propelled himself toward the opening. The entrance was far larger than he had anticipated, sufficient for a small car to pass through. A bone-chilling draft surged forth, and even through his wetsuit, Su Yang felt goosebumps prickling his skin that he switched on his waterproof flashlight, its beams slicing through the darkness, illuminating a portion of the cavern. The cave walls were uneven, etched with strange runes that resembled an ancient script, glowing with an eerie green luminescence under the light. That Su Yang held his breath, retrieving his phone from the waterproof bag. Activating the Tianshi system, scanning, identifying runes, analyzing. The system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind as the analysis progressed. The information regarding the runes unfurled before Su Yang's eyes. These runes were an ancient water-based sealing spell, designed to suppress powerful aquatic spirits. Based on the rune's degree of deterioration and energy fluctuations, Su Yang surmised that the sealed spirit was the water ghost Ashui he sought, and the seal was alarmingly fragile. On the brink of collapse. Now I understand, Su Yang thought, drawing ever closer to the truth that on the shore, Jia Hao softly reassured Lin Yu. Su Yang truly cares for you. He simply shoulders the mission of a Tianshi and must undertake certain actions. Lin Yu remained silent, tears tracing down her delicate features. Jia Hao continued, "Do you remember that time you twisted your ankle? Su Yang carried you several kilometers through the mountains without even taking a sip of water." Jia Hao recounted Su Yang's kindness, and gradually, Lin Yu's demeanor softened. She recalled Su Yang's many acts of kindness, a flicker of indecision surfacing in her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Jia Hao felt a slight relief wash over him. A gentle breeze swept through, tousling their hair. Suddenly, Su Yang's flashlight flickered, the light wavering ominously, plunging the cave back into darkness. Concurrently, a strange whispering sound emerged from the cavern's depths, akin to countless voices murmuring. Or perhaps the growl of some unseen creature. Su Yang, are you all right? Jia Hao shouted towards the water surface, but all he received in response was the eerie gurgling from the pond. That Su Yang's heart sank. The flashlight extinguished completely, engulfing him in darkness that he sensed the currents around him intensifying, a formidable force dragging him downward. This is not good, Su Yang thought, a wave of anxiety surging within him in the murky depths. He vaguely discerned a pair of crimson eyes slowly opening beneath him. The blood-red orbs expanded in the darkness, akin to two blazing fireballs, radiating a chilling light. Instinctively, Su Yang recoiled, only to find his body ensnared by an invisible force. Immobilizing him, the icy water felt as though it had morphed into a viscous gel, tightly encasing him, rendering him unable to breathe. That a sharp, slicing sound pierced the silence, and Su Yang felt a searing pain rip through his arm. Looking down, he saw several deep gashes, blood blooming in the water like roses, slowly diffusing into the depths. The creature attacking him moved with lightning speed. In the dim light, he could only glimpse its fish-like form, shimmering with a ghostly green glow. Enduring the agony, Su Yang bit his tongue, a metallic sweetness spreading within his mouth. The pain kept him alert as he swiftly activated the Tianshi system, reciting the incantation. A beam of golden light shot from his fingertips, striking a nearby creature. With a piercing shriek, the creature dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the depths. Seizing the moment, Su Yang unleashed a barrage of offensive spells from the Tianshi system. Golden light flickered, runes danced, and the cavern reverberated with deafening explosions. The mysterious entities were repelled, emitting anguished cries as they writhed and struggled in the water. But Su Yang seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward. Leaving a trail of crimson behind him, in the heart of the cave, Su Yang discovered a concealed opening, adorned with a peculiar rune radiating a soft blue glow. That a surge of joy welled within him. He knew he had found Shuai's hiding place. His excitement heightened. He quickened his pace, the pain in his body seemingly fading away. Just as Su Yang approached the entrance, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Debris cascaded from the ceiling, crashing into the water's surface and sending massive splashes into the air. Caught off guard, Su Yang was tossed about by the turbulent waters that he was oblivious to the cause of the turmoil. A profound unease settling within him down on the shore. Lin Yu anxiously awaited Su Yang's return. Suddenly, she felt the ground beneath her tremble, and the surface of the pond began to roil violently to Su Yang. She gasped, her heart brimming with terror. In the swaying cavern, Su Yang struggled to maintain his balance, lifting his gaze toward the cave's ceiling, his complexion suddenly paling. What is this? Chapter 33. The Truth of the Water Ghost. The tremors of the cave intensified, debris raining down like a deluge, crashing into the water's surface and sending up splashes that Su Yang fought to steady himself as the currents, laden with rubble, battered against his body. Chilling him to the bone, that he sensed the stones beneath his feet shifting, ready to collapse at any moment. Yet he did not waver. A resolute conviction bolstered him. He could feel Shuai ahead, the cold aura thickening with each passing moment. He struggled through the water, his ears filled with the thunderous roar of falling stones and the tumultuous flow, his vision obscured by the splashing water and murky depths. Clenching his teeth, he exerted every ounce of strength with each step. Finally, he broke through a mist-like vapor, and before him lay a vast pool. At the center of the pool, a hazy figure floated upon the water's surface, radiating an eerie bluish glow, the surrounding waves twisting in a strange manner. The water ghost, Shuai, had finally revealed itself. That Shuai let out a piercing scream, instantly shattering the tranquility of the cave. It lunged at Su Yang with terrifying speed, catching him off guard. The water flowed like a weapon under its command, forming columns that lashed out viciously at him. Su Yang dodged clumsily as the columns struck the stone walls with a resounding thud, sending shards flying and danger closing in. That Su Yang dared not be careless. He swiftly summoned the spiritual energy within him, his hands moving rapidly to form seals. Golden runes burst forth from his fingertips, racing toward Shuai. The runes collided with the water columns, emitting sizzling sounds. And the temperature of the surrounding water seemed to plummet. Shuai's assaults grew increasingly ferocious, the torrents slicing into Su Yang's flesh, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Leveraging the Tianxia system, he continually adjusted his tactics, maneuvering adroitly through the water to evade Shuai's strikes while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. With each of Shuai's attacks, the cave trembled more violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. On the shore, Jia Hao paced anxiously, deeply concerned for Su Yang. He yearned to assist but felt utterly powerless, merely fretting on the bank. But Su Yang, hang in there. His voice echoed in the cavern, sounding somewhat feeble. Su Yang bore numerous wounds, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Suddenly, he noticed that with each of Shuai's strikes, a certain spot on its form flickered with a faint red light. Contemplating this, he dodged another of Shuai's attacks, abruptly halting and fixating on the glowing point. Taking a deep breath, a wave of intense pain surged through his chest, yet he suppressed his discomfort. Gathering the dwindling spiritual energy within him, his hands danced rapidly beneath the water, tracing intricate paths as golden runes coalesced in his palms, forming a swirling sphere of light. This orb was unlike the previous runes. It was more substantial, radiating a disquieting brilliance. That he targeted the flickering red point on Shuai, the source of its power and its most fatal weakness. To go, Su Yang commanded, launching the orb like an arrow. Tracing a golden arc through the water, directly toward Shuai, the orb struck the red point with pinpoint accuracy, akin to hot oil splashing onto snow, instantly emitting a hissing sound. That Shuai's form trembled violently, its bluish glow dimming significantly, and its screeches turned weak and feeble. However, Su Yang did not let down his guard. He cautiously approached Shuai, his gaze filled with compassion, but he could sense the resentment emanating from Shuai gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of helplessness and sorrow. That he softly inquired, "Why have you become this way?" Shuai's body floated slightly in the water, no longer attacking, instead emitting a series of low, mournful whimpers, as if recounting its grievances and pain. listening to Shuai's intermittent sobs and piecing together the information he had previously gathered in the village. Su Yang slowly came to understand the truth behind Shuai's transformation into a water ghost. It turned out that Shuai was not inherently malevolent. It had once been a kind villager, wrongfully accused of theft, and met a tragic end. The unwillingness to let go of its grievances and the intense hatred it harbored ultimately led to its metamorphosis into a water ghost. Meanwhile, on the shore, Jiahao anxiously explained the situation to Lin Yu. His tone was no longer impulsive but filled with patience and understanding. Su Yang believes that Shuai became this way due to being wronged. She did not wish to harm anyone. She is simply trapped in her own suffering. Jiahao gazed earnestly at Lin Yu. I believe Su Yang will surely be able to help Shuai. Lin Yu listened to Jiahao's words, her heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, she had misunderstood Su Yang, believing him to be cold and unfeeling, incapable of understanding her sentiments. Yet now, as she recalled Jiahao's explanation and reflected on Su Yang's past actions, a wave of guilt surged within her. She began to question if she had been too sensitive and obstinate, neglecting Su Yang's efforts and sincerity. Observing Lin Yu's shift in attitude, Jiahao felt a sense of relief. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Oh, has our beautiful Lin finally come to her senses? Looks like we ought to thank Su Yang. He has been our mediator." Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, playfully glaring at Jiahao. Though a smile crept onto her lips, lightening the atmosphere, "Did I end the pool?" Su Yang sensed that Shuai's resentment had completely dissipated, replaced by a tranquil sense of liberation that he was preparing to perform the transcendent spell, granting Shuai complete release when suddenly, an eerie sound emanated from the depths of the cave. The sound resembled countless tiny nails scratching against the stone walls, akin to some creature growling softly, sending chills down one's spine. Jiahao sensed something was amiss. He cautiously glanced toward the cave's depths, just as he intended to alert Su Yang, only to find that Su Yang had also halted, slowly turning around, his back to them as if he were observing something. "That Su Yang." Jiahao shouted his name, but once again, that disquieting growl echoed from the cave's depths. Now even closer, Su Yang's gaze was fixed intently on the cavern's interior, where darkness loomed like a monstrous maw, devouring all light, the chilling growls resonating clearly in his ears, as if something unknown lay in wait within the shadows. That he felt a frigid aura approaching, one that was distinctly different from Shuai's, far more sinister and terrifying. Alarm bells rang in his mind, yet he did not act immediately. That he gradually lowered the hand that held the magical seal and retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper, swiftly tracing intricate patterns upon it. Taking a deep breath, he cast the talisman onto the water's surface. It ignited spontaneously, transforming into a golden glow that meandered around the water, forming an invisible barrier that separated the pool from the depths of the cave. Turning to Shuai, he noticed that it no longer bore the fearsome visage it once had. Its form had become ethereal and translucent, and the bluish glow had softened considerably. That Su Yang softly recited the sutras for transcendence. And as the verses flowed from his lips, Shuai's body gradually ascended into the air, ultimately dissolving into specks of starlight that vanished into the ether. As Shuai's spirit dissipated, the water surface in the pool gradually returned to calm, the once murky waters now crystal clear, reflecting a brilliant blue like a mirror. Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratification. He explained the mystery surrounding the water ghost to the audience via live stream, recounting Shuai's tragic tale. The viewers praised Su Yang's righteousness and kindness, causing the stream's popularity to soar. Emerging from the water, Su Yang was drenched, yet he paid it no mind. Lin Yu hurried toward him, a hint of guilt and apology on her face. To Su Yang, "I'm sorry that I misunderstood you before." She lowered her head, her voice soft and trembling. Su Yang looked at Lin Yu before him, feeling a wave of understanding wash over him. He smiled gently, embracing her tenderly. "That it's all right. I understand." Jiahao watched them reconcile, a smile of relief gracing his features as he patted Su Yang's shoulder. Sharing unspoken camaraderie, sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, casting shimmering reflections on the water, while their classmates looked on, witnessing the reconciliation with smiles of blessing. Su Yang gazed at the tranquil pool, filled with pride and joy. Not only had he resolved the issue of the water ghost, but he had also mended his relationship with Lin Yu. demonstrating his strength and responsibility to everyone that he felt he had taken another step closer to the higher realm of Tianshi. Standing by the pool, he inhaled deeply, reveling in the joy of success, but he turned to retrieve an empty bottle from his backpack, bending by the pond's edge to carefully fill it with water. Then, he lifted his gaze toward the cave's depths, where darkness loomed, as if something were stirring within Su Yang. "What are you looking at?" Jia Hao, filled with confusion, inquired, and before his voice could fade, Su Yang had already hastened towards the cave's exit, leaving only his silhouette behind. Chapter 34. Obstacles in the laboratory. With a bottle brimming with pond water samples, Su Yang swiftly entered the school laboratory. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled reflections upon the glassware. Yet an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the room that Su Yang's initial optimism was swiftly eclipsed by the disarray before him. The laboratory table was strewn with shattered glass fragments, and the scientific instruments lay askew. As if they had endured a violent tempest, Su Yang's heart raced, and he quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for any hint of a clue. The water bottle trembled slightly in his grasp, and he sensed the liquid within swaying gently. "What is happening?" Su Yang murmured to himself, his voice laced with urgency, that he approached the damaged equipment. A sense of foreboding rising within him. That moment, Jia Hao also entered the laboratory, his gaze drawn to the chaos that lay before them. "Why is it so messy?" Jia Hao asked, astonishment evident in his tone. Su Yang shook his head, brow furrowed, and turned towards a corner of the lab where a seemingly intact microscope stood. However, upon reaching out to touch it, he discovered that the lens had been shattered to smithereens. His expression darkened further, and his unease intensified. Su Yang, do you need assistance?" Jia Hao inquired with concern. Su Yang shook his head, his gaze shifting to the entrance of the laboratory, where the laboratory administrator, Teacher Sun, was slowly making his way inside. Teacher Sun's face bore a stern expression, and a hint of reproach flickered in his eyes as he observed Su Yang and Jia Hao in the lab. "Su Yang, what are you doing here?" Teacher Sun's voice was cold and serious, as if questioning their presence. Su Yang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. "Teacher Sun, we need to use the laboratory equipment to test some samples. But we found everything has been damaged. Do you know what happened?" Teacher Sun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the scattered fragments, a note of helplessness creeping into his tone. "Last night, someone broke into the laboratory and vandalized the equipment. I have already reported it to the police, but repairs will take time, and with our current busy schedule, we cannot prioritize this matter." Su Yang's heart sank, a wave of disappointment and frustration washing over him. He nodded repeatedly, attempting to persuade Teacher Sun, "We truly need this equipment. This experiment is of utmost urgency. Could you possibly find a way to expedite the repairs?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Teacher Sun's face, but he quickly regained his stern demeanor. "According to protocol, all repairs must be handled in order. You may try other laboratories, but I cannot guarantee that you will find suitable equipment." Su Yang felt an overwhelming sense of despondency as curious classmates observed them. Whispering amongst themselves, he raised his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he addressed Teacher Sun, "I will find alternative solutions as quickly as possible." "Thank you for your understanding," as soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang turned and exited the laboratory, with Jia Hao closely following behind. The door to the lab slowly closed, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an abundance of unanswered questions. Su Yang, what do we do next? Jia Hao's voice echoed in the empty corridor, tinged with anxiety. Su Yang halted, gazing into the distance. Just as he spoke, something seemed to sway gently in the shadows at the end of the corridor. As if awaiting their next move, Su Yang stared at the ruined equipment, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Without the necessary apparatus, he could not test the water quality, and the trail of clues had abruptly halted, leaving his mission in limbo. The murky turbulence of the pond, the resentment of the water spirit Shui, and Lin Yu's worried gaze, all surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating him. Restlessly, he paced within the laboratory, the sound of his footsteps reverberating in the silence, like the relentless pounding of a hammer against his heart. Time slipped away, and he could almost visualize the pond's anomalies escalating, the chilling aura gradually enveloping the entire campus. Sweat drenched his clothes, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, and he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. "Perhaps we could attempt to borrow equipment from other schools?" Jia Hao's voice shattered the stillness of the lab. Su Yang's head shot up. This was a feasible plan. Although the process might be cumbersome and other institutions might refuse, it was certainly better than waiting idly. All right, let us contact the nearby universities immediately. Su Yang declared, his tone resolute, a spark of hope reigniting in his eyes. Jia Hao clenched his fists, excitement illuminating his expression. They sprang into action, reaching out to local universities, hoping to swiftly secure the necessary equipment. However, matters did not unfold as smoothly as they had envisioned. After contacting several institutions, they were met with a string of refusals. Some schools claimed their equipment was in use and unavailable for loan. Others cited cumbersome procedures as reasons for their rejections. Hope flickered and dimmed repeatedly, and Su Yang's spirits plummeted. Just when they were on the verge of giving up, Jia Hao suddenly recalled a place, his grandfather's alma mater, the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Though primarily focused on traditional martial arts training, the academy also possessed some modern laboratory equipment. What if we try my grandfather's school? Jia Hao suggested tentatively, that Su Yang's eyes brightened. This was a possibility they had never considered before. The Ancient Martial Arts Academy, a mysterious and ancient institution, might just hold the answers they sought. Time is of the essence. Let's set off immediately. Su Yang asserted decisively, anticipation lacing his voice. The two swiftly departed from the school, racing towards the direction of the academy. As night fell, the dim glow of streetlights illuminated the desolate road, casting an eerie ambience. Outside the car window, the shadows of trees danced, as if something lurked in the darkness, watching them. Jia Hao tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his palms clammy with sweat, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over him. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt at the roadside. Su Yang looked at Jia Hao, puzzled, only to see his friend's face pale, pointing ahead. Look! Following Jia Hao's fingers, Su Yang beheld a figure clad in a white robe slowly approaching from not far ahead. The atmosphere in the laboratory buzzed with vitality upon the arrival of the new equipment. Dissipating the previous gloom, Su Yang and Jia Hao tirelessly moved the precision instruments into the laboratory. The metallic surfaces reflecting cold light under the illumination, harmonizing with the excitement radiating from their faces, to their astonishment. Several schools had readily agreed to lend equipment upon learning of Su Yang's status as a celestial master and Jia Hao's martial arts background. One elderly professor even personally escorted the equipment, commending the two for their initiative and urging them to utilize the apparatus to contribute to society. Surrounding classmates cast admiring glances, their whispers filled with praise for the duo. Su Yang and Jia Hao exchanged a glance, each recognizing pride and gratitude in the other's eyes. Upon learning of Su Yang's predicament, Lin Yu hurried to assist. She meticulously organized the experimental apparatus. Gently wiping the sweat from Su Yang's forehead, her gaze imbued with concern, Su Yang gazed at Lin Yu's gentle profile, warmth surging within him. Jia Hao, observing the exchange, playfully teased, "Oh, it seems our great detective also requires care?" Su Yang chuckled helplessly, the laboratory infused with a light-hearted atmosphere. With everything prepared, Su Yang cautiously injected the pond water sample into the testing apparatus. The transparent liquid flowed slowly in the test tube. Resembling a sinuous serpent, yet exuding an inexplicable strangeness, the instrument screen flickered with various data. And as Su Yang scrutinized the display, his brow gradually furrowed. The composition of the water sample was exceedingly complex, revealing not only the usual algae and microorganisms, but also an unknown energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was remarkably faint, yet instilled a sense of unease within Su Yang that he turned to the bottle containing the water sample. The once clear liquid now shimmered with an eerie dark red hue, akin to coagulated blood, glistening ominously under the lights. "What is this?" Su Yang murmured, a trace of unmistakable fear lacing his voice. Jia Hao and Lin Yu leaned closer, their expressions growing grave as they observed the bizarre liquid within the bottle. Once again, the air in the laboratory thickened, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows, a chill creeping up their spines. Su Yang grasped the bottle containing the dark red liquid, his gaze resolute. "I will go to the riverside village for a closer look." Chapter 35, Secrets of the Village. A gentle breeze, laden with the dampness of moisture, enveloped Su Yang and his two companions as they arrived at the riverside village. The entrance. Two ancient locust trees stood like stooped old men, their gnarled branches intertwining to cast mottled shadows. as if silently narrating the secrets of time. The whitewashed walls and black-tiled roofs of the houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, exuding an air of tranquility and harmony. Yet an inexplicable sense of oppression weighed heavily upon Su Yang. He tightened his grip on the bottle of water he held, its dark red contents glaring ominously in the sunlight, that he attempted to inquire with passing villagers. But they shunned his gaze like one would avoid a plague, hastily averting their eyes and quickening their pace. The village, which should have been bustling with activity, now lay shrouded in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. With an unsettling stillness permeating the air, "Isn't this all rather strange?" Jia Hao scratched his head, scanning the surroundings as he murmured. Lin Yu also furrowed her brow, crossing her arms, seemingly unsettled by the scene before them. Su Yang remained silent, taking a deep breath to force himself to remain calm, that he knew he needed to find a breakthrough, so he resolved to seek out the village chief, under the guidance of a kind-hearted villager. They arrived at a somewhat dilapidated old house in the village center. The village chief was an elderly man with graying hair and dark skin, who leaned heavily on a cane as he slowly approached the door. His murky gaze swept over Su Yang and his companions, tinged with a hint of wariness. Su Yang wasted no time in stating their purpose, producing the bottle containing the dark red liquid and inquiring about the unusual water quality in the village. Upon hearing this, the chief's wrinkles deepened, and he firmly asserted that there was nothing amiss with the village's water. "Young man, you must be mistaken. The water in our village flows down from the mountains. Pure and crystal clear. How could it possibly have changed?" His tone was brusque, and his eyes flickered as if concealing something. "Chief, we have tested this water sample, and it indeed exhibits problems," Su Yang insisted resolutely, handing the chief the testing report. "Moreover, the color of this sample has already changed. This is certainly not a normal phenomenon." The chief took the report, glancing at it only momentarily before dismissively tossing it to the ground. Steadfast in his claim, "I told you, there is nothing wrong with our village's water. You should cease your baseless accusations." That Su Yang could sense the chief was lying. His gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the old man. Exuding an invisible pressure, the chief, feeling the weight of Su Yang's stare, averted his gaze, his eyes darting uneasily. The surrounding villagers watched them with palpable tension, the atmosphere growing increasingly charged, just as Su Yang prepared to press further. The chief suddenly burst into laughter, a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. "Ha! Young ones, since you were so eager to know, why not investigate for yourselves? But I must warn you, some things are better left unknown." With that, he turned and hobbled back into the house, leaving Su Yang and his companions standing in place. The creaking wooden door closed slowly, echoing like a heartless sigh over the quiet village. The chief's words pierced Su Yang's heart like a thorn as he glanced around, observing the villagers as the sun dipped lower in the sky, elongating the shadows of the houses and enveloping the entire village in a shroud of darkness. The air becoming even more stifling, Su Yang felt as though he had sunk into an invisible quagmire. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. He attempted to inquire from other villagers once more, yet was met with the same silence and evasion. Some even shut their doors outright, rejecting them. Jia Hao, several times, tried to confront them, but Su Yang restrained him, knowing that in such a situation, confrontation would yield nothing but further resistance. Time slipped away, the daylight dwindling, and yet they remained without any progress. That a profound sense of frustration enveloped Su Yang as he clutched the water sample bottle, his knuckles turning white. That he inhaled deeply, trying to calm his tumultuous emotions, but the oppressive atmosphere made it challenging to breathe. Just as despair began to take hold, Lin Yu suddenly broke the stifling silence. That Su Yang, perhaps we should consider a different approach. Her clear voice resonated distinctly amidst the heavy air. Both Su Yang and Jia Hao turned to her, and Lin Yu stepped beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, pointing at the tree's ancient bark. "I recall that our archaeology department studied several ancient villages, where the villagers held a profound attachment to their historical culture. They might avoid discussing other topics, but their passion for their village's history and culture is extraordinary." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Su Yang's eyes brightened with realization. Feeling a twinge of regret for not having thought of this sooner, he shifted his gaze toward the villagers hiding behind their homes. They seemed somewhat curious about Lin Yu's actions, unlike before, when they had immediately recoiled. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu cleared her throat and spoke in a gentle tone. Dear villagers, we are students from the archaeology department, here to study the history and culture of our village that, if possible, we would greatly appreciate your assistance in sharing some ancient legends and stories. At first, the villagers remained silent, their wariness still evident. However, as Lin Yu continued to speak in her soothing manner, slowly, some began to emerge from behind their homes, their expressions softening with curiosity. Su Yang and Jia Hao exchanged glances, finding solace and hope in each other's eyes. Just as the atmosphere began to thaw, an elderly voice called out from behind them. You seek to study our village? It was the village chief, who had appeared behind them unnoticed, leaning on his cane. A glimmer of inscrutable light flickering in his murky eyes, but he slowly raised his head and addressed Lin Yu. Very well, since you wish to know, let us begin here. His voice was low and raspy, resonating eerily in the twilight of the village. The village chief led Su Yang and his companions to an ancient banyan tree at the eastern edge of the village. This banyan tree was lush and sprawling, its branches casting a vast canopy over the ground, while its thick trunk required several people to encircle. The roots twisted and turned, resembling serpentine dragons, deeply embedded in the earth. The air was heavy with the scent of damp soil, mingled with a faint metallic tang that left Su Yang feeling somewhat uneasy. The village chief pointed to the base of the banyan tree and said slowly, This tree is our village's guardian spirit. Having thrived here for over 1,000 years, the murky depths of his eyes flickered with an enigmatic glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. The villagers gathered solemnly around the banyan tree, their expressions grave, as though engaged in some arcane ritual. That Su Yang noticed that within their gazes, alongside reverence, lingered a subtle hint of fear. Through his interactions with the villagers, Su Yang learned that peculiar incidents had indeed transpired recently. Some villagers had heard strange weeping sounds during the night, while others claimed to have seen ghostly apparitions by the riverside. More significantly, Su Yang finally gleaned from an elderly woman that the village's well had exhibited some abnormalities of late. The water had turned murky and emitted a peculiar odor. Su Yang's eyes brightened, as if he had caught a glimpse of the dawn of truth. Following the woman's guidance, he discovered an ancient well at the heart of the village. The well's mouth was constructed of blue stones, overrun with moss, lending it an air of antiquity. As Su Yang cautiously approached the well, a chill wafted towards him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Peering down, he observed the water, thick with murkiness, exuding an acrid stench reminiscent of the pond's water. Jia Hao and Lin Yu shared in Su Yang's excitement upon his discovery, aware that unraveling the mystery of the well's water could unveil the truth behind the water ghost incident. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang resolved to investigate the well's condition further. The villagers, moved by his sincerity, began to assist him, providing clues that fostered an atmosphere of harmony throughout the village. That a bond of trust blossomed between Su Yang and the villagers, and he felt himself drawing closer to the truth. Just as Su Yang prepared to delve deeper into the investigation of the well water, he suddenly sensed a potent supernatural force surging beneath the well. This chilling and eerie energy sent a shiver down his spine, but he was uncertain how this force was connected to the water ghost incident, and his expression grew somber. Wait, Su Yang raised his hand to halt Jia Hao, who was about to draw water. His voice was low and hoarse, as if something lurked below. Chapter 36. The supernatural truth of the village. Feeling the powerful supernatural energy emanating from the depths of the well, Su Yang's heart sank, but he cautiously approached the well's edge, a foul mixture of mildew and the stench of decay invading his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Activating the celestial master system, a warm current coursed through him, causing his yellow robe to flutter gently, producing a soft rustling sound. The surrounding air seemed to grow dense, a palpable tension wrapping around him like an invisible net. Jia Hao and Lin Yu held their breath, anxiously observing Su Yang's every move, sensing that a terrifying event was on the verge of unfolding. The moss surrounding the well appeared to come alive, writhing and spreading, producing a faint rustling sound akin to countless tiny claws scratching against the stone walls. The water began to churn violently, murky liquid bubbling with dark froth, releasing waves of frigid air that pierced the skin. Suddenly, several pale beams of light shot forth from the well's depths, accompanied by a spine-chilling wail. As numerous translucent spirits surged forth, their faces contorted in rage, clawing towards Su Yang. The speed of these spirits was astonishing, but Su Yang reacted swiftly, brandishing the talismans in his hand, that a flash of golden light erupted, repelling the nearest spirits. However, the number of spirits grew increasingly overwhelming, their strength formidable, and Su Yang began to feel the strain. Clenching his jaw, he summoned the spirit energy within him, launching talisman after talisman into the fray. Golden light flashing as they collided with the spirits, emitting a series of piercing explosions. The ground trembled beneath them, leaves rustled ominously, as if the entire world quaked in response. Jia Hao and Lin Yu watched in horror, desperate to assist yet feeling utterly powerless. The spirit's onslaught intensified, beads of sweat forming on Su Yang's forehead, his breaths becoming rapid. Suddenly, he sensed a strange wave of energy behind him. He whirled around, yet found nothing amiss. "What is happening?" Su Yang murmured to himself, an ominous premonition washing over him. As he gazed at the writhing spirits, he suddenly discerned that they emitted a scent akin to that of the water ghost Shui, a cold, damp, putrid odor. These spirits were not independent entities, but were intertwined with the Shui in some manner. This revelation invigorated Su Yang, propelling him closer to the truth. Quickly, he retrieved several intricately carved jade stones from his backpack, arranging them around the well's mouth in accordance with the Celestial Master's system's instructions, forming a special array. The jade stones glimmered faintly with golden light, connecting to form a sealed energy field. Su Yang infused his celestial master power into the array, causing the golden light to intensify, enveloping the well's entrance like a barrier. The spirits found themselves ensnared within the array, emitting sharp cries. Yet unable to breach the barrier, Su Yang concentrated, seeking to communicate with the spirits. Initially, they were filled with hostility, howling and roaring, expressing boundless resentment. However, as Su Yang continually soothed and guided them, they gradually calmed. Recounting their tragic fates in fragmented whispers, that it turned out that these spirits were the souls of villagers who had drowned in the pond over the years. Their grievances had coalesced, influenced by a Shui's resentment, resulting in these aggressive spirits. The abnormal water quality of the pond was directly linked to a Shui's lingering bitterness, which had affected the underground water veins, altering the water's essence. That Su Yang's eyes shimmered with excitement, for he had drawn closer to the truth. Lin Yu watched in admiration as Su Yang adeptly manipulated the array, her gaze filled with awe. She hurried to his side, offering him a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. "You've worked hard," she said softly. That Su Yang smiled as he accepted the handkerchief, dabbing at the beads of sweat on his forehead. Jia Hao, observing the scene, couldn't resist teasing, "Oh, how considerate. It seems our Su Devan sure possesses quite the charm." Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, shooting a mock glare at Jia Hao. The villagers, witnessing this exchange from a distance, also broke into warm smiles. With the spirit subdued, Su Yang's gaze shifted to the depths of the well, where it seemed an even greater power lay in wait. That a Shui, he murmured the name. "It appears we must meet again." Taking a deep breath, Su Yang cast his gaze once more into the abyss of the well. Darkness loomed like a monstrous maw, devouring all light, and a suffocating sense of oppression surged from the depths. Laden with intense resentment and unwillingness, he understood that a Shui had not truly vanished, but lurked within the well, biding time for revenge. That a Shui, come forth. Su Yang's voice was deep and tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The well water surged once more, this time with even greater ferocity. That a black column of water shot skyward, splattering around like ink. That a colossal water spout coalesced in midair, mist swirling around it, emitting a series of chilling, mournful wails. That a Shui reappeared, her figure more solid than before, her eyes brimming with intensified resentment. As the temperature around them plummeted, biting with an icy chill, that a Shui let out a piercing shriek, and the immense water column crashed towards Su Yang like a tempest. He dared not hesitate, swiftly evading, acutely aware that a Shui's power had magnified considerably. Each attack bore the weight of catastrophic might. He brandished his talismans, the clash of golden light against the water column producing a deafening explosion. The trees around them swayed violently in the howling wind, leaves cascading like rain. The battle raged fiercely. While dodging, Su Yang also unleashed talismanic attacks, soon finding himself overwhelmed. That a water column grazed his arm, leaving a deep crimson gash. the blood instantly staining his sleeve. The pain drained color from Su Yang's face. He clenched his teeth, enduring the physical discomfort. He understood that retreat was not an option. For behind him stood Jia Hao and Lin Yu, along with the audience watching his live stream. Just as despair began to creep in, Su Yang felt the celestial power within him surge forth. Akin to a rushing river, awakening a newfound strength, he sensed his spiritual energy coalescing more profoundly, his control over the talismans becoming increasingly deft. A moment of clarity flooding his mind, he swiftly summoned the celestial energy. Condensing it in his palm, a novel rune pattern emerging, that he thrust his hand toward a shui, a beam of golden radiance shooting forth from his palm, infused with divine power, piercing directly through her being. A shui let out a heart-wrenching scream, her resentment dissipating as her form gradually became translucent. Ultimately, she transformed into a wisp of mist, vanishing into the air, leaving behind a lingering sigh that echoed in the silent night sky. With the shui's dissolution, the well water began to calm, and the pond's clarity slowly returned. The audience's enthusiasm reached a crescendo, comments flooding in like a tide, all cheering for Su Yang's triumph, but he had also successfully resolved 5 queries posed by the viewers during the live stream. Instilling a sense of pride in all who watched, the villagers wore relieved smiles, expressing their gratitude to Su Yang, who had become the hero of the village. This incident not only allowed Su Yang to address the issue of the water ghost and the abnormal water quality, but also deepened his bond with Lin Yu, elevating both his career and his affections to a new pinnacle. Just as the celebrations commenced, a rumor reached Su Yang's ears regarding a ghost within a painting in the school's art building. His expression turned grave, brows furrowing. "Let us go. Jia Hao, we need to investigate the art building," Su Yang said to Jia Hao beside him. Together, they stepped cautiously into the art building, gazing down the eerie corridor. Chapter 37. Entering the art building, Su Yang, accompanied by Jia Hao, ambled into the art building, the foreboding corridor amplifying the sound of his heartbeat in the stillness. The dim lighting cast a pallor over the walls adorned with paintings that swayed slightly in the wind, as if whispering secrets long concealed, that a faint musty odor pervaded the air, sending shivers down their spines. "How do you feel, Jia Hao?" Su Yang inquired softly, scanning the surroundings for any unusual signs. Jia Hao nodded, gripping his ancient weapon tightly, a glimmer of caution in his eyes. "The atmosphere here is truly oppressive, as if something is lurking in the shadows." Watching that Su Yang inhaled deeply, steadying himself while also feeling a thrill at the unknown dangers ahead. He sensed the ghostly essence from the paintings, elusive yet palpable, as if it could emerge from the shadows at any moment. "Let us find the department head first and see what clues he can provide," Su Yang said, turning towards the office of the head of the art department. The door to the office was firmly shut. Su Yang gently knocked, and soon a somewhat impatient voice called from within. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Su Yang and Jia Hao entered the head's office. The decor was simple, yet the room felt rather desolate. The department head sat behind his desk, looking up at them with a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "You are Su Yang and Jia Hao. I've heard you wish to investigate the ghost in the painting." His tone was cold, evidently lacking much faith in their capabilities. Su Yang offered a slight smile, though his inner irritation was hard to conceal. "Yes, we are here to look into this matter. Could you provide some specific information, for instance, the time and place of the ghost's appearances, and whether any students have been harmed?" The department head frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Su Yang's inquiries. "Do you truly believe you have the ability to resolve this? We've consulted several professionals, yet there has been no progress." Jia Hao, feeling somewhat awkward, straightened slightly to show his support for Su Yang. Undeterred, Su Yang patiently replied, "We understand your concerns, but please trust us that we possess certain unique methods that may be of assistance." The department head remained noncommittal, merely stating, "I hope you won't disappoint me, that if you truly manage to solve this issue, I will consider granting you greater privileges." Su Yang nodded, acutely aware that the path ahead would not be smooth. He turned to Jia Hao, signaling for them to leave the head's office. The corridor remained eerie, yet Su Yang's gaze had grown resolute. He took a deep breath and turned to Jia Hao. "Let us go check the location of that painting." Jia Hao nodded, and they continued on. Just then, a faint breeze swept through, causing the paintings on the walls to emit a subtle sound, as if something stirred within them. Su Yang halted, choosing not to demand the department head's trust. Instead, he shifted the conversation, proposing a seemingly more prudent suggestion. Department head, we understand your apprehensions. How about this? Could you first show us the paintings deemed problematic, or those that students have reacted to strongly? Perhaps we can uncover some clues. After a moment of hesitation, the department head nodded, leading them through several corridors to a gallery filled with paintings. The gallery was dimly lit, the artworks appearing even more sinister under the murky light. The walls were densely populated with various styles of paintings. Some were vividly colored, seemingly narrating twisted nightmares, while others bore soft strokes that conveyed a sense of foreboding. This is the place. Recently, students have reported that something seems awry with the paintings here. The department head remarked at the entrance, a hint of resignation in his tone, that he pointed to a painting in the center of the gallery. Regarded as the most problematic, with claims that it appeared to move at night, that Su Yang did not approach the highlighted painting directly, his unexpected action surprising everyone. Amidst the astonished gazes, he casually wandered to the edge of the gallery, stopping before a seemingly ordinary landscape painting. This painting depicted a serene lake, the distant mountains bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Jia Hao looked at Su Yang in puzzlement. Uncertain of his intentions, as Su Yang slowly approached the landscape painting, his fingers lightly brushing against the frame. The moment his fingertip made contact with the artwork, an indescribable sense of oppression surged within him. As if the very air had solidified, that he felt as though his mind was pierced by countless fine needles, blurry images beginning to materialize before him. These images were chaotic, like innumerable fragments pieced together, sometimes a distorted human face, at other times a blood-red scene, and again a gaping abyss. The images spun wildly in his mind, threatening to consume him, that a wave of dizziness washed over Su Yang. His body swaying slightly, he sensed that all the surrounding paintings had seemingly come to life, their colors becoming more vivid and distorted, akin to a horde of clawing demons rushing toward him. The suffocating pressure enveloping him instantaneously, that he clenched his jaw, striving to resist the overwhelming allure of confusion. He could feel the ghost within the painting attempting to invade his consciousness, pulling him into the illusion it had woven, that he fought to maintain a sliver of clarity, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Be careful. Jia Hao also sensed something unusual about Su Yang. Just as he was about to rush forward, he noticed Su Yang making a stopping gesture towards him. Though the gesture was somewhat slow, it undoubtedly signaled him to refrain from approaching, that Su Yang's gaze was fixated on the painting, and a low, muffled grunt escaped his throat, that he concentrated fiercely, attempting to break free from the grip of an unseen force. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp drop in the ambient temperature, a chilling sensation coursing from his feet straight to the crown of his head. Something is amiss, Su Yang murmured softly. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, he abruptly stepped back, his expression sharpening with vigilance that a cold, sinister aura seeped from the painting. And Su Yang felt his consciousness being tugged, as if he were on the brink of plunging into an endless abyss. Suddenly, the Tianxia system in his mind emitted an alarm. Mental attack detected. Initiating defense mechanism, that a wave of warmth surged through him, jolting Su Yang back to lucidity, as the illusions before him dissipated in an instant. He realized that by focusing his attention on the upper left corner of the frame, the disorienting sensation lessened considerably. It turned out that the malevolent force within the painting was not impervious. With clarity returning to his gaze, the previously distorted surroundings gradually returned to normal. The department head and Jia Hao both breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes now filled with a newfound respect for Su Yang. He silently rejoiced, fully aware that he had just traversed the threshold of peril, that it was evident that this painting harbored a significant issue. Pointing to the landscape painting, Su Yang spoke in a calm tone, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. The department head's expression grew grave, realizing that this young man might indeed possess the capability to resolve the long-standing conundrum that had perplexed them. To further comprehend the situation, Su Yang resolved to inquire more information from the students of the art department. However, when they approached several art students, they encountered unexpected resistance. The students bore vacant expressions, their demeanor numb, as if their minds were ensnared by some unseen influence. "What do you want?" a girl named May questioned icily, her tone devoid of warmth. "That we are here to investigate the ghost in the painting," Su Yang replied, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, hoping to assuage their concerns. "Liars! You are all liars." May suddenly raised her voice, her emotions flaring. "There is no ghost in the painting. You are merely here to cause trouble. The other students echoed her sentiments, directing hostility towards Su Yang and Jia Hao. Jia Hao attempted to step forward and explain, but the students shoved him aside. You cannot deceive us. We will not believe you. Mei pointed at Su Yang, her tone sharp, as if accusing him of the most heinous crimes that Su Yang yearned to clarify, but found himself at a loss. These students had been thoroughly bewitched by the ghost in the painting, rendering them impervious to reason. Just as he was at his wit's end, a flicker of eerie red light caught his peripheral vision from a corner of the exhibition hall. The red light vanished in an instant. Yet it sent a jolt of unease through Su Yang's heart, that he was uncertain whether this was a new tactic employed by the ghost or some foreboding omen. Su Yang's expression turned serious as he once again fixed his gaze upon the oil painting that had emitted the red light. Let us go check that out, he whispered. Chapter 38. The world within the painting. Su Yang lowered his footsteps, approaching the oil painting. The canvas depicted a tranquil forest, its colors somber, exuding an indescribable eeriness. The closer he drew, the stronger his unease became. As if something were beckoning him, his fingertips brushed against the rough texture of the canvas. An overwhelming force suddenly yanked him inside. Darkness enveloped him, and Su Yang felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss without end. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in an authentic forest, the scent of damp earth surrounding him. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting deep shadows. Everything mirrored the scenes from the painting, yet was far more tangible and vivid. Jia Hao. Su Yang called tentatively, but all he heard was the echo of his own voice. Outside the painting, Jia Hao anxiously pounded on the canvas. That's Su Yang. Su Yang. Are you all right? Can you hear me? The voice was distant and muffled, as though it were separated by a thick barrier. Su Yang scanned his surroundings. The dense foliage obscured the sunlight, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the forest. He attempted to move forward, but found his actions inexplicably sluggish, as though an invisible force restrained him. With each step, he treaded cautiously, fearful of trespassing some unseen taboo. His heartbeat quickened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shift. He looked down to see that the once solid earth had transformed into quicksand, slowly engulfing his feet. That a surge of alarm washed over Su Yang, and he hastily retreated, only to realize he was ensnared. The quicksand sank deeper, threatening to submerge his knees. Damn it. Su Yang cursed under his breath. Aware that this world within the painting was fraught with traps, that he felt as though he were an insect ensnared in a spider's web, his fate entirely dictated by another, that he fought to maintain his composure. Seeking an escape to that moment, he heard a faint sound, reminiscent of weeping. The sound emanated from the depths of the forest, intermittent and filled with fear and despair. Who is there? Su Yang called towards the direction of the sound, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Perhaps it was an art student trapped like him. The sobbing came and went, wavering in intensity, like a candle flickering in the wind, frail, yet imbued with an inescapable despair. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang forced himself to remain calm, and he struggled to move his feet, each step akin to traversing a quagmire, heavy and sticky. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive, their branches twisting and clawing at him. Just then, the scene before him warped. The once foreboding forest vanished, replaced by a familiar classroom, and he found himself awkwardly kneeling on the floor, surrounded by mocking laughter, the stark red 0 on his final exam report striking his eyes painfully. Then, the image shifted, revealing Lin Yu standing before him, her gaze cold and unfamiliar. Su Yang, you have disappointed me. She turned away, her silhouette resolute. Su Yang's heart constricted violently, enveloped by a profound sense of loss and oppression. He reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet could only touch the air. The illusions grew increasingly vivid. He felt as though he were genuinely reliving failure upon failure, loss upon loss. His resolve began to waver, casting doubt upon his ability to rescue anyone. No, this cannot be. Su Yang shook his head violently, striving to dispel these negative emotions. That he inhaled deeply, endeavoring to calm himself. That he remembered the existence of the Tianxia system, his sole reliance. That he focused his mind, accessing the system interface to analyze the rules governing the world within the painting. Done on the system interface, a flurry of runes scrolled rapidly. Moments later, lines of text materialized before his eyes. World within the painting. a blend of reality and illusion, birthed from the heart, lost in one essence. To break the cycle, seek the rules that Su Yang's eyes brightened. He felt as if he had grasped something vital. He meticulously examined the hints provided by the system. Replaying everything he had experienced since entering the world within the painting, that he discovered that the emergence of illusions seemed intricately linked to his inner fears, which in turn were closely tied to his surroundings. He began to experiment with disregarding the illusions, instead concentrating on the changes within his environment, that he sensed that the twisted trees and mocking laughter shifted in accordance with his internal state. As he fortified his beliefs, these illusions appeared to grow transparent, becoming less tangible, that he began to move with intention, and no longer fearful of the quicksand beneath him. He sought to utilize its currents to navigate forward. He ceased to be ensnared by the illusions, calmly analyzing the patterns lurking behind them. Outside the painting, Jiahao continued to pound on the canvas, only to glimpse blurred images that Su Yang. How are you? Suddenly, he noticed that Su Yang within the painting no longer appeared lost. His steps turned resolute, his gaze regained its brilliance, that he discerned a faint, barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of Su Yang's lips. I found you, Su Yang murmured to himself, his eyes locking onto a seemingly ordinary patch of grass ahead. Slowly, he extended his hand to part the dense foliage. Cackling laughter abruptly ceased. Lin Yu's heart felt as though it were gripped by an unseen force, each pulse accompanied by suffocating pain. She could not bear the feeling of helplessness as Su Yang faced peril. Trembling, she reached out, her fingertips gently brushing the rough texture of the canvas, as if this simple act could connect her to Su Yang's existence. Su Yang, where are you? Are you all right? She whispered softly, while Jiahao stood nearby, quietly observing Lin Yu. He understood the depth of Lin Yu's feelings for Su Yang, as well as the torment she was enduring in this moment. He extended his hand and gently clasped Lin Yu's shoulder, offering her silent solace that a warm current flowed from his palm into Lin Yu's body, providing her with a modicum of comfort. The dim, golden light of the studio enveloped the two of them, painting a tender tableau that starkly contrasted with the eerie world depicted in the painting. Within the artwork, Su Yang's steps were light yet resolute. Guided by the prompts of the Celestial Master System, he successfully navigated the swampy mire and the thorns as sharp as blades, that he even exploited the distorted rules of the painted realm, transforming the very vines that obstructed him into tools for ascent, that he felt akin to an experienced hunter, gradually closing in on his quarry. With each step he took, the light within the painting seemed to brighten. Casting a glimmer of hope through the previously somber forest, he arrived at the base of a colossal, withered tree, its trunk twisted into a bizarre spiral, adorned with tattered strips of cloth that swayed gently in the breeze. Producing a chilling rustle, Su Yang sensed a potent malevolence emanating from the tree's bark. Taking a deep breath, just as he prepared to approach the dead tree, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Have you found me? Su Yang spun around sharply, and before him emerged a figure from behind the gnarled tree. The silhouette was hunched, clad in tattered garments, with a thick layer of paint smeared across its face. Resembling a malevolent spirit that had clawed its way from the depths of hell, It grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, exuding a repugnant stench. The surrounding trees seemed to tremble in fear, wildly shaking their branches and emitting piercing screams. The light within the painting instantaneously dimmed, and everything was enveloped in a sinister, terrifying atmosphere. Who are you? Su Yang inquired in a low, steady tone, tightening his grip on the talisman in his hand. The figure responded with a shrill, mocking laugh. I am the master of this painting. Chapter 39. The truth of the ghost in the painting. Su Yang's gaze pierced through the darkness like a sharp blade, unwavering as it bore into the depths of the ghost's eyes, but he showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he straightened his back, emanating an imposing aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding dread. The ghost's face, coated in paint, twisted into a grotesque smile, its shrill laughter echoing in the warped space. Wielding an insidious allure, It sought to ensnare Su Yang once again, attempting to drag him into an abyss of unending terror. However, Su Yang was no longer the Na'vi youth he once was. His mental fortitude stood as unyielding as granite, impervious to external influences. The air around them felt as though it had solidified. The tense atmosphere taut like a drawn bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. The ghost, realizing its attempts at deception had failed, ceased its pretense, and emitted a piercing shriek. Its form suddenly expanded, the once tattered garments shredding into countless black tendrils that lunged at Su Yang with clawed ferocity. These tendrils twisted through the air, releasing a nauseating stench, imbued with a palpable malevolence, as if intent on tearing Su Yang to shreds. Su Yang's expression hardened, his hands forming intricate seals as he swiftly recited incantations that a radiant golden light enveloped him, forming a robust shield that repelled the onslaught of the tendrils. The clash erupted with ferocity, a tempest of black mist colliding with golden brilliance, producing a thunderous cacophony. The ghost's power morphed into a myriad of grotesque forms, sometimes claws, other times venomous serpents, or razor-sharp blades, relentlessly battering against Su Yang's defenses. Yet, he adeptly evaded the assaults, employing the celestial master skills he had recently mastered, all the while unleashing golden talismans in an effort to purify the ghost's dark energy. The battleground, ravaged by the shockwaves of their conflict, lay in ruins. The once vibrant forest had become a desolate wasteland, trees reduced to mere powder, the ground pockmarked with enormous craters. Outside the painting, Jiahao anxiously fixated on his phone screen, his palms slick with sweat. He could sense the intensity of the battle within the artwork. Each collision resonated as though it were occurring within his own body, that he yearned to rush in and assist Su Yang. Yet he understood he must refrain, placing his faith in Su Yang's ability to triumph over all adversities. After yet another violent impact, Su Yang staggered back slightly, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A clear indication that the battle had exacted its toll on him, that he inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening once more as he discerned a pattern in the ghost's attacks. After each strike, there was a brief pause. Just then, the ghost's tendrils lunged at him once more, but instead of dodging, Su Yang advanced to meet them. As the tendrils neared, a cryptic smile spread across his face. With a swift movement, Su Yang evaded the tendrils just as they were about to make contact. Materializing directly before the ghost, he discovered a gleaming golden dagger in his hand, radiating brilliant light as it plunged toward the ghost's brow. The ghost clearly did not anticipate such an audacious maneuver, letting out a piercing wail as its massive form quaked violently. The golden dagger pierced its forehead, black blood gushing forth and transforming into swirling clouds of darkness. The ghost's power began to wane rapidly. It flailed its tendrils in a frenzied manner, yet could no longer pose a threat to Su Yang. But Su Yang's movements quickened, each strike precise and unerring, as the golden radiance enveloped him like a celestial being descended from the heavens. The world within the painting began to shift. The previously dim light grew brighter, trees regained their vitality, and the gaping holes in the ground gradually vanished. Lin Yu watched the screen intently, her heart racing as she saw Su Yang gain the upper hand. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Su Yang, go for it. Her voice involuntarily rang out, a crystalline sound traversing the digital divide, reaching into the painting. Su Yang heard Lin Yu's voice. Warmth flooded his heart, and a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. He swung the dagger once more, the golden light slicing through the darkness, severing the ghost's tendrils one by one. The ghost let out a despairing roar, its form fracturing and disintegrating into countless black shards that dissipated into the air. Jiahao, observing from the side, broke into a smile, nudging Lin Yu playfully with his elbow. Teasing, "Hey, with a boyfriend this formidable, are you going to start strutting around like a queen?" Lin Yu's delicate face flushed slightly as she shot him a glare, yet the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly sensed an unusual aura. He whipped around to gaze into a particular corner of the painting. There, a black vortex was slowly forming, emanating a disconcerting energy fluctuation. Su Yang's expression shifted to one of grave intensity as he murmured, "It's not over yet." The black vortex twisted like the gaping maw of an abyss, swirling ominously while emitting a chilling, low moan. The world within the painting, which had previously regained its vitality, was once again consumed by darkness, with splintered trees and crumbling ground producing an excruciating grinding sound. Su Yang felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, as if the entire world was on the verge of impending. He struggled to maintain his balance, nearly toppling over. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of charred remains, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. The anguished roars of the ghost within the painting echoed like the lamentations of a wild beast, reverberating painfully against his eardrums. Its residual power shattered into countless black shards, hurtling towards Su Yang like a torrential downpour. Each shard harbored formidable destructive force, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Su Yang moved like a specter, deftly evading. Yet several shards grazed him, searing pain radiating from his wounds, that he could sense that the ghost within the painting was mounting a final, desperate counterattack, intent on dragging him down into the endless abyss. Outside the painting, Jia Hao's expression was grave. He bit into his fingertip, blood staining his palm. With hands forming intricate seals, he chanted incantations, unleashing a powerful ancient martial force that erupted from his being. He moved with the swiftness and power of a leopard, each punch creating a thunderous blast in the air. Infusing his martial energy into his phone, he provided Su Yang with crucial support. The light within the painting intensified, as if erecting a formidable barrier around Su Yang. Feeling Jia Hao's strength, Su Yang inhaled deeply, his gaze resolutely firm. Clutching the golden dagger tightly, he summoned all his might to engage in the final confrontation with the ghost. No longer evading, he took the initiative to strike, the golden dagger slicing through the void like lightning, shattering the incoming shards one by one. With each step he took, a powerful force reverberated through the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. In their synchronized efforts, Su Yang finally pinpointed the ghost's foundation. The black vortex, he concentrated all his strength and plunged the dagger deep into the vortex. That a thunderous roar resonated as the entire world within the painting began to quake violently. The black vortex collapsed like a punctured balloon. The ghost's lingering shadow emitted a final wail before dissipating into the AI. The ghost vanished. Normalcy began to restore itself. The previously collapsed ground became level once more, and the trees regained their vibrant life. That a student from the art department, May, who had been trapped within the painting, awakened from her stupor, her bewildered eyes scanning her surroundings. Su Yang approached her gently, assisting her to her feet with a victorious smile. The head of the art department and Chef Li from the cafeteria also arrived on the scene, visibly relieved to see Su Yang unharmed. A rare smile graced the department head's face, while Chef Li wiped the sweat from his brow in horror. Su Yang initiated a live stream, showcasing his artistic techniques in combating the ghost, simultaneously broadcasting May's rescue. The stream was inundated with viewers, the barrage of comments flooding in like a tidal wave, accompanied by a steady stream of likes and praises to a essay result. Su Yang's prowess as a celestial master was elevated, a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, invigorating him further. Standing before the art building, he reveled in the joy of his triumph, eagerly anticipating the next challenge. He turned to the camera and smiled. Everyone, that concludes today's stream, but abruptly halted, his smile freezing. That he glanced toward the end of the corridor in the teaching building, where something appeared to be watching him from the darkness. A chilling sensation creeping down his spine as though a frigid hand had seized his heart. Chapter 40. Aftermath of the painting. Su Yang stood before the art building, basking in the joy of having vanquished the ghost within the painting. He turned and smiled at the camera, preparing to conclude the live stream. However, just as he was about to bid farewell, his words faltered and his smile froze as he glanced back toward the end of the teaching building's corridor, where something seemed to be observing him from the shadows, a cold shiver racing down his spine, akin to an icy grip on his heart. Su Yang, are you all right? Jia Hao's voice broke through the unsettling silence from behind, dispelling the unease that had settled within him. That he turned to find Jia Hao and Lin Yu standing nearby, their expressions filled with concern. I'm fine. Just feel something is off. Su Yang forced a smile, though a flicker of worry lingered in his gaze. After the live stream concluded, Su Yang wandered the campus alone. The autumn breeze whispered through the trees, their leaves rustling softly, while the sunset cast dappled shadows upon the ground. Yet his heart remained heavy with uncertainty. Had the ghost truly been eradicated? The remnants of unease compelled him to frequently glance over his shoulder. Su Yang, did you see something? May suddenly appeared by his side, her voice trembling slightly. What are you doing here? Su Yang furrowed his brow, questioning her presence. I can't shake the feeling that someone is following me. May's voice quavered further as she clutched the hem of Su Yang's shirt tightly. A sense of dread washed over Su Yang as he surveyed his surroundings. The other students seemed oblivious, engrossed in their jovial conversations. This stark contrast heightened his anxiety. Could it be that only he could perceive these phantoms? Or was the ghost's residual power still lurking in the shadows? You should head back. I will investigate this, Su Yang gently reassured Mei while silently resolving to uncover the truth behind these apparitions. As night fell, the campus lights gradually illuminated the surroundings, as Su Yang found himself seated alone in a library corner, poring over ancient texts on supernatural phenomena. The words blurred before his eyes, yet he compelled himself to continue reading. Suddenly, a gust of chill swept through, causing the pages to rattle. He lifted his gaze, catching a glimpse of a hazy figure flitting past the library's glass window. Su Yang. Lin Yu's voice abruptly shattered the library's tranquility from behind. He turned to see her approaching with a worried expression. What brings you here? Su Yang managed a faint smile, though it bore traces of fatigue. I was worried about you. I heard you were here alone at night. Lin Yu seated herself beside him, concern etched upon her features. Nothing to fret about. Just some matters to clarify. Su Yang spoke softly, but an undercurrent of unease remained evident in his gaze that a sudden thought crossed his mind. Could the ghost's lingering power impact Lin Yu? Su Yang, you must be cautious, Lin Yu said in a hushed tone, a hint of worry lacing her words and no sooner had she spoken than Su Yang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He retrieved it to find an unread message that read, Su Yang, do you truly believe you have triumphed? His complexion paled instantly as he looked up at Lin Yu, under the dim light. Her eyes seemed devoid of their usual brilliance. She stood behind the library shelves, tears blurring her vision, as images of Su Yang with other girls flooded her mind. Under the cherry blossom tree, where he gently brushed petals from another girl's hair. In the cafeteria, sharing laughter and a meal with another. In the art building corridor, where he tenderly touched another girl's shoulder, whispering sweet nothings. These images cut through her heart like 1,000 needles, suffocating her breath. She bit her lip to stifle any sound, yet tears flowed uncontrollably. She longed to confront Su Yang, but fear of the heart-wrenching answer held her back. Meanwhile, Su Yang found himself encircled by a horde of grotesque phantoms, their shrill, piercing cries echoing as they brandished claws, intent on tearing him apart, that a wave of dizziness engulfed him, plunging him into a chaotic void. He struggled to regain focus, yet these phantoms clung to him like an unshakable curse. Suddenly, the Celestial Master System emitted an alert. Residual power of the ghost detected. Target. Lin Yu. A jolt of realization struck Su Yang as he comprehended the ghost's sinister plot. It sought to exploit illusions to sow discord between him and Lin Yu, thereby weakening his power. Su Yang's gaze turned steely as he swiftly recited the celestial incantation, forming intricate seals with his hands. A golden radiance enveloped him, dispelling the surrounding darkness and phantoms. His movements were precise and swift, causing the very air to tremble in response to his might. A mere trick, yet you dare to challenge me. Su Yang let out a cold snort, her figure flickering before vanishing within the library. Lin Yu gradually emerged from the shadows of the bookshelves, her tear-streaked face etched with anguish and confusion. She looked around in bewilderment, realizing she was the sole occupant of the desolate library. Su Yang, she murmured softly, her voice trembling with a hint of despair. Suddenly, she felt a chilling presence behind her. She spun around to find Su Yang outside the library searching for Lin Yu. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, Lin Yu's silhouette appeared particularly fragile. Su Yang approached her, gently taking her hand. Lin Yu's hand felt icy, her fingertips quivering slightly. Lin Yu, what you perceive is not reality. It is merely the residual power of the painting spirit at play. Su Yang's voice was deep and resonant. Imbued with conviction and tenderness, he elucidated the sequence of events and, harnessing his celestial powers, dispelled the lingering illusion surrounding Lin Yu. As Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang, the haze of confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by trust and admiration. She tenderly grasped Su Yang's hand, feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, a mysterious sense of security blossoming within her. The surrounding air seemed to grow warmer. The autumn breeze lost its bite, and the rustling leaves became melodious. However, the tranquility of campus life was short-lived, as rumors about Su Yang began to circulate throughout the school. Some claimed he had orchestrated the painting spirit incident for fame. Others suggested he was a member of a sinister cult, and some even speculated that he was the embodiment of the spirit itself. The gazes of his classmates turned complex. a blend of curiosity, skepticism, and fear. Even the art department head, who had always admired him, began to harbor doubts. Faced with these rumors, Su Yang felt a surge of anger and helplessness that he clenched his fists, yearning to prove his innocence. Yet found it futile. The rumors spread like a virus, swiftly consuming his reputation and dignity. Just as he intended to seek evidence to clarify the situation, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Chef Li from the cafeteria. Su Yang, something terrible has happened in the cafeteria. Chef Li's voice trembled. Tinged with terror, the sense of foreboding gripped Su Yang's heart. He was uncertain if this was related to the painting spirit incident. His expression grew serious, his tone laden with gravity. Chef Li, please calm down and tell me what has transpired. From the other end, Chef Li's fragmented voice reached him. There are ghosts, many ghosts. Without hesitation, Su Yang sprinted toward the cafeteria. The campus, shrouded in night, took on an eerie and sinister quality, yet he had no inkling of what awaited him. Upon pushing open the cafeteria door, a wave of frigid air assailed him. Close the door. Quickly, close the door. Chef Li's panicked cries echoed from deep within the cafeteria. Chapter 41. Cafeteria haunting. The moment Su Yang swung open the cafeteria door, a chilling gust enveloped him, wrapping him in an unsettling embrace. This cold was not merely a drop in temperature, but an eerie sensation, as if he stood on the precipice of an abyss. The scene inside was harrowing. The once orderly tables and chairs lay askew, as though a silent battle had transpired. Chef Li huddled in a corner, trembling like a frightened creature, his face as pale as parchment, eyes wide and bloodshot, clearly traumatized. Out a faint stench of decay mingled with the aroma of food, creating a nauseating blend that Su Yang's heart raced. He sensed an ominous force pervading the space, one that resonated eerily with the aura of the painting spirit, yet felt even more potent that he slowed his pace. Cautiously entering the cafeteria, each step taken with utmost care to avoid disturbing the lurking unknown. As he stepped on shattered plates, the sharp sound reverberated in the stillness, piercing the silence like a scream. Instinctively, he held his breath, scanning his surroundings. The lights in the cafeteria flickered erratically, as if on the verge of extinguishing, with darkness enveloping the space like a suffocating net. Suddenly, Su Yang sensed the air around him thickening, a subtle distortion manifesting in the space. He attempted to summon his celestial powers, only to be astonished to find that what had once been at his command now felt as ineffective as a stone cast into the sea. A wave of helplessness washed over him. He realized the supernatural occurrences in the cafeteria were far more intricate than he had anticipated, but he felt as if fate conspired against him, cold sweat beading on his forehead, trickling down his cheek, and disappearing into the floor as though devoured by the darkness. Clenching his fists tightly, he fervently searched for a way to break the impasse, the surrounding shadows appearing to open their gaping maws, intent on consuming him whole. Just as Su Yang desperately pondered a strategy, a faint, chilling click echoed from the depths of the cafeteria. The sound, subtle yet sharp, clawed at his nerves like talons in the dark. In the depths of the cafeteria, the click morphed into intermittent sobbing that filled the air. The sound felt like an invisible thread, creeping along Su Yang's spine, raising the hair on his body. Intertwined with the crying were low, guttural growls, as though some malevolent being lurked in the shadows. Su Yang's head throbbed painfully. He felt as if his brain were pierced by countless needles, his body swaying uncontrollably. His consciousness began to blur, and the world around him twisted, as if he were descending into an endless abyss of darkness. That moment, hurried footsteps echoed at the cafeteria entrance, and Jia Hao's figure appeared at the door. He immediately spotted Su Yang, who was on the verge of collapsing, and rushed forward without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Jia Hao summoned the ancient martial arts energy, his hands weaving through the air, generating visible currents of energy that temporarily stabilized the chaotic atmosphere within the cafeteria. The oppressive darkness seemed to wane under this newfound force, and Su Yang felt the pressure around him lessen. His awareness gradually returning. Su Yang, don't give up. Jia Hao's voice pierced through the chilling atmosphere. Resolute and strong, Su Yang rallied his spirit, nodding slightly. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to channel his celestial powers. Though still challenging, it was no longer insurmountable. His hands traced ancient runes in the air, merging with Jia Hao's energy to create a formidable force. The chaotic essence in the cafeteria began to regain order. the previously flickering lights stabilizing, as if the darkness was being gradually dispelled. Suddenly, a piercing laugh erupted from a corner of the cafeteria, laced with a sinister mockery, as if some malevolent entity observed them from the shadows. Su Yang and Jia Hao's gazes converged on that direction, their expressions grave. "It appears the situation is far more complicated than we anticipated," Su Yang whispered, determination flickering in his eyes. The residual power of the painting's spirit coalesced in the darkness. No longer mere wisps of smoke, but transforming into grotesque black figures, as if demons clawed their way up from the depths of hell. These apparitions lunged forth like blades, accompanied by a fierce chill that sliced through the air. Howling with a piercing shriek, they morphed into viscous black mist, attempting to ensnare Su Yang and Jia Hao. The air in the cafeteria felt as though it had solidified, leaving them breathless. That Su Yang wielded his talismans, the golden light intertwining with the black mist, producing a jarring friction that he sensed that the power of the painting's spirit had intensified. Each attack was laden with profound resentment and malice. Meanwhile, Jia Hao fought valiantly, his fists ablaze with scorching energy, shattering the black figures with each strike, yet they swiftly reformed, seemingly endless. Back to back, the two fought in synchrony, struggling against the chaos that enveloped them. The sound of crashing tables and chairs echoed as their battle shook the cafeteria, dishes and debris scattering wildly, leaving the space in disarray. Chef Li clung tighter to the corner, covering his ears, emitting pitiful whimpers, clearly terrified by the unfolding scene. That moment, a clear voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere. "Su Yang, Jia Hao, are you all right?" Lin Yu appeared at the entrance, her face pale but her eyes filled with concern and resolve. Lacking the formidable power to join the fray directly, her presence nonetheless invigorated Su Yang and Jia Hao immensely. "Lin Yu, what are you doing here? It's dangerous," Su Yang called out, straining against the onslaught of shadows while his tone betrayed a hint of urgency. "I was worried about you." Lin Yu's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, her gaze firmly fixed upon Su Yang, as if bestowing upon him boundless strength. But Su Yang felt a warm surge within his heart, invigorating his hand as he wielded the talisman with renewed vigor, the golden radiance becoming increasingly dazzling. Jia Hao, too, sensed this warmth. His fists, infused with a more fervent energy, propelled the shadowy figures further away. As they fought with growing courage, both warriors felt a nascent power awakening within their very beings. Just as Su Yang and Jia Hao began to gain the upper hand, the dispersed shadows abruptly ceased their assault, converging to form a colossal black vortex. Eerie whispers emanated from the swirling mass, as if a legion of malevolent spirits were howling. From the depths of the vortex, an even more terrifying entity began to rise, exuding a suffocating aura that enveloped Su Yang and Jia Hao in an unprecedented sense of oppression. Su Yang's gaze remained steadfast upon the monstrous entity before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He felt as though the power within him was being siphoned away, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Yet his eyes retained their resolute determination. It seemed that they had indeed encountered genuine peril. Jia Hao's voice trembled slightly, yet it conveyed a resolute resolve that Su Yang, undeterred by the remnants of the formidable painting demon's power before him, inhaled deeply, summoning the full extent of his celestial master's energy. The golden talisman in his grasp shimmered brilliantly, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Beside him, Jia Hao remained poised, his fists clenched tightly, ancient martial energy surging within him, resonating with a deep rumble akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The formidable presence of the painting demon unleashed a deafening shriek, and the black vortex whirled violently, countless dark figures shooting forth like arrows towards Su Yang and Jia Hao. Swiftly, Su Yang brandished his talisman, the golden light coalescing into a protective barrier that repelled the shadows. Jia Hao, employing his agility, weaved through the dark onslaught, seeking opportunities to strike. Wave after wave of the painting demon's assault bore down upon them, and both Su Yang and Jia Hao began to falter under the relentless pressure. Jia Hao bore several wounds, his blood staining his garments. Su Yang's celestial energy was rapidly depleting, the brilliance of his talisman dimming. The space surrounding them lay in disarray, the ground riddled with cracks, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood and an ominous atmosphere. Amidst the looming crisis, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Suddenly, the painting demon let out a bone-rattling roar, causing the black vortex to abruptly constrict, ultimately coalescing into a massive black sphere. The sphere exuded an oppressive aura, making Su Yang and Jia Hao feel as if an immense mountain had pinned them down, rendering them immobile. This is bad. Su Yang's face paled, sensing the terrifying power capable of obliterating them entirely. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a powerful wave of warmth surged within him. This warmth coursed through his body, mending his injuries and replenishing his waning celestial energy. Simultaneously, Jia Hao felt a formidable force enter his being, healing his wounds and restoring his martial energy to its peak. They exchanged glances, astonishment and joy reflected in each other's eyes. They realized that a new power had awakened within them. The talisman in Su Yang's hand ignited once more, its golden light piercing toward the black sphere like a sword. Jia Hao consolidated his martial energy, launching his fists forward with explosive force. "Break!" Su Yang and Jia Hao shouted in unison. The intertwining waves of golden light and martial energy converged into a formidable shockwave, crashing into the black sphere with tremendous impact. In a resounding explosion, the black sphere shattered, dissipating into countless shadowy remnants. The residual power of the painting demon had finally been vanquished. Exhausted, Su Yang and Jia Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "It's over," Jia Hao murmured as Su Yang gazed at the gradually calming campus, filled with a sense of reflection. Not why that Su Yang's expression suddenly turned grave as he sensed a more elusive presence lurking in the distance. Watching them intently, that he felt utterly drained, every muscle quivering as if on the verge of collapse. He struggled to remain upright, yet his vision began to blur, the surroundings enveloped in a grayish haze. His celestial energy was nearly depleted, each breath becoming an arduous task, akin to extracting water from a desiccated riverbed. He surveyed his surroundings, noting Jia Hao's weary visage and Lin Yue's lingering fear in the distance. His heart heavy with concern that he feared he might falter, unable to protect them, terrified that the painting demon would return to wreak havoc upon the school. This feeling of helplessness surged within him like a tide, threatening to consume him entirely. The encroaching darkness loomed like a monstrous beast, mocking his impotence, deriding his insignificance as a celestial master. His breath quickened, his chest ablaze with an unbearable pain. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a flash of light illuminated his mind and a new celestial skill surged into his consciousness, akin to a torrent breaching a dam, instantly filling him with renewed vigor, as he felt the void of energy within him replenished, now more potent and refined than before. With a sudden clarity, he opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden light. Drawing in a deep breath, he harnessed this newfound power. Concurrently, he signaled to Jia Hao, who instantly comprehended his intent. Jia Hao concentrated his martial energy into his fists, which erupted in intense white light, resembling two miniature suns. As Su Yang seamlessly fused his new celestial skill with Jia Hao's martial prowess, culminating in an unprecedented surge of energy. He swung his talisman with fervor, the golden symbols weaving into a colossal array that exuded a daunting pressure. Jia Hao followed suit, his fists shooting forward like arrows unleashed from a bow, striking toward the heart of the array. To go! Su Yang bellowed, and the golden magic array resembled a colossal grinding wheel, ensnaring Jia Hao's fists as they surged towards the core of the lingering specter within the painting like a shooting star. The specter emitted a piercing shriek, akin to sharp glass slicing through the air, causing an agonizing sting to the ears. Its body began to tremble violently, the dark aura dissipating rapidly like a receding tide. Triumph illuminated the faces of Su Yang and Jia Hao, for they knew that this time they had finally eradicated the specter once and for all. However, at that moment, a familiar, chilling presence lingered in the distance. Sending a wave of foreboding through Su Yang's heart, he remained silent, his gaze deepening as he turned toward the horizon, where it loomed like a beast poised to pounce. Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang, her eyes filled with admiration and concern. Unable to contain herself any longer, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly as Su Yang reciprocated the gesture, relishing the warmth of her body, which offered a semblance of solace to his weary form. The onlookers, witnessing their heartfelt embrace, wore expressions of relief, and the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. The stifling ambience of the cafeteria was dispelled by this tender embrace, and a hint of warmth seemed to permeate the air. Releasing Lin Yu, Su Yang inhaled deeply, a confident smile gracing his lips that he activated the live stream, directing the camera toward his surroundings, and began recounting the events that had just transpired, from the specter's emergence to its ultimate destruction, narrating with vivid detail, as though he had lived through it all. The viewers in the live stream were captivated by his tale, inundating the comments with enthusiastic messages. Art enthusiasts flocked in droves, showering him with likes and praise as if it were a tidal wave that I end that moment. Su Yang's mastery as a celestial master surged forth, a powerful force swelling within him, propelling his rank from the latter stages of a white-robed celestial master to the brink of black-robed celestial mastery. Standing centrally in the cafeteria, he basked in the euphoria of victory, while his peers and teachers cheered and applauded, as if he were the savior of the school. Yet, as Su Yang reveled in his triumph, a deep, sonorous bell tolled from the direction of the school bell tower. This chime was unlike any he had heard before. It lacked the usual clarity and cheerfulness, instead resonating with a disquieting, muffled tone, reminiscent of whispers from the depths of hell, striking each person's eardrums and causing their hearts to skip a beat. The smile faded from Su Yang's face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. He sensed an ominous premonition rising within him like a tidal wave, that he understood that a new challenge was imminent, and this adversary seemed more formidable than the specter. His gaze slowly shifted toward the school bell tower, where, in the fading light of the setting sun, it appeared as a monstrous beast with a gaping maw, awaiting his arrival. The tolling continued, each reverberation pounding against the hearts of all present, like a drumbeat heralding doom. Chapter 43. Secrets of the Bell Tower. The dying rays of the sun cast a blood-red hue over the ancient bell tower, adding an air of foreboding. Su Yang stood at the foot of the tower, gazing upward at the towering structure that resembled a slumbering giant, poised to devour anyone who dared approach. That an oppressive, musty odor permeated the air, as if concealing secrets buried for millennia, suffocating those nearby. He could sense danger lurking in the shadows, ready to spring forth. Jia Hao clenched his fists tighter, acutely aware of the stifling atmosphere as his brow furrowed in concern. Lin Yu stood silently beside Su Yang, her clear eyes betraying a hint of worry. The trio remained silent, absorbing the suffocating ambience, as the air around the bell tower seemed to solidify, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression. That as they prepared to ascend the steps of the bell tower, a stooped figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. That it was old Zhang, the bell tower's custodian, his once cloudy eyes now filled with a vacant, dazed expression. His wrinkled face twitched with a stiff, puppet-like rigidity. "You cannot enter here," old Zhang's voice rasped, low and hoarse, akin to the grinding of rusted iron, instilling discomfort in those who heard it. Su Yang attempted to reason with him. "Old man, we merely wish to take a look. We will not cause any harm." Yet old Zhang seemed oblivious to their pleas, mechanically repeating, "You cannot enter, you cannot enter." His calloused hands gripped a rusted iron rod tightly, blocking the entrance with unwavering resolve. Jia Hao, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger flare at old Zhang's obstinacy, stepping forward to force his way through. "Old man, step aside. Don't block the way." Su Yang swiftly grasped Jia Hao's arm, cautioning, "Don't act rashly. Something is amiss." Jia Hao simmered down, though his glare remained fierce. Old Zhang, however, appeared completely indifferent to their altercation, continuing his mechanical refrain, "You cannot enter. You cannot enter." His vacant gaze was unsettling, evoking an indescribable eeriness. The atmosphere grew tense, taut as a string ready to snap. That Su Yang inhaled deeply, fixing his sharp gaze upon old Zhang, realizing that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. At that moment, old Zhang abruptly ceased his murmurs, his eyes sharpening like a predator in the dark, fixated on Su Yang. The corners of his cracked lips curled into a bizarre smile. Heh. Just then, old Zhang's laughter was abruptly cut off, as if the surrounding space had been distorted by an invisible force, rendering everything hazy and unclear. Su Yang and his companions felt their movements slow, each step becoming a laborious struggle through a thick, viscous substance. Lin Yu, gripped by fear, clutched Su Yang's shirt, her body trembling as if the encroaching darkness would consume her at any moment. Su Yang. What is happening? Jia Hao's voice wavered slightly, yet remained resolute. A feeling of helplessness surged within Su Yang. But he suppressed his fear, focusing his mind that he recalled a unique ability from the Celestial Master legacy. A power capable of temporarily transcending the constraints of time. That he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently recited the incantation. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within him, briefly dispelling the surrounding darkness. That he dashed toward Old Zhang, channeling celestial energy into his hand and sweeping it forcefully, dispersing some of the time ghost's influence over Old Zhang. That a flicker of clarity returned to Old Zhang's eyes, his body trembling as if released from invisible shackles. "Quick now!" Su Yang shouted, seizing Old Zhang's hand in an attempt to pull him aside. Jia Hao and Lin Yu, filled with excitement, immediately followed Su Yang's lead. However, just as they were on the verge of breaking through Old Zhang's obstruction, the air around them grew even more oppressive, a powerful force surging from deep within the bell tower, as if countless invisible tendrils were closing in. The time ghost, enraged by the disruption of its control, echoed chillingly through the air. "You think you can escape so easily?" With a piercing scream, the time ghost unleashed a tempest within the bell tower, the ancient clock face spinning wildly, its hands slicing towards Su Yang and the others like deadly blades. Su Yang swiftly pushed Old Zhang aside, conjuring a celestial talisman to form a golden barrier that shielded them from the oncoming onslaught. Jia Hao swung his fists, dispersing the raging winds to protect Lin Yu. The time ghost's attacks were unpredictable, sometimes manifesting as sharp chimes that reverberated painfully in their ears, at other times taking the form of distorted shadows attempting to drag them into endless darkness. Su Yang and Jia Hao fought valiantly, but the time ghost's power proved overwhelming, their strength gradually waning. Su Yang's arm was grazed by the clock's chime, blood trickling down his arm. Seeing Su Yang wounded, Lin Yu's heart ached, and disregarding her own safety, she tore a strip from her clothing to bandage his wound. Feeling Lin Yu's concern, a warm surge of determination filled Su Yang, fortifying his resolve to battle on. Jia Hao observed them, a smile of reassurance gracing his face. Amidst the fierce struggle, Lin Yu discovered that each time the clock chimed, the time ghost's power diminished slightly. She promptly shared this revelation with Su Yang and Jia Hao, and the trio resolved to exploit this weakness to find an opportunity for retaliation. Su Yang and Jia Hao took turns attacking, drawing the time ghost's attention, while Lin Yu searched for a way to manipulate the clock's chimes. At last, she uncovered a peculiar symbol hidden beneath one of the floor tiles in the bell tower. Just as she was about to examine it closely, the time ghost unleashed a surge of power, knocking them apart. Then it vanished, leaving only the desolate bell tower enveloped in unsettling silence. Su Yang pressed his hand against his wounded arm, gazing at the floor tile. "It seems we must pay a visit to the History Museum." He carefully made an impression of the symbols on the tiles, stowing it away with determination. Chapter 44. The Veil of History. The echoes of the bell were still resonating as Su Yang cautiously stored the symbols he had imprinted from the clock tower's tiles. Embarking on a journey to the History Museum alongside Jia Hao and Lin Yu, the night was deepening, and the streetlights cast mottled shadows upon the pavement, as if each step tread upon the fissures of time. The History Museum lay on the outskirts of the city, enveloped by a tranquil forest. As Su Yang pushed open the door, a musty scent wafted towards him, as if time had stagnated here for centuries. Inside, the dim yellow light illuminated artifacts that silently narrated ancient tales, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Everything here was imbued with the weight of history, and Su Yang whispered to Jia Hao and Lin Yu, tinged with anticipation, that they hoped to uncover the information they sought. The trio ventured deeper into the museum until they finally arrived at the curator's office. The curator, a stern and meticulous middle-aged man clad in a crisp white shirt, peered through his glasses with an air of indifference. Su Yang inhaled deeply and presented the curator with a piece of paper bearing the symbols. "Curator, we discovered these symbols beneath the clock tower and seek your assistance," he said respectfully. The curator accepted the paper, scrutinizing it intently, his brow furrowing in concentration. He then raised his gaze, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. "These symbols are not ordinary. They pertain to ancient powers and taboos." "Who are you?" And why are you delving into these secrets? Su Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Jia Hao, understanding the curator's caution was not unfounded. Jia Hao stepped forward, earnestly explaining, "Curator, we are students. But we have also become embroiled in an event related to the Time Spectre. This symbol may hold the key to unraveling the mystery, and we implore you to provide us with some information." The curator remained unmoved, his gaze sweeping over the three of them before finally resting on Lin Yu. "The Time Spectre has already posed a threat to us. We merely wish to find a solution," Lin Yu added. After a moment's silence, the curator sighed and placed the paper back on the desk. "These symbols are indeed connected to ancient rituals, but the truth behind them is far from simple. I cannot divulge this information lightly, for it could lead to unforeseeable consequences. You would do well to leave at once." That a wave of disappointment washed over Su Yang, yet he did not relent. "Curator, if we can resolve this issue, it would ultimately safeguard the museum and all that resides within it. Please trust us." The curator's expression remained cold, but Su Yang's words appeared to resonate with him. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the window, just as a faint glow emanated from an ancient artifact within the museum, as if some long-dormant power had been awakened. The curator's unusual look seemed to tug at the slumbering forces hidden deep within the museum. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the air, the temperature plummeting as if they had stepped into a millennia-old ice cavern. The pottery and bronze artifacts in the display cases began to tremble, their intricate patterns seemingly coming to life, shimmering with an eerie blue light. Lin Yu gasped, clenching her arms tightly as her teeth chattered uncontrollably, her fair skin turning a shade of bluish purple. She shivered, her breath visible as mist in the frigid AI. Su Yang felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively attempting to summon the celestial powers within him, only to find that strength diminished beneath the weight of history's oppressive force. He sensed himself ensnared in a chaotic void, the concept of time blurring as countless eyes seemed to peer at them from the darkness. "This is not good. It is the remnants of history," Jia Hao shouted, acutely aware of the tremendous pressure emanating from this force, an ancient energy surpassing modern supernatural phenomena. But he swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, murmuring incantations while swiftly forming hand seals. A golden light burst forth from the pendant, coalescing into a circular shield that enveloped the three of them. Outside the shield, the artifacts began to float with increasing velocity, some even colliding with one another, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds as the very fabric of space twisted around them. Su Yang felt the celestial energy within him gradually replenishing, and he steadied Lin Yu, whose face was pale from the cold. Turning to the curator once more. The curator, now devoid of his earlier indifference, was fixated on the floating artifacts, a flicker of fear crossing his face as if he had recalled some dreadful memory. "Curator, this force has spiraled out of control. The Time Spectre is likely nearby. We must swiftly find a solution, or the entire museum will be destroyed." Su Yang's voice brimmed with urgency, knowing that he must seize this rare opportunity with the curator. Finally, the curator's gaze shifted from the artifacts to Su Yang, studying him intently before glancing at the trio protected by Jia Hao's energy. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and the shield began to tremble violently. Beads of sweat formed on Jia Hao's forehead as he shouted, "My formation can barely hold." Amidst the chaos within the museum, the floating artifacts seemed to be manipulated by an unseen force, crashing into one another and emitting a discordant symphony of shattering sounds, while the air grew thick with dust and decay. Jia Hao's hand seals quickened, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks as he gritted his teeth. Straining to maintain the faltering shield, Su Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, but he knew he had to locate the source of this power swiftly. His gaze scanned the swaying artifacts, finally resting upon an ancient clock nestled in a corner of the museum. The clock was rusted and its hands frozen at an indiscernible hour, as if forgotten by time itself. Its surface glimmered with an eerie light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding artifacts. Su Yang could sense that the potent historical remnants emanated from this clock, channeling the celestial energy that had just begun to restore within him. A beam of golden light surged from his palm, transforming into a rune that soared towards the clock. The moment the rune made contact, the clock shuddered violently, its hands spinning rapidly, producing a rhythmic ticking sound that an invisible shockwave radiated outward from the clock, causing the shield to sway perilously. while the surrounding artifacts clashed even more frantically. That Su Yang felt a formidable resistance, as though an invisible hand was restraining him from approaching, but he summoned his celestial energy anew. The golden light becoming ever more brilliant as it clashed against the eerie glow emanating from the clock. Lin Yu watched anxiously, her gaze fixed on Su Yang. Sensing her support, warmth surged within him, empowering him as he focused intently on the clock, his palms slightly raised. The golden light coiled around the clock like a chain, binding it firmly. Jia Hao observed Su Yang's state, a hint of relief flashing across his face. Despite his struggle to maintain the formation, witnessing his brother's valiant effort ignited a spark of hope within him. Just as Su Yang and the clock were locked in this stalemate, the curator trembled as he fumbled beneath his desk. Retrieving an ancient tome of considerable weight, he cradled the book in his hands, carefully opening it, revealing pages that had yellowed with age, exuding a musty odor. The curator pointed to a symbol on the page, strikingly similar to the one imprinted on the tiles of the clock tower, and exclaimed, Yes, this symbol. It records ancient rituals concerning the taboos of time." A surge of joy coursed through Su Yang, and he moved forward to examine it, only to be met with an overwhelming force that pulled at him from above. His wrist went numb, and the golden chain he wielded was severed in an instant. Before he could react, the ancient tome vanished in thin air, dissolving into a shadow that promptly disappeared. Su Yang's expression turned grave as he looked towards the direction in which the shadow had vanished. His eyes, brimming with frustration and fury, one thought consumed him. He must reclaim the ancient tome. Clenching his fists tightly, he prepared to pursue. Chapter 45. The truth unfolds. That Su Yang's gaze remained fixed on the direction where the shadow had vanished. It led to a narrow path at the edge of the small town, where the faint outline of an old clock shop came into view. The town possessed but one clock shop. Could it be? A chill of foreboding washed over Su Yang. "We must go to the clock shop," he declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. Jia Hao and Lin Yu exchanged glances, asking no questions, and promptly followed suit. The clock shop stood at the periphery of the town, surrounded by dilapidated structures, yet it emanated an eerie glow beneath the dim streetlights. Within, an array of clocks adorned the walls, their ticking sounds intertwining like a macabre symphony. The air was thick with a faint scent of sandalwood, mingling with the chilly metallic atmosphere, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. That Su Yang took a deep breath, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and stepped inside. The sound of ticking intensified, resonating within him like countless hammers striking at his heart, stirring unease. From behind the counter, a stooped figure slowly rose. In the dim light, Su Yang could not discern his face. But the man's deep-set eyes glinted like those of a hawk, sharp and penetrating, as if capable of seeing through all facade. "What brings you here?" The elderly man's voice was hoarse and deep, tinged with a barely perceptible wariness. Su Yang got straight to the point, outlining his purpose for visiting. The old man's gaze flickered momentarily before returning to a calm demeanor. "I am aware of what you seek." He spoke slowly, but this secret is not one that just anyone can know. That a chill ran through Su Yang. It seemed this elder possessed knowledge of significant import. "Do you know about the time phantom?" Su Yang inquired cautiously. The elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved an ancient wooden box from beneath the counter and placed it before Su Yang. "Prepare it for me," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "And I shall divulge everything you wish to know." That Su Yang hesitated, uncertain of what lay within the box or the nature of the elder's intentions. In that moment of indecision, the old man suddenly grasped Su Yang's wrist with his frail hand. The grip so powerful it sent a jolt of pain coursing through him. "Promise me," the elder rasped urgently. "Only then can you stop it." His hand was icy, as if it belonged to the deceased. A wave of intense unease washed over Su Yang. He felt as though he were being drawn into an immense whirlpool, unable to escape. Just as he lingered in uncertainty, the time phantom sensed their presence and launched an attack. Suddenly, the clocks within the shop began to spin wildly, as if controlled by an invisible force. The hands accelerated abnormally, producing a jarring screech, while gears and parts flew about, some even penetrating the walls with a dull thud. Lin Yu was caught off guard as a broken clock hand grazed her cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. She gasped, instinctively recoiling, her heart racing and breath quickening. Witnessing this, Su Yang was engulfed by guilt and anguish. He realized that his indecision had precipitated this crisis. In an instant, a tumult of self-reproach and fury entwined within him, rendering him nearly breathless. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, a droplet of blood trickling down to the cold floor, making a faint sound. Jia Hao, protect Lin Yu, Su Yang shouted, his voice resolute. Jia Hao immediately sprang into action, positioning himself beside Lin Yu, his hands gathering a faint golden light as the ancient martial power coursed through him. Forming a sturdy shield, Dadae's clock parts continued to rain down. Jia Hao's shield flickered but held firm, standing like an insurmountable wall. Su Yang glanced at the ancient wooden box in his hand, took a deep breath, and resolutely declared, I promise you, I will repair it. A glimmer of relief crossed the elder's face as his frail hand slowly released Su Yang's wrist, the biting chill gradually dissipating. The source of the time phantom lies within the residence of the clock tower keeper, Old Zhang, the elder stated, weariness lacing his voice but his tone unwavering. Only there can you discover its weakness. Su Yang nodded, turning to Jia Hao and Lin Yu, the three of them exchanging firm glances. Drawing in a deep breath, he gripped the wooden box tightly, determination sparkling in his eyes. Time waits for no one. Let us depart. His voice was steadfast and powerful, imbued with unshakable resolve. The trio swiftly rose, stepping out of the clock shop towards the abode of Old Zhang. While within the shop, the clocks continued their frenzied rotation, as if issuing a final warning. Upon arriving at Old Zhang's residence, they found a dilapidated two-story building, the wooden staircase creaking mournfully, as if lamenting the cruelty of time. The surrounding air felt oppressively heavy, reminiscent of the calm before a storm, inducing a sense of suffocation. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet as the surroundings began to warp. Time seemed to lose its grip. Shadows on the walls elongated and contracted erratically, flickering in and out, disorienting the senses. That a vague black figure materialized in the air. The time phantom had finally manifested. The battle erupted instantaneously. The time phantom's form was elusive, appearing at times behind Su Yang and at others flanking Jia Hao. Like a ghost that defied capture, it waved its ethereal arms, conjuring ripples of distorted time with each assault, every strike imbued with an uncanny force. The space around them warped grotesquely under the strain of time's distortion. The walls undulated like waves, and the ground began to crack erratically, emitting a disconcerting sound. Su Yang and Jia Hao stood back to back, cautiously observing the time phantom's movements. Golden light coalesced around Jia Hao's fists. Each strike carried the sound of slicing wind, but always seemed a fraction too late to connect with the elusive phantom. Su Yang swung his talismans, attempting to pinpoint the time phantom's location. Yet each attack felt as if it struck nothingness, utterly ineffective. Lin Yu stood to the side, meticulously monitoring the surrounding changes. She focused intently on the time phantom's every motion, striving to discern a pattern to aid Su Yang and Jia Hao. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, her fists clenched tightly as she anxiously surveyed the unfolding situation, just as they felt they could no longer endure. The celestial power within Su Yang surged forth, a torrent of energy breaking free from its constraints. That he felt as if he had undergone a profound transformation, his perception of time sharpening to an extraordinary acuity. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide, a strange light shimmering in his pupils as he instantly discerned the time phantom's trajectory. Now, he bellowed, as Su Yang was the first to launch an assault. The talisman in his hand erupted with brilliant light, forming a massive sigil that enveloped the time phantom. Jia Hao followed suit, his fist striking with the force of thunder upon the time phantom, the ancient martial energy exploding forth. Lin Yu, meanwhile, continuously relayed information, assisting them in adjusting their attack angles, their coordination seamless. Under the combined might of their efforts, the time phantom could no longer withstand the onslaught, emitting a piercing wail as its form grew increasingly nebulous, ultimately vanishing into the air. The surrounding warp space began to revert to normalcy, and time resumed its flow. Su Yang activated the live stream, directing the camera towards the three of them, each bearing the marks of battle, yet radiating the joy of victory. The audience counts surged rapidly, the comments flooding in like a tide, as viewers celebrated their triumph with exuberance. Just as they basked in the euphoria of their success, Su Yang suddenly discovered a folded note in his pocket. He extracted the note, recognizing it as a message from the clock shop owner. It contained a new location along with some peculiar symbols, resembling cryptic runes that left him utterly perplexed. Su Yang's smile faltered, a frown knitting his brow as a wave of profound unease washed over him. Gazing at the strange symbols and new location inscribed on the note, he was engulfed by uncertainty. Chapter 46. New clues. Su Yang stared at the note in his hand, the bizarre symbols resembling arcane graffiti, inducing a sense of disorientation. The location at the bottom of the note, though vague, undeniably pointed towards a fresh challenge. He understood this must be connected to the Time Phantom, his mind filled with trepidation and curiosity. Yet he did not falter. Instead, a resolute determination glimmered in his eyes. Jia Hao, Lin Yu, it seems we have a new mission ahead, Su Yang asserted as he passed the note to them, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Jia Hao accepted the note, brow furrowed. Though his gaze betrayed no hint of fear, he clapped Su Yang on the shoulder, affirming, "Brother, I will follow you, no matter where we go." Lin Yu scrutinized the symbols on the note, recognizing them as ancient time runes that could serve as guidance or a warning. These symbols seemed to hold great significance, she murmured, her voice brimming with a thirst for exploration of the unknown. The trio resolved to set off immediately towards the location indicated on the note. They traversed the back entrance of the school, entering a desolate grove within the city. It was dusk, and a thick fog enveloped the woods. As if time itself had come to a standstill, in such an environment, Su Yang's celestial power faced significant disruption. His steps faltered, and his sense of direction blurred. The fog was so dense that he could scarcely discern his bearings. Jia Hao furrowed his brow, asserting that he attempted to dissipate the thick fog with ancient martial arts, yet the results were negligible. Lin Yu closely followed beside Su Yang, periodically reciting incantations in hopes of uncovering some clue. However, the symbols on the notes remained obscure and indecipherable, leaving her with a sense of frustration. That moment, a deep, resonant bell tolled from the depths of the forest, its sound elongated and eerie. Su Yang felt as if countless chimes echoed in his ears, each seemingly beckoning them towards their fate. He halted, closing his eyes in an attempt to sense the environment around him through the power of a celestial master. As the bell tolls faded, Su Yang opened his eyes, and both Jia Hao and Lin Yu sensed an unsettling shift, a wave of anxiety washing over them. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the leaves as if innumerable specters roamed the woods. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the mist, emitting a low, menacing growl. "Prepare for battle," Su Yang commanded, gathering the celestial energy around him, though a flicker of unease lingered within. The three stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. From the depths of the fog, shadowy figures began to materialize, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light, as if they were monsters from another realm. "The remnants of the time spirits," Su Yang whispered, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. That moment, a shadow lunged towards them, and time itself seemed to freeze. Channeling all his strength, Su Yang ignited the celestial talisman in his hand, illuminating the darkened grove. The fog billowed, and the chilling wind carried whispers akin to ghostly murmurs. A shadow, entwined with distorted time, lunged ferociously at Su Yang and his companions. It extended its razor-sharp claws, and the surrounding trees appeared to come alive, vines growing wildly and weaving into a cage that ensnared Lin Yu. With a startled cry, Lin Yu found herself ensnared by the resilient branches. Rendered immobile, the trees grew with astonishing speed, sturdy trunks rising almost instantaneously, casting an even more ominous shadow over the already dim woods. Lin Yu, Su Yang's heart raced, and he waved his talisman, only to discover that the celestial power within him was rendered ineffective in the chaos of this distorted flow of time. He felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, as if he were caught in a colossal vortex, being tugged by an unseen force, unable to escape. The very fabric of time around him twisted and thickened, rendering his every movement sluggish and arduous. Seeing this, Jia Hao let out a fierce shout, channeling golden light from his palms, striking at the trees that ensnared Lin Yu. The ancient martial might transformed into sharp blades of air, severing the rigid branches, and with splinters flew. Finally, Lin Yu's trapped form received a moment's reprieve as she struggled to free herself from the entangling trees. Su Yang took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He closed his eyes, feeling the flow of celestial power within him, seeking a connection to the chaotic time around them. But he recalled a special technique recorded in the ancient texts, one that could momentarily stabilize the surrounding temporal flow. Focusing his mind, he intoned the incantation, the talisman in his hand radiating brilliant light, forming a protective barrier that temporarily steadied the distorted time. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Hao pulled Lin Yu beside Su Yang. The three standing back to back, warily observing their surroundings. The remnants of the time spirits emitted piercing howls, their figures flickering in and out of the fog like demons from the underworld. United, Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu combined their talismans, martial prowess, and archaeological knowledge to combat these time-manipulating beasts. After a fierce struggle, the remnants of the time spirits began to falter, their reluctant roars echoing as they ultimately vanished into the mist. Breathless yet resolute, the trio exchanged expressions of determination and relief as Su Yang picked up a tattered piece of fabric from the ground, embroidered with strange symbols identical to those on the previous note. Clutching it tightly, an inexplicable premonition surged within him. What could this possibly signify? As the fog gradually dissipated, moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gently traced the scratches on his arm left by the branches. Her heart aching as Su Yang sensed Lin Yu's reliance on him, a warm current flowing through him as he grasped her hand, offering a reassuring gaze. Observing this moment, Jia Hao smiled knowingly, patting Su Yang on the shoulder, the unspoken camaraderie evident between them. Following the cracked stone path, they finally arrived at the location indicated on the note, a desolate little cabin. The windows of the cabin were in disrepair, overrun with withered vines, a chilling aura emanating from within, sending shivers down their spines. But as Su Yang took a deep breath, pushing open the creaking wooden door and stepping inside. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with dust and mildew, making it difficult to breathe. Moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, casting distorted shadows upon the floor, reminiscent of lurking phantoms. That as Su Yang surveyed the surroundings, discovering an array of ancient artifacts, a rusted clock, its hands eternally frozen at midnight, a diary, its pages yellowed and the handwriting faint, containing vague accounts of the time spirits, and an ancient map, marked with peculiar symbols identical to those on the previous note. It seems we are one step closer to the truth, Su Yang murmured, his voice tinged with excitement, yet intertwined with caution. Both Jia Hao and Lin Yu nodded in agreement, realizing that this place likely concealed vital clues regarding the time spirits. Just as they began to scrutinize the artifacts, the cabin door suddenly slammed shut with a resounding bang. The surrounding space began to warp, shadows on the walls undulating as if alive, producing a chilling rustle, as Su Yang felt an overwhelming force confining them, as though an invisible hand was tightening around their throats. Rendering them breathless, that he recognized this as a new peril, far more potent than any they had previously encountered. "What is happening?" Lin Yu exclaimed, her voice laced with fear, as Su Yang pushed desperately against the closed door. Chapter 47. The Cabin Conundrum. A fight for survival. Su Yang roared in frustration, veins bulging in his arms as he exerted all his strength against the immovable door, which seemed welded shut. A frigid sensation seeped into his palms. Akin to the cold gaze of death, he withdrew his arms, inhaling deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. "That don't waste your efforts. This door won't budge," Jia Hao said, his tone tinged with impatience as he attempted to shoulder his way through the adjacent wall in search of an escape, but the wall stood firm as if forged from iron. Lin Yu anxiously scanned the area, seeking any potential exit, the atmosphere within the cabin thickening to the point of suffocation. In the dim light, the ancient artifacts appeared even more sinister. The rusted clock continued to silently point to midnight, as if cursed for eternity. The yellow diary, under the faint light, exhibited twisted, ghostly writing that dared not be confronted, and the ancient map, adorned with enigmatic symbols, beckoned them to unravel its secrets. Suddenly, a jarring crack shattered the oppressive silence, sending chills down their spines. The floor of the cabin trembled, and the shadows on the walls contorted as if something was awakening. To their horror, numerous gears of varying sizes emerged from the crevices of the walls, floor and ceiling beginning to spin wildly. These gears resembled monstrous creatures, their teeth gnashing together, producing a hair-raising cacophony of friction, as if the entire cabin had transformed into the inner workings of a colossal clock. The gears glimmered with a strange light, seemingly harboring some mysterious power. Su Yang sensed an imminent danger, instinctively attempting to summon his celestial energy to control the bizarre mechanisms, only to find his strength suppressed. Sluggish and unwieldy, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his palms growing clammy. The rapid rotation of the gears not only induced a sense of oppression, but also hinted at a distortion of time. He understood that these gears were no ordinary contraptions. They were undoubtedly linked to the time spirits that Su Yang fixated on the spinning gears. Every minute movement sending tremors through his nerves, he endeavored to concentrate, seeking to discern a pattern in the gears' motion. Yet they danced like mischievous sprites, perpetually altering their trajectories, but he had to concede that he was ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. This feeling of being subject to time's dominion and powerless to resist instilling a sense of despair within him. Jia Hao and Lin Yu also grasped the gravity of the situation, positioning themselves back to back as they cautiously evaded the spinning gears. Each brush of the gears past their bodies sent jolts of terror coursing through them. Aware that contact with these mechanisms would yield dire consequences. What are these things? Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly as she clutched Jia Hao's garment tightly, her eyes filled with terror. That Su Yang remained silent, gritting his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, that he sensed an invisible pressure tightening around them, as if it sought to engulf them entirely. The air seemed to grow thin, and Lin Yu began to gasp for breath. Her cheeks flushing crimson, she attempted to part her lips, but could only emit a faint, unsettling hissing sound. That as time wore on, the air within the small room grew increasingly sparse, as though it were being deliberately siphoned away. Lin Yu's breathing quickened and became labored, her face reddening further. She struggled to open her mouth but could only produce a weak and disquieting hiss, as if an unseen force had constricted her throat. Jia Hao, drained from fending off the relentless assault of the gears, felt sweat cascading down his forehead like fine rain, trickling down his cheeks and pooling on the floor. Each evasive maneuver left him utterly fatigued. His breathing growing more rapid and heavy, that Su Yang felt an overwhelming burden, as though the weight of the world rested upon his shoulders. The fear of losing his companions filled him with guilt and despair. His mind replayed past battles, each moment striking like a whip against his resolve. He understood that he could not simply surrender. He must discover a means of breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su Yang's mind. He recalled the method he had employed to transcend time constraints during his previous battle with the Time Phantom at the Bell Tower. Drawing a deep breath, he focused his mind, channeling all his strength towards the tightly shut door. The veins in his arms stood out once more, his eyes gleaming with determination. That he silently recited the incantation, summoning the remaining celestial power within him, attempting to unleash that ancient spell once again. As time flowed on, the air in the small room seemed to grow even more oppressive, making every breath a challenge. Cold sweat began to bead on Su Yang's forehead, yet he refused to relent. He clenched his jaw, directing all his mental energy towards the frantically spinning gears. Suddenly, he felt a warm and powerful force surging from within his heart, as if an invisible hand were supporting him. At that moment, the rotation of the gears began to slow, ultimately coming to a complete halt. The entire room seemed to freeze. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Seizing the opportunity, Jia Hao rushed forward, using every ounce of his strength to dismantle several crucial gears. With the shattering of the gears, the tremors in the walls and floor gradually subsided. Lin Yu sensed the air becoming fresh again. She inhaled deeply, her face lighting up with the joy of having survived. Jia Hao also finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow and casting a grateful glance at Su Yang. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yu had already grasped his arm tightly, and Su Yang looked at them, offering a gentle smile. Just then, a strange light flickered from the corner of the room. As if something was watching them, Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang and Jia Hao with gratitude, her eyes glistening with tears. The joy of survival caused her to clutch Jia Hao's arm as if it were a lifeline. Jia Hao gently patted Su Yang's shoulder, a warm current surging through Su Yang's heart. In this life-and-death moment, they supported one another, leaning on each other, and this profound friendship grew even stronger in the face of adversity. As unyielding as steel, Once the mechanisms ceased their operations, the small room returned to an eerie calm. The air was thick with the scent of dust, mingling with the musty odor of decaying wood. Invoking a sense of inexplicable oppression, Su Yang scanned the surroundings, seeking an escape route, his gaze settling on an inconspicuous hidden compartment in the corner of the room. The compartment was covered in a thick layer of dust. As if it concealed some unknown secret, Su Yang cautiously opened the compartment, a musty odor wafting forth. Inside lay a tattered diary, its cover in ruins, the writing barely legible. Su Yang picked up the diary and gently flipped it open, a wave of antiquity enveloping him. The diary contained secrets regarding the Time Phantom, the delicate script appearing particularly eerie in the dim light, as if narrating a long-buried horror tale. Su Yang eagerly read the diary, with Jia Hao and Lin Yu gathering around him. The diary detailed the origins, abilities, and intentions of the Time Phantom. It turned out that the Time Phantom was not inherently malevolent, but was born from a chance distortion of time and space. It possessed the power to manipulate time, altering the flow at will, even trapping individuals in a cycle of time. Its goal was not to annihilate the world, but to mend the distorted timeline, restoring everything to its rightful course. However, just as Su Yang was nearing the end of the diary, he discovered that the final page had been torn out, leaving crucial information abruptly interrupted that moment. The small room began to tremble violently, cracks in the walls widening as if they might collapse at any moment. Su Yang realized that even greater danger loomed ahead. Clutching the incomplete diary tightly, Su Yang's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Chapter 48. The Final Confrontation, the Phantom's Demise. The small room shook increasingly violently, dust cascading down as if the apocalypse were at hand. Su Yang gripped the tattered diary, his knuckles turning white from the effort. The remaining words on the diary were like ghostly whispers, swirling in his mind. The Time Phantom was not wholly evil. Its madness stemmed from the chaos of time and space. To rectify this chaos required a focal point, a place where temporal energy converged most intensely. The bell tower. Su Yang suddenly lifted his gaze. Exclaiming, "We must go," without a moment's hesitation, he was the first to dash out of the swaying room. Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed closely, the three of them racing towards the bell tower like arrows released from a bowstring. The surroundings blurred, time seeming to distort, leaving only the sound of the rushing wind and their heavy breaths. The bell tower loomed majestically, a colossal black beast against the dim sky, and unsettling stillness enveloped the air. Reminiscent of the calm before a storm, Su Yang inhaled deeply, sensing a powerful wave of energy pulsating within the atmosphere. Invisible, yet unnerving, that he felt with clarity that the Time Phantom was near. As they ascended the steps of the bell tower, each stride felt immensely burdensome. Su Yang's heart raced, uncertainty gnawing at him. He did not know what awaited him, nor whether he truly possessed the strength to vanquish this formidable Time Phantom. He paused, turning to glance back at Jia Hao and Lin Yu, whose faces bore traces of tension. "Can we truly do this?" Lin Yu's voice quivered, shattering the suffocating silence. Su Yang looked at her, aware of her fear, yet he could not retreat. He had to confront it for the school, for those around him, and for himself. His gaze firm, his voice imbued with strength, he declared, "We can surely do it." Jia Hao patted his shoulder, his usual smile in place, though his eyes revealed a subtle seriousness that he said nothing, merely nodding in support. Feeling his companion's strength, Su Yang's unease diminished, replaced by a fearless resolve that he inhaled deeply. His gaze sharpening once more, they continued their ascent. The internal structure of the bell tower proved even more intricate than anticipated, the seemingly endless layers of steps winding up endlessly. They sensed the airflow around them shifting, becoming cold and tinged with a sense of decay, time here growing chaotic. The massive gears at the center of the bell tower appeared to be controlled by an unseen force, producing an excruciating grinding sound. Akin to a caged beast growl, Su Yang felt his body growing heavier, as though pressed down by an invisible weight. That he halted, surveying the surroundings again, confirming that the Time Phantom's essence was nearby. Slowly, he raised his hand, preparing to retrieve the celestial talisman, when he heard Jia Hao gasp and swiftly shield him. That a chilling wind swirled within the bell tower, carrying dust and emitting a sharp wail. Resembling the lament of vengeful spirits, Su Yang felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain were pressing against his chest, rendering him breathless. Time here became viscous and distorted, each second stretching into what felt like a century. Suddenly, the enormous gears at the heart of the bell tower ceased their movement, the decaying odor in the air intensifying, a chilling stillness enveloping the entire space. Su Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the surroundings began to twist and warp, as if he had been thrust into a kaleidoscope. Be careful. Jia Hao's voice echoed through the distorted fabric of time and space, tinged with a hint of terror, before Su Yang could fully comprehend the situation. A formidable force swept them into a temporal vortex. Everything before his eyes became a blur, and his body felt as if it were being torn apart in excruciating pain. Su Yang sensed his vitality rapidly ebbing away. He witnessed Jia Hao and Lin Yu struggling within the maelstrom, their faces etched with anguish and despair. Darkness, an endless abyss, seemed poised to engulf them. Su Yang felt his body growing lighter, his consciousness beginning to fade, as if he were adrift in a void where everything lost its significance. A wave of despair surged over him, and he felt on the brink of surrender. Just then, he sensed a warm hand clasping his tightly, a powerful energy emanating from the palm, rekindling his hope. It was Jia Hao. He wielded ancient martial prowess to stabilize their forms, preventing them from being consumed by the temporal whirlpool. Lin Yu's voice rang in his ears. Imbued with determination, the diary chronicled the weaknesses of the Time Spectre. At the very heart of the vortex, its power waned. Su Yang's heart jolted with newfound vigor, a potent force surging within him. It was the power of the Celestial Master. He focused his mind, channeling his entire strength, breaking through the bottleneck of the white-robed Celestial Master and ascending to the rank of black-robed Celestial Master. A black radiance erupted from him, illuminating the dark vortex. He felt invigorated, the temporal erosion upon him diminishing. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the Time Spectre seemed to sense the threat, emitting a piercing screech as its form twisted and contorted, resembling a mass of black mist swirling in the air. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, it wore an expression of terror, as if incredulous at the unfolding events. Enough! Su Yang's voice reverberated within the bell tower, laced with a chilling intent. The black light, sharp as a blade, rent the temporal vortex asunder, and Su Yang's figure appeared before the Time Spectre like a wraith. The spectre let out a shrill howl, its black mist extending like the tentacles of an octopus, lunging towards Su Yang. Each tentacle was imbued with formidable temporal energy, creating warped fissures in space upon contact that Su Yang adeptly evaded, his eyes glimmering with black luminescence, his hands swiftly forming the seals of the Celestial Master. Time rewind. The spectre rasped, its surrounding temporal flow beginning to reverse, distorting the scenery in an attempt to drag Su Yang back to some past moment. Su Yang felt a powerful tugging force, gritting his teeth as he summoned the strength of the black-robed Celestial Master to resist it, his body rooted firmly like a boulder, unaffected by the temporal regression. Jia Hao and Lin Yu flickered in the warp space, continually providing support. Jia Hao swung his fists, ancient martial energy crashing toward the Time Spectre like tumultuous waves, though it could not inflict substantial harm. It effectively diverted the Spectre's attention. Lin Yu consistently reminded Su Yang of the Spectre's attack patterns. Time acceleration. The Time Spectre roared anew, its surroundings hastening, the pressure in the air mounting. Su Yang felt his body slow, as if mired in a quagmire. He concentrated, condensing the power of the Celestial Master in his eyes, black runes flickering within them as he discerned the Spectre's movements. Now, Lin Yu's voice urged in his ear. Seizing the moment, Su Yang gathered all his strength into his right hand, a black glow emanating from it, devouring the surrounding light like a black hole. He swung forward with force, a wave of black energy surging toward the heart of the Time Spectre. No! The Spectre shrieked in a mournful wail, the black mist thrashing wildly, attempting to evade Su Yang's assault. Yet it was all too late. The black energy wave struck the Spectre's core with the might of a tempest, a deafening shatter resonating as the Spectre let out one final, unwilling howl, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing into the ether, the Time Spectre faded. The internal clock of the bell tower returned to normalcy, and the surrounding warped space gradually calmed. Su Yang exhaled deeply, the weariness flooding over him like a tide. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a look of contentment gracing his features. "That we have won," Jia Hao exclaimed, leaping with elation, his face radiant with the joy of survival. Lin Yu too wore a relieved smile, approaching Su Yang to embrace him tightly. Su Yang initiated the live stream, and the screen was instantly inundated with a flurry of comments. The viewing duration surpassed the threshold in an instant. He gazed at the scrolling remarks, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. They cheered and reveled, immersed in the euphoria of victory. Yet, at that moment, an anonymous message pinged on Su Yang's phone, containing but a single line. "On the day of the anniversary, a greater crisis will descend." That Su Yang's smile froze upon his face, and he gradually set the phone down, his brow furrowed, his gaze swept over his jubilant companions. Lost in the bliss of triumph, the scene before him strikingly ironic. Chapter 49. The Anniversary Surprise. The malevolent spirit unleashed. Su Yang stared at the anonymous message on his phone, a chill creeping into his heart. "On the day of the anniversary, a greater crisis will descend." This simple message struck him like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing the joy of his recent victory. Around him, his classmates remained enraptured in the celebratory atmosphere, cheers and laughter ringing out, forming a stark contrast to his turmoil. Su Yang took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, but his mind raced, contemplating the impending crisis. Jia Hao and Lin Yu noticed Su Yang's unease and approached him with concern. "Su Yang, what's wrong?" Lin Yu inquired softly, her voice laced with worry. Su Yang displayed the message on his phone, and the color drained from Jia Hao's face, while Lin Yu's brow furrowed in realization of the gravity of the situation. "We must act immediately," Su Yang declared with resolve, swiftly shutting down the live stream and accessing the task interface of the Celestial Master System. The screen displayed several tasks, one of which boldly proclaimed, "Protect the anniversary event. Prevent the spread of supernatural occurrences." At that moment, the event host, Xiao Xian, stepped onto the stage, ready to declare the commencement of the celebration. However, just as she prepared to speak, a shadow suddenly flashed from behind the stage. And then the possessed headmaster emerged, his eyes hollow and devoid of life, a twisted smile adorning his face, starkly contrasting his usual stern demeanor. "Students, today is a special day, and I have an important announcement to make." The headmaster's voice was frigid and eerie, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Su Yang's heart sank. He recognized this as the malevolent spirit's scheme. That he dashed toward the stage, but the headmaster seemed transformed, moving with swift and powerful intent as he struck at Su Yang. Su Yang had to evade, while Jia Hao quickly stepped in front of him. "Su Yang, you go protect the students and teachers. I will handle this." Jia Hao's voice was firm and resolute, faint golden light emanating from his fists, clearly harnessing the true energy of ancient martial arts. With the headmaster's attack, the atmosphere in the playground became tense in an instant. The students' cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by panic and chaos. Su Yang and Jia Hao exchanged a knowing glance. Su Yang swiftly activated the protective shield of the Celestial Master System to safeguard the surrounding students, while Jia Hao engaged the headmaster in a fierce confrontation. In the midst of their exchange, Su Yang's gaze swept through the crowd, noticing more unusual phenomena unfolding. Some students' eyes had begun to glaze over, as if ensnared by some unseen force. His heart raced, realizing a greater crisis was quietly encroaching. "Jia Hao, protect Xiao Xian," Su Yang shouted, then leaped toward the other side of the stage. Just as he was about to reach her, the headmaster suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, his form transforming into a shadow. Vanishing from sight, Su Yang's steps halted abruptly, his gaze fixated on the center of the stage, anxiety gripping him. "This is merely the beginning," a chilling voice echoed in Su Yang's ears, as if emanating from all directions, sending shivers down his spine. Su Yang tightened his grip on his talisman, his resolve unwavering. He understood that a far greater challenge lay ahead. The anniversary surprise, the malevolent spirit unleashed. Su Yang's heart raced furiously within his chest, tension coursing through him like a taut string. His gaze darted through the crowd, witnessing the proliferation of supernatural phenomena. Some students' expressions grew vacant, their faces pale, as they slowly advanced toward their fellow students and teachers. A few began to swing their fists, attacking those nearby, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Cheers morphed into screams, cries, and pleas for help echoed saturating the air with a palpable sense of dread. Protect Xiao Xian. Su Yang's voice resonated with unwavering determination amidst the chaos as he swiftly dashed to the opposite side of the stage, invoking the Tianxia system's protective shield in an effort to thwart the controlled teachers and students. However, the supernatural force appeared to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. The shield began to crack after withstanding several waves of assaults that on the other side, Jiahao was engaged in a fierce battle with the possessed faculty and students. A faint golden glow emanated from his fists, each strike infused with potent true energy that he deftly evaded their attacks, delivering precise punches and palm strikes that sent the controlled individuals sprawling to the ground. Some even regained their senses, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings as though awakening from a dreadful nightmare. Jiahao's performance ignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of their peers, who ceased their frantic flight and began to congregate around him in search of refuge. Witnessing this scene, Su Yang felt a surge of confidence that he recognized that Jiahao was not only his capable assistant, but also a steadfast anchor for the teachers and students alike. Yet, in that moment, Su Yang's gaze swept over the crowd, discovering that even more teachers and students had succumbed to control and were assaulting others as he surveyed the turmoil before him. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped his heart. The fissures in his shield widened, and he could feel the supernatural energy relentlessly corroding his defenses. The screams and cries of his classmates reverberated in his ears, each sound akin to a dagger, piercing his soul. That Su Yang, do not be afraid. Lin Yu's voice suddenly pierced through the din, her steadfast gaze filled with courage as she stayed closely by his side. Her words acted as a ray of dawn, illuminating the despair within Su Yang's heart. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his talisman tightly. His resolve rekindled. He understood that greater challenges lay ahead, but as long as they united in purpose, no obstacle was insurmountable. At that moment, a surge of malevolent energy abruptly surged forth, intensifying the supernatural phenomena throughout the campus. Su Yang and Lin Yu exchanged a knowing glance and nodded, steeling themselves for the impending confrontation with the malevolent spirit leader. Lin Yu remained steadfast beside Su Yang, her gaze as resolute as stone, silently conveying that whatever trials awaited them, they would face them together. Feeling Lin Yu's unwavering support, a warm current coursed through Su Yang, dispelling some of his fear and empowering him to confront the challenges ahead. The bond of understanding and trust that existed between them felt particularly precious at that moment. The air in the playground grew oppressively heavy, as if some immense force was slowly infiltrating the atmosphere, that a chilling aura ascended from the ground, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The surrounding classmates trembled involuntarily, their faces as pale as parchment. Su Yang inhaled deeply, summoning the power of the Tianxia within him, bracing himself for the challenge posed by the spirit leader. That a potent wave of evil energy erupted from the underground chamber, causing the lights on the playground to flicker erratically, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. That Su Yang sensed a formidable presence locking onto him. He gripped his talisman tightly, every muscle in his body tensed, prepared to counter the assault of the malevolent spirit leader. The spirit leader did not reveal himself immediately, but instead tested Su Yang's defenses, conjuring bizarre illusions on the playground, distorted figures, wailing cries, and bloody severed limbs. That Su Yang fought to suppress his inner terror, striving to maintain his composure. At that juncture, a shadow appeared at the edge of the campus barrier, clad in a black robe and hood. His face obscured, he exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Slowly, he raised his hands and muttered incantations, seemingly performing some arcane ritual. That a wave of coldness surged from Su Yang's feet to the crown of his head. The mysterious figure abruptly ceased his incantation, lifting his head to gaze at Su Yang on the playground, a sinister smile curling his lips. Extending a hand, he pointed at Su Yang, his deep voice echoing ominously. It begins. Chapter 50. A grueling resistance. The cold, mocking laughter pierced through Su Yang's taut nerves like a sharp needle. Clenching his teeth, the talisman in his grasp flickered with a faint golden light, barely holding back the relentless waves of mental assault from the spirit leader. The playground was rife with grotesque illusions, the anguished cries ringing in his ears, and the stench of blood permeating the air. Inducing nausea, Su Yang felt a wave of sickness wash over him, his stomach churning. Yet he dared not relent, but he understood that should he falter, the entire school would succumb to ruin. The enigmatic figure stood unwavering at the barrier's edge, resembling a puppeteer orchestrating this horrific spectacle. Out of the corner of his eye, Su-Yang caught sight of the mysterious figure clutching a black stone, its eerie red glow resonating with the underground chamber's direction. Could it be that he was orchestrating this entire calamity from the shadows? A sense of dread enveloped Su-Yang, a cold shiver racing from his feet to his head. Su-Yang, be careful. Jia Hao's shout jolted Su-Yang back to reality, and he turned to see the possessed principal, his bloodshot eyes and grotesque visage lunging towards him. Su-Yang swiftly dodged, the principal's claws tearing through his sleeve. An overwhelming stench wafting towards him. Gritting his teeth, Su-Yang wielded his peachwood sword, forcing the principal back. Lin Yu, protect the others, Su-Yang bellowed, his focus returning to the spirit leader, that he recognized that he must first eliminate this paramount threat. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all of his Tianshi power, preparing to unleash his mightiest strike. Just then, the mysterious figure moved that he raised the black stone high, muttering incantations in a low, eerie tone that AS's spell intensified. The school's barrier trembled violently, emitting a piercing HUM that Su-Yang sensed a powerful force tearing at the barrier, threatening to shatter it at any moment. This is bad, Su-Yang thought anxiously. He had to thwart the mysterious figure. As he prepared to charge at him, the spirit leader unleashed a deafening roar, a surge of malevolent energy hurling him violently away that Su-Yang crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he found himself unable to move. The mysterious figure approached Su-Yang slowly, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Did you think you could stop me? His cold laughter echoed like a venomous serpent in the shattered barrier. Each tremor striking at Su-Yang's heart, he labored to lift himself, feeling as if a colossal weight pressed upon his chest. Every breath a painful reminder of his wounds, he endeavored to gather the Tianshi power within him. But it felt as though it was being meticulously stripped away, leaving him with scant reserves. The surrounding scene grew increasingly distorted, the howls of the evil spirit intermingling with the screams of his classmates. A tide of despair threatening to drown him, that he knew he was on the brink of collapse that on the playground. The ground began to fracture, black tendrils of energy slithering from the crevices, ensnaring those students gripped by fear. Their faces were pale, eyes vacant, like puppets under the control of a master, stumbling towards the edge of the barrier. Su-Yang's heart felt as though it was grasped by an invisible hand. And as he beheld the chaos around him, despair and helplessness surged within him. Just as he felt himself on the verge of surrender, a clear voice pierced through the cacophony, a beacon of light in the darkness. Su-Yang, I've noticed something amiss. Following the sound, Su-Yang saw Lin Yu standing beside an ancient stone pillar at the playground's edge, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she pointed at a faint pattern etched upon the stone. This is one of the oldest cornerstones of the school's architectural complex. The pattern here resembles the ceiling formation described in ancient texts. The energy fluctuations here are unusual. They may be connected to the source of that malevolent power. A spark of hope ignited within Su-Yang, akin to grasping a lifeline that he fought through the excruciating pain coursing through his body, dragging his weary form towards Lin Yu. Observing his struggle, she hurried over to support him. Are you all right? Quickly, look here. Su-Yang approached the stone pillar, scrutinizing the intricate patterns upon its surface, but he sensed a formidable power concealed within the stone, distinctly different from the supernatural forces he had previously encountered. He attempted to touch it with the power of a celestial master, and that energy surged into him like a stream of living water, instantly bringing him clarity. Drawing a deep breath, he raised the peachwood sword once more, its tip aimed directly at the leader of the malevolent spirits. This time, his attack was more precise and forceful, effectively limiting the leader's onslaught. His classmates, witnessing this shift, felt a renewed sense of hope, their faces brightening with the thirst for life. Cheers and shouts of encouragement coalesced into a powerful force, standing resolutely against the dark energies. The mysterious figure seemed unprepared for such a turn of events. His brow furrowed and his smile faltering, he raised the black stone in his hand again, seeking to unleash a greater power, only to find its effects diminished. And in a fit of rage, he commanded those under his control to launch frenzied attacks against the group. The battlefield erupted with flashes of blades and spells, the conflict reaching a fever pitch. Su-Yang and Jia Hao coordinated seamlessly, fending off the onslaught of the principal while searching for an opportunity to vanquish the spirit leader. Despite their bodies being battered and bloodied, their eyes shone with unwavering determination. That moment, Lin Yu suddenly called out to Su Yang, who was poised to strike. With urgency in her voice, she said, "Su Yang, look." Following her gaze, Su Yang saw Lin Yu gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with her hand, her movements tender and slow, as if time itself had paused in the lull of battle. Her fingers brushed away the beads of perspiration, and a warm current surged through him, alleviating his exhaustion and pain. Their friends, witnessing this tender moment, broke into knowing smiles. The tension in the atmosphere momentarily softened. "Well done, Su Yang." Jia Hao's voice rang out from nearby, where he was engaged in a fierce struggle with the control principal. This time, Jia Hao seemingly grasped the principal's attack pattern, deftly evading his claws and delivering a reverse kick that sent the principal staggering back. The principal roared in fury, his steps faltering. Jia Hao's bravery elicited cheers from their classmates, easing the tense atmosphere, albeit briefly. However, amidst this fleeting calm, the mysterious figure suddenly raised the black stone in his hand. He chanted incantations in a low, eerie tone, as if his words emerged from the depths of the earth. With his incantations, the school's barrier began to tremble violently. Emitting a piercing hum, Su Yang felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him from all directions, akin to an invisible tidal wave, making it difficult to breathe. The mysterious figure's lips curled into a cruel smile, the black stone radiating a more blinding crimson light, resonating with the malevolent force from the underground chamber. Su Yang realized with clarity that an even greater challenge was approaching. He gripped his peachwood sword tightly, inhaling deeply as defiance flickered in his eyes. Su Yang, are you ready to face an even greater trial? The mysterious figure's voice echoed ominously, heralding the calamity that loomed ahead. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy Unveiled. Dawn of victory. Su Yang's gaze fixed upon the black stone pulsating with an eerie red glow in the mysterious figure's hand. The air felt as though it had solidified, the oppressive weight crashing down upon him like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. But he sensed that this power was inextricably linked to the malevolent aura emanating from the depths of the underground chamber, coalescing into a terrifying vortex capable of devouring all. Drawing another deep breath, his inner spiritual energy surged forth like boiling magma. He gripped the peachwood sword with determination, sweat beading on his palms without diminishing his resolve. He understood that retreat was not an option. If he faltered, the lives of every student and teacher would be irretrievably lost. He had to stand firm to protect each person behind him. Jia Hao's gaze was sharp, his bronze skin appearing even more resolute in the dim light. He slightly bent his legs, energy swirling around him, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Lin Yu stood by Su Yang's side, her gaze unwavering, the compass in her hand emitting a faint glow, her last bastion of hope. They exchanged a glance, a silent pact of trust and determination passing between them. That moment, the mysterious figure's incantations grew increasingly urgent, resembling whispers from the abyss, each syllable laden with a chilling dread. The black stone in his hand erupted with blinding light, its crimson hue as piercing as blood, stark against the surrounding gloom. From the depths of the underground chamber came a deafening roar, as if some dreadful entity were about to break free from its restraints. Su Yang felt ensnared in a tempest, every second weighed down by immense pressure. His body grew heavier, as if burdened by an enormous mountain, each step becoming an arduous task. The spirit leader's howls, reminiscent of demonic wails from the depths of hell, assaulted his ears, driving him to the brink of agony. "Do you truly believe you can stop me?" The mysterious figure's sinister laughter reverberated throughout the cavernous space, akin to a serpent's hiss, sending chills down his spine. But he lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with a menacing chill hidden in the shadows. Suddenly, the ground began to quake violently, as if some colossal being were striving to break free. Cracks spread across the walls like webs, and the air became thick with a suffocating pressure. Su Yang felt as though invisible ropes bound him tightly, rendering him immobile. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to break free from this unseen restraint. He fixed his gaze on the mysterious figure, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. The game has only just begun," the figure intoned with a chilling laugh, and his form began to blur, dissolving into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the air. The tremors in the underground chamber intensified. Stones cascading down, dust swirling, choking Su Yang as he struggled to breathe. The spirit leader let out a deafening roar, a fetid stench assaulting his senses, evoking nausea that a wave of oppressive force engulfed Su Yang. As if a mountain were pressing down upon his chest, nearly suffocating him, that moment, a shadow darted past, and Jia Hao positioned himself in front of Su Yang. With a muffled grunt, Jia Hao was hurled backward like a marionette with severed strings. Crashing heavily to the ground, blood staining the earth, Su Yang's heart sank, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. Jia Hao, he screamed, yearning to rush forward, only to be thwarted by an invisible force. He watched helplessly as Jia Hao lay in a pool of blood, powerless to assist. Lin Yu was also in peril, surrounded by several small spirits, the glow of her compass flickering, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Her face pale, beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, and the compass trembled in her grasp. Lin Yu, Su Yang's heart twisted in agony. He had never felt such despair. The thought of losing his dearest friend overwhelmed him, the anguish rendering him breathless. Suddenly, a surge of intense anger and sorrow erupted from the depths of his being, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing him entirely. His eyes turned bloodshot, the air around him began to warp, and a powerful force erupted from within him, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Su Yang let out a furious roar, his hair standing on end, his clothes moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. As if he could annihilate everything in his path, he broke through his limits, achieving the mid-stage power of a black-clad celestial master. The peachwood sword in his hand blazed with radiant light, cutting through the darkness like a lightning bolt. He charged at the spirit leader, wielding the sword with a force capable of shattering the very essence of malevolence. The spirit leader let out a shrill wail, its form beginning to dissipate like sand scattered by the wind. We've won. Su Yang is incredible. The classmates erupted into cheers, their faces alight with the joy of survival. Su Yang stood there, his body trembling slightly, yet he remained steadfast, much like a guardian deity. Lin Yu struggled to her feet, approaching Su Yang, her voice weak yet resolute. Su Yang, I think I've found it. Trembling, Lin Yu retrieved a small copper talisman from her pocket, her hands quaking, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Taking a deep breath, she recited a series of incantations softly. The runes on the talisman began to glow faintly, emanating a warm energy that gradually spread throughout the underground chamber. Jia Hao, quickly help. Though Lin Yu's voice was faint, it resonated with strength. Jia Hao, despite his severe injuries, managed to rise from the ground and resolutely stood beside Lin Yu. Together, they channeled the brilliance of the bronze talisman toward each and every student and teacher under the control of the mysterious figure, that in an instant, those ensnared began to struggle, their faces gradually regaining their original expressions as the confusion and indifference in their eyes began to dissipate. The controlled headmaster finally regained consciousness. He gazed in astonishment at the scene before him and promptly joined their ranks. Classmates, come help. Lin Yu called out loudly, her voice echoing throughout the basement. The initially frightened students, witnessing the efforts of Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu, rallied their spirits and joined the fight against the enigmatic adversary. As their numbers swelled, the previously dominant figure began to exhibit signs of panic. His subordinates started to fall, overwhelmed by the courage and unity of the students. Su Yang, wielding a peachwood sword, stood at the forefront, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, akin to a blazing flame igniting every nerve. He shouted, "Fear not, together, we shall annihilate this malevolent being." The students responded in unison. Though their weapons were rudimentary, each individual brimmed with fighting spirit. The mysterious figure, witnessing this scene, darkened in countenance, his grip tightening around the black stone, his eyes flashing with fury and resentment. "You ignorant mortals dare challenge my authority." His voice was like a creaking iron gate, laden with hoarseness and despair. He swung the black stone in an attempt to launch a final counterattack. However, Su Yang and his companions were already prepared. With unwavering determination, Su Yang raised his peachwood sword, which erupted into a dazzling light. Lin Yu and Jia Hao each channeled their own abilities, while the surrounding students unleashed their collective power. Just as they were about to execute their final strike, the mysterious figure suddenly shouted, "Do you truly believe you can prevail?" Su Yang, gripping the peachwood sword tightly, his gaze resolute, coldly replied, "The outcome is already determined. There is no escape for you." The mysterious figure found no opportunity to counter as Su Yang and his allies pressed forward with a swift motion. Su Yang sent forth a lethal beam of light from the sword, aimed directly at the figure. Joining forces with Jia Hao, Lin Yu, and the entire faculty and student body, they launched a final offensive. The light of the peachwood sword blazed like a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky, intertwining with the gentle glow from Lin Yu's compass, forming a formidable web of power that ensnared the mysterious figure. Jia Hao's punches whistled through the air, each strike imbued with the force to split mountains and shatter stones. The students shouted in unison, pouring forth every ounce of strength they could muster. The mysterious figure let out a desperate wail as the black stone in his hand began to tremble violently, its red glow waning until it was extinguished entirely, like a puppet stripped of its soul. He could no longer withstand the surging force that he staggered backward, attempting to break free from the invisible bonds. But it was too late. They had completely seized control of the battlefield. Ultimately, the figure could no longer resist. His form began to distort, and he disintegrated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the shadows. The leader of the malevolent spirits emitted one last anguished cry, reminiscent of shattering glass, before disappearing without a trace. The crisis on the day of the school celebration was finally quelled. The students, having survived the ordeal, erupted in deafening cheers. Their faces radiated joy, and their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if awakening from a long, nightmarish slumber. Su Yang gazed at his classmates, a smile of contentment gracing his face, that he knew they had succeeded. Through their courage and unity, they had triumphed over evil. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang activated the live stream, revealing the chaotic basement and the relieved smiles of his peers. The barrage of comments in the streaming chat exploded, with countless 666 and Su Yang, the Great, flooding the screen. His popularity soared to unprecedented heights. He realized that this incident not only catapulted his fame, but, more importantly, he had safeguarded each and every one of them, that everyone reveled in their victory. Su Yang inadvertently noticed that the mysterious figure had seemingly dropped something while fleeing. He cautiously approached and picked up a peculiar metallic object from the ground that felt cold and hard to the touch, its surface etched with obscure symbols that emitted a faint metallic sheen. Appearing eerily in the dim light, Su Yang scrutinized the object in his hand, a tide of curiosity washing over him, and he sensed that this small item concealed a far greater secret. Holding the mysterious object, he examined it closely, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Chapter 52. The exploration of the mysterious object. Su Yang clutched the metallic item tightly, its icy touch penetrating through his fingertips to his very heart. The symbols carved upon its surface resembled twisted insects, shimmering with an uncanny glow in the subdued lighting. He rubbed it repeatedly, his fingers tracing the cold metallic patterns, as his thoughts surged like a tempestuous sea. Jia Hao approached, his robust frame nearly blocking the overhead light, casting a heavy shadow over him. "Old Su, what on earth is this? It looks rather ominous," he inquired in a low voice, a hint of barely perceptible tension underlying his tone. Lin Yu joined him, adjusting her glasses as her sharp gaze swept over the metallic object. "This does not resemble any ordinary metallic artifact. The symbols are unfamiliar to me. They may not correspond to any known writing system," she remarked, her voice cool yet tinged with excitement, akin to an archaeologist uncovering ancient relics buried beneath the earth. Other students gathered around, their curious eyes focusing on the enigmatic object like searchlights. Though traces of fear lingered on their faces, the allure of the unknown triumphed over their trepidation. The air was thick with tension. Each person held their breath, fearful of missing any detail that Su Yang's heart felt as though it were pressed beneath a heavy stone. He furrowed his brow, sensing that this small item was far from ordinary. It might be the key to unlocking Pandora's box, harboring earth-shattering secrets, or it could be a deadly trap, leading them into an abyss from which there was no return. He had to tread carefully, avoiding rash actions. That he glanced at his friends surrounding him, aware that he could not betray their expectations. A choice loomed before him. Should he unravel the secrets of this metallic object immediately? Or should he bide his time and wait for the right moment? An internal struggle raged within him, as if he stood upon two cliffs, caught between two difficult paths. Time ticked away, the air growing thick and still. Su Yang inhaled deeply, slowly lifting his gaze, his expression resolute, as if he had made a decision. That he gently fiddled with a metallic object, his fingertips brushing against a protruding button. That moment, supernatural fluctuations began to manifest in various parts of the school. Deep echoes reverberated through the corridor outside the classroom, as if countless spirits were wandering. The lights on the walls flickered ominously, and a chill wind whistled through the windows, producing a hissing sound. Su Yang felt the pressure intensify. He feared that all their previous efforts might be in vain, and the students' recently relaxed nerves tensed once more. His apprehension cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Palpable in the air, the symbols on this object resemble ancient runes. They could be some form of archaic incantation, Lin Yu observed intently, as if deciphering a fragment of a lost civilization. Her words illuminated the fog of uncertainty in Su Yang's mind, offering him a new perspective. With renewed determination, Su Yang nodded slowly, beginning to decipher the runes. His fingers brushed over the metallic surface, feeling the contours of each symbol as ancient legends and incantations replayed in his mind. His friends cast appreciative glances at Lin Yu, the power of teamwork shining through in that moment. As they all felt the support and trust among each other, that a warm sense of camaraderie surged within Su Yang's heart. In the midst of this tense yet hopeful moment, Jiahao patted Su Yang on the shoulder, whispering, "Old Su, no matter what happens, I will support you." Su Yang turned to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked for an instant, a silent understanding passing between them. Needing no words, Su Yang cast a fleeting glance back at him, their eyes meeting for a brief moment, conveying unspoken sentiments that required no further elaboration. This simple yet sincere gesture radiated warmth, illuminating the hearts of everyone present. Lin Yu's face broke into a smile of relief, while the other classmates nodded in agreement, feeling an unprecedented sense of unity and courage that moment. However, a palpable sense of unease pervaded the air. As if a sinister force lurked in the shadows, Su Yang furrowed his brow, keenly sensing an unusual disturbance. Indeed, the small creature surrounding them, once affected by supernatural forces, suddenly turned feral. A few crows swooped in through the window, their feathers stained with blood, their eyes glinting with malevolence. A snake slithered swiftly from a corner, exhaling a foul gas as it advanced towards Su Yang and his friends. Jiahao reacted swiftly, his body taut as a bowstring, the aura of an ancient martial practitioner erupting forth. With a swift turn, he formed a gust of energy with a wave of his hand, sending the crows tumbling away. He then took a decisive step, causing the ground to tremble slightly, compelling the snake to retreat, coiling itself in a corner, trembling in fear. The tension among the classmates eased in the face of Jiahao's heroic demeanor, their faces reflecting admiration and relief as they cast appreciative glances his way. Su Yang observed Jiahao's actions with a swell of respect, coupled with a burgeoning sense of responsibility. Drawing a deep breath, he refocused his attention on the metallic object in his hand. His fingers grazed the surface of the metal, feeling every contour of the runes, as ancient legends and incantations replayed in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, as if he had unearthed a vital clue. The symbols on the metallic object became increasingly distinct, revealing a connection to the underground chamber of the school. Just as Su Yang prepared to delve deeper into his interpretation, a shadow darted past from the direction of the underground chamber, moving with such speed that it seemed to meld into the darkness, leaving only a fleeting blur in its wake. That a sense of doubt and foreboding surged within Su Yang. As an ominous premonition gripped his heart, he rose abruptly, his gaze resolutely fixed on the underground chamber. "Let us proceed and investigate the underground chamber," he declared, his voice steady, as he led his friends towards the ominous entryway, each step heavy with trepidation. Chapter 53. A further exploration of the underground chamber. In the dimly lit corridor, the faint glow of Su Yang's phone screen illuminated a small area ahead. The air was laden with a damp, musty odor, mingling with an indescribable, eerie scent reminiscent of rotting wood and rusted iron. Su Yang's heart raced, feeling as though the air had thickened, making each breath a struggle. "Su Yang, something feels amiss here." Lin Yu's voice trembled slightly, her grip tightening on Su Yang's sleeve, her knuckles turning white. Though Jiahao remained silent, He too sensed the strangeness of the atmosphere, gripping his peachwood sword tightly and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The entrance to the underground chamber appeared even more foreboding than Su Yang remembered. The heavy stone door was etched with bizarre, serpentine runes that seemed to writhe under the dim light of the phone. A chill seeped through the cracks of the door, and even from a distance, its bone-chilling cold was palpable. With a soft click, Su Yang turned the lock of the underground chamber. The massive stone door creaked open, emitting a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Then a gust of cold wind rushed forth, carrying dust and mildew, nearly suffocating them. Inside the chamber lay an all-consuming darkness, obscuring even the outstretched hand. Su Yang activated the flashlight on his phone, the beam flickering in the gloom, illuminating a small stretch ahead. The damp walls were overgrown with green moss, resembling clawing, monstrous apparitions. Scattered across the ground were shattered tiles and unidentified bones, producing a chilling sound with each step. Be cautious. There may be traps here, Su Yang whispered, alerting the two behind him. They advanced with utmost care, every step taken with deliberation. Suddenly, Jiahao's foot seemed to brush against something, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wait. Jiahao's voice abruptly cut off as soon as his foot touched the foreign object on the ground. A hissing sound resonated from all directions, followed by a surge of pale, green mist erupting from the crevices of the stone walls, rapidly enveloping the chamber. The acrid scent instantly filled the space, carrying a nauseating sweetness. Cough, cough. Jiahao was the first to inhale a significant volume of the toxic fog, covering his mouth and nose as his body convulsed violently, his complexion paling rapidly. Jiahao, Su Yang's heart sank, rushing to steady Jiahao's faltering form. He called out anxiously, "Are you all right?" Jiahao weakly shook his head, his lips turning a ghastly shade of blue. His breaths growing shallow and labored, as Su Yang felt a surge of panic. He feared for Jiahao's safety and dreaded the thought of failing their exploration mission. Did I end this pitch-black underground chamber? The sense of helplessness was magnified, suffocating him. Lin Yu fought against the discomfort caused by the toxic mist, her eyes scanning their surroundings. That on the walls, in addition to the bizarre runes, there were small holes from which the toxic fog had been expelled. Lin Yu noticed a nearly imperceptible groove beside one of the holes. That Su Yang, look over there. She pointed urgently at the groove. I think that might be the key to controlling the mechanism. Following Lin Yu's indication, Su Yang indeed spotted the inconspicuous groove. He instantly realized that perhaps inserting something into the groove could deactivate the mechanism. Time was of the essence, and Jiahao's breaths were growing increasingly faint. Lin Yu gritted her teeth, retrieving a peculiar stone from her backpack, an artifact she had discovered during a previous archaeological excavation, the purpose of which had remained a mystery. With a sense of trepidation, she inserted the stone into the groove. With a click, the runes on the stone door ceased their writhing, and the emanating toxic fog gradually dissipated. Concurrently, Jiahao's breathing began to stabilize, his complexion returning to a healthier hue. The weight of worry lifted from Su Yang's heart, and he cast a grateful look at Lin Yu. Without her ingenuity, the consequences could have been dire. The air around them grew fresher, yet the atmosphere within the chamber grew increasingly tense. Lin Yu helped Jiahao sit down, producing an antidote pill from her bag for him to take. Although Jiahao's color improved, he remained weak. Lin Yu looked up at Su Yang, her voice soft. Su Yang. While Lin Yu tended to Jiahao's detoxification, Su Yang stood guard nearby. When Lin Yu gazed at Su Yang, admiration and reliance sparkled in her eyes, as if, in that moment, all darkness had been somewhat dispelled by this warm light. Su Yang felt a warm swell within him, and the surrounding chill seemed to lessen. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the momentary calm. Lin Yu and Su Yang instantly became alert, while Jiahao struggled to sit up. His resolve unwavering despite his weakness. Shadows emerged from the dim corners of the chamber, their eyes glowing an eerie green, their visages twisted in a grotesque manner, reminiscent of malevolent spirits awakened from another realm. It's the evil spirits, Su Yang shouted, swiftly retrieving a talisman from his pocket and rapidly forming hand seals. The talisman transformed into a golden beam of light, striking the nearest malevolent spirit, incinerating it into ash. Jiahao gripped his peachwood sword tightly, charging at another spirit, severing its arm and sending blood splattering. The classmates watched anxiously, their terrified screams echoing throughout the chamber. Lin Yu, undeterred, rummaged through her backpack for a small hammer, delivering a fierce blow to the head of one spirit, which let out a wretched scream and retreated hastily. The battle raged fiercely, with malevolent spirits continuously pouring in, their numbers swelling. Su Yang and Jia Hao fought side by side, their powers intertwining, forming an unbreakable defense. Yet the spirits seemed endless, overwhelming them. Just as the confrontation reached its peak, Su Yang suddenly spotted a concealed passage within the depths of the chamber, sealed by a powerful force that emanated a ghostly blue light. A realization struck him, suggesting that this could be the key to the secrets they sought. Jia Hao, Lin Yu, hold on. I've discovered a passage leading deeper into the chamber, but it is sealed. Su Yang shouted loudly as he swiftly approached the seal, his fingers lightly grazing its surface, feeling a formidable force impeding his advance. Standing before the sealed passage, his gaze was resolute, as if he had unearthed the clues to unraveling the seal. Chapter 54. The Truth Revealed. The final victory. Su Yang's eyes gleamed like sharp blades, fixated on the seal shimmering with an eerie blue light. That force seemed to emanate from the abyss, exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the seal's surface, the icy sensation spreading through his body like the flick of a serpent's tongue, sending shivers down his spine. The power of the seal stood as an impenetrable wall, obstructing their path to the truth. Jia Hao and Lin Yu also gathered around, their eyes ablaze with the thirst for truth, eager to terminate this nightmarish school celebration. Jia Hao brandished a peach-wood sword, attempting to discern a weakness in the seal. The blade emitted a jarring screech upon contact with the seal, yet it could not budge it in the slightest. Lin Yu rummaged through her backpack, searching for tools that might prove useful. The air was thick with a metallic scent of blood and the putrid stench of malevolent spirits, inducing nausea. Su Yang closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel the surge of celestial power within him, yet it was like a cow diving into the sea. Unable to affect the formidable seal, that he reopened his eyes and began to channel his celestial power into the seal. The runes around him flickering as golden light attempted to tear through the azure barrier. Each effort felt like grappling with a colossal mountain, his internal strength being relentlessly devoured, and fatigue began to envelop his body. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he felt the ache in his muscles and the depletion of his spiritual energy. Lin Yu watched anxiously from the side, fully aware of the immense pressure Su Yang was enduring. She clutched a small hammer tightly, yet felt powerless to assist. Jia Hao, too, recognized the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, the peach-wood sword emitted a low hum as he sought to aid Su Yang with ancient martial power. But to little avail. Time passed inexorably, and the seal remained steadfast, showing no signs of yielding. Su Yang's breathing grew labored, each gasp laced with a hint of pained groans that he sensed his strength waning, and shadows began to dance before his eyes. Just then, the possessed Dean charged forward, his gaze vacant, emitting a low growl as his hands clawed at Su Yang like a beast, sharp nails slicing through the air with a terrifying arc. "Watch out!" Jia Hao shouted, interposing himself with the peach-wood sword, engaging the Dean in a fierce struggle. Su Yang staggered slightly, feeling as though his essence was being siphoned away, the celestial power within him dwindling to a mere whisper. He leaned against the wall, striving to remain conscious, when a low murmur reached his ears, akin to a call from the depths of hell. His gaze shifted back to the seal, the azure glow appearing even more profound. Lin Yu seemed to sense something amiss. Her eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Su Yang, murmuring, "Su Yang, your eyes." His eyes glimmered with a sinister blue light, mirroring the color of the seal. He felt his consciousness being consumed by an overpowering force, his body trembling involuntarily. Lin Yu and Jia Hao gasped in horror as eerie runes manifested on Su Yang's face, writhing like venomous serpents, evoking dread. Su Yang, are you all right? Lin Yu cried out, attempting to approach him, only to be restrained by Jia Hao. "Don't go near him. He's dangerous now." Jia Hao's voice was laden with concern and caution. He could sense the strange aura emanating from Su Yang, suffocatingly reminiscent of the abyss from hell. Su Yang's breaths quickened, as if an invisible hand was constricting his throat. His body felt as if it were on the verge of exploding. Excruciating pain eliciting involuntary cries of anguish that he fought to regain control but realized it was in vain. His vision blurred, A buzzing sound filled his ears, as if countless malevolent spirits whispered around him. He felt himself plummeting into an unfathomable abyss, the despairing darkness threatening to engulf him, that he was afraid, terrified, unwilling to succumb in such a manner, that he had unfinished missions, friends to protect, and he could not yield. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, a flash of insight sparked in his mind, but he seemed to awaken to a revelation. The remnants of his celestial power began to flow in a peculiar manner. He felt a surge of potent energy erupting from within, resonating with the power of the seal. The azure seal trembled violently, its light flickering as if it were on the verge of collapse. Su Yang's body ceased to tremble, the runes on his face gradually fading, his eyes regaining clarity. "Break!" Su Yang roared, channeling every ounce of strength he possessed into the seal. With a thunderous crash, the seal shattered. Brilliant light illuminating the entire chamber, that a passageway to the unknown materialized before them. Lin Yu and Jia Hao gazed at Su Yang in delight as he inhaled deeply, calming the turbulent energy within, a confident smile gracing his face. "Let us proceed and see what lies ahead." He stepped into the passage first, with Lin Yu and Jia Hao closely following. The passage was engulfed in darkness. Obscuring vision, Su Yang retrieved a light talisman from his backpack, illuminating the path ahead. The walls of the passage were etched with strange runes, emitting a faint, ghostly glow that an ancient and mysterious aura permeated the air, instilling a sense of reverence. After walking for several minutes, they reached a stone door at the end of the passage. Su Yang approached the stone door, gently pushing it open. The door creaked slowly, revealing a more expansive space. "Wait!" Jia Hao suddenly halted Su Yang, pointing to a corner on the inner side of the stone door where something seemed to shimmer. Inside the door, a faint silver light flickered in the darkness, akin to the most distant stars in the night sky, captivating attention. Jia Hao cautiously approached, retrieving an intricately designed silver badge from the corner. The front of the badge bore a twisted serpent motif, while the back was inscribed with indecipherable ancient text. "What is this?" Lin Yu inquired, her voice barely audible in the vast chamber. Su Yang took the badge, scrutinizing the intricate patterns that he sensed a chilling aura emanating from it, reminiscent of the power of the previous seal. Turning the badge over, the text on the back caused his pupils to constrict sharply. "This is a sacrificial ritual," he exclaimed, his voice thick with shock and anger. These inscriptions detail how they exploited the lives of students and teachers to amplify the power of malevolent spirits. Jia Hao and Lin Yu turned pale, disbelief etched across their faces as they gazed at the badge in Su Yang's hand. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly tranquil school harbored such a nefarious conspiracy behind its facade. How could they do such a thing? Lin Yu trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Su Yang took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions. He understood that this was not the time for sorrow. They needed to put an end to it all swiftly. He displayed the badge to Jia Hao and Lin Yu, who gazed at the inscriptions with a growing sense of determination. They exchanged glances, no words needed, as their intentions became clear that we cannot allow their scheme to succeed. Jia Hao clenched the peachwood sword tightly, a fierce resolve igniting in his eyes. "Indeed, we must unveil the truth to the world." Lin Yu gripped her small hammer firmly, her tone resolute. The three of them exited the chamber, witnessing the possessed dean sprawled on the ground, motionless. Outside the chamber, panicked teachers and students roamed, with the host of the school celebration, Xiao Xian, trembling and feared. Su Yang called out to the crowd, "Fear not, everyone. It is all over. The truth is here." He raised the badge high, revealing the inscriptions to all. The teachers and students stared at the words etched on the badge, shock and fury washing over their faces. They finally comprehended that they had been kept in the dark all along, mere pawns in someone else's game. That moment, a deep and sinister voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the chamber, as though summoned from hell. "You dare to disrupt my plans. You will pay dearly for this." As the voice faded, a colossal figure emerged slowly from the shadows, engulfed in black mist. Its face bore an expression of greed and malice, exuding a suffocating aura. "Evil spirit leader, you have committed countless atrocities. Today marks your end," Su Yang roared, the talisman in his hand glowing with golden light. "Everyone, attack together. For ourselves, for the school, for the innocent souls sacrificed." Jia Hao brandished the peachwood sword, leading the charge towards the malevolent spirit leader, while Lin Yu followed closely behind, her small hammer shimmering with a radiant glow. Students and faculty alike joined the fray, pouring all their strength into a fierce onslaught against the evil entity. Though formidable, the spirit leader began to show signs of fatigue under the combined might of their efforts. Ultimately, with Su Yang's celestial power and the collective endeavor of the group, the spirit leader unleashed a desperate howl, its form dissipating into a cloud of black mist, vanishing completely from the air. Deafening cheer erupted from the entire school as they celebrated this hard-won victory. The crisis of the school anniversary had finally subsided, and Su Yang's livestream room was flooded with viewers, reaching a new pinnacle of popularity. Just as the celebration commenced, Su Yang received a mysterious plea for help, the envelope adorned with an ominous illustration of a dilapidated mansion. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered a yellowed note inscribed with the words, "Strange occurrences at the mansion. Come quickly to Su Yang." Tucked away the letter, his brow furrowing. He sensed that a new challenge was on the horizon. Turning to Jia Hao and Lin Yu beside him, the three exchanged knowing smiles, aware that a fresh adventure was about to unfold. In the distance, a black SUV came to a slow halt at the school gate. Su Yang led the group out, approaching the foreboding mansion, inhaling deeply as he gazed upon its eerie facade. Chapter 55, an initial exploration of the mansion. The autumn breeze carried a chill. Brushing against the weathered walls of the mansion, Su Yang stood before the rusted iron gate, gazing up at the estate eroded by time. The plaque above the entrance had long since faded, with the words "Ancient Mansion" barely discernible, as if whispering tales of a forgotten past. He took a deep breath. The air was thick with the scent of decaying wood, mingled with an unsettling mustiness. Jia Hao surveyed the surroundings, noting the towering trees that loomed ominously, their twisted branches resembling clawing specters, stirring restlessly in the shadows. Lin Yu gripped her hammer tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance, evidently unsettled by the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Xin Yao appeared exceedingly excited, her gaze alight with a thirst for the unknown. "This place certainly exudes an eerie aura," Jia Hao muttered, rubbing his arms as his voice cut sharply through the silence. Su Yang remained silent as he pushed open the creaking iron gate. A more pungent odor of decay assaulted his senses, accompanied by a chilling draft that sent shivers down his spine. The group cautiously stepped into the mansion. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, strewn with rubble, clearly having been abandoned for an extended period. As they entered the foyer, Lin Yu pointed to an ancient mural on the wall, her expression grave. "Look at these murals. They are typical of the Ming Dynasty style, remarkably preserved and of immense archaeological value, though we must protect them and refrain from causing any damage." Xin Yao immediately countered. "Now is hardly the time for such studies. Our goal is to uncover the source of the mansion's disturbances. There will be ample time to analyze the murals later. For now, we must act swiftly to find crucial clues." Lin Yu, undeterred, retorted, "While that may be true, once these artifacts are destroyed, they cannot be restored, and I will not permit anyone to harm this place." Xin Yao scoffed lightly, her eyes reflecting disdain. "You are far too pedantic. The essence of archaeology lies in uncovering truths, not in hoarding these relics as treasures." Their exchange escalated, voices rising, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Jia Hao awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain of how to intervene. While Su Yang stood quietly to the side, his brow furrowed, he sensed the temperature in the air drop further. Ahem. Xin Yao suddenly cleared her throat, pointing ahead, interrupting their quarrel. "Look, is there something over there?" Lin Yu ceased her argument, following Xin Yao's finger to where a half-open wooden door revealed a flickering, eerie red glow. The light pulsed like a breath, casting an unsettling hue upon their faces. A shiver ran down Su Yang's spine, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, that he instinctively tightened his grip on the peachwood sword, eyes sharply fixed on the door. At that moment, a dense fog surged forth from an unknown source, rapidly enveloping the foyer. Visibility plummeted, rendering their surroundings a blur. Su Yang was engulfed in a white haze, unable to see his own outstretched hand. The frantic calls of Jia Hao and Lin Yu reached his ears, yet their voices were disembodied, as if emanating from another realm. He attempted to respond, but his voice was swallowed by the fog. leaving him utterly voiceless. An inexplicable dread clutched at Su Yang's heart, isolating him within a sealed space, utterly cut off from the outside world. The mist carried a biting cold that seeped into his skin, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Worry for Jia Hao and Lin Yu gnawed at him, compounded by the fear of the unknown lurking within the fog. System, any prompts? Su Yang silently implored. Ding. Spiritual energy fluctuations detected. Direction, northeast intensity, weak. The system's cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind, a beacon in the darkness, illuminating his path. Steeling himself, Su Yang gripped the peachwood sword tightly and cautiously advanced towards the northeast. The fog hindered his vision, compelling him to rely on touch to navigate his surroundings. The rough texture of the walls and the uneven flagstones beneath his feet filled him with unease. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a warm object. He recoiled sharply, his heart racing. Su Yang, is that you? A familiar voice called from nearby. A flicker of hope surged within him. Jia Hao, it's me. In the mist, a vague silhouette gradually became clearer. It was Jia Hao. His face marked by a hint of panic, but visibly relieved upon spotting Su Yang. Thank goodness you're all right, Jia Hao exclaimed, clapping Su Yang on the shoulder. This fog is too strange. I almost lost my way. Su Yang returned the smile. Same here. I owe it all to the system's alert. The two shared a reassuring glance, their presence providing a measure of comfort amidst the chaos. Yet, Lin Yu and Shun Yao remained unaccounted for. Just as Jia Hao was about to speak, he abruptly halted, gripping Su Yang's arm and pointing ahead, his voice trembling. What is that in the thick fog? An indistinct figure approached slowly, and Su Yang felt a frigid hand clutching his sleeve. He instinctively turned, dimly perceiving Shin Yao's pale visage, her eyes betraying a hint of barely concealed terror, her body trembling slightly. Su Yang. Shin Yao's voice was faint, nearly devoured by the mist, yet her firm grip on his sleeve revealed her underlying anxiety. Su Yang sensed her hand quivering, an unusual current coursing through him from the point of contact. He intended to comfort her, but found his throat dry, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Yu's voice pierced through the fog, laced with tremors of fear and anger. Where are you? She pushed through the mist, stumbling towards Su Yang and Shin Yao. Upon noticing Shin Yao's tight grip on Su Yang's sleeve, before Su Yang could offer an explanation, a gust of chilling wind swept through, and countless icy tendrils emerged from the fog, suffused with an overpowering stench of decay. Reaching out towards them, Su Yang swiftly drew his peachwood sword, its blade emitting a soft golden light that dispelled some of the encroaching mist. Be careful, Su Yang shouted, swinging the sword to sever the advancing tendrils. The severed appendages shrieked in a piercing wail, dissipating into black smoke. Jia Hao summoned his own talisman, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yang as they defended against the relentless assault from all sides. The onslaught of vengeful spirits intensified, as tendrils, ghostly flames, and shadowy figures assailed them in an overwhelming barrage, leaving them little room to maneuver. Su Yang and Jia Hao gradually felt themselves becoming overwhelmed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Lin Yu and Shun Yao cowered behind them, eyes wide with terror at the unfolding chaos. In that moment, Su Yang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a sight deep within the fog. He glimpsed what appeared to be an arched entrance, faintly glowing with an eerie green light, partially obscured by the mist. It seemed to lead to another world, shrouded in mystery and the unknown. An impulse surged within him to investigate, but he was abruptly struck by a powerful force that sent him sprawling to the ground, blood erupting from his mouth and staining the earth crimson. Su Yang, Jia Hao exclaimed in alarm, quickly helping Su Yang to his feet. Su Yang clutched his chest, his complexion pale, as he lifted his gaze towards the mysterious entrance, pondering what lay beyond. His voice was frail and hoarse, as if he had expended every ounce of his strength. Chapter 56. Escalation of conflict and breakthrough. The severed tentacles emitted a piercing shriek, dissipating into black smoke in the air. Jia Hao summoned his own magical artifact, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Yang to fend off the relentless assaults from all directions. The attacks from the vengeful spirits of the ancient mansion grew increasingly ferocious. Tentacles, ghostly flames, and shadowy figures emerged in a ceaseless barrage, leaving them defenseless. Gradually, Su Yang and Jia Hao felt overwhelmed, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Lin Yu and Shun Yao cowered behind them, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the unfolding chaos. At that moment, Su Yang's attention was suddenly captivated by a vision deep within the mist he discerned, obscured by the fog, an archway that flickered in and out of view, emanating an eerie green light that appeared to lead to another world, shrouded in mystery and the unknown. That a surge of determination coursed through Su Yang, just as he resolved to step forward and investigate. An immense force unexpectedly repelled him, that he fell heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood bursting forth and staining the earth beneath him. That Su Yang. Jia Hao cried out, swiftly aiding him once more. Su Yang pressed his hand against his chest, his pallor stark as he gazed towards the enigmatic entrance, questioning what lay within. His voice remained weak and raspy, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Just as he was steadied himself, his gaze resolutely fixed on the entrance, the quarrel between Lin Yu and Shen Yao shattered the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Lin Yu's voice was laced with evident anxiety and jealousy. Why do you always trust her words? She is utterly unreliable. Shen Yao retorted defiantly. I merely wish to assist Su Yang in resolving the problem. You are being overly sensitive. Su Yang's brows furrowed tightly, his heart torn by conflicting emotions. On one hand, he did not wish to hurt Lin Yu's feelings. Yet on the other, he required Shun Yao's expertise to unravel the secrets of the ancient mansion. His gaze darted between Lin Yu and Shun Yao before he finally inhaled deeply and made a decision. Enough! He declared loudly. This is not the time for quarrels, that we must unite our efforts to unravel the enigma of this mansion. Su Yang's words momentarily halted both Lin Yu and Shen Yao. Yet distrust lingered in their eyes. Time was of the essence. He turned his focus back to the misty entrance, a resolute glimmer igniting in his eyes. No matter the cost, he had to enter and discover a path to resolution. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself, preparing to stride once more towards the mysterious entrance. Suddenly, the onslaught from the vengeful spirits intensified, a black tentacle lunging at Jia Hao, whose artifact clashed with a shrill sound as he was forced back a step. A chilling wind swept through the hall, stirring fallen leaves from the ground, producing a wailing sound reminiscent of a ghostly lament. The spirit's attacks grew frenzied, as if sensing Su Yang's determination, intent on extinguishing him once and for all. The black tentacles wafted a nauseating stench, slithering towards Jia Hao with the agility of a venomous snake. Jia Hao's artifact dimmed, and the effort to resist became increasingly arduous in a moment of carelessness. He was struck hard on the shoulder by a tentacle, stifling a groan as he staggered back, crimson blood dripping from his arm and staining the ancient tiles below. Jia Hao. Su Yang's eyes widened in horror, his heart feeling as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. He could only watch helplessly as his companion was injured, despair washing over him like a tidal wave, almost consuming him entirely. He felt akin to a trapped prey ensnared in a web. Every struggle only deepened his plight. The relentless assault from the spirits was akin to a violent storm, leaving him gasping for breath. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of impotence and dread, in that moment of despair, a spark of inspiration flickered in Su Yang's mind. He recalled an unused skill from the Celestial Master System, the Eye of Dispelling Illusions. This ability could temporarily disperse the fog within a certain radius, perhaps offering them a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the scant spiritual energy within him, silently reciting the incantation. That a beam of golden light shot forth from Su Yang's forehead, piercing through the dense mist like a sharpened sword. Wherever the golden light struck, the fog melted away like snow under the sun, revealing the obscured scene. The surroundings gradually came into focus, and they beheld the archway that had captivated Su Yang moments before. It radiated a haunting green luminescence, resembling a colossal beast poised to devour those who dared approach, lying silently in the darkness. Jia Hao, clutching his injured shoulder, turned to Su Yang. Su Yang, Lin Yu and Shen Yao also ceased their argument, their eyes now fixed on Su Yang, glimmering with complexity. Ignoring their scrutiny, Su Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the despair and fear within him. Seizing the fleeting moment of clarity, he grasped Lin Yu and Shen Yao's wrists, pulling them aside into a corner. With lightning speed, he locked eyes with them, his voice low but resolute. I understand there are misunderstandings between you two, but now is not the time for discord. We share a common goal, to unravel the secrets of this mansion and halt the rampage of the vengeful spirits. Only by working together can we find a true path forward. Lin Yu and Xun Yao were momentarily taken aback by Su Yang's sudden action. They exchanged glances. Lin Yu's eyes still held a hint of wariness, while Xun Yao appeared contemplative. After a brief silence, they slowly nodded, deciding to temporarily set aside their grievances and face the looming crisis alongside Su Yang. Witnessing this exchange, Jia Hao's tense expression softened into a faint smile. He understood that in such perilous circumstances, unity was their only hope for survival. Clenching his artifact tightly, he braced himself for the next wave of attacks. Meanwhile, the curator of the Folklore Museum, observing their transformation, momentarily forgot his fear and excitedly waved his arms in encouragement. However, the vengeful spirit's furious howls shattered the brief tranquility. They seemed enraged by Su Yang's actions, launching an even more ferocious onslaught. The black tentacles lashed against the ground like venomous serpents, while ghostly flames interwove in the air to form grotesque visages. The chilling aura almost solidifying, making it difficult to breathe that Su Yang, Jia Hao, Lin Yu, and Xun Yao formed a sturdy defensive circle, their backs pressed together as Su Yang wielded his talismans. Jia Hao swung his artifact, while Lin Yu and Xun Yao utilized their expertise to analyze the spirit's attack patterns and provide effective support. Their teamwork was seamless, balancing offense and defense, and for a moment, the spirit's onslaught was suppressed. Gradually losing momentum, at that juncture, Su Yang's gaze inadvertently fell upon a stone tablet nestled in the corner of the ancient mansion. Its surface was etched with the marks of time, inscribed with peculiar runes that emanated a faint green glow. Strikingly similar to the archway they had observed earlier, that a realization dawned upon Su Yang. He sensed an intrinsic connection between the tablet and the ceiling of the basement. Just as he prepared to examine it closely, an overwhelming force erupted from the tablet, sending him staggering backward as a figure slowly emerged from the stone tablet, clad in tattered gray robes, its features obscured, radiating a powerful surge of spiritual energy. It was the guardian spirit of the mansion. With murky eyes fixed upon Su Yang, it emitted a sound that was both a warning and a sign of displeasure. Su Yang, faced with the sudden appearance of the guardian spirit, did not flinch. Chapter 57. The Truth of the Ancient Mansion and the Sealing of Evil Entities. Su Yang regarded the guardian spirit that had materialized before him, his resolve unwavering. His eyes sparkled with determination, akin to a flickering star in the darkness. Jia Hao tightened his grip on his artifact, moving to stand beside Su Yang, while Lin Yu and Xun Yao also gathered close, forming a formidable defensive circle. An invisible force of unity flowed between them. The guardian spirit of the mansion spoke slowly, its voice hoarse and grave, reminiscent of ancient stones grinding against one another. You should not disturb the peace of this place. Su Yang inhaled deeply, replying in a steady tone, "We do not intend to intrude. We have come to resolve the supernatural occurrences here." The guardian spirit let out a low, mocking laugh. Supernatural occurrences, merely souls ensnared by resentment. The true evil lies deeper within. That a chill coursed through Su Yang from his feet to the crown of his head, as he sensed the hidden implications in the guardian spirit's words. Could it be that the mansion's supernatural events were more complex than they appeared? What do you truly know? Su Yang pressed. The guardian spirit remained silent, merely observing Su Yang, its eyes glimmering with enigmatic emotions. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from deep within the mansion, swiftly followed by a surge of powerful malevolent energy that swept forth. The walls of the mansion began to tremble, and the ground cracked as if something were about to break free from beneath. Not good. The seal is about to break. The guardian spirit of the ancient mansion let out a startled exclamation, its form flickering before vanishing from sight. That a pall of dread descended upon Su Yang and his companions, for they realized that the true crisis had only just begun. The atmosphere in the live-streaming room grew palpably tense as viewers inundated the chat with panicked comments. That Su Yang turned to Jia Hao and the others, his voice grave. Prepare for battle. He felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. Failure would not only betray the trust of the museum curator, but also allow the ancient mansion to continue its descent into malevolent corruption. He had to give it his all. That a formidable pressure bore down on Su Yang as he took a deep breath, igniting the talisman in his hand. That a golden radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire ancient mansion. creating a standoff between him and the guardian spirit, akin to two titanic forces grappling against one another, the air thick with tension. The guardian spirit's power was formidable, and Su Yang knew he had to summon all his strength. "They're coming," Jia Hao growled, his talisman glowing brilliantly, that a chilling wind howled past as a shadow surged forth from the depths of the mansion, hurtling directly towards Su Yang. He bellowed, "By the decree of the Celestial Master. Retreat, foul spirits." The wind roared in fury. The malevolent energy surged like a tide, tearing apart his golden light. He felt his spiritual energy being siphoned away, waves of weakness crashing over him. The talisman in his hand dimmed, threatening to extinguish at any moment. "That Su Yang, are you all right?" Lin Yu's anxious voice rang in his ears, tinged with tremor. She and Shen Yao drew closer, their eyes brimming with worry. That Su Yang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain upright. He sensed his body quaking violently, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like rain. Fear gripped him. Fear of collapsing here, fear of letting down everyone's expectations. Despair loomed like an inescapable shadow, spreading throughout the darkness of the ancient mansion. Just as Su Yang felt he might falter, a surge of warmth suddenly welled up from his dantian, coursing through his entire being. That it was as if his body had been infused with newfound strength. His spiritual energy surging wildly, his consciousness sharpened, and everything around him slowed. Even the ferocious malevolence became less terrifying. "Did I have broken through?" Su Yang exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that he had advanced to the later stages of the Black Robe, Celestial Master, at this life-and-death juncture. Within him, a slumbering dragon awakened, its power surging mightily, filling his limbs and bones. That he opened his eyes wide, a fierce light glimmering within. He waved the talisman once more. The golden light blazed like the sun, instantly banishing the surrounding malevolence. With a gesture, golden runes swirled around him, as if a deity had descended. "How is this possible?" The guardian spirit's voice quivered with surprise, its form trembling as if in disbelief. Ignoring the spirit's astonishment, Su Yang flickered past its obstruction. Arriving before the ancient steel deep within the mansion, he inhaled deeply, beginning to decipher the archaic runes inscribed upon the stone. Each obscure symbol unfolded before his eyes, like an ancient code awaiting revelation. His consciousness found direction in the darkness, gradually becoming clearer under the guidance of the symbols. The guardian spirit stood transfixed, witnessing this unprecedented display of power, never having encountered such a dauntless young man. The secret it had long protected seemed poised to be unraveled by Su Yang. That a smile of confidence crept upon its lips. That is it," Su Yang murmured, his gaze locking onto a particular symbol on the steel. He raised his hand, pointing to a spot on the ground, speaking slowly. "The entrance to the basement." His fingertip brushed the symbol. A subtle tremor resonated from the earth below, beneath their feet. A square stone slab began to sink, revealing a dark entrance leading to the basement. That a wave of cold, damp air mixed with the stench of decay rushed forth, making them be careful, Su Yang urged, stepping forward as the talisman illuminated the cramped staircase. Jia Hao followed closely, while Lin Yu and Shen Yao hesitated momentarily before ultimately joining them. The basement was confined, an oppressive atmosphere thickening the air. At its center, an ancient altar bore a dark stone radiating a disquieting malevolence. That was the key evil artifact, a meteorite possessed by vengeful spirits. "Let us begin," Su Yang commanded, launching the talisman into the air, its golden glow enveloping the meteorite like a net. Jia Hao simultaneously acted, his artifact shimmering as it fused with Su Yang's light, forging an unbreakable seal. Lin Yu and Shen Yao also invoked their abilities to assist in the sealing. The meteorite trembled violently, emitting a piercing shriek as if attempting to break free from its bindings. Cracks appeared in the surrounding walls, dust cascading down as the entire basement quaked perilously. Su Yang clenched his jaw, amplifying his spiritual energy output. The golden light intensified, the runes dancing like dragons in the air, firmly suppressing the meteorite. Jia Hao's artifact hummed, its brilliance ever more resplendent. At long last, the meteorite's struggles began to wane, its cries diminishing into silence. The dark glow enveloping its surface gradually faded, returning to a state of calm. Simultaneously, a chilling wail resonated above the ancient mansion as the vengeful spirit twisted, and struggled in the air, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. We did it, Jia Hao exclaimed in exhilaration. Lin Yu and Xun Yao exhaled deeply, their faces reflecting relief. Their gazes converged on Su Yang, admiration glimmering in their eyes. Feeling their stares, Su Yang was engulfed by a complex wave of emotions. Unsure of how to confront this sudden regard, he diverted his gaze elsewhere, that a subtle tension permeated the air, as if something intangible was quietly blossoming. Suddenly, Su Yang felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He retrieved it, the screen displaying the interface of the live streaming application. The live broadcast, he murmured softly. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he initiated the stream. "Thank you for your patience, everyone," Su Yang addressed the camera, offering a somewhat fatigued yet triumphant smile. The camera panned to reveal the interior of the ancient mansion, showcasing its somber hues, weathered brick walls, and scattered stones, each element whispering tales of time gone by. Having just endured an intense battle, I'm sure you've all sensed the mansion as terrifying allure. As he spoke, he gestured for Jia Hao and the others to step into the frame, the four of them forming a striking tableau. The live chat erupted with fervor, praise and astonishment flooding the screen as the number of likes and viewers skyrocketed before their eyes. Oh my goodness. This is exhilarating. The host is incredible. They really sealed the evil entity. This ancient mansion is terrifying. I feel chills running down my spine. Watching the fan count and donations surge, Su Yang felt a swell of accomplishment. He knew that this live broadcast would mark a significant milestone in his career, that he turned the camera towards the altar, highlighting the sealed meteorite, meticulously explaining how they had unraveled the mansion's mysteries and successfully contained the evil artifact. Do you see this? This is the source of the malevolence, and it has been thoroughly subdued. Su Yang's voice carried a note of pride. The others, Jia Hao included, smiled, rejoicing in Su Yang's success. As they basked in the euphoria of victory, Su Yang's phone suddenly pinged with a new message. He opened it, his expression freezing, the smile on his face faltering. The message contained but a single line. Next location. Misty Mountain Villa, at midnight. What is wrong, Su Yang? Lin Yu noticed his change in demeanor and inquired eagerly. That it's nothing, Su Yang replied, shaking his head and tucking his phone back into his pocket. He raised his gaze to the dimly lit mansion, where all had settled into silence. Yet new challenges loomed on the horizon. He turned to the camera, his eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky. Deep and unfathomable. That concludes today's live broadcast. Su Yang spoke slowly, and as soon as the words left his lips, he promptly ended the stream. Gazing at the message in his hand, a sense of perplexity washed over him. Chapter 58. New Riddles of the Ancient Mansion. Su Yang stared at the message on his phone, his brow furrowed. The words on the screen felt like a sharp blade, piercing deep into his heart. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. The ancient mansion exuded an indescribable eerie aura, as if silently awaiting their next move. Su Yang, what is the matter? Lin Yu's voice was laced with tension, her eyes flitting over Su Yang's face, seeking clues in his subtle expressions. It's nothing. Su Yang forced a smile, though it bore the unmistakable strain of pretense. He returned his phone to his pocket, his gaze sweeping over his companions once more. Jia Hao clenched his fists tightly. Su Yang inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumult of thoughts swirling within him. He understood that every moment ahead would be crucial. Everyone, Su Yang began, his voice imbued with unwavering conviction. We have not yet fully unraveled the secrets of this ancient mansion. The mention of Mist Manor in the text messages likely indicates a profound connection to this place. An intricate web of ties. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, yet their expressions were undeniably tense. Lin Yu's demeanor shifted subtly. Her fingers intertwined nervously, betraying her unease about the impending challenges that we should delve deeper. Su Yang asserted, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. I cannot allow this malevolent force to proliferate. Jia Hao nodded firmly, determination flickering in his eyes. I stand with you, Su Yang, that we shall confront this together. Xun Yao also nodded, her tone resolute. I too will do my utmost to assist you. The secrets of the old mansion may very well be the key to unraveling Mist Manor. Su Yang's gaze lingered on the two for a moment before settling on a shadowy corner of the ancient residence. The darkness there appeared denser than elsewhere, as if concealing an unspoken malevolence that a conflict brewed within him. torn between the dread of the unknown and his sense of duty as a celestial master. Very well, Su Yang finally resolved, his voice carrying a note of unassailable determination. But we must tread carefully. Every corner here may harbor peril. That moment, a chill wind swept through, enveloping the old mansion in a sudden, frigid aura. Su Yang shivered involuntarily, sensing an intangible suppression of his celestial powers. Prepare yourselves, he warned, a hint of vigilance in his voice. We are about to face unprecedented challenges. And no sooner had he spoken than he took the lead. Stepping deeper into the mansion's interior, as he advanced, he endeavored to tap into new abilities of his celestial system. After considerable effort, he successfully awakened a power that could withstand the cold, emanating a warm glow from his hands that gradually enveloped everyone. They felt their bodies warming, casting grateful glances at Su Yang, highlighting his capabilities and responsibility. Let us proceed, Su Yang declared with resolve, taking another step into the depths of the ancient manor. Behind him, Lin Yu and Jia Hao followed closely, while Xin Yao trailed behind quietly, her eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation. Lin Yu glanced up at Xin Yao, noticing her grateful gaze towards Su Yang, which stirred a sense of discontent within her. In the dimly lit corridor, dust and mildew pervaded the air, and the beam of the flashlight danced across the mottled walls, sketching distorted patterns. Lin Yu deliberately slowed her pace, sidling up to Su Yang and feigning indifference as she brushed against him with her shoulder. Su Yang stiffened, instinctively shifting to the side, a look of confusion in his eyes. This moment was promptly captured by Xin Yao, who stood at the back of the group. Her previously appreciative gaze dimmed, replaced by a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. This subtle triangular dynamic spread between the three, much like the lingering gloom within the ancient mansion. Suddenly, shadows on the wall began to writhe, stretching and contorting as if alive, eventually breaking free from the surface and lunging toward the group. These shadows took on various forms, some resembling ferocious beasts, others grotesque apparitions, exuding an eerie chill. Jia Hao was the first to react, issuing a low growl as he clenched his fists, channeling his inner energy to scatter the encroaching shadows. But Su Yang quickly regained his composure, forming a hand seal as a flash of golden light surged forth, repelling the shadows that threatened Lin Yu. Xin Yao remained calm, surveying the surroundings for the shadows' weaknesses. The battle erupted, the corridor filled with the sounds of fists colliding and the howls of shadows. Su Yang and Jia Hao coordinated seamlessly, driving back the shadows one by one. Yet these entities seemed endless, continually emerging from the darkness. Lin Yu cowered behind Su Yang, gasping in fright, her fingers clutching the hem of his clothing, knuckles turning white. The director of the Folklore Museum, pale with fear, huddled in a corner, trembling and muttering incessantly. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Su Yang keenly sensed that the shadow's strength emanated from some corner of the mansion's basement. Seizing an opportunity, he swiftly approached the basement entrance. However, as he drew near, a formidable force violently repelled him, sending him crashing to the ground, a coppery sweetness flooding his throat. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the inky darkness of the basement entrance, flooded with confusion and resentment. What lies within? Su Yang gasped, clutching his chest. Chapter 59. The depths of the ancient mansion. Su Yang pressed his hand to his chest, the metallic tang swirling in his throat, refusing to dissipate. He stared intently at the basement entrance, as if it concealed a monstrous predator waiting to devour the unwary. A sense of defiance surged within him, like wild grass proliferating in his heart. He needed to uncover what lay within, what force obstructed him. There is undoubtedly something amiss. Su Yang's voice was low yet resolute, infused with an undeniable strength. Jia Hao stepped forward first, wiping the sweat from his brow, a grave expression on his face. Su Yang, we are with you. Lin Yu hesitated momentarily before approaching, worry etched in her eyes, though her words were steadfast. Be careful. I will support you from behind. Even the typically composed Xun Yao nodded slightly. The Folklore Museum director, however, retreated further, his voice trembling. You all, be careful, that I will wait for you here, gazing into the steadfast eyes of his companions. Su Yang felt a warm surge within him, but he understood that this exploration was not a solitary battle. Taking a deep breath, he moved toward the basement entrance. Once more, an invisible pressure bore down upon him. suffocating the air as if it had solidified, making it difficult to breathe. He could sense that the force was more potent than before, exuding a destructive aura. His heart raced like a drum, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade, fraught with the risk of annihilation. That he gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. Summoning all his inner energy, he formed a golden protective barrier around himself. Straining to resist the overwhelming force, his body trembled, every cell screaming in agony, as if they would be torn asunder by that power. Finally, he neared the entrance. Suddenly, a shockwave, palpable as substance, erupted from the threshold, akin to an invisible hand striking him forcefully. His body flew back like a severed kite, crashing against the wall, blood spurting forth. That Su Yang struggled to rise, but found his bones felt dislocated. Sharp pain clouding his vision, It felt as though his chest had been smashed with a heavy hammer, the agony rendering him nearly breathless. Su Yang. Lin Yu cried out, rushing forward. She cautiously helped him up, and he managed to lift his head, seeing Lin Yu's anxious support, her lips quivering, face pale. Are you all right? Su Yang, Lin Yu exclaimed again, hastening to his side. She cautiously aided him. Are you okay? Her voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Xin Yao stepped forward as well, though her expression bore a hint of helplessness and grievance. Suddenly, Lin Yu's countenance darkened. She forcefully pressed Su Yang against the wall, her anger directed at Xin Yao. Did you not promise to protect him? Why has he still been harmed? Xin Yao's face drained of color, swallowing hard as she defended herself. I tried my best. The force was too strong for me to control. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, the oppressive feeling in the air becoming more pronounced. That Su Yang felt a throbbing headache as he observed the quarrel between them, a sense of helplessness welling up within him that he wished to speak. But the pain in his throat rendered him voiceless. Seeing this, Jia Hao quickly stepped in, taking a deep breath before firmly stating, Enough. Arguing will not resolve our issues. Su Yang is injured, and we must remain calm to face this challenge together. Lin Yu and Xun Yao paused momentarily. Lin Yu released her grip, while Xin Yao nodded gently. The surrounding individuals regarded Jia Hao with appreciative glances, warming his heart. That Su Yang looked at Jia Hao, gratitude swelling within him, that he felt the strength of friendship, that dependable force in critical moments. Struggling to speak again, though his voice was faint, it carried a resolute tone. We must continue forward, as soon as the words left his lips. A deep growl suddenly echoed from the entrance of the basement, as if something was awakening, awaiting their arrival. That Su Yang leaned against the wall, the dull ache in his chest still tormenting him. Lin Yu carefully tore open the blood-stained collar of his shirt, revealing a startling bruise across his chest. She took out the medicinal powder she always carried, gently sprinkling it on the wound. Her movements tender and meticulous, as if handling a fragile treasure. Su Yang gazed at her, a warm current surging within him. This subtle act of care ignited a small flame in the cold winter, dispelling the gloom in his heart. Beside them, Xin Yao silently observed, her expression complex and inscrutable. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows on her eyelids, concealing the unutterable sense of loss in her eyes. She knew she could not easily penetrate Su Yang's heart like Lin Yu could. This sense of helplessness stirred a slight irritation within her, yet she felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, a more formidable force surged from the depths of the basement. The air seemed to be torn asunder by an invisible hand, producing a chilling shriek. This attack, imbued with a madness intent on obliteration, was far more intense than before. That Su Yang sensed this force. His heart tightened. Jia Hao was the first to react, roaring as his true energy surged, forming a solid defensive barrier. Lin Yu followed closely, conjuring a talisman that transformed into a luminous shield, countering the tidal wave of impact. Xin Yao, undeterred, swiftly formed hand seals, spells radiating around her, constructing an additional layer of protection for the group. That Su Yang summoned every ounce of true energy within him, joining the resistance with all his might. This time, the four of them coordinated with greater synergy. Jia Hao's defense, Lin Yu's talisman, Xin Yao's spells, and Su Yang's true energy created a tightly woven protective net, staunchly resisting the onslaught of the frenzied force. They supported one another, their trust palpable, displaying remarkable unity in this moment of crisis. After a fierce confrontation, the force gradually receded. The air returned to calm, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. They finally caught their breath. The tension slightly alleviated that Su Yang surveyed the surroundings and noticed the faint outline of a hidden door in the corner of the basement, its surface etched with a plethora of intricate runes. These runes emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, as if harboring some unfathomable secret. Su Yang took a deep breath, preparing to approach and decipher these runes when, suddenly, an eerie voice echoed from the depths of the ancient house. The sound resembled the hooting of an owl, mingled with the howls of vengeful spirits. Filled with foreboding, it reverberated through the desolate ancient house, sending chills down their spines that a surge of intense unease welled up within Su Yang. He remained calm, inhaling deeply, and began to walk towards the source of the sound. Chapter 60. The Truth of the Ancient House. Su Yang inhaled deeply as he slowly approached the hidden door. With each step, the eerie sound seemed to grow clearer, echoing like a nocturnal cry, suffused with ominous energy that in the dim light of the basement's corner. The runes on the hidden door appeared even more enigmatic, as if each stroke contained ancient power. These runes, Su Yang murmured, observing every detail closely. His fingers glided over the runes, feeling their rough texture, as if he could touch the traces of history. Lin Yu, Jia Hao, and Xin Yao stood behind him, aware that these runes seemed to conceal a significant secret. Yet their arrangement was exceedingly complex that Su Yang furrowed his brow, a sense of anxiety creeping in. He understood that time was of the essence. If he could not unravel the secret in time, resolving the entire incident surrounding the ancient house would become increasingly difficult. Sweat trickled down Su Yang's forehead, landing on the runes, which flickered slightly, as if responding to his urgency, that he forced himself to regain composure, taking several deep breaths to refocus. That Su Yang, "You can do this, that we believe in you," Jia Hao said softly, his tone resolute, offering immense support. Xin Yao stood quietly nearby, her gaze radiating gentle encouragement. Lin Yu gripped her talisman tightly, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. That Su Yang closed his eyes, calming his mind, and attempted to establish a deeper connection with the runes. That he felt a strange power emanating from them, resonating with the celestial master system within him. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and the arrangement of the runes became clear. "That I found it," Su Yang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with triumph. He smiled at his companions, declaring, "These runes record the true secret of the ancient house, but this is not the entirety. Crucial clues remain hidden in other parts of the house." Just as Su Yang prepared to delve deeper into exploration, a gust of malevolent wind swept through, and an even more bizarre sound erupted within the ancient house, akin to the furious wails of vengeful spirits, echoing through the empty basement. That a sense of tension gripped their hearts as they exchanged wary glances. "Are you ready? We may face greater challenges ahead," Su Yang declared firmly. The wind howled, and the temperature in the basement plummeted, as if they were plunged into a frozen abyss. Before Su Yang and the others could react, several shadows burst forth from the walls, accompanied by piercing shrieks, lunging towards them. The shadows moved with incredible speed, ethereal and elusive, making them hard to grasp. That Su Yang's celestial master power had yet to fully recover, and faced with this sudden assault, he felt a wave of helplessness. Jia Hao swung his talisman, barely fending off the shadow's attacks, yet his complexion grew increasingly pale. Lin Yu and Xin Yao were utterly terrified, huddling together, trembling uncontrollably. Despair surged within Su Yang like an overwhelming tide. Were they truly destined to perish here? He refused to accept it. He had too many unfinished tasks and countless people to protect. In that critical moment, Su Yang recalled the inspiration he had gained earlier within the ancient house. Those seemingly chaotic runes concealed not only the house's secrets, but also the means to seal the malevolent entities. He steeled himself against the fear, focusing intently, channeling his celestial master power into the runes. The runes blazed with brilliant light, illuminating the entire basement and the grotesque shadows. The shadows emitted anguished howls, as if scorched by fierce flames, fleeing in all directions. The runes on the hidden door also began to glow, emitting a resonant hum. The hidden door creaked open, revealing a pitch-black abyss that a chilling aura wafted from the opening, sending shivers down their spines. "This is it," Su Yang thought. Elated, he led his companions cautiously toward the opening. Deep within the entrance, a massive black vortex spun, emitting a disquieting low hum. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang hurled his talisman into the vortex. The talisman transformed into a beam of golden light. Piercing into the swirling abyss, the vortex trembled violently, producing a deafening roar. Moments later, it gradually shrank, ultimately vanishing from sight. The chilling winds within the ancient house dissipated, and the temperature began to rise. That we did it. Jia Hao exclaimed excitedly, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Lin Yu and Shun Yao embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Su Yang watched his companions reveling in elation, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. He knew that none of this would have been possible without their collective effort. He approached Lin Yu and Xin Yao, preparing to speak, but suddenly paused. Lin Yu and Shun Yao looked at him, and Su Yang hesitantly said, Lin Yu. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty. But Su Yang gazed at her, an inexplicable premonition flooding his heart. The ancient house had returned to tranquility, a faint scent of sandalwood lingering in the air. Dispelling the previous chill, Lin Yu stepped closer to Su Yang, the moonlight illuminating her slightly bashful face. To Su Yang, she murmured, her voice trembling, thank you that I've been very worried about you during this time. She paused, seemingly summoning her courage, and I like you. Before Su Yang could respond, Xin Yao approached as well, her gaze resolute and gentle. Su Yang, I feel the same, she said simply, quietly awaiting his answer. Su Yang looked at the two girls before him, momentarily speechless, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, that he admired Lin Yu's tenderness and valued Shun Yao's independence and confidence. Yet he was not prepared to make a choice. The ambiguous atmosphere was swiftly shattered as Su Yang recalled the audience in the live stream. He opened his phone, pointing the camera at himself, and took a deep breath. Hello, everyone. I am Su Yang, and we succeeded. Cheers erupted in the live broadcast room, with likes and comments flooding in like a deluge. The number of viewers surpassing the predetermined target, Su Yang presented to the audience the final scene of the ancient mansion and the moment of sealing the malevolent entity, the barrage filled with admiration and respect. After the live stream concluded, Su Yang and his companions exited the old residence, greeted not by an eerie atmosphere, but by the gentle rays of the morning sun, just as they basked in the joy of their success. A theater ticket fell from Su Yang's pocket. Bending down to retrieve it, he noticed the ticket bore an ornate theater design, yet inscribed below were some peculiar characters, resembling an ancient incantation. That Su Yang's smile faltered. An ominous premonition swelling within him, he lifted his gaze toward the distance and murmured, it seems this is not yet over. Chapter 61. Shadows of the Theater. The Phantom's arrival. Su Yang stared at the writhing, worm-like script on the theater ticket, a chill coursing through his fingertips and spreading throughout his body. This was no ordinary text. It resembled a lost incantation. That he showed the ticket to Jia Hao and Lin Yu, both displaying expressions of confusion, in the depths of his being. Su Yang felt an unseen force beckoning him, urging him toward the theater. The ancient theater loomed at the city's edge, its weathered walls whispering tales of time's passage. The air was laden with a musty odor, mingled with a faint scent of mildew and powder, inducing nausea. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the creaking sound pierced the silence like an old man's groan, echoing through the vast hall. Inside, the theater's opulence had succumbed to decay. The dark red velvet curtains had lost their former splendor, and the intricately carved wooden seats were thickly coated in dust. In the dim light, everything appeared shrouded in shadows. Jia Hao surveyed the surroundings and whispered, the atmosphere here feels off. Lin Yu clung tightly to Su Yang's arm, her fingertips growing slightly cold, but Su Yang activated the Celestial Master System, the interface flickering with a faint red glow, indicating an overwhelming presence of dark energy in this place. They ventured deeper along the corridor, portraits of past theater performers hanging on the walls, their eyes seemingly alive in the gloom. Coldly watching them, in a corner of the theater, Su Yang and Lin Yu paused briefly. The delicate features of Lin Yu appeared even more enchanting in the dim light. As she gently leaned closer to Su Yang, a subtle fragrance of jasmine wafting from her, Su Yang felt her warm breath brush against his ear, stirring ripples in his heart. Su Yang. Lin Yu's voice was soft as a whisper. You must be cautious. Her clear eyes brimmed with concern and affection, her hand lightly resting on Su Yang's arm, As if seeking solace, that Su Yang grasped Lin Yu's hand in return, feeling the warmth of her palm. A surge of comfort enveloping him. Suddenly, the chandelier in the hall flickered ominously, emitting a crackling sound, followed by a low chant emanating from the stage, resembling a lament from the depths of hell. Su Yang whipped around, staring at the empty stage. Is someone singing? The stage was desolate. Only dim light and swirling dust remained. The haunting melody faded, as though merely an illusion. That Su Yang furrowed his brow. The sense of unease intensifying within him, that he felt an invisible pressure, as if a vast net was gradually tightening around him. Abruptly, a disturbance came from behind the curtain on the left side of the stage. A young actress staggered forth, her face pale, eyes hollow. She murmured incoherently, her voice indistinct, yet carrying an eerie rhythm. Soon after, more actors emerged from behind the curtain, all exhibiting similar symptoms, as if ensnared by some malevolent force controlling their minds. The theater director's face turned ashen at the sight, and he bellowed, "What is happening? Snap out of it!" His voice echoed through the cavernous theater, yet failed to rouse the entranced actors. Panic rippled through the crowd. Screams and cries echoing in disarray. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang initiated a scan with the Celestial Master System, the red glow on the interface pulsing more intensely, revealing a peculiar energy fluctuation. He quickly realized this was a curse, an ancient and malevolent one. That his brow knitted tightly, a heavy sense of responsibility swelling within him, that he had to halt this curse, or the consequences would be dire. Everyone quiet. Su Yang's voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable authority, and he succinctly explained the situation and assured them he would do his utmost to resolve the issue. His composure and confidence inspired those around him, gradually quelling the panic as they cast trusting glances in his direction. Even the previously irritable director fell silent, a flicker of hope in his eyes. That Su Yang turned his attention back to the stage, where the cursed actors continued their low chants, their voices merging into a bizarre melody. He noticed a vague figure at the center of the melody, as though it were the orchestrator of this chaos. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured, "I found you." That he took a step forward, slowly advancing toward the stage, with Lin Yu closely following behind, while Jia Hao vigilantly scanned the surroundings to protect them both. That moment, the theater lights abruptly extinguished, plunging them into darkness. That a sharp scream pierced the silence, followed by the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground. That Su Yang and Lin Yu stood at the back of the stage, enveloped in pitch blackness as the lights vanished. The echo of the piercing scream and the thud of a heavy object sent chills down their spines. That Su Yang gripped the Celestial Master System tightly, unease surging within him. That Su Yang. Lin Yu's voice rang clear in the darkness, tinged with tremor. "This is frightening. Do not fear. I am here," Su Yang reassured her, turning to glance at Bai Mei, whose eyes shimmered with a complex light, a mixture of reliance and jealousy. Bai Mei's hands trembled slightly, a glint of malice suddenly flashing in her gaze. That Su Yang. "Do you prefer her more?" Bai Mei's voice was sharp and frigid, her gaze fixated on Lin Yu, evidently envious and discontented. Lin Yu felt a pang of grievance, but refrained from retorting, silently leaning closer to Su Yang, tightly grasping his hand. Caught between the two, Su Yang felt a headache coming on, letting out a resigned sigh. Just then, Jia Hao interjected, a teasing lilt in his voice. "Su Yang, your way with women is truly enviable." The moment those words escaped, everyone fell silent. The tense atmosphere became palpably bizarre. Even the theater director paused, casting a skeptical glance at Jia Hao. Su Yang smiled wryly, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Jia Hao, you're only adding fuel to the fire." That a flicker of anger crossed Bai Mei's face, but she said nothing more, merely pressing her lips together, her gaze icy as she glared at Lin Yu. The surrounding actors murmured among themselves, quietly discussing the intricate emotional entanglement, further amplifying the tension. "Let us first address the curse," Su Yang declared decisively, choosing to overlook the complex emotional turmoil and opting to delve deeper into the theater's backstage. He pushed open the backstage door. A powerful wave of dark energy surged forth, nearly driving him back. That Su Yang's heart raced, yet he swiftly steadied himself, inhaling deeply, resolutely stepping forward. His movement came to a halt, the atmosphere around them solidifying, as if heralding a greater danger about to unfold. Chapter 62. Delving into the backstage of the theater after being struck by the dark energy from backstage, Su Yang steadied himself, inhaling deeply, his gaze unwavering as he looked ahead, his eyes reflecting fearless courage. Jia Hao followed closely behind, both treading cautiously, the surrounding darkness resembling an endless abyss, sending chills down their spines. The backstage was thick with dust, old props scattered about, and the aged would exuded a dry odor. Each step was accompanied by a faint creak, as if narrating the ancient tales of this place that I in the darkness. Distant mechanical clinks occasionally echoed, as if countless unseen eyes were observing them. Su Yang continuously employed his celestial master powers to scan the environment, his fingers gliding gently as faint runes seemed to ripple through the air. Jia Hao gripped a short sword tightly, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yu, Bai Mei, and the other actors stood at a distance, anxiously watching every move the two made, an oppressive atmosphere thickening around them. Suddenly, Su Yang paused, sensing a slight tremor beneath his feet. That moment, a massive beam plummeted from above, heading straight for them. Reacting swiftly, Su Yang raised his hands, using his celestial master powers to barely hold the beam at bay. The immense weight of the beam caused his arms to tremble slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Jia Hao anxiously searched for a way to disable the mechanism, his eyes flickering with resolute determination. Su Yang, hold on, Jia Hao shouted, his voice resonating loudly in the darkness. Lin Yu and Bai Mei, too, were on edge, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Su Yang gritted his teeth, channeling more of his celestial master energy, yet the weight of the beam continued to press down heavily upon him. Just then, Jia Hao's eyes brightened, pointing toward a control device nearby. There. The control mechanism is over there. Let me try. Su Yang nodded slightly, a glimmer of gratitude shining in his eyes, just as Jia Hao was about to trigger the mechanism. A chilling laughter echoed from the depths of the theater, as if countless vengeful spirits were whispering, sending shivers down one's spine. That a tightness gripped Su Yang's heart. He sensed that greater danger was imminent. Nevertheless, he resolutely remained in place, awaiting Jia Hao's action. Are you ready, Su Yang? Jia Hao's voice bore a hint of tension, yet his gaze sparkled with confidence. As Su Yang inhaled deeply and nodded, that a flash of determination flickered in Jia Hao's eyes. And without hesitation, he darted towards the control mechanism with the agility of a leopard. His fingers danced rapidly over the intricate patterns, as if playing a silent ancient melody, with a crisp click. The sound resonated in the stillness of the backstage, followed by the gradual ascent of a heavy beam, alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. Su Yang felt the weight lift from his shoulders as he withdrew his celestial power. Panting as he gazed at Jia Hao, the two exchanged smiles, and the surrounding actors released a collective sigh of relief, casting admiring glances in their direction. The theater director hurried forward, a broad smile illuminating his face. The previous anxiety and dissatisfaction evaporated. Well done. You've outdone yourselves, he exclaimed, clapping his hands with excitement. Truly impressive for the youth. I must admit, I misjudged you. Lin Yu rushed towards Su Yang, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her body trembling slightly. Her arms clung to him as if to fuse their beings, her eyes filled with worry and dread. Are you all right? She asked, her voice quivering, tinged with a hint of tears. Su Yang gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, I'm fine, don't worry. He could feel the tremors coursing through Lin Yu, a warm current surged within him. However, he remained oblivious to Bai Mei, who stood not far off, observing them with an expression that was a complex tapestry of emotions. Jealousy intertwined with an almost imperceptible sense of helplessness, akin to a black rose blooming quietly in the night, exuding an ineffable sorrow. At that moment, an icy chill suddenly permeated the air. The temperature around them plummeted, enveloping them in a bone-chilling cold. The already dim backstage appeared even more sinister, that a collective shiver swept through the group. As if countless frigid gazes were scrutinizing them, Su Yang sensed an inexplicable unease. His vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings in search of the source of the chill. His celestial powers surged once more, tracing arcane symbols in the air, yet yielded no results. Just then, Bai Mei abruptly turned and walked deeper into the backstage, her silhouette appearing particularly desolate against the darkness. Bai Mei, where are you going? The director inquired anxiously. Bai Mei did not respond, her figure gradually fading into the shadows, leaving behind only a cold silhouette. Amidst the confusion, she suddenly halted, turned, and in an unprecedented calm tone declared, "Su Yang, I have something to say to you." Her voice resonated clearly in the quiet backstage, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Su Yang frowned slightly, sensing the vulnerability concealed within her words that he gently pushed Lin Yu aside and approached Bai Mei, his gaze imbued with inquiry. "What is it?" he asked softly, striving to maintain a gentle tone. Bai Mei slowly raised her head, biting her lip as if striving to suppress the fear within. I feel the curse growing stronger. It's consuming my will, and sometimes I can't even discern which is the true me, she confessed, her voice trembling like a wounded creature, evoking sympathy. Lin Yu, observing Bai Mei's pitiful demeanor, felt an inexplicable discontent swell within her. She stepped forward, her tone laced with acidity. "Bai Mei, are you acting again? Who are you trying to garner sympathy from at a time like this?" Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's face paled instantly, her gaze toward Lin Yu filled with a mixture of grievance and fury. I'm not acting. I truly am." Seeing this, Su Yang quickly stepped in between them. Glancing from Lin Yu to Bai Mei, his tone tinged with exasperation. "Enough. This is not the time for quarrels, that we must unite and devise a solution to the problem at hand." The other actors began to murmur among themselves, dividing into two factions. One supporting Bai Mei, deeming Lin Yu too heartless. The other siding with Lin Yu, believing Bai Mei was feigning sympathy. The backstage atmosphere grew tense, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. "Enough." Su Yang's voice resonated with authority. Silencing the crowd, he regarded Lin Yu and Bai Mei with a serious expression. "I understand that you are both under immense pressure, but this is not the time for infighting. We must stand together to find a way to break the curse." He paused before continuing. "Bai Mei, I empathize with your suffering, but you must also trust that we will assist you in dispelling the curse. Lin Yu, I know you are concerned for me, but we should focus our energies on resolving the issue, not on blaming one another." His words struck a chord, plunging both women into contemplation. Bai Mei regarded Su Yang, while Lin Yu lowered her head in shame. "All right, we are now a team, and we must support and understand one another." Su Yang's tone softened, a sincere smile gracing his face that we all desire to lift the curse. "Dan Tiwi?" Lin Yu and Bai Mei exchanged a glance, silently nodding, the barriers in their hearts seeming to dissipate. The other actors also expressed their agreement, and the backstage atmosphere gradually relaxed. The theater director watched this scene with relief, his trust in Su Yang deepening. As Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief, his peripheral vision caught sight of a tattered diary in a corner, and he approached cautiously, picking up the diary, its cover shrouded in dust, rendering the inscription illegible. Just as he was about to open it, a wave of frigid energy enveloped the backstage, causing the lights to flicker ominously, and an oppressive sensation permeated the air. His vision blurred, and the diary felt unnaturally heavy in his hands. That a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "You shall not." Chapter 63. Breaking the curse of the theater, the icy force surged like a tide, instantaneously engulfing the entire backstage. Su Yang felt an icy dread shoot from his feet to his head, as though he were trapped in a frozen vault. He clenched his teeth, striving to maintain the last vestige of clarity. The diary in his hands felt like a searing brand, causing his palms to tingle, yet he understood that it was the key to breaking the curse, and he could not relinquish it. His gaze sharpened like a blade, as if he intended to tear through the encroaching darkness. Jia Hao let out a fierce roar, a faint luminescence flickering around him as he clenched his fists, attempting to dispel the surrounding shadows. Lin Yu, too, anxiously activated her talismans, feeble light swirling around her as she fought against the dark force. Sweat beaded on their foreheads, their expressions grave and tense. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Bai Mei collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat as if desperately trying to prevent something from surging forth. Her face drained of color, once beautiful, now contorted with agony and despair. The theater director stood petrified, his eyes wide with terror, helplessly murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Other actors sank despairingly to the floor, realizing that this curse was more ferocious than ever, as if an invisible claw was tightening around their throats, suffocating them. Despair spread like a web throughout the theater, enveloping everyone within its grasp that Su Yang watched Bai Mei writhing in pain on the ground, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. He felt the weight of responsibility bearing down on him. If he could not dispel the curse swiftly, he would betray the trust of those around him, and Bai Mei's plight would be in vain. Glaring defiantly at the deepening darkness, a wave of powerlessness washed over him, and he sensed the cold force intensifying, his body feeling as if pierced by countless icy needles, his consciousness beginning to fade. Just as he was about to succumb, a flash of insight struck him, recalling previous clues discovered backstage. Images of overlooked details surged through his mind, faded photographs scattered in the corners, and the mirror frequently mentioned in the diary. A chill ran down his spine as realization dawned upon him. The curse's origin did not lie within the theater itself, but rather behind the stage, in that very mirror. Su Yang's voice rang clear in the silent backstage. Imbued with unwavering conviction that he pointed towards the colossal full-length mirror at the back of the stage, its surface reflecting a ghostly light, as if distorting faces of the damned. All eyes followed his gesture. Landing on the mirror, the theater director's expression morphed into shock and disbelief. Incredulity painting his features as he pointed at the mirror. How is this possible? Hasn't this mirror always been here? Su Yang took a deep breath and continued. This mirror is possessed by a vengeful spirit. It not only absorbs the negative emotions of generations of actors in the theater, but also transforms them into a curse that rebounds upon all who come into contact with it. He opened the diary in his hand and read aloud, word for word. The world within the mirror, reality and illusion indistinguishable. This is the key. To break the curse, the mirror must be shattered. Bai Mei's expression softened slightly as she lifted her gaze, while Jia Haolin and Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. The theater director gazed incredulously at Su Yang, his anxious demeanor tinged with gratitude. Little brother, you are truly remarkable. If you can lift the curse from our theater, I scarcely know how to thank you. However, at that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from the mirror. The sound was sharp and grating, like countless nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down one's spine. That a blurred figure gradually materialized within the mirror, cloaked in darkness, its contours twisted, as if a demon had crawled forth from the depths of hell. Think you can shatter the mirror? It won't be that simple. The vengeful voice of the theater's phantom reverberated throughout the backstage, and as the words fell, numerous tendrils of black energy surged forth from the mirror. Lunging toward the crowd, Su Yang was already prepared. He quickly retreated a step, and the talisman in his hand ignited instantly, transforming into a golden light shield that repelled the dark energy. Jia Hao let out a roar, his fists shimmering with a bronze glow as he swung them, dispersing the oncoming energy. The theater phantom seemed enraged, relentlessly unleashing powerful curses, causing the very space of the backstage to warp and distort. Black mist began to swirl, as if countless ghosts were howling within. With unwavering resolve, Su Yang channeled his Tianshi power to its utmost, golden runes shimmering around him. He deftly evaded the phantom's attacks while searching for an opportunity to counter. Jia Hao coordinated closely, using his robust physique and exquisite ancient martial arts skills to fend off the ferocious assaults. The onlookers watched the heart-stopping battle with bated breath, their fists clenched tightly, hearts pounding like drums, each face etched with worry and hope. That as the phantom realized its attacks were ineffective against Su Yang, it began to grow frantic, its shrieks growing increasingly mournful. Seizing a moment, Su Yang concentrated all his Tianshi power into his hand, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. With a fierce cry, his fingertips blazed with golden light, illuminating the cold backstage like the sun. That he gathered all his Tianshi power into his palm, forming a colossal golden net that enveloped the phantom. The very air seemed to tear apart under this immense force, emitting a haunting shriek. The theater phantom let out a wretched scream beneath the golden light, its distorted form struggling within the brilliance, as if engulfed in flames. That it attempted to break free, but to no avail. The golden net clung to it like a parasite, relentlessly devouring its strength. Its figure began to waver, ultimately dissolving into a cloud of black smoke, entirely sealed within the mirror. As the theater phantom dissipated, the chilling atmosphere that had enveloped the theater also lifted. The oppressive black mist that had pervaded the air gradually receded, and the suffocating pressure vanished without a trace. The actors who had collapsed on the ground rose one by one, their agonizing symptoms miraculously disappearing. Inside the theater, cheers and shouts intertwined, with everyone moved to tears of joy. Bai Mei clutched her chest tightly, feeling as though she had awakened from a protracted nightmare, the elation of surviving leaving her speechless. Jia Hao approached Su Yang, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. While Lin Yu's face lit up with a radiant smile as she hurried to his side, her gaze filled with affection that seemed capable of melting all ice. The theater director, in a fit of excitement, rushed towards Su Yang, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Little brother, you are truly the savior of our theater. You have saved us all. You are a deity sent by heaven to rescue us." Su Yang's face broke into a reassuring smile. Knowing he had not betrayed their trust, he picked up his phone and began a live broadcast, sharing the thrilling events with all theater enthusiasts. The comments flooded in, bursting with enthusiasm, the screen filled with likes and expressions of gratitude. Absolutely incredible. The Huangpao Tianshi truly lives up to its name. I can hardly believe my eyes. This is like a fantastical blockbuster. Little brother, you are so handsome. I want to have your children. As Su Yang read the rolling comments on the screen, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He realized that his efforts had not been in vain. Everything he had done had garnered the audience's recognition. Lin Yu gazed at him tenderly from the side, her love shining in her eyes as if it would overflow. Their eyes met in a shared smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Just as the theater basked in a joyous atmosphere, Su Yang's phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. He answered the call, puzzled, and a deep, hoarse voice crackled through the receiver. Harsh as though sandpaper were being scraped. The theater's crisis is merely beginning. The next location will witness even greater supernatural chaos. Be cautious. New dangers are approaching. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Su Yang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression that he looked out the window at the pitch-black night sky, which appeared to be gaping like a vast maw. Chapter 64. Secrets of the theater's underground passage. Su Yang hung up the phone. The flashing comments on the screen and Lin Yu's gentle gaze seeming to be separated by a thin veil, distant and blurred, he took a deep breath, tucked his phone into his pocket, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The theater's crisis was merely the beginning. This mysterious call was like a pebble cast into a serene lake, creating ripples of unease that he had a premonition that beneath the theater lay even greater secrets. I must venture into the underground passage. Su Yang's voice was low and resolute, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Jia Hao's expression hardened, his brows furrowing as he replied solemnly, "I will go with you." Though he was unfamiliar with the arcane arts, his mastery of ancient martial skills was sufficient to confront most dangers. Lin Yu gently grasped Su Yang's hand, her eyes filled with concern, yet she said nothing more. She understood that once Su Yang made a decision, no one could alter it. The trio made their way to the backstage of the theater, where they discovered an inconspicuous iron door nestled in a corner piled high with props. The door was rusted and exuded a pungent odor of iron, resembling a gateway to another realm. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang pushed the iron door open with force, and a wave of cold, damp air rushed forth, mingled with a nauseating stench. The underground passage was narrow and cramped, barely allowing one person to pass through. The air was thick with a musty odor, making it difficult to breathe. The walls were covered in moss and water stains, slick and clammy, sending chills down the spine. In the dim light, the depths of the passage seemed to harbor unknown dangers, evoking a sense of dread. "Be cautious," Su Yang whispered, clutching the talisman tightly in his hand. The three of them proceeded slowly down the passage, the sound of creaking beneath their feet reminiscent of stepping on dry bones. The passage echoed with eerie whispers, intermittent and disjointed, as if ghosts were murmuring to one another, sending goosebumps across their skin. Su Yang's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. He struggled to maintain his composure while meticulously observing his surroundings. Jia Hao's brow furrowed, his vigilant gaze scanning the area, ever ready to confront any sudden threats. Lin Yu closely followed behind Su Yang, one hand gripping his clothing tightly, her knuckles white, betraying her inner tension. Suddenly, Su Yang halted, the talisman in his hand trembling slightly, and he sensed a chilling presence approaching, as if something were watching them intently. "What is it?" Jia Hao asked in a low voice that Su Yang did not respond. Instead, slowly extending his hand to point ahead. What is that before them? Under the dim yellow light, a horrifying sight emerged on the ground. Sharp spikes jutted up from the earth, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Resembling the fangs of hell, waiting for prey to step into their grasp. Between the spikes, dark red stains were faintly visible, as if remnants of blood had been left behind, exuding a nauseating, metallic odor. "A trap!" Jia Hao exclaimed softly, instinctively taking a step back. Lin Yu, even more frightened, turned pale, clutching Su Yang's garment, too terrified to take another step forward. Yet Su Yang displayed no signs of panic whatsoever. The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a confident smile that he deftly shifted his feet, moving like a wraith amid the spikes, each step landing precisely in a safe area, avoiding any contact with the sharp points. Jia Hao and Lin Yu watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Su Yang accomplished this feat to TO them. Su Yang's movements flowed as naturally as water, as if he had foreseen the layout of the trap. After easily bypassing the peril, Su Yang remained vigilant, not daring to relax his guard. He understood that this was merely the beginning to that moment. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by a ghastly roar emanating from the depths of the passage. Suddenly, a horde of diminutive spectral creatures surged forth from the shadows. Their forms were contorted and their visages grotesque, as they lunged menacingly towards Su Yang and his companions. Unfazed, Su Yang retrieved a talisman from his pocket. Reciting an incantation under his breath, in an instant, the talisman ignited, radiating a blinding light that illuminated the entire corridor, revealing the hideous faces of the spectral monsters. "Swift," Su Yang commanded sharply, as the talisman transformed into a beam of golden light. Hurtling towards the spectral entities, simultaneously, Jia Hao unleashed a series of ancient martial techniques, joining the fray. His fists and feet cut through the air with fierce momentum, sending the encroaching specters flying. The passage flickered with light as spells and martial arts intertwined. Creating a surreal tableau, the shadows of the spectral creatures twisted against the walls, emitting haunting wails. However, Su Yang's brow furrowed in concern. He realized that these apparitions appeared largely unscathed. "These beings," Su Yang murmured, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Jia Hao, sensing something amiss, gasped for breath and remarked, "These creatures seem quite different." The spectral entities writhed unnaturally, the golden light from the talisman passing through their forms as if traversing mere air, inflicting no tangible damage. Although Jia Hao's strikes could repel them, they were incapable of obliterating the foes. It seemed these phantoms were not corporeal, but rather manifestations of some energy conglomerate. With a furrowed brow, Su Yang's mind raced. Conventional spells were ineffective. An alternative approach was imperative. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing upon the puddles on the ground. The damp air, the frigid water, and the peculiar magnetic field permeating the corridor sparked a daring idea within him. "Jia Hao, force them towards the puddle," Su Yang shouted. Though Jia Hao did not grasp Su Yang's intent, he complied without hesitation, his fists and feet driving the spectral creatures towards the waterlogged center of the passage. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang swiftly formed hand seals that he summoned the power of the heavenly master within him, channeling the surrounding magnetic field and the energy within the water. The humid vapor in the air seemed to respond to an unseen force, vibrating violently, producing a resonant hum. "Thunderstrike," Su Yang bellowed. The puddle erupted into a boil, blue-white arcs of electricity dancing across the surface with crackling sounds. Bolts of lightning shot forth like serpents, striking the spectral monsters. They screeched in agony, their bodies twisting violently before dissipating into wisps of black smoke. Jia Hao and Lin Yu stood in stunned silence, awestruck by this extraordinary display of magic. The manipulation of elemental forces in such an attack required extraordinary skill and precise control over the heavenly master's power. "Su Yang, you are truly remarkable," Lin Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jia Hao, equally impressed, added, "You've opened my eyes, my friend." Su Yang smiled faintly, yet he felt no relief in his heart. He knew this was merely a minor trial. Deeper within the underground corridor lay far greater dangers. Just then, a gasp escaped Lin Yu's lips. Su Yang turned to see a spectral creature had clawed her arm, a slender wound oozing blood. A pang of concern shot through Su Yang as he hurried to examine her injury. Gently, he tore a strip from his garment to bind her wound, his movements tender and meticulous. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly. Lin Yu shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed into Su Yang's gentle expression, her heart swelling with emotion. Jia Hao observed from the side, a hint of satisfaction gracing his lips. Once the wound was dressed, Su Yang rose, his gaze once again directed towards the depths of the passage. "Let us continue," he declared, his voice low and resolute, carrying an almost magical quality that dispelled the surrounding gloom. The trio pressed onward through the corridor, the air thick with a faint metallic scent and an inexplicable sense of oppression. Abruptly, Su Yang halted, his attention fixed upon a stone tablet at the end of the passage. The tablet was inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a soft, ethereal glow. "What is this?" Su Yang murmured to himself, as Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed his gaze, expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. "It appears to be an archaic script," Jia Hao hesitantly remarked. Lin Yu reached out to touch the tablet, but Su Yang swiftly grasped her wrist that do not touch. He warned, his tone laced with urgency. "This object is perilous." That Su Yang's eyes were locked onto the tablet, the ancient runes seeming to writhe, as if alive, exuding a sinister radiance. The Heavenly Master System activated, deciphering the cryptic symbols. Lines of information flooded his mind, akin to ancient incantations, revealing the long-buried secrets of the theater. "So that's it," Su Yang murmured, finally discovering the key to breaking the curse, a long-lost ritual requiring specific time, location, and offerings. He clenched his fists in exhilaration. A wave of uncontainable excitement surging within him, that he understood that he was one step closer to success. The curse on Bai Mei was poised to be lifted, and the theater's crisis would soon be resolved. "Let us depart," Su Yang instructed Jia Hao and Lin Yu, his tone now imbued with a sense of ease. However, just as they turned to leave the underground passage, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths. The sound was deep and resonant, reminiscent of an ancient beast, carrying an oppressive weight that sent shivers down their spines. The air within the passage suddenly became suffocating, freezing the trio in place. Their faces paling. Jia Hao instinctively shielded Lin Yu, his gaze warily fixed on the depths of the corridor. Lin Yu clutched his sleeve tightly, her complexion ashen, breath quickening to Su Yang's brow knitted in concern. An ominous premonition swelling within him. This roar was unlike any supernatural entity he had encountered before. It was more primal, more feral, as if it harbored the power to annihilate everything in its path. In the depths of the passage, darkness writhed like thick ink, as if some horrific entity was about to break free. An oppressive sensation filled the air, akin to an invisible hand constricting around their throats. Su Yang inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, but he drew another talisman from his pocket. Gripping it tightly, prepared to confront the imminent danger. "It's coming," Su Yang whispered, urgency threading his voice. Jia Hao and Lin Yu held their breath, anxiously watching the passage's depths. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The only sound echoing through the corridor was the disquieting roar. "Retreat," Su Yang commanded, seizing Jia Hao and Lin Yu's arms as they swiftly backed away. Chapter 65. Resolving actor conflicts. The blood-red curtain swayed eerily upon the stage, resembling the tongue of a colossal beast, greedily licking the air. The roar had ceased, yet the suffocating pressure remained unabated. Tightening around the trio like an invisible net, Su Yang withdrew the talisman. His palm clammy and chilled, he made a swift decision. "We must return to the theater." Jia Hao and Lin Yu nodded in agreement, and the three hastily retreated from the foreboding passage. Upon returning to the theater's backstage, the cacophony of voices replaced the eerie silence. Yet it was even more disconcerting. The actors were gathered in a heated argument, their piercing voices akin to needles stabbing at the eardrums. Bai Mei stood at the center of the crowd, her complexion pale, eyes rimmed with red, yet she fought to suppress her tears. The theater director paced anxiously, occasionally rubbing his forehead in frustration. The air was thick with palpable tension, resembling a powder keg ready to ignite. Su Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that the negative energy within the theater was more potent than that in the passage. Enveloping him like a viscous black liquid, that he felt a wave of nausea, his stomach churning uncomfortably. Jia Hao and Lin Yu followed closely behind, their expressions betraying concern. Su Yang took a deep breath. Striving to maintain his composure, he scanned the surroundings, his gaze finally settling on Bai Mei. Her lips trembled slightly, and a surge of inexplicable compassion welled up within him. Silence. Su Yang suddenly raised his voice. Though it was not loud, it possessed a peculiar authority that instantly quelled the argument. The theater fell into a hushed stillness, all eyes fixated on him as Su Yang approached Bai Mei slowly, softly inquiring. "What has transpired?" Bai Mei lifted her head, gazing into Su Yang's eyes, her lips trembling as if she wished to speak, yet found herself at a loss for words that Su Yang reached out, gently patting her shoulder, gesturing for her to take her time. Taking a deep breath, Bai Mei finally spoke, her voice hoarse and low. "I feel as though someone is watching me," and no sooner had her words escaped than the lights in the theater flickered ominously, followed by a chilling gust of wind that swept in from the direction of the stage, causing everyone to involuntarily shiver. Su Yang's gaze shifted toward the stage. He slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the depths of the stage, where darkness loomed. His eyes were resolute and profound, as though they could pierce through the obscurity, but he offered a slight smile and turned to face the crowd. His voice steady and commanding. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." His tone exuded an irresistible tranquility, gradually pacifying the crowd's agitation. Jia Hao and Lin Yu stood behind him, both displaying expressions of trust and determination. Bai Mei's mention of surveillance was not merely a figment of her imagination. Su Yang continued, his gaze sweeping across each face, as if seeking resonance. "I sense an unusual force emanating from the depths of the stage. One that not only affects Bai Mei, but also alters the atmosphere of the entire theater." His words faded. The stage lights flickered once more, and the cold wind swept through again. But this time, everyone appeared to comprehend the situation, their panic subsiding. Su Yang inhaled deeply and continued, "This force may be a curse, but it did not arise from nothingness, and we must uncover its source to resolve this matter completely." His words flowed like a clear spring, gradually soothing the unease among the audience. Bai Mei's eyes reflected newfound resolve as she softly stated, "I am willing to cooperate, as long as we can resolve this issue." Su Yang nodded and turned to the theater director. "We also require your support in locating the historical records of the theater, as well as any dubious incidents that have occurred here." The director nodded, though his brow remained furrowed. "Very well, I will do my utmost to assist. However, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to waste it." He turned to Lao Wang, commanding, "Lao Wang, go immediately and retrieve the relevant materials." Quickly, Lao Wang responded promptly, dashing toward the archives. Observing this, Su Yang addressed the actors with renewed conviction. "Now, we are a united team. Only by standing together can we overcome the challenges before us." The actors nodded in agreement, the previously tense atmosphere gradually easing. Lin Yu quietly moved closer to Su Yang, her voice a gentle whisper. "You are truly remarkable, Su Yang." Her tone was soft and tender, carrying a faint fragrance that lingered by his ear. Su Yang felt her proximity stir a ripple within him. Yet he quickly composed himself, smiling as he replied, "As long as we stand united, there is nothing we cannot resolve." Suddenly, a low, chilling laughter echoed from the stage, as if it emanated from the abyss, sending shivers down their spines. Unanimously, everyone turned their gaze toward the depths of the stage, where Su Yang's dim light cast elongated shadows across the empty theater, dancing like apparitions. That Su Yang's heart raced, not from fear, but due to Lin Yu's presence beside him. Her gentle breath brushed against his ear, carrying a subtle fragrance that made his heart flutter. That he wrapped his arms around her waist, feeling her warmth. Yet internally, he was tumultuous and restless. As a celestial master, he was destined to confront dangers unimaginable to ordinary folk. He feared dragging Lin Yu into this peril and the harm it might bring her. Lin Yu gently lifted her head, locking her gaze with Su Yang's, her voice soft yet firm. "Su Yang, I know you harbor many secrets." Her clear and unwavering eyes seemed to penetrate the turmoil within him. Su Yang's throat tightened, words caught in his chest. Yet ultimately, he said nothing. That he merely held her tighter, as if wishing to merge their beings. That I in the silent theater, their breaths were distinctly audible, time seemingly suspended, leaving only the resonance of their heartbeats. That Su Yang closed his eyes, savoring the tranquility and warmth of the moment, yearning for time to halt, allowing him to forever cherish this beauty. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from the stage, dispersing the intimate atmosphere between them that Su Yang's eyes flew open. He released Lin Yu and turned towards the stage. In the darkness, something appeared to stir. What is it? Lin Yu sensed Su Yang's unease and whispered. He did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the stage, feeling the talisman in his hand growing warm. A powerful aura of malevolence approached, stronger than ever before. We must leave this place. Su Yang's voice was low and urgent. He grasped Lin Yu's hand and dashed towards the theater's exit. Wait! Lin Yu suddenly halted, pointing towards the depths of the stage. What is that? Following her gaze, Su Yang beheld a vague figure materializing in the shadows of the stage. The figure was tall and eerie, radiating a suffocating chill. It is the phantom of the theater. Su Yang's expression turned grave, realizing that tonight's performance was only just beginning. That I in the dimly lit backstage. The air was thick with the heavy scent of makeup and sweat. Su Yang suppressed his discomfort and diligently questioned each actor. Most merely complained about Bai Mei's peculiar temperament and the recent strange occurrences, such as props mysteriously moving or costumes being torn without reason. However, a young male actor hesitantly mentioned a crucial detail. Bai Mei has been incessantly murmuring an ancient nursery rhyme that sounds quite eerie. Su Yang's heart raced at this revelation, aligning perfectly with the melody he had heard in the underground passage. He pressed for the lyrics of the nursery rhyme, and the male actor struggled to recall, haltingly humming a few lines. The bizarre melody and sinister lyrics sent chills through the gathered crowd. Connecting the fragments of the nursery rhyme provided by the actor with the clues he had gathered in the underground passage, an epiphany struck him. He finally understood that this nursery rhyme was no ordinary children's song, but an ancient incantation, the very source of the theater's bizarre events. And Bai Mei was likely the target of this incantation. He clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes gleaming with clarity, as if the fog had lifted to reveal the truth. The key to breaking the curse lay within this nursery rhyme. However, at that moment, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the backstage. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, witnessing Bai Mei collapsed on the floor. Convulsing, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Her eyes rolled back, and black liquid poured from her mouth, accompanied by horrifying shrieks. Bai Mei, the director shouted in terror, rushing forward to help her, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Su Yang's expression shifted as he sensed a powerful malevolence radiating from Bai Mei, stronger than ever before. The phantom of the theater had detected their intentions and was beginning to retaliate. Quickly, lift her onto the stage, Su Yang commanded decisively. With frantic hands, the crowd hoisted Bai Mei onto the stage, placing her in the center. In the dim light, her body twisted into a grotesque arc. Emitting eerie whimpers, Su Yang produced a talisman, chanting incantations to suppress the malevolent energy enveloping Bai Mei. Yet at that moment, the lights on stage abruptly extinguished, plunging the theater into darkness. Lin Yu's voice trembled in the gloom. I am scared. Su Yang tightly grasped her hand. Feeling her icy fingertips, he knew this was not the time for fear. He had to swiftly find a way to break the curse, or else Bai Mei, and perhaps the entire theater, would be lost to eternal damnation. Suddenly, a deep, chilling laughter resounded from the darkness, as if it emerged from the depths of hell, sending a shiver down their spines. It seems this is only the beginning. A cold voice whispered in Su Yang's ear. He spun around, but only beheld the empty void of darkness. Chapter 66. Breaking the theater's curse in the darkness, Su Yang felt the malevolence emanating from Bai Mei surge like a tidal wave. Each wave stronger than the last, nearly consuming him. He realized the phantom of the theater had been thoroughly provoked, and it was prepared to fight to the bitter end, without a moment's hesitation. Su Yang's gaze hardened as he rapidly recited the incantation, his fingertips glowing with golden light. A talisman flew from his hand, hurtling toward Bai Mei. Su Yang, be careful. Jia Hao's voice cut through the darkness. Tinged with concern, Su Yang did not look back. He knew Jia Hao and Lin Yu were right behind him, their presence a steadfast support. I will succeed, Su Yang murmured, his tone brimming with confidence. The talisman adhered to Bai Mei's forehead, emitting a brilliant radiance, causing her body to convulse violently, issuing pained groans. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the darkness, filled with rage and defiance. Do you think this will stop me? Naive. A chilling voice reverberated through the theater, thick with mockery, Su Yang felt a tremendous force surge toward him, prompting him to swiftly evade while harnessing the power of the Celestial Master System to counterattack. The clash of golden light and black mist erupted in the air, producing a deafening explosion that tremored throughout the entire theater. Su Yang, keep going. Lin Yu's voice resonated in the darkness, tinged with a slight tremor, yet brimming with encouragement. Su Yang inhaled deeply, focusing his mind and channeling all his strength into the Celestial Master System that a golden beam of light shot forth from his hand, racing toward the phantom of the theater. The phantom emitted a piercing wail, the black mist gradually dissipating, revealing a blurred figure before Su Yang that resembled a man clad in theatrical garb, his face etched with resentment and unwillingness that I will not let you go. The phantom's voice grew fainter, ultimately fading into the abyss as the phantom vanished. The malevolent energy surrounding Bai Mei also began to dissipate, her body returning to normal as she slowly opened her eyes. What has happened to me? Bai Mei inquired weakly to Su Yang regarded her with a reassuring smile. It's all right now. The curse has been lifted. Suddenly, Su Yang's expression shifted. He sensed a faint remnant of dark energy lingering on Bai Mei. Wait, he said, his brow furrowed. Gently touching her forehead with his fingertips, he felt a chilling remnant of dark energy coiling around his fingers, sending shivers down his spine. It is not completely vanished, he murmured, his voice laced with gravity. Though faint, this dark energy clung to Bai Mei like a festering wound, lying in wait. The phantom's roar echoed once more, this time not a furious bellow, but a lamenting whimper. As if it were a soul's anguished cry from the depths of despair, Su Yang acutely discerned the frailty hidden within that sound, realizing that the curse's power was not infallible. It possessed a vulnerability. In the shadows, the phantom's form twisted and warped, as if enduring immense agony. That Su Yang's gaze sharpened, fixating on the phantom as he sought its fatal weakness, that he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from the phantom's chest, flickering like a candle in the wind. There, Su Yang's heart raced. He concentrated all his energy, condensing the power of the Celestial Master System into his fingertips, unleashing a beam of golden light straight at the phantom's chest. The phantom let out a harrowing scream, its form quaking violently, the black mist rapidly dissipating as if consumed by searing flames. That Su Yang felt a powerful backlash, yet he gritted his teeth, relentlessly assaulting the phantom's vulnerability. In the distance, Lin Yu's heart nearly leaped from her chest. She clenched her fists tightly, silently praying for Su Yang's safety. She could sense his determination and strength, as well as the weight of pressure and pain he bore. As the phantom's power gradually waned, Su Yang began to gain the upper hand, but he felt the dawn of victory within reach. Yet he dared not allow even a hint of complacency. He understood that as long as the phantom retained even a shred of strength, it could return with a vengeance. Suddenly, the phantom ceased its struggle, its form becoming blurred, as if it might vanish at any moment. That a flicker of joy ignited within Su Yang. "It's over," he whispered. His tone weary yet resolute, he raised his right hand, poised to unleash the most potent Celestial Master spell for a final blow against the phantom. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "Do you truly believe this is the end?" A flash of golden light sparked in Su Yang's eyes as he concentrated, conjuring a dazzling golden rune at his fingertips. With a fierce cry, the rune shot forth like an arrow towards the phantom. The phantom emitted a shrill roar, attempting to evade, but it was already too late. The golden light pierced through the black mist, striking the phantom's chest directly. The black mist writhed and trembled violently, emitting a grating sound that set teeth on edge. The phantom's body was as if engulfed in flames, gradually contorting and twisting until it disintegrated into specks of starlight, vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, the chilling aura entwined around Bai Mei dissipated, leaving her blinking in confusion, as though awakening from a harrowing nightmare. The theater fell into an eerie silence, each heartbeat audible. Moments later, applause erupted like thunder. Accompanied by cheers, the actors, recovering from their terror, joyfully embraced one another, relieved to have escaped calamity. The theater director, overwhelmed with joy, grasped Su Yang's hand, his words tumbling out in a flurry of excitement. That Su Yang exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow, a faint smile gracing his lips. That he activated the live stream, directing the camera towards the jubilant crowd and the restored theater. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am Su Yang, as you can see. The theater's curse has been successfully lifted, and all the actors have returned to health. His voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with strength. Thank you for your attention and support. Until next time, the live stream was immediately inundated with comments. The like counts skyrocketing. Viewers expressed their admiration and gratitude towards Su Yang. As he gazed at the ever-increasing numbers on the screen, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within him that he had fulfilled his task, achieved the live stream's goal, and demonstrated his prowess. The theater director excitedly announced plans for a grand celebration in honor of Su Yang's achievements to express their heartfelt gratitude. However, Su Yang politely declined. He yearned to leave this place imbued with an eerie atmosphere as swiftly as possible. Just as he turned to depart, a chilling voice whispered in his ear. Do you think it has truly ended? Su Yang whirled around, but only the empty stage and flickering lights greeted him. Chapter 67. In search of the curse's origin, Su Yang's smile froze, a barely perceptible chill spreading from the depths of his heart. The Celestial Master System's warning thundered in his mind like a clap of thunder. He tightened his grip on Lin Yu's hand, the pressure causing her to frown slightly. It seems that matters are far from over. Su Yang's voice was low, his gaze sharp with intensity. Jia Hao, noticing his demeanor, swiftly approached Su Yang and asked with concern, What is it? Have you discovered something? Su Yang nodded, conveying the Celestial Master System's warning to the two. I suspect that there are deeper reasons behind this curse, but we must find its origin to resolve the issue completely. His tone was resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. Lin Yu and Jia Hao exchanged glances, both recognizing the worry in each other's eyes. Yet there was also an abundance of trust in Su Yang. That we will stand by you, Lin Yu said softly, her gaze unwavering. Jia Hao nodded firmly. Indeed, no matter the danger, we will face it together. To uncover the curse's origin. Su Yang resolved to visit the theater's historical archive in search of clues. Within the dimly lit archive, the scent of aged paper and dust lingered heavily in the air. The staff member, an elderly man named Old Wang, expressed his concerns, revealing that due to the chaos at the theater, many precious historical documents had been damaged beyond repair. Su Yang surveyed the scattered remnants of paper on the floor. His brow furrowed. He understood that without these documents, uncovering the curse's origin would be exceedingly challenging. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped him. He was accustomed to relying on the Celestial Master System and documentation to resolve issues. Yet now, he found himself bereft of crucial support. Taking a deep breath, Su Yang forced himself to regain composure, but he knew this was not the time to succumb to despair. He bent down, picking up a tattered piece of parchment, his fingertips delicately brushing over the obscured writing. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a pattern nearly obscured by water stains. Squinting, he scrutinized it, his fingertips beginning to tremble involuntarily. Rather than relying on the documentation, as he typically would, Su Yang began to carefully observe the layout of the archive and its surroundings. The dim light cast elongated beams through the dusty air, while the scent of mildew and decay permeated the atmosphere. An inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped him, making it difficult to breathe. He meandered along the shelves, his gaze sweeping over every corner, hoping to uncover a clue. Then he halted abruptly at the base of a nearby shelf in a corner. He discovered some peculiar scratches. These marks were faint, nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. They appeared to be carved by some sharp instrument, chaotic yet seemingly imbued with a hidden order. Su Yang knelt down, gently tracing the scratches with his hand, feeling a cold sensation beneath his fingertips, as if he had touched something forbidden. What are these? Jia Hao and Lin Yu also noticed Su Yang's actions and curiously approached. Su Yang did not respond, instead retrieving a pair of gloves from his backpack and cautiously using a small knife to clear the dust surrounding the scratches. The dust was removed. The shapes of the markings became increasingly distinct. They were not entirely chaotic. Rather, they formed peculiar symbols, resembling some ancient script or totem. This seems to be some sort of incantation. Lin Yu, with a look of astonishment, covered her mouth while Jia Hao furrowed his brow. Although he could not comprehend the meaning of these symbols, he could sense the eerie aura they emanated to Su Yang, drawing upon his accumulation of supernatural knowledge and the hints provided by the Tianxia system. Successfully deciphered the peculiar marks and symbols he discovered that these symbols represented an ancient curse ritual. intricately tied to the history of the theater, that a look of excitement spread across his face as he realized he had uncovered significant clues regarding the origin of the curse. "I have found some leads," Su Yang declared, rising with a hint of exhilaration in his voice. "These symbols point to a secret space hidden beneath the theater." Jia Hao gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "As expected of you, Su Yang. I knew you would find the clues." Just then, the door of the archives creaked open, and a chill wind rushed in, extinguishing a nearby oil lamp and plunging the entire room into a deeper darkness. Su Yang turned sharply towards the door, a shiver racing up his spine as he felt something approaching. "Who goes there?" Su Yang called out sharply. After the door creaked, an eerie silence enveloped them. Su Yang, Jia Hao, and Lin Yu held their breath, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a frigid gust swept in, causing the pages of books to rustle, as if countless ghosts were whispering that an oil lamp flickered a few times before going out. And in the darkness, something moved swiftly. "That it's here," Su Yang hissed, brandishing a talisman that gleamed with golden light, illuminating a corner of the archives. Several translucent figures darted between the bookshelves, emitting piercing shrieks. They were the phantoms sent by the theater's specter. Their faces were grotesque, with pale, claw-like hands reaching out towards the three, unfazed. Su Yang chanted incantations, the talisman in his hand transforming into radiant beams of light that pushed back the encroaching spirits. Jia Hao, equally resolute, drew his short sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Yu, the blade flashing as he forced the ghosts back. Though frightened, Lin Yu maintained her composure, clutching her protective talisman tightly. Cheering Su Yang on, as Su Yang engaged with the spirits, he kept an eye on Lin Yu, and in the fleeting moments their gazes met, an unspoken connection flowed between them. Jia Hao, witnessing this, stifled a laugh, while Lin Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, though her eyes were filled more with concern for Su Yang. The battle intensified, with the number of ghosts multiplying, and Su Yang began to feel the strain. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and the talismans were depleting rapidly. Just then, he noticed a ghost flanking him, lunging towards Lin Yu. Alarmed, Su Yang was about to intervene when Jia Hao stepped in front of Lin Yu, thrusting his sword into the ghost's chest. The ghost let out a wretched cry before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. "Watch out," Jia Hao warned, but before he could finish, another ghost appeared behind him. Its claws aimed at his back. Su Yang, quick to react, hurled a talisman, striking the ghost and rescuing Jia Hao. "Thank you," Jia Hao said gratefully, casting a glance at Su Yang as he continued to fend off the spirits. Su Yang took a deep breath. He needed to discover the ghost's weaknesses to vanquish them completely. He scanned the room, his gaze falling upon a pile of tattered books in the corner, remembering the strange symbols he had seen earlier. A spark of realization ignited within him. Perhaps there lay some hidden clues. Just as he was about to approach the corner, the lights in the archives flickered once more before extinguishing entirely. The room was engulfed in impenetrable darkness, save for the haunting shrieks of the ghosts that Su Yang. Lin Yu's voice trembled in the dark, that Su Yang clenched the talisman tightly, sensing the chilling atmosphere around him. An ominous premonition rising in his heart, that he felt something cold brush against the back of his neck, and a sinister voice whispered in his ear, "You have found me." The ghostly assaults grew, increasingly ferocious, their wails echoing through the darkness like the lament of vengeful spirits. That Su Yang wielded the talisman, golden light tracing arcs in the dark, yet it was as if it were swallowed by the abyss. He felt his magical energy draining away like a flood released from a dam, his body growing heavy and his breath quickening. Sweat drenched his clothes, clinging to him and sending shivers down his spine. Lin Yu gripped her talisman tightly, her knuckles turning white. She sensed Su Yang struggle, yet felt powerless, calling out his name anxiously into the darkness. Jia Hao's sword light dimmed as well, his arms aching. Every swing of his sword became increasingly arduous. Despair washed over them like a tidal wave, encasing the trio. That Su Yang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain alert, that he felt along the wall, searching for a glimmer of light. A flicker of hope. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against a cold metal surface, distinctly different from the rough wall. Pressing it firmly, he heard a soft click, and a crack appeared in the wall, widening to reveal a hidden compartment. A peculiar fragrance wafted from the compartment, starkly contrasting with the mustiness of the archives. It was sweet and cloying, reminiscent of some exotic flower. Su Yang's heart raced as he felt a mysterious energy emanating from within, stirring both curiosity and dread. Taking a deep breath, he reached into the compartment, feeling a smooth object, cool to the touch, akin to jade. He slowly withdrew it, aided by the faint light, revealing a jade pendant intricately carved with strange patterns. The moment he grasped the pendant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through him, revitalizing his weary body and swiftly restoring his magical prowess. The shrieks of the ghosts abruptly ceased, and in the darkness, something stirred ominously. "What is this?" Su Yang murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the pendant in his hand. Chapter 68. The Secrets of the Hidden Compartment. The acquisition of key clues. Inside the compartment lay a cold bracelet, quietly glowing with a faint green light, its surface adorned with intricate carvings resembling an ancient incantation. Su Yang's heart raced. He felt an inexplicable allure compelling him to don it. Carefully, he lifted the bracelet, its chill akin to grasping a block of ice. The texture was smooth and delicate, reminiscent of a baby's skin. A strange energy surged from the bracelet into Su Yang's body, sending tingling sensations throughout him, as if every pore had opened wide. The moment he slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, a chilling wind swept through the theater, the already dim lights flickering more violently, crackling ominously as if they might extinguish at any moment. A potent scent of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. "This is bad." Jia Hao's complexion shifted, seizing Su Yang's arm. "What?" His words were cut short as cracks suddenly appeared on the theater walls, spreading like a spider's web. Black liquid seeped from the fissures, exuding a suffocating stench. Lin Yu screamed in terror, clinging tightly to Su Yang's arm. Trembling uncontrollably, Su Yang felt an overwhelming force emanating from the bracelet, enveloping him entirely. Darkness engulfed his vision, and a cacophony of whispers filled his ears, as though summoned from the depths of hell. "Su Yang! Su Yang!" Jia Hao's voice faded into the distance, as if separated by a thick wall. Su Yang felt his body losing control, his consciousness blurring. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. That moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. "You have finally arrived." Su Yang jolted awake, only to find himself in an unfamiliar space, surrounded by utter darkness, where he could not see a single hand's breadth in front of him. Instinctively, he tried to cry out, but no sound emerged. "Who are you?" Su Yang managed to force out a few words through gritted teeth. "I am," the cold voice replied, laced with mockery. "Your nightmare." A wave of icy dread surged through Su Yang, and he yearned to escape the terrifying place, only to discover he was bound by an invisible force, unable to move. "Let me go." Su Yang struggled and screamed, but it was futile. The chilling voice let out a cruel laugh, slowly approaching him. "You cannot escape. Su Yang, wake up." Jia Hao's voice suddenly rang in his ear like thunder, pulling Su Yang back from the abyss of darkness. Su Yang's eyes flew open, and he found himself still in the theater, with Jia Hao and Lin Yu gazing at him anxiously. "Are you all right?" Jia Hao asked with concern. Su Yang shook his head, but before he could respond, the theater lights extinguished entirely, plunging the space into darkness once more. Lin Yu shrieked in terror. "Don't be afraid." Jia Hao tightly grasped Lin Yu's hand, offering reassurance. "With me here." His words remained unfinished when a chilling voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. "You all shall die." "Here it comes," Su Yang murmured softly. In the enveloping shadows, he did not succumb to the fate the Phantom of the Opera desired, the force that surged towards him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Instead became a propellant that he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, as his body involuntarily propelled towards the hidden compartment. "Su Yang!" Jia Hao exclaimed, reaching out to grasp him, but it was too late. Su Yang's fingertips brushed against the edge of the concealed space, the rough wood carving a crimson line across his skin. Ignoring the pain, he summoned every ounce of strength to dig his fingers into the crevice and yanked with all his might. The wooden panel of the hidden compartment emitted a piercing creak, revealing its concealed contents. Contrary to expectations of gold and jewels, or fearsome talismans, it was an ancient tome that lay quietly in the depths of the compartment, its cover weathered and emanating a faint musty odor. Su Yang fought against the tumultuous tide of his internal energy as he reached for the ancient book. The moment his fingers made contact with the pages, A sharp wail reverberated through the theater, akin to the mournful cries of vengeful spirits, sending chills down the spine.